After his destruction, Bailey Yun resurrected again, returning 300 years to the moment of his coming of age. Now he intends to change his life and rise to the top of the world, no matter what it costs him. After he woke up, he opened his eyes wide and started screaming loudly at Aiden, shouting his name and asking him if he wanted to be destroyed. Meanwhile, his classmates began to look at him mockingly, surprised by his strange behavior. Because of this, his teacher immediately made a remark to him and ordered him to immediately sit in his seat. The whole class, together with the teacher, began to look at him displeasedly because he scared everyone with his strange behavior. He is still confused. After the terrible dream he had during the lesson, he sighed and sat down in his seat, trying to understand what was happening, because he ended up in the same school where he studied in his past life. Suddenly a thought dawned on him, but he asked himself what he was doing here because he was already dead. Bailey mentally asked himself, did he go back to his 18 years? He remembered how in his past life he failed the university entrance exam, and 7 years later his parents were destroyed, and after that he himself passed away. After these events, he entered the Juxiao Heavenly Contingent where he began his ascension path. He inherited the title of ruler of the continent and became the most respected energy cultivator among all generations. But on the second day, after the ceremony of receiving the title of Emperor of the Continent, he was destroyed by his own bride Aiden, who killed him by sticking a sword in his back. But it seems that he was able to reincarnate again and go back in time to a trust of years ago, and now the 18-year-old was once again sitting in class at his old school. He smiled and thought that this was still a good scenario for him, because he could start all over. So he promised himself that from this day on, he would improve day by day until he reached the top of the world. The bell rang and classes ended, but by the time Bailey was walking out of school, he heard his classmates calling him crippled. He was indeed limping on one leg and walking around on crutches after being hit by a car. He heard their conversation and mentally smiled, because he did not blame fate, because this incident had a great impact on him and changed everything in his life. But now he would only need one day to restore his body through the cultivation he would master after his reincarnation on the Juxiao continent. As he hobbled home from school, two girls caught his attention. One of them asked him if he had decided to follow her, and reminded him that they had broken up a long time ago. Her name was May. She was his ex-girlfriend who immediately left him after he got into a car accident. Bailey looked at her blankly and told her to get out of his way because she was blocking his way, and reminded her that she immediately dumped him when he was in trouble, and asked May why he needed her so much. His words made her very angry, and she tried to say something insulting to him in response, but she could not find the words. Bailey walked past May, ignoring her. She was shocked by his indifference and started yelling that from now on, she was telling him to stop stalking her, and reminded him again that she was not his girlfriend. She continued to shout at him that she had some insults in her back. Bailey only replied that if she finished, he would say goodbye to her. At this time, a man in a black suit was silently watching their argument. He looked like a bodyguard. After Bailey moved away, he quietly approached May and greeted her. She looked at him confused, clearly not expecting such a meeting. He told him that his boss wants to meet with her and warned her not to worry because he wants to help her. Teach this cripple, said the man, pointing to Bailey. Confused and even with fear in her eyes, she asked him who his boss was. The security guard smiled and said that his name was Lee Evans, but she replied that she did not know who he was. The man said that as soon as you talk to the boss, he will send people to break Bailey's second leg. She lowered her head and thought that Bailey didn't deserve this. And if it hadn't been for the accident, things would have been different between them, because she still felt sympathy for him. May grabbed her friend's hand and hurriedly pulled her behind her to leave this man as soon as possible. She said that it should not be done and that Bailey had nothing to do with her. The security guard approached the car that was waiting outside the school. The car window opened, and he told his boss that May refused to cooperate with them. At this time, Lee Evans was sitting in his limousine and enjoying champagne in the company of some blonde, and he said with surprise that he did not expect this, because he thought that the girl would agree. Lee was missing his legs, and he said that this cursed Yun family had caused him a lot of harm and trouble, and it was because of them that he lost his limbs. Suddenly, he started laughing very loudly and as if madly, which even scared his girlfriend. His face contorted and turned into a demonic grimace, and he said that the university entrance exam was coming soon, and he did everything to make Bailey fail it. Bailey's father came to the city of Haitian, where he opened a large transport company and became a very influential person. But last year, his driver crashed into the car of Lee Evans, which left the boy crippled. Immediately after that, trouble happened in their family, and Bailey was also hit by a car. His father also had problems and was forced to sell the company. This was all arranged by the Evans family, who sought revenge for their son. Sitting on the bed in his room, Bailey knew that he needed to recover as soon as possible and start practicing energy cultivation to solve all these problems of the past. It was time to begin. He sat down in a meditation posture. Bailey had to quickly gain 100 points of healing aura. This world possessed spiritual chi energy, so there would be a lot of problems with that, he thought. As he thought, he succeeded. But the only thing that bothered him was that the cultivation process took much longer than in his past life. But he succeeded, and with a smile, he said that the ruler of the Yuxiao Palace would return soon. The next morning, he always went to school, where there were many students who were preparing for the upcoming classes. When he approached the entrance, he saw a guy standing and smoking a cigarette. This guy glanced at him, making it clear that he was waiting for Bailey. His name was Michael, and his classmates did not expect to see him at school because he was a stubborn bully who always missed classes. He suddenly ran up to Bailey and, blowing smoke in his face, said that there was one person waiting for him who wanted to talk to him. This person was a stocky older guy who was waiting for him nearby. Bailey immediately remembered him because he was the one in his past life who broke his leg before the university entrance exams, and then he missed the entrance exams. This thug had even caused trouble for his parents, and as far as Bailey remembered, his name was Jim Ken, and he had practiced martial arts all his life, so he couldn't resist him before. A fire lit up in Bailey's eyes, and he understood that this would be his first battle in this world. In China, martial arts were divided into 4 levels: Mingjin, Anjin, Huajin, and Danjin. And on the Juxiao continent, a cultivator could achieve a strength that increased his weight to 136 kilograms without changing his physical body. Bailey walked past Michael and asked him who he thought he was if he dared to talk to him. Michael was very impressed by this question, but even seemed confused. He quickly remembered his status as a bully and tried to grab Bailey by the neck with a letter, calling him a scumbag. Bailey was able to parry his attack with ease, which made him even more impressed and annoyed. The young energy cultivator shot him a stern and cold look, telling him to get as far away as possible while he was still safe. Michael could not understand why Bailey became so strong and defiant, because only yesterday he was a crippled loser. He started yelling that Bailey was getting too cocky and tried to kick him hard, but Bailey dodged it without even straining, after which Bailey gave Michael a powerful punch to the jaw that almost left his teeth. He fell to his knees with his face in his hands as Bailey stood triumphantly over him as Jim began to approach them. He approached Bailey closely and said that if he did not want to be mutilated in front of his classmates, he should go with him to a quiet alley to talk. Bailey looked at Jim disdainfully and said that he must be a puppy of the Evans family, which came to scare him. He was very sure that he would be able to beat Jim now, because after the last energy cultivation, his strength increased tenfold. These words made Jim incredibly angry, but he began to shout that Bailey must really want to go to the other world if he speaks so defiantly to him, whereupon the giant immediately struck him with a powerful punch in the face, but the youth narrowly dodged, still grinning defiantly. Bailey knew that if he concentrated his inner energy in his legs, he would be able to deliver an extremely powerful kick to his enemy. That's how it happened. He struck him with a powerful blow directly in the stomach with a new one, as a result of which he was twisted in half, but he flew to the nearest wall. He smiled and said that it only took one punch to get rid of his problems. Other students of the school who witnessed this fight were delighted with the strength and skill of this schoolboy, where some said they knew him and were surprised because yesterday he was still a cripple. But already today, he was able to deal with 2 strong hooligans alone. It was hard to believe, but everyone was very impressed by this, including his ex-girlfriend, May. Meanwhile, Jim came to his senses. He was sitting and holding his chest. He asked Bailey if he practiced martial arts. Someone from the crowd of students watching the fight said that Bailey used to be the captain of the football team, but then he got into an accident. Jim was extremely angry and could not understand how it happened that he was beaten by this loser. Bailey gave him a disdainful look and asked how such a scumbag like Jim dared attack him at all. Suddenly, a guard ran to this commotion and began to disperse the crowd of students, ordering them to immediately go to class. Bailey thought that maybe he was attracting a lot of attention, and next time he should be more careful. While the students were leaving, Jim decided to call his customer to tell everything. He believed that most likely Bailey practiced martial arts in secret and only pretended to be crippled. Lee was furious. He shouted that Jim had to deal with him at any cost, and if he couldn't do it, he would find other people to do it. Jim said that he would need 7 days to prepare and then promised that this Smurf Bailey would not be able to pass the entrance exams. He promised that he would find more people to help, but warned that it would cost more. Lee said that money was not a problem for him, but if he did not manage this time, he would be very cruel to him. While Bailey was sitting in the classroom, his classmates surrounded him and asked how he was able to recover so quickly. They were in awe of him and said he looked much better. One of his classmates asked, was he really able to recover so quickly? It was John. He was a good and kind guy and never looked down on him, even when Bailey became a cripple. They also lived in the same neighborhood, and Indoy's mother used to drive them to school together. Suddenly, John jumped on the table and started shouting that he was planning to throw a party for everyone today to celebrate Bailey's recovery. While they were rejoicing, May entered the class and looked at them sadly, while John shouted that they should go to karaoke because it was a real holiday and they should sing in honor of it. She saw how much Bailey had changed, and she again had strong feelings for him like before when they first fell in love with each other. She thought that at karaoke they would have an opportunity to be together and talk, so she also decided to join the party. Another guy appeared among the crowd of students. He said that everyone is going to get together after school and it's a good idea, because this is their last chance to get together before the entrance exams to the university. His name was George, and he was the head of the class. After class, they all gathered at the karaoke bar and discussed their lives at school and how they all first met. But Bailey didn't seem to be listening to anyone and was completely lost in his own thoughts. He for some reason remembered their first meeting with May. Then she said that she likes being with him, and he promised her that when they finish school, they will also be together and enter the same university. But now everything has changed. Now it couldn't be like before. Bailey decided to leave the bar to get some fresh air, which May noticed and thought it would be a good opportunity to talk to him alone. She ran after him. Their classmates noticed this and began to discuss whether this couple would get together again. She walked up to Bailey and said she didn't want him to misunderstand her, but she wanted to tell him something. But seeing his look, she understood that he was no longer the Bailey she knew before, and embarrassed simply told him to be more careful in the future, and added that he should take care of his family. He looked into her eyes and did not say anything in response, not understanding what she meant. Then she pretended she didn't care about him again and told Bailey to pretend the conversation hadn't happened before heading to the women's room. Bailey thought that May was a high-minded and pragmatic girl, but she was always worried about everyone. After this conversation, he was finally convinced that his feelings for her had already cooled. Suddenly, a commotion started in the women's toilet. A man started harassing May. He grabbed her and started saying that he had a lot of money and he would pay her if she agreed to drink with him. She tried to break free, but he was stronger than her and tried to kiss her while she broke free, screaming for help. Suddenly, there was a loud thump and the attacker flew in the other direction from his victim. His eyes became round and almost fell out of their sockets. May was still terrified and shaking and sobbing. It was Bailey who threw the man to the other side of the toilet with a powerful kick. She fearfully opened her eyes to see what had happened and saw Bailey in front of her. She realized that he was her savior and threw herself into his arms with tears in her eyes, after which she immediately threw herself into his arms while he looked at her in confusion. He said that everything is fine now and suggested that she go back to the party, and they left the toilet while the pervert tried to regain consciousness. When the man saw them leaving, he started yelling at Bailey, calling him a scumbag. He said he hit the wrong person and he would pay for it. From ran out after them and began to shake his fists and say that he is a very influential person and they will still regret it. When the guys saw that Bailey and May were back together, they started asking him how everything went, hinting that maybe they decided to resume their relationship. Suddenly, the door of the bar where the classmates were relaxing opened loudly, and a crowd of stout men entered, led by the attacker from the toilet. George came up to them and said that he wanted to introduce his older brother to them. Pointing his finger at the same man from the toilet, he said that his name was Hank, and added that the brother knew the owner of this bar, who ran the area. He grabbed George by the shoulder and said that there must be a pretty girl who just walked in, and he wants to invite her to have a drink with him. He was immediately confused and did not know what to answer because he knew that his brother was quite dangerous and did not want to frame May. But Hank asked him why he was delaying and could he not fulfill such a simple request for his brother. Hank's friends also surrounded him, waiting for him to do something, but George didn't want to do that and suggested that everyone just relax and drink. But realizing that nothing will work out for him, George still decided to call May to him, asking if she could spend some time for his brother. She immediately understood what was being said and was very scared again and felt trapped. Bailey turned his head to her and told her to ignore them. Hank saw the young guy who had just beaten him. He was sitting on the couch and resting. He started yelling and saying that he was going to teach him now, after which he ordered his friends to attack Bailey and beat him until he was destroyed. One of them quickly ran up to him and tried to hit him in the head while Bailey was drinking a cocktail, but suddenly Bailey disappeared from his place, leaving the attacker with nothing, which greatly shocked him. In a moment, the man felt someone behind him, and this person was already ready to hit him with a blow. Hank was shocked because he saw that his people were literally destroyed in a matter of seconds and lay unconscious. He couldn't believe that it was the handiwork of this guy. Bailey looked at Hank and asked who it was that he wanted to beat up. He immediately took out a gun and pointed it at the young energy cultivator and said that he was a good fighter, but against weapons he was powerless. Bailey began to approach him, not at all afraid of his weapons and threats, and suggested that he try to shoot, but at the same time they would check who would be faster, his gun or him. He threw his terrible cold look at him and said that he would have only one attempt, by which he would destroy him. Hank couldn't believe that this guy could be dangerous to him because he was only a high school student, and if he destroyed him, he would be in trouble, and even his cousin wouldn't be able to protect him. Suddenly, Hank's legs began to twitch, and Bailey menacingly asked him what happened. Did he change his mind about destroying him? His eyes glowed with a demonic light, and he ordered Hank to kneel before him. Hank's legs felt like they were filled with lead and his heart filled with fear, and he dropped to his knees in front of Bailey, releasing his gun. Hank sat on the floor and bowed his head sadly and said that they could all go. Suddenly, someone approached the fat man from behind and asked what was happening here. Hearing this familiar voice, he was frightened and looked around in confusion, not expecting to see this person. This man asked Hank how dare he brandish his weapon in his establishment and asked if he had forgotten the rules. This man's name was Brett Long. Hank immediately began begging him for help. Brett turned to Bailey and asked him how he managed to cripple his men and even force his cousin to his knees. His servant appeared in front of Brett, whose face was covered by the hood of the mantle. He turned to Bailey and said that he felt that this snitch was engaged in martial arts. The hooded man said that he was going to give the young man a head start of 3 hits that he could land on him. Bailey immediately sensed that this man was Mingjin's level and felt that he was even stronger than his previous opponent, Jim Ken. But he understood that if he managed to use the spiritual energy of Chi to the fullest extent, even this fighter would not be a problem for him, after which Bailey said that he did not need fora and suggested that the man attack first. He began to laugh loudly, then tore off his robe and stood in a fighting stance, and ordered the young energy cultivator not to be so cocky. The man delivered a powerful energy blow, and Bailey barely managed to cover his face. There was even a scar on his hand, and he said that it was a good blow, but fortunately his reaction was faster. The man sharply shortened the distance with him and swinging his fist asked if he was scared. Bailey knew that in order to win, he needed to collect the spiritual energy of Chi and wait for the right moment to strike. Bailey managed to block a few more blows and now it was his turn to strike. The man did not expect such strength and speed from the young man. But he even felt that he might lose this battle, because of which he was overcome with fear and insecurity in his own strength. Bailey's fist collided with his jaw and he was barely able to stand on his feet after such a powerful blow. Now, all that was left to do was finish him off. Bailey gathered all of his spiritual ki energy in his legs to deliver a super powerful blow and finish him off immediately. After this impact, the man was strongly thrown back several meters, but he crashed into the nearest wall, after which he turned off. Brett Long turned and looked at the body of his bodyguard in confusion. He did not expect that his best fighter could be defeated by some schoolboy. He was indeed in a very bad condition. Part of his teeth were knocked out, and his face turned into one big bruise. Brett was extremely impressed by this and realized that brute force would not solve the problem. He held out Bailey's hand and said that he wanted to forget about everything that happened here, and said that now he can come here at any time, and for him, everything will always be free here. Bailey said that in the future, he hopes to train his subordinates better, after which he told his friends that they were leaving. While they were driving home, John showered him with compliments and asked Bailey to teach him these tricks too. He thought about the fact that he would not mind having an assistant, and thought that he could teach John something, and he promised him that after the entrance exams he would definitely teach him. The only problem was that Bailey had absolutely no energy left after this fight, but he urgently needed to find a place where there is a lot of natural energy to restore his strength, because if he meets someone strong, he may not be able to cope with him. After he said goodbye to his friends, and he found a good place where he could restore his energy, it was a small lake in the ancient territory of some rich people. This lake was called the Eye of the Dragon. He continued his cultivation in the park on the lake until the very morning, until he had fully recovered his strength, when suddenly he heard the rustling of the branches that startled the sleeping birds, and someone was approaching him. It was a young woman and some old man whom she called her grandfather, and it seems they were looking for someone. They said that they sensed a person nearby who possessed spiritual energy at the level of Anjin. Bailey also immediately felt their aura, and the girl possessed energy cultivation at the level of Mingjin. This old man came up and asked Bailey if he didn't see something strange here. It seems they didn't understand that the young man himself was this power planter. He replied that he had not seen anyone, but he did not understand what this old man was talking about. The girl looked at him suspiciously and asked what he was doing here because it was a private area and strangers are not allowed to walk here. He said that he simply decided to take a walk in the area, but he did not do anything forbidden here, after which he turned and went on his way. But the girl did not want to let him go. Her grandfather tried to calm his granddaughter, who seemed to want to interrogate the boy, to which Bailey told the old man to calm his granddaughter. Hearing this, she rushed to attack him, saying that no one dares to call her grandfather an old man. Since Bailey's energy was fully restored, he was able to dodge her attack with ease. She continued to give him blow after blow, but he, keeping his hands in his pockets, did not even strain to dodge them. Realizing that simple attacks did not work on him, she decided to use her crown blow, which always worked. But this time she failed again as Bailey easily dodged again. Eventually he got tired of it and grabbed her leg to calm her down, then threw her as far away from him as possible with all his might, telling her to get out of his sight, while her grandfather begged Bailey to let her go. Meanwhile, the girl flew into the lake at full speed, waving her arms as if she was trying to fly off so as not to fall into the water. But she didn't succeed. But she splashed loudly into the lake. Immediately after that, grandfather ran to save her. After some time, she sat unhappily on the shore, all wet, while her grandfather read morals to her and said that she should be more restrained. But then he looked sternly at Bailey and said that he too had gone too far, and he would not allow anyone to treat his granddaughter so rudely, and now he would teach him for it. Bailey looked at him and defiantly asked if the old man had the strength to do it. Stree said that even though he was not young, he could teach Bailey a lesson. The young energy cultivator replied that the old man was talking too much and told him to attack. The old man charged, saying that now the young lad would take his instructions on good behavior. Bailey smiled and said that it was a good time for a morning warm-up during the fight. The old man's first blow was parried with ease by the young energy cultivator. The next blow is already dealt by Bailey himself, but the old man was also able to dodge it, after which the old man struck him directly in the face, but the young man parried him. They tried to throw powerful kicks at each other, but they seemed to repeat each other's movements, but could not achieve the goal. The old man made a maximum effort to put all his strength into one blow that his opponent would not be able to repel. Bailey also tried to use the art of one punch to finally finish off his opponent. And as before, their blow collided without causing harm to each other. The old man was extremely impressed that this young guy could withstand all his power. Bailey, too, was extremely angry that he could not overcome this old man, although he was putting in a lot of effort. The force of their blows was so powerful that upon collision, there was a real energy explosion that threw them in different directions. The old man rolled back several meters but was able to stand on his feet. Bailey also stopped, his back hitting a tree behind him. He angrily struck the tree with his fist and chopped it as if with an axe. His granddaughter immediately ran to the old man and asked if he was okay. The old man politely bowed to his young opponent and told him his name was Henry Evans. He added that Bailey should not be angry and that this duel was just part of their acquaintance. He said he wanted to apologize for his granddaughter Hannah Evans and for her rudeness. Bailey was a bit confused by this. Suddenly he remembered this surname and sternly asked them if they were from the Evans family. The old man thought to himself why this boy was so angry after hearing his name Evans, but he ignored it and offered Bailey to drink tea with them. But the young man waved it off and said that he didn't have time for that because he was in a hurry to go to school. Suddenly, the old man's granddaughter named Hannah stopped him and said that he could not speak so rudely to her grandfather and reject his kind invitation. Bailey sternly told her to let him go or he wouldn't hold back his rage. She smiled and looked at him defiantly, asking what he would do if she refused. Would he destroy her for it? He transformed as if into a great demon and pointed his hand menacingly at her. Seeing her grandfather, he was horrified and started shouting for him to stop because his granddaughter could not withstand such an attack. Grabbing her by the throat, he told her not to even think of resisting. Otherwise, he would really finish her off. Suddenly, he saw a green pendant on her chest, which really impressed him and attracted his attention. But while he was looking at him, her grandfather had already rushed to attack him to save his granddaughter. But Bailey quickly tore the pendant from her, and, throwing her away from him, said that this was compensation for the inconvenience they caused him, and if they met again, he would definitely return it to them. Old Henry looked after him. He was surprised because this young guy was already so strong and hoped that he would be able to make friends with him and invite him to their family. Bailey was very pleased with this find because this pendant had more than 7,000 spiritual chi, and thanks to it, he would be able to spend less time on energy cultivation. He found a quiet place to absorb the energies of this artifact and was finally able to complete the fusion of his spiritual energy with this pendant. When he finished the cultivation of energy, he heard a voice. They came from behind the bushes behind him. It was a young guy and a woman. He looked quietly into the bushes to see who these people were. It was Lee Evans. He was just discussing with his girlfriend that they should find Bailey's parents and destroy them. Bailey said that it is unlikely that he will be able to do this because he will finish him before. He decided to follow him and find out his next plans, then choose a good time to eliminate him. His energy was fully restored, and he was able to use its power to destroy his enemy Lee. Meanwhile, he was having fun with his girlfriend. He didn't even suspect a thing when a beam of energy appeared near his head, and Vig, hitting the mirror, kissed the boy, and a moment later, I heard a girl's loud scream from his room. His whole family immediately burst into his room. They saw that Lee was lying unconscious on the sofa, while his girlfriend was crying sitting on the floor. They asked with horror what happened here. They saw Lee's body lying on the bed with wide-open eyes and a strange smile. His grandfather touched his neck to check for a pulse, but felt nothing. Henry realized with horror that his grandson was no longer alive. The father also ran to his son's room, and when he realized what had happened, he began to scream loudly. Hannah also sadly lowered her head and could not believe that her brother was no longer there. Henry turned to Lee's girlfriend and sternly asked her what happened here. She sat, sobbing loudly and repeating that she did not understand anything. She was extremely horrified and said that as soon as everything was fine with him, until suddenly he fell and was no longer alive, Henry continued to look at her and demanded more information. She grabbed her head and started screaming that she only heard the sound of broken glass, and after that Lee lost his life. He looked at Lee's body again in the hope of seeing more details. Then he saw the big mirror through which the girl said, but it was really broken. Suddenly, he felt traces of enemy energy, and it made him understand that it was the handiwork of a martial energy cultivator practitioner. Henry knew that in order to use such a technique, one must be at the level of Zunshur, but he did not know which powerful person his grandson could cross the path of to do this to him. Henry asked his girlfriend if Lee had had any conflicts with anyone recently. She looked at one point and said emotionlessly that it could be Bailey Yun, because Lee had recently sent people to finish him off. Meanwhile, outside the window, the weather was getting worse. Lee's girlfriend said that the boy had become too strong, and the mercenaries did not manage to do it, but she added that she had a photo of this boy somewhere. She gave Henry the phone and they saw his photo. They were shocked and Hannah with great surprise asked if it was him. Henry saw Bailey's photo and couldn't believe that this boy had such power and assumed that he must have had a very powerful teacher. But he had an idea that it is possible. He did it because they made him angry in the morning. He continued to look at his photo with horror. He squeezed the phone tightly, crushing it in his hand, and said that from now on they should not mention this incident. Henry said that they should spread the news that Lee passed away from a heart attack. Lee's father, wiping away tears, did not understand why they should hide it. Henry thoughtfully looked out the window at the thick clouds that covered the sky. His son asked him why he behaved like that because Lee was his grandson. Henry turned sharply and told him to shut up, tears in his eyes. He just said that they don't have to ask him anything because he has already decided everything. Meanwhile, Bailey arrived at school and was on his way to class. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him telling him to stop. It was Michael. He said that even though Bailey had learned to fight, he shouldn't be so clear, because there will always be someone who will be stronger, after which he added that he had come to teach him. Bailey calmly continued to eat ice cream and ignored his threats. He only asked him if he had enough strength for it. Michael smugly said that he wouldn't have to put in the effort because the Evans family was looking for him. Bailey continued to eat the ice cream and said he didn't care. But it made him understand that the Evans family probably guessed that he was the one who killed Lee. The only thing that bothered him was that they decided to send this good-for-nothing Michael after him. He turned to him and said that in that case, let Michael lead him to them. They arrived at the Evans house, where Hannah and Henry were already waiting for Bailey. Hannah pointed her finger at him and said she knew everything about him now, then asked why he killed her brother. He replied that he deserved it, and asked why they were going to do this to him. She said she would have killed him for that, but Grandpa wanted to talk to him. And suddenly she asked Bailey who his teacher was. This question surprised him a lot. He didn't expect it and didn't know what to answer because he didn't have any teacher, so he decided to play along and say his teacher was a very powerful person. Bailey confidently said that his master was not afraid to destroy people, and Lee was only one of those from whom he decided to take his worthless life. Then Bailey said that perhaps their family had come to terms with this loss. She stood up sharply and started shouting that he should not be so self-confident, and immediately told who his teacher was. He folded his hands on his chest and asked what would happen if he refused to speak. Suddenly another old man appeared in the room. Bailey threw his incredulous look at him. He said that he heard that the result of the fight between Bailey and Henry was a draw, but the old man offered to spar with him. Bailey immediately sensed this old man's powerful energy and concluded that he was quite a strong energy cultivation practitioner. Suddenly, young Bailey looked around and told Henry to stop hiding and come out to talk to him in person. He was standing on the second floor to treat Henry all the time and did not reveal his location. Bailey looked around again and said it looked like they weren't planning on letting him go. Henry angrily tells him that he got it right and orders him to call his teacher here immediately, warning Bailey that until he does, he won't be able to leave their house alive. The old energy cultivation master also began to tell Bailey not to delay and to call his teacher here as soon as possible, because they were running out of patience. Bailey answered him that there is nothing like him that is not worthy of meeting him. The old master passed by him and told him not to be so self-confident because soon he would send him to the other world. Suddenly, he rushed to attack Bailey. This attack caught him off guard and he barely had time to react to it. This blow went past him, but he managed to dodge to save himself from it. After which, Bailey immediately launched a powerful counterattack, trying to kick the old man, but he too jumped and dodged. Suddenly, Bailey used a powerful energy laser that appeared in his fingers. He aimed straight at the old master's forehead. This energy laser went right through, piercing his skull and leaving a hole in the wall behind his head. Hannah, seeing this, was extremely shocked and began to scream in terror. The old man fell to the floor and the end came at once, and Bailey confidently asked who wanted to fight him next. Henry was shocked to say the least, and tried not to show his horror at what he saw, but only clenched his teeth tightly. He realized that there was no going back, and jumped off the stairs and landed in front of Bailey, who gave him a scornful look and said he was glad to see him. Henry's soul was burning with rage, but he looked into the eyes of this young man with hatred. Then suddenly he bowed low to him, calling him young master. He said that he wanted to apologize to him on behalf of himself and the Evans family. Then he completely fell on his knees and began to beat his head on the floor and ask Bailey to forgive them, and said that if he had any wishes, they would certainly fulfill them. As he begged him for mercy, various thoughts swirled in his head. He realized with horror that he couldn't imagine that this boy would turn out to be the master of Huajin. There they were still lucky that he only killed Li. This guy's power scared Henry a lot, but he realized that if he hadn't used spiritual protection during their duel by the lake then, he would have already been destroyed. Bailey said that in fact he planned to destroy his family, but now if Henry sincerely repents, then maybe he will even forget about their conflict. He was extremely happy that Bailey spared them, and said if he agrees to forgive them, the Evans family will make sure that no one dares to bother him again. In addition, as a tribute, his family will pay Bailey $5 million every year, Henry said, and handed him his phone, so that Bailey would leave him his bank account number. Bailey understood that they were trying to appease him, but he was lucky that they did not know that his energy was at the limit, and they could now try to attack him, and even defeat him. But while everything was going great for Bailey, he threw the phone at Henry, and if he's so generous, he'll forgive him this time. Also, Bailey reminded the Evans family not to even go near their parents. He looked into Hannah's eyes and said if his relatives had any problems, he would make the Evans family take responsibility. He was coming home in a good mood because one problem had been solved, and he had dealt with the Evans family, but there was still a hard road ahead. While walking past a small shop, he saw a clay teapot that caught his attention. The amount of spiritual chi energy contained in this teapot would be enough for him for 3 or 4 days of cultivation. Bailey grabbed it to take a closer look, but the salesman approached him and said if he wasn't going to buy it, put the kettle back on and don't touch it. And Bailey asked him how much it was worth. The seller snorted disdainfully and said that an ordinary schoolboy would not be able to afford it because this teapot costs 1,800 yuan, and that is without bargaining. Bailey knew that he didn't have that kind of money right now, and the money that the Evans family would charge him would only be tomorrow, so he had to leave something as collateral. He took out of his pocket the jade pendant he had stolen from Hannah and offered the seller to keep the pendant for 1 day as a deposit, and he would return tomorrow and pay for the kettle. The seller was impressed by such a good offer. He immediately snatched the pendant from Bailey's hands. The seller thought that this pendant could be worth a fortune, but immersed in dreams of money, he even forgot about his buyer. Bailey surprisedly asked the man if they agreed. The seller said yes, and he can take the kettle. When he came home, he began to absorb the energy of chi contained in the teapot. It was already morning and notifications began to arrive on his phone. The practice was quite productive, and Bailey was able to form several spiritual rays of chi that he used before in the battle at the Evans house. He saw that he received a message from the bank that $5 million had been deposited into his account. Bailey returned to the seller in the morning to buy his jade pendant, but the seller pretended that he did not know him and did not understand what he was talking about. Bailey said that he had no time for jokes and began to demand that the seller return his jade pendant and sell him this teapot, but the seller continued to say that he did not know him. Bailey asked him if he had forgotten what happened yesterday. The cunning merchant replied that he should get away if he didn't want trouble for himself. He angrily clutched the teapot in his hands and told the merchant that he seemed very brave if he decided to appropriate his jade pendant for 1 million yuan. The merchant was very frightened when he saw how the schoolboy squeezed and bent the copper kettle with one hand. He started yelling that even if Bailey is strong, it won't scare him, after which he called some assistant named Chen to escort the schoolboy out of the store. A crowd of some big guys immediately appeared in the store. They were armed with bulls and ordered Bailey to get out while he was safe. The young energy cultivator smiled at them and said that they better get out if they didn't want to get hurt. Chen immediately rushed to attack him, holding an iron pipe in his hand, saying that this kid should not agree so brazenly. But the bald big man didn't even have time to swing, as Bailey gave him a powerful blow to the jaw with Colin, stopping him. The speed and force of the young energy cultivator's punch was so powerful that Chen immediately lost several teeth due to the punch. After which Bailey, leaning on his shoulders, made a leap over Chen, and already pounced on his accomplices, and the bouncer was showered with incredibly fast and powerful blows. When Bailey was done with them, he turned to the merchant and told him that he had better do as he says and give him back his jade pendant. The merchant was immediately seized with fear, but he realized that this young man was too strong, and he would not be able to defeat him. The guy turned to him and told him not to hide, but to go out and return the thing to him. The seller said that he could not return the pendant because it had already been sold. Bailey ordered him to immediately buy the pendant because it was worth 1 million. The merchant said that he would immediately call the buyer and ask him to return the jade. He called a man named Mr. Gordon and said that he wanted to buy back the jade pendant that he bought yesterday. Mr. Gordon began swearing loudly and shouting at the salesman on the phone, calling him an idiot before hanging up. The dealer said he could give Bailey 1 million back and add another 100,000 on top of that as compensation. Bailey said he wasn't happy with that. He guessed that the old man he had recently killed was also from the Gordon family, and his family was much stronger than the Evans family, and he needed more practice to defeat them. Eventually, Bailey suggested to the dealer that if he took him to an antique store, maybe he would forgive him, The dealer said that he would get the car ready, and they would go there immediately. For a while, the trader became his driver and asked how he could address him. The guy said his name was Bailey Yun. The trader also introduced himself and said his name was Chris. After some time, they arrived at the great antique bench, which stood in the central part of the city. Bailey and Chris went inside, where a young girl was waiting for them. The merchant introduced his client to her and said that this is the young man he was talking about. She said he looked too young and he was in casual clothes, but he didn't look like a businessman. But since they had already come, she would show them everything and ordered them to follow her. Chris told Bailey not to take offense to his cousin, and her name is Christy Wayne. She was a history graduate from Newton University and now works as a senior auctioneer. She led them to the Great Hall and said that all the best antiques were in this hall, and they could appreciate them. Bailey walked over to one of the stands and saw a large night pearl in a casket. He was extremely impressed by it because it had 9,000 chi spiritual energy. He pointed to the night pearl and said that he was interested in it, as well as the bracelet lying next to it. Christy was extremely impressed because the price of these artifacts was at least 20 million. The young man said that money is not a problem and he will pay everything now. Christy was shocked and did not expect that he was so rich. Her mood changed immediately and she started to smile at him. After shaking his hand and asking what else she could help him with, Bailey asked if he could use their auction services. She was already flirting with him and undoing the buttons on her blouse trying to lure him, and told that today they were going to have an exhibition of jade stones. Bailey said that he planned to stay at a nearby hotel to rest, but then he would definitely visit the auction and offered her to accompany him there. It was time for the auction. There were already many people in the hall where it was held, and you could hear the guests announcing their bids for the lots. One of the businessmen raised his hand and said he was ready to pay 21 million. The auctioneer hit the hammer and asked if anyone could offer a higher amount. A young man in the crowd raised his hand and said that he was ready to lay out 21 million and 10,000. Everyone was extremely amazed at where such a young man's money came from. No one else could bid on it, and the auctioneer announced that it was a good deal and congratulated Bailey on the purchase. Those present began to mock him, doubting whether these stones were worth such money. Bailey also did not know whether these stones would really be so valuable to him. He decided to go up on stage to check their quality of stones. The auctioneer warned him that he had to pay for them first, and only then pick them up. Bailey took one of the stones and began to greedily absorb energy from it, of which there was very little in the stone. When he was done with them, he put them back and said he didn't need them anymore. The auctioneer started smiling and said that she knew right away that he wouldn't be able to afford those 2 jades, and said that her boss wouldn't let him go just like that. Bailey asked her, "Are they going to make him buy this junk?" Suddenly, a man accompanied by security appeared from behind the scenes. He said that everyone present here was afraid to witness the fact that Bailey agreed to the purchase, but the deal was successful, and now he will have to pay. The young master answered him that they sell these artifacts at an inflated price, and it is bad to deceive ordinary high school students like him. Frank asked how he even managed to get into the auction as a minor, and ordered Bailey to get out of here immediately. He slid a contemptuous look at him and asked sarcastically, "Does Frank expect submission from him?" Frank started yelling at Bailey and said he offered him to leave for good, but he refused, then ordered security to get him out of here. In a moment, he was already surrounded by a crowd of armed guards who wanted to reprimand the schoolboy for his insolence. Suddenly, a woman came out from behind the scenes and ordered them to stop immediately. It was Christy. She looked sternly and condemningly at Frank and his guards. He smiled and asked her why she was doing this. Christy said she had to meet with their boss, Gin, soon, and if he told Bailey to pay for these stones, she would personally buy them with her pennies. Frank started laughing and said that you shouldn't tell the boss about it because it's all just little things. She then grabbed Bailey's hand and quickly led him away to get out of there as quickly as possible. He tried to break free, but she grabbed him tightly and tried to take him out of the auction hall. The guard turned to Frank and asked if everything was okay with him, because he had been standing for several minutes and did not even move. The guests of the auction even started mocking Frank and whispering that a woman and a schoolboy had put him in his place. Suddenly his glass seemed to explode in his hand, which even frightened his guard. He began to shout that this little one had disgraced him in front of a large number of people, and that if it had not been for Christy, he would have finished him. While Christy and Bailey made their way through the crowd of guests, they met a man who turned to young Christy and said they hadn't seen each other in a while. It was Gin's boss. Christy greeted him and said that she had invited her brothers to the auction today and introduced them to him. He said that he wanted to introduce her to his new acquaintances, because she was a good expert in the field of antiques. Bailey looked at Gin with interest and thought that maybe this man could compete in wealth with such families as Evans and Gordon. At this time, Chris suggested that he go look at art. They came to one of the booths. There was a painting called An Old Fisherman by Mr. Harry Lee. This painting was painted with the help of spiritual energy. He began to look at them carefully, and Chris asked if he was familiar with this picture. But he first of all evaluated objects by the capacity of spiritual energy in them, and this picture only had 100 spiritual chi points. Bailey asked if he painted the same picture if it would also cost 10 million. Some girl started yelling at him and saying that he was taking on too much, after which she asked Bailey if he had any idea who the author was. This author was just an ordinary low-level cultivation master, replied Bailey. His lips curled into a wry smile and added that calling this author great is nonsense. His altercation with this girl attracted the attention of many guests. A respectable man appeared from the crowd and, turning to Bailey, offered him to compare their skill. It was the same author of the picture, named Harry Lee. Meanwhile, Christy was already trying to make her way through the crowd to get Bailey out of the new trouble he was getting into. She turned to Mr. Harry and said her name was Christy Wayne, and clarified that Bailey, and if he had said anything offensive to him, she asked him to forgive him. He looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Was this young man a member of the respectable Wayne family?" The young master immediately said that he is not related to the Wayne family in any way. Although he did not bring his paintings here, he can still prove his skill, after which Harry proposed to the couple. Harry shot him a suspicious look and asked what he wanted. Bailey said he could improve this painting, and by painting flowers on it, with the help of chi energy, the girl he had argued with earlier said that he probably just wanted to steal the painting. He took out his pearl and bracelet from his pocket, saying that he was not interested in money. Then he turned to Christy and told her to tell him how much these items that he bought from her today cost. Christy confirmed that he bought these things today at an antique shop, and they cost about 20 million. Bailey said that these artifacts would be his bet, and asked if Harry agreed, and he bet him, calling him an old man with a funny mustache. He began to laugh very loudly and said that no one had talked to him like that in a long time, after which Harry agreed. Harry said that if Bailey succeeds in doing this, he will give him this painting. Everyone was extremely surprised that Master Harry agreed to the pair and could not believe that Bailey would be able to draw flowers on the picture with the help of spiritual energy. Gin smiled and said that maybe this schoolboy could really do it, after which he pressed a button on the remote control and opened the protective glass that protected the painting so that Bailey could demonstrate his skills. He raised his hand over the painting he needed to disperse his spiritual chi energy on the painting, after which imagine how flowers appear on the painting. After the flowers appeared on the picture, all the guests of the auction were amazed but thought that it was just some kind of trick. Meanwhile, Mr. Harry was overcome with surprise and admiration. The picture really changed, and everyone was shocked that the great Master Harry bowed his head to this schoolboy. Bailey asked the old man to let him down, and he said that it was too much for him. But Harry called him a great master and asked to take him as an apprentice. Bailey said that he does not accept apprentices, but later they can contact. Meanwhile, Gin realized that he must win the trust of this young master and cooperate with him. He began to applaud him and say that, unexpectedly for everyone, a new figure of a great young master of energy cultivation appeared in the city. Caustic laughter was heard among the crowd. A man in glasses said that it was funny, but this smarkack is not worthy to be called a great master of energy cultivation. He walked up to Gin and asked how he was doing, and he said that he was very grateful that the Gordon family had visited them today. It was Sam Gordon. He approached Bailey and asked if he was a great master, and added, if he is not mistaken, in their place for about 50 years, there were no such personalities. Bailey looked at him disdainfully, feeling his arrogance and fake flattery. Sam came up to him and said that he wanted to start their acquaintance over and would even like to invite Bailey into the Gordon family as a counselor. Bailey mockingly replied that he had never heard of the Gordon family and asked who they were. Sam answered him that he was probably trying to insult him with these words. Gin tried to defuse the situation and told Sam not to be angry with Bailey, because he was a very strong master, and if he doesn't take his word for it, even the great Master Harry can convince him. Sam said that he doesn't care about it and said that if his guards break his hands, he won't be so skilled anymore. Suddenly he looked around and, addressing the crowd, told Hannah not to hide, and that he could see her. She was extremely impressed that he noticed that she was following him. Bailey told her to tell these people that her Evans family was serving him and they were on friendly terms with the Gordon family. She didn't know what to say because if she said it was true, then the Gordon family wouldn't be able to end this now bastard. She started yelling at him because she said he had not only insulted Grandpa but also destroyed old Fred Gordon. Sam started screaming in horror and asking what she was talking about. He couldn't believe that Bailey had killed his Uncle Fred. He screamed for security to call the police immediately. Bailey gave Hannah a murderous look and asked if she was sure about what she said, and he said he was giving her one more chance so she should think twice before saying that. She was shaking with terror, but she understood that she had said too much, but she knew what to do, because he could destroy her entire family. She said she was wrong about that, and Bailey was here for nothing. The reaction of those present to the instant refutation of her words was no less emotional than before. Bailey was very pleased, and understood that this girl turned out to be more intelligent than she seems, and said everything correctly. Sam started yelling at her and asking if he destroyed his uncle or not. Hannah folded her arms over her chest and said she was sorry, but it wasn't Bailey. Old Mr. Harry started laughing and said they'd better call security. Bailey came up to her when everyone left, and began to fight with her, and to say that now, because of her, everyone will have extra suspicions. She said that there are some problems from him and reminded that he actually stole her family pendant and then sold it to the Gordon family, but at the same time promised to return it. He grabbed her by the pendant and pulled her closer to him and said that he wanted to hurt him. He looked piercingly into her eyes and whispered that he wanted to wipe the entire Gordon family off the face of the earth just for that jade pendant. She was overcome by strange feelings and she did not understand whether she hated him or, on the contrary, he began to like her very much. They were watched by other people, including Sam, who was enraged by all this, while others discussed the fact that these two looked like a couple in love. Bailey said that he always respects honesty, and as long as her family keeps his word, he won't betray them. He also gave her a pearl and said he bought it at an auction for $20 million and wants to offer it as compensation. She abruptly snatched the night pearl from his hand, although before that she looked quite confused, and rudely told him that, of course she would take these things as compensation. Bailey finished with Hannah, approached Sam and said that now he can answer him for wanting to turn his security on him. He said that there was no revenge in front of him and ordered his bodyguard to immediately break his leg, pointing the finger at Bailey. The guard ran up to him and already swung his powerful fist to deliver a powerful blow to him. He was laughing and his fists were clearly itching. The guard asked Bailey if he could take one of his punches. But before he could do anything, he received a powerful punch in the face. During the whole day, he absorbed as much energy from various artifacts as would be enough for a whole crowd of such guards. The guard immediately flew powerfully to the other side of the hall, crushing on his way, and landed heavily on the floor. Seeing this, Sem was shocked to say the least, and his jaw dropped in surprise and horror. Bailey turned to him again and said that once he had already been threatened with breaking his leg, so he promised himself that if anyone wanted to do it again, he would make him suffer very much. Sam started laughing, panicked, and asked Bailey who he thought he was, because he was Sam Gordon, and he wasn't going to get away with it without consequences. Suddenly, armed men jumped out of the crowd and pointed their weapons at Bailey, telling him to put his hands up. He smiled and asked them, do they really want to arrest him? A woman appeared in front of him and said that his fighting skills were quite good, but he still had better not resist. Bailey suddenly remembered that in his past life he often thought about why people cultivate energy. Don't they want to live peacefully and have fun every day? On the continent during his reign, he could build an entire city or destroy a large country, and it was a normal thing for him. She lowered the gun and said that she offered him to go to the police station together, where he would help them conduct a joint investigation. He said that it was okay. She also said that if he is not guilty, they will definitely let him go. When he entered with the police, Sam started shouting at his back that if the police didn't deal with him, he would take care of him himself. He folded two fingers and an electric discharge appeared on their tips and flew towards Sam. The next moment, Sam fell to the floor and began to scream loudly in pain, clutching his legs. The policewoman pointed a gun at him and asked if it was his handiwork. He said if she considers him guilty, she must provide evidence. One of the women standing next to him asked the other man if he saw any kind of flash. He replied that he did not notice anything like that. In the meantime, Sem's bodyguards picked him up to take him to the hospital. A female police officer overheard this conversation and began to demand an explanation from Bailey. He smiled and said, has she still not guessed that it was him? And added that he suspected that they were not from the local branch either. She asked him what he meant by that. Bailey said that they caught the wrong person and set up an ambush here to catch a jewel thief. He also added that they shouldn't leave this building now because Gin might get robbed today. Gin was very surprised by this and began to worry, asking what it was all about. The female police officer looked at him carefully and said that most likely he was also their accomplice. Bailey smiled and said that she was wrong because he was only a high school student. Besides, he could easily finish them all off now and take everything for himself. She grabbed his leg and asked if he thinks he is a great Huajin master who can destroy others without even blinking. He said she knows it herself. She thought that if he could break a person's leg without using his hands, then it meant that he was at the level of a Danjin grandmaster, and maybe she should be more careful with him. Bailey took a closer look at her face and remembered that in a past life, after stealing one of the artifacts from the Fey Castle, this woman was destroyed, and asked her what her name was, and assumed that she was Linda. She whispered into his ear that she didn't care how he knew her name, but she wanted him to help her. Bailey asked how he would benefit from it. She gently touched his neck and said that she would not arrest him for this. Then she held out her hand to him and said that they were Dongju's secret service and unusual police. Also, she invited him to join them as a lecturer in their secret at their secret base. Her teammates confirmed her words and said that by joining their team, he will get many advantages in life. Bailey thought about it and said that this is an interesting offer, but lately he has been very busy, so he doesn't have time for it. They were extremely surprised by his refusal but could not believe it, because many people dream of such an opportunity. He raised his hand, which did not have a watch on it, to look at the time and said that recently he had a big business. When Hannah heard this, she was horrified because she thought he was talking about destroying her family. He said that in 3 days he will have an exam for the university and he has not even started his preparation yet. After hearing such information, they were extremely disappointed because they did not expect that he was still a schoolboy. Linda even covered her eyes with her hand and said that she should have guessed, but she will wait until he passes the exams, and after that we will meet him personally. Meanwhile, Gin was restless and wanted to know about those thieves who wanted to steal his treasures from him. Bailey said that there was something more valuable than his jewels on display, and if it was an ordinary artifact, they wouldn't have taken such a risk. Linda turned to Gin and said that the target of the thieves was one of the 4 miraculous stones. Gin said that he hoped that the news about the appearance of this artifact in him should not have slipped out. The name of this artifact is Wukong Phenomenon, and it will be demonstrated tonight. Linda said that as long as they were here, he could not worry about that, and she hoped for Bailey's help. The young cultivation master, hearing this, asked Linda if she already trusted him. She said that at best these thieves would not have a first-class grandmaster, and at worst they would have stolen the precious stones a long time ago. After which Bailey offered Gin to show them his miraculous stone, and he would be able to arrange a reliable defense. Linda said that it would be better for them to wait until the evening, so as not to scare the treasure hunters. Unexpectedly, Hannah came up to Bailey holding several glasses of wine. She asked if everything was fine, offering him to drink some together. He put his hand on her shoulder and said that she can stop pretending that she likes him, because if her family is obedient, then he will protect them in the future. But if she plans something again, he will no longer be so reserved, but nothing will be able to save her and her family. He told her to drink alone, after which he said that he had to go because the presentation would start soon. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, a bunch of people had already gathered in the hall. They were discussing the upcoming presentation, and they couldn't wait to see the mysterious, valuable treasure that was to be presented. Gin appeared on the stage and said that soon they would see the treasures of the legendary Fey Palace, and added that they could not even imagine what was waiting for them. Near it stood a large stand covered with a red T-con cloth. The guests couldn't wait and said that they hoped to see something really very important. Gin said that he was not going to pull anymore and sharply tore off the red T-con, showing the guests what they had come for. He solemnly announced that it was the same treasure called the Wukong Phenomenon. Inside the stand was a sphere-shaped sculpture in the middle of which was the Monkey King. Bailey was extremely amazed when he felt the power of energy that came from this spiritual stone, because inside this artifact was a real sleeping soul, the power of which could bring him to a new level of energy cultivation. When this life form was born, it already had a spiritual body, and this warrior was extremely strong and powerful. Bailey turned to Mr. Harry and asked who was the owner of this artifact and what he wanted for it. Harry replied that this artifact was priceless and belonged to his friend who was seriously ill, but if someone healed him, he would give this artifact to his savior. He said that the main problem was that not only he had this disease, but even more than 100 people in his clan had it and had side diseases. Bailey smiled and confidently said that he could heal him. Harry said that he had no doubts about his abilities and said that he would introduce them. Suddenly, the windows of the room in which the exhibition was held were broken and armed men in masks jumped out. It seems that they were the same treasure hunters. They immediately started attacking the policemen, as if they knew about them in advance, but they could not even react to this attack. The attacks of these ninjas were extremely brutal, and they did not leave anyone alive. They moved as if the shadows were destroying everything in front of them that stood in their way. The guests of the auction should of course be calm and were shocked by what they saw. These attackers looked very scary. One of the robbers found himself in front of the crowd of people and looking at them, began to laugh loudly, as if for him it was entertainment. Parelia Khan and the people immediately rushed to the door, trying to open it to leave the room. But as soon as they managed to open the door, armed men were already waiting for them, who pointed their weapons at them. They started shouting with horror that the exits were also blocked. Gin started shouting that they were surrounded, and asked his guests not to panic because the police had to send help to save them. One of the robbers turned to Gin and said that they really shouldn't panic, because they only need the treasures, and if he gives them what they need now, no one else will get hurt. The thief said that he will give Gin 3 seconds to open the protective glass, and they will take the Wukong Phenomenon, after which they will leave them alone. He said that they should not even try to intimidate him, but he would not cooperate with them. The head of the Blabbermouths said that it looks like Mr. Gin wants to feel all the sharpness of their blades on himself. One of the ninja immediately rushed to attack him, directing the sharp blade of his sword at him. Gin had already seen how life was passing before his eyes, but he did not expect to be saved, until suddenly the blow of the killer was stopped by a chair that covered Gin from the blow of the sword. This attacker threw a stern look in the direction of the one who dared to disturb him. They saw in front of them Bailey, who was holding the body of some girl, and said that the thieves said that they only needed the treasure and not other people's lives. But maybe this girl destroyed herself, said the young master sarcastically. The robber told him that he was talking too much, but if Bailey wanted to know how she died, he should go to hell and ask her in person. Bailey turned to the lifeless body of this girl and said that he wanted to borrow her body for a while. This energy entered her body through her back, reaching her brain and subjugating her body. A moment later, one of the thieves was behind Bailey and pointed his dagger at his neck. But just as the attacker wanted to stick his dagger into his neck, he unexpectedly received a powerful kick from the girl, who was not yet alive. Several more ninjas also immediately pounced on Bailey, pointing their weapons at him. But he, together with the body of this girl, gave them a powerful rebuff, throwing them back several meters. The leader of the thieves shouted to his men not to be afraid, but no matter what kind of evil magic this snitch uses, they must finish him off. Besides, he was only one. But their further attacks also failed, the attackers flying away from Bailey like dry leaves in the wind. Bailey said that in fact this spiritual energy chi technique, called body borrowing, was forbidden because it was not aesthetic to control the living, and he only gave this body to avenge his destruction. He turned to the head of the attackers and said that he was left alone, after which he asked what he planned to do next. The man said that now he plans to use his magic weapon. Bailey gave him a stern look and asked what kind of magic weapon it was. He raised his automatic weapon and flowers came out of it. He immediately fell on his knees in front of Bailey and said that it was all his fault and began to apologize to him, begging him to spare his life. Gin and everyone present were extremely shocked by this because they did not expect such an outcome. Bailey smiled and said that he seems to have a good sense of humor, and thanks to this, he forgives the robber for the murders and robberies. He asked if it was true and began to thank him for it. Meanwhile, Bailey took the cigarette out of his mouth and asked why he was smoking indoors, after which he gave him a powerful blow, saying that he could not forgive him for smoking. The good man was sealed to the floor, but he again began to apologize and say that this would not happen again. Bailey tossed his cigarette away and said he was glad they were able to come to an agreement. People in the hall were simply delighted. They said that this young guy was extremely strong. Besides, he was handsome and incredibly cool. Mr. Harry also praised him and said that he did not expect that Bailey was so talented, not only an artist, but also a master of martial arts. Suddenly shooting started. Someone took out a machine gun and started shooting, trying to hit Bailey. He immediately threw Mr. Harry away, trying to save him. It was two robbers who were still conscious, and they said they were going to turn Bailey into the gallows for daring to hit their boss. He immediately rushed to them to neutralize the attackers while simultaneously dodging shots. They were extremely close to Khan and were amazed at his speed because they could not even hit him. Besides, they had already run out of ammunition. In no time, Bailey was there to spank them for their insolence. Grabbing their heads, he pressed them to the floor with all his might, leaving them no chance to harm anyone. Finishing with them, he said that he hoped they were the last and would not be able to cause anyone any more problems. As soon as Bailey finished with them, Linda broke into the hall, accompanied by several policemen. She was extremely impressed and shocked when she saw that all the thugs had been neutralized. Bailey said she shouldn't worry so much, but he's already taken care of everything. She faced with relief and said that he seems to have overdone it, but still thanked him for his help. He said that he promised to help them and do everything in his power. Eventually, all the robbers were arrested and taken away by the police. While they were being handcuffed, they cursed Bailey in displeasure. The leader of the robbers began to shout that he did not believe that this Schmarkok was a great master, but he swore that he would destroy him and his entire family. He said that it is unlikely that he will succeed, after which he said goodbye to him. While Bailey was resting on the couch, Gin approached him holding a box in his hands. He said that it was a jade stone that he wanted to hand over to him for salvation. He also said that he had one more request. Gin hoped that the young master would become his advisor and be able to receive a salary of 10 million every month. Bailey smiled and said that this way he could become financially free, and Harry confirmed his opinion and said that he would be free as the wind. He smiled and said that he would gladly accept his offer, and turning to Harry said that now they can heal his friend, and he will need Wukong for this phenomenon. A few hours later, they arrived at the estate of Mr. Harry's friend, where the man's son was already waiting for him. He asked if Bailey would really be able to cure his father. The young master approached the old man, and after examining him, replied that he could cure this disease, but hereditary albinism was unlikely to be cured, but he promised that he would do his best. After which he asked for acupuncture needles to be brought to him, and warned that he must also have the Wukong phenomenon. His son was very happy, and said that if he cures his father, the phenomenon of Wukong will belong to Bailey, after which he said that he will now bring acupuncture needles. After the needles were brought to him, Bailey asked him to sew up the room so that he could begin to heal. He opened the suitcase in which the phenomenon of Wukong lay. He was very lucky that he was able to use it immediately, because without it, it was difficult for him to heal this man, because he needed a lot of energy to heal him. Therefore, he had to absorb the energy of this artifact in order to obtain the power that would enable him to heal Mr. Harry's friend. He began the process of absorbing energy in his hands. Even a yin-yang symbol appeared, so powerful was this power. The soul that was contained in this artifact seemed to want to break free and breathe life into itself. Suddenly, the eyes of the Monkey King who was depicted inside the sphere lit up. Bailey was extremely surprised by this, because it meant that the soul inside Wukong still hadn't dissipated. He turned to the sealed soul and asked him to give him his spiritual chi energy, and later he would return it with an excess, and he also swore that he would definitely help this soul to be reborn. The room in which he carried out the process of energy cultivation lit up with a bright light, as if a powerful energy surge had occurred, and it seemed that the soul of the artifact agreed to his terms. Bailey was extremely exhausted, because it had been quite a while since the cultivation and healing process had started. Suddenly, he heard a faint voice behind him that addressed him. 8 hours earlier, Mr. Harry had arrived at his friend Albert Oliver's family estate, where he was met by his son Joe and grandson Michelle, who asked who Master Bailey was and why they had never heard of him before. He said that this is why he is underestimated, but even Linda Banks, the head of the Special Forces, asked him to become a Special Forces instructor because his abilities were phenomenal. Michelle knew what he was talking about because it was a special unit called the Green Dragon, and only the most gifted and talented people were taken there. Michelle was also one of the members of the Green Dragon Special Forces team. There were also the Miraculous Sword, Tiger, Snow Fox, Eagle, Wolf, and King Special Forces, all of which defended the country. Joe was extremely impressed by this information and asked if it was true. Mr. Harry said that he could confidently assure them that this young man possessed the skills of a Danjin master, and at the exhibition he had easily destroyed a dozen armed robbers. Michelle turned to his father and said that this is a chance to save their family, because his instructor told him about the appearance of the famous Dr. David Peters, who also wanted to get the Wukong phenomenon artifact. David Peters was one of the strongest people in the city from the old generation. He was about 80 years old, but he was known for being considered the god of medicine. Joe said that he doubted that the god of medicine was still alive, but tomorrow he wants to go with him to the Green Dragon's enclosure to verify this information for himself. Mr. Harry asked what they will do if David Peters is alive, because in that case they will not be able to give the apparition to Wukong Bailey. Joe answered that they will give this artifact to whoever heals his father first. Meanwhile, Mr. Albert Oliver came to his senses and turned to Bailey and said that he had not felt so well for a long time. He said that he recognized the cultivation process in the actions of his savior. Bailey was very tired and barely getting to his feet, said that it was true, but he was almost done. He took the acupuncture needles and said that it is worth continuing the treatment, so he asked Mr. Albert to remove the blanket and sit up straight. Albert agreed and sat down with his back to Bailey, whereupon the young master picked up the needle in preparation to begin the procedure. A moment later, Albert felt a powerful blow to his back and a pain that went through his body. The young master explained to him that it was a method called the Needles of the Jade Snow Palace. This method could control his soul, and with this, he could cure his genetic disease. Bailey extremely powerfully began to stick a bunch of needles into his back. Mr. Albert could barely stand the pain. But in the end, Albert began to feel a strong relieving effect from this procedure and said that it is an incredible technique. The young energy cultivator threw his body over him and warned him that now would be the last needle, which would be extremely painful, but he had to endure it. His son and grandson stood outside the door of the room and heard the screams coming from it. They were extremely alarmed because for the first time in their life, they heard Albert scream so loudly. Then the door opened and they saw the grandfather leaning on Bailey like an old friend. Joe worriedly asked his father why he got out of bed, because they saw him on his feet for the first time in a long time. Albert said that Bailey healed him, and he wanted to breathe fresh air for the first time in a long time. He turned to his son and said that he promised Bailey to give the Wukong phenomenon. Joe began to doubt that they would be able to do it. Mr. Albert asked his son what the problem was. Joe explained that they invited the god of medicine David Peters and promised him the appearance of Wukong if he could cure their hereditary disease. His father was extremely impressed by this and said that the god of medicine disappeared 20 years ago. Bailey said that he was extremely angry that they were discussing the possibility of giving the apparition to Wukong, some old crook, without even discussing it with him, since he was the one who cured Albert. Mr. Albert said that Bailey could not worry about that, but he would send people to tell the god of medicine that they no longer needed his services. Albert now called Bailey himself the god of medicine and offered him to sew for them for a while. Bailey said that he would gladly accept his offer. On the grounds of Oliver Manor, Bailey found a good place to cultivate to regain his strength. Albert said that Grandmaster Bailey's reputation was indeed well-deserved, and Joe said he would like to ask Bailey to examine Daisy. Albert said that he also wanted to see her because he had missed his granddaughter for a long time. She was in her room, and seeing her grandfather was very surprised and asked him if he was cured. He said that his illness was cured. After all, their family invited a good doctor, and now they were saved. She was extremely happy and asked her grandfather if he could cure her, because her dream was to finally leave her room and see the sun and the blue sky. Daisy asked her grandfather where this doctor was now, and if she could see him, Albert patted her on the head and said that he was now practicing near the lake and he would take her there, but asked her not to disturb him. She and her granddaughter came to the lake to see Bailey. When Daisy saw him, she was surprised to ask if it was really the same great master because he looked like an ordinary schoolboy. Bailey turned to them and asked how much longer were they going to stare at him. He turned his gaze to Daisy and asked how dare she doubt his powers. Albert turned to the young master of energy cultivation and asked to examine his granddaughter, asking if he could cure her illness as well. He said that there was a trace of yin qi in her body, a heavenly spirit, and if she didn't begin to cultivate it through energy cultivation, she would most likely have to live her entire life in darkness. But he added that it was not a fatal disease and she can turn it into her power, so he can teach her to cultivate energy and become her teacher. She was extremely surprised when she heard this and asked him how to do it. The young master replied that it is not difficult, but she must become his followers and not betray him. Otherwise, he will be forced to destroy her. Hearing this, she was even more frightened and began to stammer, unable to give an answer. Until suddenly Daisy fell to her knees and began to say that she agreed, calling Bailey a master and asking him to accept her apprentice vows. She bowed so much that she even broke her nose. Bailey asked what she was doing. Daisy replied that she saw that in the movies, when students find their teacher, they always do that. This really confused him, and he said that it is not necessary to do that, and she seems to be watching too many movies. Bailey said that he didn't really need a student, but he would really need an assistant. She rubbed her nose and looked at him in surprise. He said they were going to start right now and told her to get into the lotus position, and he was going to start powering her. 5 hours had passed, and the sun was starting to rise. As the sun's rays started to touch her body, Bailey asked Daisy if she was in pain. Daisy said she couldn't keep her eyes open when the sun came up, and she would have to go back to her room and asked Bailey if she could call him her little brother Bai. When she asked him this question, he felt déjà vu, and remembered a girl from his past life who once asked him the same question. He replied that it would be better if she called him by his full name, after which he ordered her to move closer and raise her head. He stopped her and said that this was enough, after which he pointed 2 fingers directly at her forehead and ordered her not to move. A beam of energy erupted from his fingertips, and he commanded the spirit within it to dissipate. While he was performing the ritual of cleansing Daisy's soul, someone came up to them and gave them a stern look. It turned out to be Michelle, and he immediately lashed out at Bailey, asking how dare he flirt with his sister. But Bailey reacted to this attack and easily deflected it, knocking him several meters away. Disgruntled, Daisy started yelling at him and asking why he came here and was bothering them. Michelle looked as if mad. He looked at her with his mad look, and suddenly he realized that Daisy was calmly in the sun. Realizing this, he fell on his knees in front of Bailey and began to thank him for healing his sister and ask him for forgiveness for his rudeness. The young master did not interfere with this, but only asked him if the god of medicine had not yet arrived. Michelle said that he should be there soon and added that the Green Dragon team would also arrive, while his look was somewhat strange and suspicious. Bailey saw that he was hiding something, and maybe they had set a trap for him, but he still wanted to meet this so-called god of medicine. Eventually, David Peters in the company of representatives of the Green Dragon Squad arrived at Oliver's house. Mr. Albert said that he was very grateful to them for visiting them, and it was a great honor for them. Seeing Mr. Albert, David said that he does not look like a very sick man, but on the contrary gives the impression of a very healthy person who does not even need an examination. Meanwhile, Daisy was obligingly pouring tea for her new teacher, Bailey. Mr. Albert sternly ordered her to come over and greet the guests. She happily, but a little confused, greeted them and said that she was very glad to meet them. Mr. Albert said that they should not pay attention to his granddaughter because she rarely left her room anymore and did not know how to behave properly with guests. David said that he heard about Daisy's problems with the perception of light. Suddenly, Bailey abruptly interrupted him and said that he had already healed the girl and now she was his student. One of the men began pointing a finger at the young master, calling Bailey a fraud and demanding that he be kicked out of the house. Bailey looked at him sternly and said that he must be David's student, but his behavior reminds him of a puppy because his mouth is full of saliva, like a dog's. Daisy also started yelling at him at the man and demanding that he not insult her teacher Bailey, because he proved his skill. He was immediately overcome with rage and asked how Bailey dared to call him a dog. He smiled and said that he could afford it, after which he asked what he would do for it. This aggressive man immediately rushed to attack him, trying to hit him in the face with Colin. David watched this and smirked as he thought Bailey was about to get slapped in the face for his audacity. But the young master only put out a few fingers to stop this attempt to attack himself. An electric current appeared from his fingers, which struck the attacker, and he felt as if a powerful discharge of current pierced his knee. Seeing this, David and the head of the special forces were extremely shocked, because during this attack, they saw that Bailey possessed the power of true chi energy, and this meant that he was a top-level Danjin master. The attacker immediately fell to the floor. He screamed loudly in pain, unable to move. Everyone in the room was shocked to see this, but Bailey nonchalantly asked for another seagull because he really liked it. This man screamed in pain and asked Lieutenant Dwight to arrest Bailey because he had inflicted very serious injuries on him. The lieutenant thought that it was better not to interfere, because spoiling relations with such a powerful master could even cost him his life. Meanwhile, David smiled and said that he did not expect such a young great master Danjin to appear in the world, but it was a grandson and Bailey must pay for breaking his leg. Bailey thought that he was just wasting his time with these people, because he needed to think about how to quickly return the title of the ruler of his continent Juxiao, after which Peters replied that he could call him Great Emperor Xiao Yun. David scoffs and asks if Bailey doesn't think he's the emperor and says he doesn't care, and he'll answer for his audacity anyway. Albert turned to David and asked why he was so angry, because they were both great masters of energy cultivation, and why they were in conflict. He said that precisely because they are on the same level, they must have a duel. Besides, he does not want to be talked about as a person who was frightened by some snitch. Bailey smiled and said he couldn't deny him a fight now, and suggested he go out into the backyard so he wouldn't blow up the house. When David stepped out into the backyard, he immediately got into a fighting stance and asked Bailey if he was ready to fight, to which the young master replied that he had been ready for a long time, and asked David how much longer he was going to grimace. He smiled and asked if Bailey had any idea how fast a person could be. He sternly told him that there was nothing to talk about, and ordered him to attack. After these words, David seemed to pass through Bailey's body, and his speed was truly amazing. He looked around and the old master had already left his mark, leaving behind only a small delirium. At the same moment, the old master was behind Bailey, ready to deliver a devastating blow. He was struck by the terrible speed of the master, froze in place. The force of his blow was extremely powerful, and he tried to cut Bailey in half, saying that he would now destroy him on the spot. But the young master managed to dodge and even blocked his attack, using the stone fist technique. This technique immediately turned David's hand into stone like a statue. Feeling this, he was extremely frightened because he did not believe that this young man possessed such a powerful technique. He immediately jumped away from him in terror to protect himself from the next attack. He understood that the abilities of this young master were extremely powerful, and that if he did not retreat now, he could face death. He approached Bailey and admitted his defeat. David said that he really admires him, after which he apologized. The young master looked at him sternly because he felt the insincerity of his words. Suddenly, the spectators of their match appeared near them. Daisy happily congratulated her teacher on the victory, and Albert suggested that they reconcile. Meanwhile, grandson David still could not believe that his great ancestor was defeated. David, seeing his confused face, ordered him to come immediately and bow to Grandmaster Bailey and apologize for his behavior. He fell to his knees in front of him and began to beat his head on the ground, asking Bailey for forgiveness. The young master ignored them, and turning to Daisy, he offered her to go and continue their joint practice of energy cultivation. She happily agreed. She asked him if she could now call him Xiao Yun's great teacher, and added that he was extremely skilled in martial arts, and wondered if he could teach her as well. He agreed, but said that he would teach her how to fight, but she must completely obey his rules and swear by him that she would not pass on this knowledge to anyone. He also said that if she breaks her oath and gives this knowledge to someone, he will destroy not only her, but also the person she gave it to. Daisy said she understood everything. Bailey looked at Oliver's estate, which looked quite small from above, and said that now she had to listen to him carefully. Meanwhile, they were being watched from the top floor of the manor. David thoughtfully said that a great dragon will soon appear in this world that will possess a strong mind and powerful strength, hinting at Bailey. But adding that Albert's granddaughter studying at Bailey will be able to achieve great success and even surpass them, Albert smiled and asked if he wanted to enlist Bailey's support. He said that it is unlikely that he will succeed because the young master's eyes said that he would never recognize him. At the same time, David appreciated how well Bailey was able to heal his old friend. Albert turned to his grandson and said that according to the lieutenant, their squad was looking for a head instructor, but they should take on the role of Grandmaster Bailey. Mitchell was against the idea, but Albert sternly told him to shut up and go and talk to Lieutenant General Dwight about it. Bailey and Daisy spent the night meditating, and in the morning they finished. Bailey asked her if she wanted to go to breakfast, because they had done a good job. Standing up, he said that when she deepened her energy cultivation even more, her hereditary disease would be cured by itself. She took strands of her hair and asked if this meant that her hair color would now change to black, and it would be the same as the other girls. He smiled and said, why should she be like everyone else? Because she was unique and unique in the whole world, after which he invited her to go to breakfast. They all gathered at the table. Albert said that it should wait a little while and soon the food will be brought. Meanwhile, he decided to introduce Bailey to Lieutenant Dwight. He greeted Bailey and said he was pleased to meet him, then introduced himself as a lieutenant, and added that he was a representative of the army and was in charge of the city of Dongju. He looked at him a little suspiciously, but replied that he was glad to meet him. Dwight said that he wants to invite Bailey to take over the role of chief instructor and commander of the Green Dragon Squad after that, and he can even get promoted to general. The young master looked at him carefully and asked why he was so highly valued. The lieutenant replied that, despite his youth, his abilities were already half a step from the Grand Master stage, and if he agreed, they would be able to go to the Green Dragon military base tomorrow. He replied that he would soon have to take the university exams, and that he had little time left, so he did not want to be burdened by it. Dwight said, if he wants to study at a university, the Army will order a word for him and he will be accepted to any university in the country. Moreover, he only has to be in the Green Dragon unit for only a few months. Bailey knew he had enough knowledge to pass the university exams on his own, but he was worried about his parents and didn't want to leave them alone. He said that he would be able to go to the base of the Green Dragon Squad tomorrow to assess them in person. The lieutenant replied that he was very satisfied with his decision and that he would send people for him tomorrow. The next day, a helicopter arrived at Oliver's estate for Bailey, which loudly alarmed all the local birds. The helicopter pilot confusedly asked why they members of the Green Dragon Squad should fly after some guy because they didn't even fly after the captain like that. His partner smiled and said that in any case, their task is to deliver this little one to the outskirts of the base, and the rest should not bother them. They decided to drop him a rope and see if he could reach the helicopter on this 30-meter-long rope. But if he can't do it, then they will just leave him here, because in this case, such a weakling will not be worthy to be an instructor of the squad. Realizing what the pilots were up to, Beatty sighed heavily, but said that they were already annoying him, and even the helicopter pilots decided to make fun of him. He grabbed his suitcase and then jumped to the helicopter without even using the rope. The pilot began to look down in confusion and asked where he had gone and if he was going to climb at all. His partner started to laugh and say that he probably got scared and changed his mind, but Bailey, who was already sitting behind them, said that they were right, and this smurf must have given up halfway and is already on his way home. Bailey said he decided not to waste time climbing the rope and jump aboard immediately, then asked how much longer they were going to stare at him because they had to take him to the base. After an hour, they arrived at the outskirts of the base, and one of the pilots said that the young instructor should follow them. Bailey asked them if there was no security here because the area looked quite vulnerable. The pilot replied that she actually was, but there was one peculiarity. The young master asked if his new students didn't want to go out and say hello to their new instructor. The other pilot began to laugh loudly and say that Bailey was not offended. It was just that all the members of the squad heard that he was too young, and the members of the squad were too arrogant. Bailey no longer listened to them and ordered to simply deliver his luggage to the base. The pilot saw that he had gone in the wrong direction and said that he had made a mistake with the direction. He approached the abyss and said that he just wanted to cut the path a little because the base was just at its foot. The pilot could not believe that the boy was going to jump from it because it was a real suicide. The next moment, the young instructor jumped down and flew down with an arrow. They began to laugh and say that the Green Dragon Squad would most likely be in trouble soon. Meanwhile, the detachment had a morning formation where they discussed the appearance of a new instructor. Many of the members of the detachment were unhappy that he was too young and said that they were not going to accept him, but the master sergeant ordered them to shut up. The soldiers complained that most likely it would be a frivolous child who had no right to become their instructor. Besides, they were ashamed that they would be commanded by some snitch. One of the sergeants named Tony said that he also agreed with the soldiers because it was a shame. He smiled and said that he didn't want to know him, but he didn't care what great power was behind him. But if this snitch dares to come here, he will immediately challenge him. Suddenly, they felt as if a discharge of lightning hit the ground a few meters away from them, which scared them very much. Tony looked around in horror to see what had caused such thunder. A silhouette of a man could be seen among the smoke. He turned to Tony and said that no one pulled his tongue. Bailey smiled and asked him if he would really dare to challenge him. He found himself in the center of the large crater formed by his jump. Bailey announced in a stern voice that from now on, he was their instructor, and anyone who disobeyed his will could challenge him. The soldiers were extremely shocked and amazed by his appearance. They could not believe that he jumped off the cliff and did not crash. They already began to doubt that any of them would be able to compete with him in strength. The senior sergeant looked at him disdainfully and said, "If he was able to dig up the ground a little, it does not mean that he can now threaten the Green Dragon unit." After hearing his words, the soldiers immediately felt confident and began to call him a snitch. They said that if he wants to become their instructor, he should show that he is capable. Some even began to threaten him. Bailey turned to one of the soldiers, who said that he could knock him out with one blow and offered him a duel. But he began to mumble something in response and said that he did not mean it that way. The young master sternly ordered him to speak louder and stop mumbling. Bailey said that although they are soldiers, they behave like Khan and women, after which he ordered them to attack, and he would even give them a head start. Tony lashed out at him, saying he wasn't going to take it anymore and promised Bailey that he would now feel his full power. But the young instructor easily repelled his attack, almost breaking his arm. He immediately tried to deliver another powerful blow, but this time with his foot. The young master again easily parried this blow using only a few fingers. After which, seizing him by the leg, he easily threw him into the nearest tree. He landed hard and hit hard, barely regained consciousness, and said that he would admit his defeat. He looked at them sternly and asked who else wanted to spar with him. They began to quietly discuss among themselves who would want to agree to this, but no one dared to do so. He began to shout loudly at them and ask if there is anyone among them who dares to challenge him. Finally, a one-eyed senior sergeant named Ford turned sternly to Bailey and said that he would become that man, and added that if he lost, the 3 senior sergeants would obey any of his orders. He sternly looked at him and said that he was quite brave if he dared to do this. Sergeant Ford immediately charged and tried to grab him with his strong arms, but instead only managed to grab the air, leaving him with nothing. He began to shout that his defense was almost impossible to penetrate, but suggested that Bailey should attack him instead of dodging. He said that he accepted his offer and immediately started a fight, making a powerful swing before kicking. The senior sergeant did not expect such incredible speed from the young instructor, but was very surprised by it. In the next moment, Bailey delivered a super powerful punch. His power was so powerful that a shockwave appeared around him. Other soldiers were shocked by this, but could not believe that a person was capable of such a thing. When the smoke cleared, the senior sergeant's uniform was torn and burned right on top of him, and he himself could barely stand on his feet. The senior sergeant said that he found it hard to believe that Bailey had managed to breach his defenses with such ease, after which he conceded defeat. The young master looked at him calmly, and it seemed that he was not going to end their duel there. The soldiers began to worry about their sergeant, because they believed that Bailey was up to something. He had a pistol in his hand, which he managed to grab from the Ford holster. He directed him to the head of the senior sergeant and said that if he still has any complaints against him, he can decide now. The sergeant begged the young master to lower the gun because he admits his defeat and recognizes Bailey as their instructor. A shot rang out and the bullet flew directly into Sergeant Ford's chest, but suddenly it changed its trajectory and flew in the other direction. She hit the ground. The sergeant was extremely frightened because he thought that his life would now end forever. He understood what skill this young man possessed because the bullet flew in a crooked trajectory, which meant that his level of weapon mastery was divine. The soldiers began to clamor and call Bailey a cursed divine marksman. They were sure that now with such an instructor, they would finally be able to become the best unit of all. One of the soldiers immediately saluted him and said that he recognized him as a senior instructor and was extremely impressed by his skill with weapons. He said that from this moment on, he will be under his command, and now, if someone from the squad does not obey his orders, he will beat them until his own mother does not recognize him. Bailey was not impressed with his newfound devotion and ordered him back to his seat. The young master turned to everyone and said that now he officially became their senior instructor and added that he did not need a squad of 1,000 soldiers, and only 300 of the best would be enough for him. He smiled and said that in ancient times, one of the emperors had led 3,000 soldiers to destroy his capital, but now he would have 300 soldiers to take over this world, and warned that they would face a tough selection. The soldiers were in a very high mood and said that they would not disappoint him and would do whatever he ordered them to do. Some said that they were ready to risk their lives to become one of the 300. Bailey replied that he hoped they would not forget their words when the transfer training began, after which he said that in half an hour they would start. He went to the barracks to change clothes and prepare for training. While he pulled on his officer's uniform, he thought that these soldiers were too hyperactive, so it would be difficult to get them to meditate. And he himself had to continue to improve his cultivation in order to strengthen his foundation. He turned to the soldiers who were already lined up waiting for the orders of their new instructor. Bailey said that today he would teach them the new moves that great Emperor Xiaoyun possessed, but they could call this technique the 12-star moves. The first move was called Big Buffalo, kicking the ground like thunder and lightning. It was a very powerful kick that caused a shockwave. Seeing this technique, the soldiers were extremely impressed and followed their new instructor with delight. Bailey said the second movement was called Mighty Tiger on the Hunt and held out both hands in front of him. Flames erupt from his hands, causing a powerful explosion and tearing the training dummy to pieces. The reaction of the soldiers was appropriate. They grabbed their heads and screamed in shock and delight, after which Bailey jumped up high and said that the third move was called a snake monster. After powerfully kicking the mannequin, which shattered into pieces, Bailey said the move was called the Divine Dragon, which flaps its wings and tail faster than lightning. The young master continued to show divine movements, destroying one mannequin after another. Then he stopped and said that he had finished demonstrating the 12-star movements, but noted that he had only shown them 11 movements, and said that the last movement they would practice with him personally, and if they failed with the first 11, he would make them run like the Khan of their rats. He pointed at them with his finger and said loudly that he would make them become buffaloes and lions in battle. But to begin with, Bailey ordered them to take 50 kilograms of weight each, because they were waiting for a 50-kilometer cross-country. After this hellish run, the soldiers were extremely tired, and many had absolutely no strength left. At the end of the run, Bailey was waiting for them. There were tubs filled with cold water near him, and he said that it was time for them to take a bath. They were extremely pleased because it was just what was needed after a hard, tiring run. But when they got into the water, they started to feel a lot of pain because it was icy, and after such intensive training, it seemed to them that the water resembled a sharp blade, which dug into their muscles. Bailey, on the contrary, said that he was very comfortable, and it was useful, and the temperature of the water was just right. The soldiers wondered how he could endure such pain and what good it would do. He knew what he was doing and believed that if they put in a little effort, they would later thank him for it. It was the next day of his stay at the training camp. He was sitting in his office and bored while the soldiers trained hard. He called someone named Gia and ordered a helicopter to be prepared because he needed to fly home. They landed near the best hospital in town. Bailey asked his pilot why they had landed here since he had ordered them to fly home. Gia said that during the flight she received an order to visit the hospital where Lieutenant Dwight was waiting for him. When Bailey walked into one of the hospital rooms, there was an old man lying there with his family, and Dwight was there too. He said hello and said he had invited him through Commanding General Howard, and said he had heart trouble and he wanted Bailey to examine him. The general's family was extremely upset and said that the best experts examined him, but they were powerless. While Bailey approached the old man to take a closer look, his family said that his grandfather's condition had been getting worse and worse in recent months. Dwight sighed heavily and said that the commander is more than 70 years old, and due to illness he retired. But for Dwight, he has been his mentor and friend for many years, so he has been trying to help him for a long time. The old man was connected to a drip, and breathing hard, his condition was very serious. When Bailey examined him, he realized that he had no more than 3 days left. Dwight said that he forgot to introduce Bailey to the commander's family, and said that Bailey was the god of medicine, and also pointed out that he had recently become the head of the Green Dragon Squad. After hearing this, Commander Howard's granddaughter was extremely impressed and asked if he would really be able to cure her grandfather. Bailey replied that, of course, because her grandfather's illness was not very serious for him. The son of the commander began to bow to the young master and ask him that Bailey would help heal his father, and in return he would do anything for him that he asked. There were also 2 strange men in the ward. They ironically said that this young man was too young and asked why they thought he knew something about medicine. Bailey told them that he didn't even finish high school and didn't even have a medical degree. This strange man began to point his finger at him, laugh and say that he had not even finished school but had already dared to treat his grandfather. Commander Howard's granddaughter named Gloria started shouting at him and saying that he disgraces their family. This man's name was Jim, and he was also Howard's son. He began to ask why this snob was invited and asked what kind of abilities he even had. Dwight replied that he underestimated the young Bailey and asked to allow him to examine the old Howard. Jim asked him if Bailey has any special position that allows him to treat his grandfather. Bailey said that he would not have come here if not for the request of Lieutenant Dwight, and if they wanted, they could try to cure him themselves, but warned that the old man had 3 days left. The wife of the commander's son began to accuse Bailey of disrespecting them and Commander Howard. The man who accompanied Jim was his lawyer, and he said that the commander had at least 1 more week left. Dwight convinced them that they should give Bailey a chance to try his hand, because at one time he was able to cure Mr. Albert Oliver himself from a genetic disease. They were extremely impressed by this, but it convinced them to trust Bailey. Jim and his lawyer started calling the Oliver family to make sure it was true. They were told on the phone that it was indeed true. Howard's son was finally convinced of Bailey's abilities, and calling him the god of medicine, asked him to heal his father. Even Jim seemed to change his attitude towards him, and said if Bailey could do it, he would bend his knee to him, but if not, he suddenly fell silent. Bailey gripped him tightly by the throat, and he immediately gagged, unable to catch his breath. He lifted him above him and said that he talks too much. It is already starting to annoy him. Jim said that he must be looking for his wound. Bailey once dared to touch him. The young master calmly looked at him and asked if he ever thought about how the ball feels when it is thrown. Bailey said that now he will show him this feeling and made a powerful throw. He crashed loudly into the wall, punching his head through it. His head ended up in the toilet, which was next door to the old man's room. The woman sitting there was very frightened, calling him a cursed pervert. Bailey said that throwing it was even easier than a ball. They were shocked to see, but Gloria said that it was absolutely fair. Even Dwight gave a cautious laugh, enjoying what Jim deserved. The woman started yelling at Bailey and told him to stop abusing her family and told him to get out of here immediately. Suddenly, her husband ordered her to shut up and said that now they have medicine that cures his father and she should treat him with respect. Bailey said that first he needs to check on Howard's condition, but for that, all extra people should leave the ward and not disturb him until he leaves. He knew that despite the fact that the old man had a serious illness, healing him with his current powers would not be a problem for him. And to begin, He needed to unblock his blood vessels around the heart, so Bailey set to work. He mentally turned to the old man and said that if he promised to cure him, then he would keep his word. Chi energy began to envelop his heart and heal, and unblock the channel through which the blood was supposed to flow. Old Howard even came to his senses and said that he was extremely surprised because he thought he had already passed away. Bailey came up to him and smiled. He said that he healed him and promised if he quit smoking, he would live another 10 years. The old man asked him who he was. Bailey said that he was the new head of the Green Dragon. He had the skills of medicine and also became their archer god. He asked if Dwight was able to find such a talented person for the army. Bailey smiled and nodded his head, after which Howard said he would do whatever he said. Outside the ward, the family was impatiently waiting for the results. The wife of Howard's son said that they still could not trust Bailey. Jim and his lawyer said that Bailey had no right to be here at all because he was very disrespectful to the commander's family. Suddenly, the door of the ward opened and a smiling Howard came out. He was talking to Bailey like an old friend, and they were having a fun conversation. They were said to be shocked when they saw that Howard and Bailey left the room. Jim's jaw even dropped, and he said that now it was over. Howard offered Bailey to go to his house and have dinner together. He said that when he was healthy, many people praised him for his good cooking. The young master agreed. Lawyer Jim began to say that the commander had better undergo another examination and that maybe Bailey cured only his symptoms and not the very root of the disease. Howard sternly told him to stay away from him, and he better know if he's healthy or not. They visited the commander's house and decided to have dinner together. Bailey even took Jim's place at the table while he stood in the corner. He was extremely angry about it. While they were having dinner, Howard thanked Dwight and said that he made a big contribution not only to the army by inviting Bailey, but also helped his family. The lieutenant said that he was very grateful to him for his kind words, but he proved that it was his duty. Then he turned to Bailey and said that he was extremely talented at his young age and promised that he could easily get a high rank in the army. Meanwhile, Bailey's phone rang. He picked up the phone. It was his mother, and he asked her what happened. He told the commander that it was his parents, and they asked him to come home early, which reminded Howard that Bailey was still a child. In the end, he carefully asked him to stay with them a little longer and to finish the meal. But in a moment, the young master already dissolved in the air and disappeared. Jim started growling with satisfaction that it was disrespectful. Dwight and Howard started yelling at him to finally shut up, because everyone was fed up. Meanwhile, Bailey, at high speed, jumping over the roofs of buildings, told his mother that he would be home in a minute. Commander Howard and Lieutenant Dwight went to his office. The commander took off his glasses and was surprised that even his eyesight had improved after being healed by Bailey. They discussed the latest news and what had changed in his absence. Dwight gave the commander Bailey's file and said they didn't know where he got these powers from. Suddenly, he saw something that surprised him greatly. He was shocked that this young man was from the Yun family. Howard asked why the Bailey family was in such a predicament. The lieutenant said that Bailey's father belonged to a powerful clan, but was kicked out of it, after which he came to Dongju City and built his business. Here he married a woman from the Lin clan. Her family was also unhappy with the choice of their daughter. This family had a rather strong influence in the country and controlled many processes internally. The general began to laugh and say that these clans are probably their families and did not think that an uninvited grandson could become the head of the Green Dragon. Lieutenant Dwight said that it didn't matter right now because they had more important things to worry about. Howard sighed and said he's right and they should take the necessary steps to eliminate the risks they face. Dwight asked the commander if he understood correctly that now they can connect a Green Dragon squad to this operation because they need to clear a trade route to neighboring countries. So they should create a reliable military organization. Hearing this, Dwight was very alarmed and asked if he meant a Nightblade-type organization. Howard said that he got it right and they need fighters who can go to the world level. They have to be of the highest class and really have tremendous power, and Bailey will help them with that. Meanwhile, Bailey returned home, where his father and mother were waiting for him, and there was also some unknown woman in their apartment. His mother threw herself into his arms and said that she missed him very much and was extremely glad to see him. To Bailey's surprise, despite his constant sternness, it even touched him. He said that everything was fine and asked them not to worry. His father was also extremely happy to see his son. He looked at him with tears in his eyes and said that he is not even limping anymore. Bailey once again assured them that he was fine and that his leg was also fine. His mother said it was beautiful, and then introduced him to her younger sister, telling Bailey that this was his aunt and she wanted him to meet her. She smiled and said that when Bailey was first born, she carried him in her arms and took care of him. Bailey understood that something was wrong here. After all, their family currently did not have any relations with the clans of their families. Moreover, when they were in a difficult situation, they did nothing to help them. His mother said that after passing the university exams, it would be better for him to live with his aunt in the city of Yangju. Bailey didn't want to come to Yangju because he thought there was little chi energy in that city, and he told his mother that he didn't want to do it. Bailey also added that they probably want to secure him by protecting him from the Evans family. His mother confirmed his words, then said that if the Evans family wants to take revenge on them, they will not be able to protect him, but in Yangju he will be safe. Her sister said that they can go with him too. The only thing they have to do is apologize to their parents and they won't be angry anymore. Bailey's mother's father kicked her out of the house when he found out that he had a grandson from an unwanted son-in-law, and she promised herself not to lie. But now she had no choice because she had to protect her son. Bailey said that now they should not worry about the Evans family because now Lee, their son, has been destroyed, and the Evans family will no longer interfere with their business. His mother can't believe it. His father was also very shocked by this news and could not believe his ears. But Bailey convinced them that now the Evans family did not pose any threat to them. Mr. Yun asked his son what he had done and whether they would be able to run their business again. He said that the matter was that he was taken to the army in an elite unit, and the Evans family would not dare to touch them now. His aunt said that as much as she knows, becoming a member of the army is quite difficult, and they asked him which general hired him. Bailey smiled and said that the general's name is Senior Commander Howard, and the Evans family respects him very much. When she realized who it was about, she couldn't keep her drink in her mouth from shock and surprise. Bailey said that it was true, but he even managed to get to know him well and talk. His mother turned to his aunt and said that it was going very well for them, so she should be happy for them. She said that now they really shouldn't worry about the Evans family, because no one would dare touch a person who had ever talked to General Howard. The next day, they drove straight to Dongju University where Bailey was to take his exams. His parents asked him many questions and said that he should behave well and must do his homework and be a good student. Suddenly, his father cried out in surprise when he saw several people approaching them. They were representatives of the Evans family, namely old Henry and Hannah. They seemed to be waiting for them here to meet. Bailey's father started yelling at them, pointing his finger and asking them, "Why did they come here?" He shouted that they first took over his company, crippled his son, and now they have come again to spoil their lives. Bailey's mother immediately grabbed his hand and told him not to worry. They would deal with them now. Unexpectedly, Henry and Hannah bowed low before them and said that they came here to apologize to their family. And Hannah gave his father the contract for the transfer of the company and said that from now on, all their assets amounting to tens of millions will now belong to them. Mr. Yun was very impressed and said that it was very unexpected, but he didn't even know how to answer it. Bailey put his hand on his father's shoulder and reassured him, telling him to sign the contract and not to worry. After passing the exams, he would help run the company. Henry bowed to them and said that he hoped they would never remember the past again, and that from this day forward, they were now friends. By doing this, Henry hoped that Bailey would now detach from them and allow their family to live in peace. He mentally answered him that since they behaved sensibly and admitted their guilt, he forgives them for the time being. Suddenly, Belia was approached by his classmate John. He was also entering the university. He waved at him and said that they should hurry because they might be late for the exams. His father turned to him and said that he had changed a lot in a short time, but asked him to tell what happened. He just smiled and told them that what he told them yesterday was the pure truth, but they just have to trust him. His mother wished him luck, and his aunt was impressed with the boy and said he was good at confusing other people. Two men were sitting in the office and discussing something. One of them asked if he wanted to help his family and join them. It was the father of Lee Evans. He said that they will help avenge his son, then he will give them all his money, and said that he strictly Bailey Yun must be destroyed. Meanwhile, the boys had already passed their exams. John asked Bailey who was that rich couple he saw next to him before the exam. Bailey said they were people from the Evans family. They wanted to apologize to his family. John just reminded Bailey that he promised to teach him martial arts and said that he plans to spend this summer with him. John told Bailey not to doubt him, but he will be able to do whatever he needs to do to study. The young master decided to call his parents and said that he would most likely not be at home for several months. His mother said that it must be through the army and asked him to leave the address where his military unit is located so that they can keep in touch, but he said that it was classified information and if he told it, he could be punished for it. In the meantime, a helicopter flew after them. When John saw it, he was extremely impressed, but he could not believe his eyes. Daisy was also supposed to fly with them. Bailey turned to the pilot and asked what measures the enemy country is currently taking in the course of the special operation. The pilot saluted him and said that so far no movements had been recorded, but he heard that one of the sabotage groups had gone north. He thought that this place just intersected with his future plans, after which he told the pilot that they could leave. John was shocked and asked his friend where they were going to fly. He smiled and replied that the base of the Green Dragon was waiting for them. When they arrived at the base, there were already many soldiers. The senior sergeants lined up in front of Bailey and gave him a 6 and said that they were glad to welcome him to the base. Among them was Gia. Bailey turned to her and said that from now on she will help him train soldiers. Bailey turned to Senior Sergeant Ford and ordered everyone to gather. He also pointed at John and warned him that he was a member of the squad and would be training with them. John began to smile and say that he didn't know much about the army, and said that he would need someone who could tell him everything. The sergeant told him that he could not worry now because he was now in the Green Dragon Pack and they would be brothers for the rest of their lives. Bailey smiled and told his friend to go change, and now he would teach him everything. Daisy also had time to change and asked Bailey if he liked her new uniform. He said it looked great and suited her. Gia, seeing Daisy, said that civilians are not allowed to visit the base. He replied that he is now the boss here, and if there are any problems, he will personally discuss it with the commander. He turned to Daisy and said that he brought her here to teach martial arts. She said that she will try hard and not let him down. Having changed clothes, Bailey and the girls went out to the soldiers who were already wanted and were waiting for his orders. He said that for the next 2 months, they will undergo training in this military camp. He promised that they will have time to visit the most different and dangerous corners of this world, and warned that his requirements will not be easy, and in 2 months their abilities must reach the level of Anjin. Bailey pointed to one of the soldiers and ordered him to answer what his level of ability was. Khan replied that he was currently at Anjin level and had spent 12 years practicing to achieve this. Bailey said that the girl standing with him now was 16 years old. She had just entered the path of cultivation, and she spent 5 days practicing martial arts. He offered this soldier to fight with her. The soldiers were extremely impressed by this, and were curious to see how she could compete with their brother. The soldier does not want to carry out his order, because no matter how talented a master he is, he doubts that it is possible to teach such a girl so that she can fight with him on an equal footing. Daisy was furious when she heard these taunts in her direction, and she immediately rushed to attack the soldier, saying that no one has the right to humiliate her. The soldier also immediately took a combat stance and prepared for the upcoming attack. Their fists collided, creating a powerful explosion of energy. These blows were so powerful that they were even pushed away from each other. The captain was extremely impressed with such strength and could not believe that she had only been training for 5 days. Gia A was also extremely shocked by what she saw and could not believe that this girl had acquired such skill in only 5 days of practice. Daisy smiled and asked if they were surprised by her strength, then added that it looked like her abilities weren't at such a low level. Her brother Mikkel also began to worry because his sister was now stronger than him, so it could even damage his reputation. Bailey smiled and said that now they have to make sure that he can teach them something, so they have to listen to him and train hard. Next, their next step will be to go down the mountain and gather near the river where they will start practicing all the star moves. He will be following them, so they should do it as soon as possible. He also warned that the last 100 men who did this would be left without dinner. The soldiers were very surprised by this and asked if they should start right now. But it had already dissolved like the wind, and this meant that they should go to the mountain immediately. They immediately rushed after him, but it was almost impossible to catch up with him. Bailey was already waiting for them at the top of the gorge with a stopwatch and counted the soldiers who had to get there. He said that it was the 1,000th, which meant that there was one more left. It was John. Bailey told him that it took him 3 hours to get up, and if he wanted, he could give up. John raised his head and said that he would never give up because he promised to always follow his brother and learn martial arts even if it was difficult for him. The young master began to shout at him and said that this is the army, but he should address him by rank and not as a brother. He still addressed Bailey, calling him the elder, and said that although he is weak, he will never give up even when he is on the verge of life. John had already spent almost all his strength and could not continue running. Eventually, he began to lose consciousness. 2 soldiers who were going down the mountain saw one guy flying straight down the stairs. When John landed at the foot of the mountain, he was surrounded by soldiers. The senior sergeant said that his pulse and breathing were fine, and he could still be saved. They said that they should call for medical help, but Bailey said that it was unnecessary, but he would bring him back to consciousness himself. After which he ordered him to continue on his way. They wanted to deny him, but he told them not to force him to repeat. He came closer to him. His liver and lungs were badly damaged, but he needed to use the spiritual energy of Qi to save him. Feeling a powerful energy that filled him with strength, John suddenly came to his senses. He stood up and asked if he was still alive, and again calling Bailey, his brother asked if he was his savior. Bailey said that he would help him only 3 times, and he already used one of them, after which he reminded him not to call him brother. John smiled and said that he knew that he would not let him be destroyed, and asked how he managed to save him, and now he felt even better than before. Bailey said that he shouldn't know about it, but he has to remember the training and reminded that he only chooses 300 fighters for himself. Also, Bailey reminded him that if he didn't catch up with the others, he would have to sleep in the forest, which was very dangerous. It was deep night. Most of the soldiers had already reached the assembly point. Bailey turned to his soldiers and said that this was a secret training, and the flame could reveal their location, so it was forbidden to light it today. All the soldiers together with John were very disappointed because they were very hungry after a hard march and wanted to enjoy a hot meal. Michelle turned to John and said that they should not be upset because they should learn to survive using what they find under their feet. He told him to follow him and he will show him where they can find food. John asked if he wants to offer him to eat wild animals. Michael said that he had something better, and took out a large caterpillar and said that it was good food, high in protein. John was extremely disappointed and could not believe that he was going to eat her. But Michelle had already swallowed it and said that it was soft and delicious, as if all the flavors of the world had gathered to bless his meal. It was even disgusting for John to watch how he devours these larvae. He said that he should not be ashamed and offered him to eat together. But John said that even if it was the last meal in the world, he would still never take it in his mouth. But after a while, they both already liked these caterpillars, and John said that he was finally able to feel their unique taste. Michelle said that this might not be an easy training, and they could face the forces of an enemy country at any moment. He asked John, "Why did you decide to join the army?" He said that the answer was simple because he wants to get closer to his goal. And his goal was Bailey. He wanted to become a master of martial arts like him, and in the future, everyone would respect him. Because this world was arranged in such a way that the strongest won. They continued their conversation nonchalantly until suddenly something attacked them. This creature hit John right. It looked like some mutant nailed the body of a young guy to a tree. Michelle raised his eyes in horror to see their assailant staring. He saw this creature. It was a huge, horrible mutant black widow. Seeing him, she began to scream loudly and furiously, trying to finish him off as well. Michelle was overcome with real horror. He asked in a trembling voice what was happening here. Suddenly, Bailey appeared next to them and used a divine dragon strike, knocking the monster down. A powerful electric charge hit the Petrora, and she began to scream even louder. Bailey said that they were lucky, and he felt something strange near the camp. He came here to check the situation, but he could not imagine that he would meet a Black Widow here. John was in extremely serious condition and was on the verge of destruction. There was a huge hole in his stomach. He asked Bailey to forgive him because he had let him down again. Bailey looked at him with sadness because he knew that there was no antidote to the poison of the Black Widow. The effect power of the monster's poison was extremely fast, and only a cultivator's blood could become the antidote, which had to be mixed with the poison from the monster's tail to make the medicine. He understood that if he did not do this, his friend would die. He approached the monster and broke off its sting to get the poison. After mixing his blood with the monster's poison, he made an antidote. John's further survival now depended only on himself. After he injected him with an antidote, he regained consciousness. He looked as good as new. Only his head hurt a lot. He started repeating again that Bailey would forgive him because he had caused him trouble again. The young master reminded him that this was already the second time he helped him and that John had the last chance left. Mikkel turned to John and said that he should not blame himself because it would be extremely difficult to deal with such a monster. But they did not expect that he would attack them. But he swore and said that from now on he would become stronger and show everything he was capable of. For the next 15 days, the Green Dragon unit trained in the forest under difficult conditions, where they were met by many dangerous animals. After the trials in the jungle, they went to the desert, and at the beginning of this campaign, there were 1,000 people, but now there are only 503 left. Bailey turned to his warriors and said that there were only 500 of them left, and he was glad that only the strongest remained with them, and warned them that a cold trial was ahead and they should break into small groups of 2 or 3. Bailey said they would have to build some shelters if they couldn't stand the cold. Gia asked him how they could live here. He said they had to learn to control the cold air currents to keep their body warm. Gia turned to Bailey and said that they waste a lot of people in such conditions who could still be useful for the army, but he sternly replied that he wanted to keep only the strongest. Hearing this, Gia left him dissatisfied, and Daisy, seeing the energy artifact in his suitcase, asked what he was going to do. Bailey replied that this place had a lot of chi energy to cultivate that could activate the Wukong phenomenon. 9 days later, Gia came to him with news and said that several teams had been attacked by polar bears, that they should not interfere, and that the soldiers had to deal with it themselves. A few hundred meters from them, there was a commotion. A huge polar bear was approaching them. Gia got scared and asked what they should do now. He said not to worry because it was chasing the polar bear itself. It was John and Michelle. They chased him holding spears in their hands with the words that they already agreed very strongly. They tried their best to hunt down this bear and devour it. After they bagged the bear, Bailey asked them how they felt after a successful hunt. John was in a great mood and said that it wasn't difficult because he had learned to control the cold air currents and had already reached the level of Anjin. Bailey was very pleased when he heard this. He assumed that John began to develop rapidly, and it could be because he gave him an antidote that contained his blood. He showed his technique of controlling the flow of cold air, and a flame seemed to light up around him. When Gia saw this, she was extremely shocked because this guy was just an ordinary person and now possessed the ability of an energy cultivator. Meanwhile, somewhere in the wasteland, a large armada consisting of a large number of planes and armed soldiers gathered. The commander of these soldiers said that he had come here to teach the ungrateful enemies of his country. Behind him was a veritable army of armed soldiers, just waiting for the order to attack. While they were preparing the bear, Bailey came to Gia and said that they noticed several thousand soldiers who landed in front of their camp. Bailey said he hadn't expected them to arrive so early, then asked their logisticians to prepare the weapons for his fighters and order them all to gather together. The soldiers from the opposite side asked their commander why they were waiting and not attacking immediately, because their arrival was supposed to be a surprise for them. Commander Derek Tyson said that their main target is the enemy commander, and they will give them more time to gather all in one place. He personally destroyed more than 1,000 enemy soldiers. He was also called the Junior God of War. Bailey looked through binoculars at the concentration of the enemy group of the enemy. He counted more than 2,000 soldiers. Besides, their stronghold was protected by snow and ice. Their number was much smaller and the enemy could try to suppress them with fire, but he was sure that his squad would win. Gia angrily turned to Bailey and asked if he wanted to send 500 soldiers to fight 2,000. He asked her what she had against it. She said that it was suicide. Bailey ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The soldiers' sights were immediately aimed at the enemy, and their fingers were tightly clenched on the triggers. Tension was in the air. Derek Tyson was also ready to fight and ordered to open fire. The young commander also shouted loudly to start shooting at the enemy. His fighters were in extremely high spirits. They turned into real warriors and were ready to fight fiercely. Some soldiers were immediately wounded, and their comrades called the medical corps for help. None of the parties expected such a fierce battle, because they even barely took cover and opened fire on the damage. It seems that they wanted to destroy each other at any cost. The fighters of the enemy unit also suffered losses, and the number of their combat units was significantly reduced. Michelle was surprised that John was able to learn to shoot very well in a short time. He said that he simply sent more blood to the brain, and thus he can clearly see the enemy who is thousands of meters away. Michelle didn't believe it at first, and asked John if he invented it himself, but he replied that he should talk less and try to do it himself. Seeing such tenacity of his friend, Bailey thought that he was not mistaken in him, but he did not disappoint him. Many enemy fighters, due to the skill of Bailey's soldiers, suffered life-threatening injuries, and their numbers rapidly decreased. Michelle was also able to use the technique that John advised him, and they destroyed one enemy after another. Gia, noticing this, was extremely surprised and decided to try it herself. Commander Derek was extremely angry and asked how they managed to conduct such accurate fire. And where do they have such first-class shooters? His assistant told him that after an hour of such a battle, they would be forced to retreat. He also said that soon the Air Force should join them, and they will carry out ground bombing. Derek began to shout loudly at his assistant and said that in this way they could lose even more of their people, because the planes could also hit them. Another sergeant approached the commander. Derek angrily asked him what else had happened. The soldier told him that their stronghold was attacked by Green Dragon soldiers, and they were suffering heavy losses. Hearing this, Derek became even more angry. His teeth clenched, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, and he cursed loudly. Gia, I turned to Bailey and said that it seems that he specially arranged everything to teach the soldiers first-class marksmanship, specially waiting for the attack of the enemy army. He said that the best practice is obtained during a real battle, and praised her because she too became a first-class shooter. She was very pleased to hear praise from her commander. But she thanked him, after which she asked, what was the next plan? Bailey said that they should not rush, and he had another bait for the enemy to peck at. Both sides stopped firing, and the Green Dragon squad saw someone approaching them. It was Commander Derek. His face was distorted with rage, and he was looking with his eyes at the enemy commander. He said that he challenges him and demands a battle with him one-on-one. Gia turned to Bailey and said that the enemy commander wanted to fight him personally. She assumed that it might be a trap and asked if they should open fire, but he replied that everything was going according to plan. He ordered Gia to tell the Green Dragon forces to do nothing without orders and wait for his command, and he would do the rest himself. He met with Tyson, who said if the young commander could defeat him in a fair fight, then his troops would surrender. Bailey replied, if he won, he would let them all go, but he would demand that they promise never to attack again. Tyson's soldiers were confident in their commander and believed that he would be able to tear Bailey to pieces. And they also believed that the Green Dragon's forces were weak and their advantage was only in good shooting. Gia was very worried and believed that Bailey could lose this battle because Tyson was considered a very strong and cunning warrior, and in the event of Bailey's defeat, they would all simply be destroyed. When Derek saw the enemy commander in the shelter, he was extremely pleased because he considered him a young snitch who would not be able to resist him. He began to shout that he would now skin him and make him scream in pain, after which he called Bailey a snitch and told him to attack first. After hearing these words from the enemy commander, the soldiers of the Green Dragon were overcome with extreme rage, but they barely restrained themselves so as not to attack again. The young master sternly replied to him, Derek, that he should treasure the time while he is still able to breathe and spend less of it on chatter. After these words, Derek immediately struck him with an extremely powerful and fast blow. Bailey was amazed at this speed and immediately realized that Derek's energy culling power was at Danjin's ultimate level. His next blow, the young master was able to stop with his fist, and the power of energy that was released after this collision even split the ice under their feet. Bailey yelled that it was time to have some good fun, but they started fighting like two demons. The guys saw that the place where they fought turned into a real energy tornado. Every moment something exploded and loud bursts of energy were heard. When John saw this level of struggle, he was extremely impressed, because their confrontation resembled a thirsty cataclysm. Bailey was amazed by Derek's strength, the first time he had been hurt by someone on Earth. With a sneer on his face, Derek whispered that Bailey was no match for him, and that today would be the end of him. Suddenly, there was a powerful flash and like a laser shot threw Derek to the top of the ice mountain. He was shocked by this blow. A red liquid was flowing from his mouth, but he did not understand how Bailey was able to inflict such a powerful blow on him. Wasting no time, the young commander rushed to Derek and hovered over him in the air. His eyes were burning with anger and his voice was full of rage. He asked, "Did he really think he was stronger than him?" Bailey called him trash and asked if that was all he was capable of, after which a powerful aura of destructive energy appeared over him. Seeing this power, Derek was extremely scared and amazed by it. The young master looked at him with disdain and said that he came here to attack his soldiers, and for that, he should pay with his life. After which a huge energy sword that appeared above Bailey crashed into Derek's body. The blow was so powerful that it even demolished and destroyed the top of the mountain on which he was lying. His soldiers seeing this were extremely angry with Khan, and they asked each other if their commander could survive after that. But it quickly became clear that his end had come, after which they began to run away in panic, calling the enemy commander a monster. Bailey, meanwhile, went downstairs. He didn't even pay attention to the enemy soldiers who were running away from under his feet like rats. Bailey immediately felt a slight weakness, as this battle had taken a lot of energy from him, and even if he tried to gather all that was left in him, it would take more than 10 days of cultivation. His soldiers were simply delighted with him. They said that he was a real god of war, and his last blow was something incredible. Bailey smiled and said that before they could talk, they should get ready and head to the next training location. After a few days, they found themselves in some port, stopping at a large lighthouse. The young commander turned to his soldiers and said that in the recent battle they had suffered heavy losses, and he really felt sorry for their brothers and said that there were only 387 of them left, after which he gave the order to jump the water and weave back to their country. They asked in confusion if he was serious. He said that they understood everything correctly, and their last challenge would be to weave through tens of thousands of nautical miles. This would be the end of their training. They immediately began jumping into the water, using their various swimming techniques. Bailey saw that Gia was also preparing to jump into the water, and asked her why this time she did not go against his orders. But this time she trusted him, and thought that maybe he was really capable of working miracles. She answered him that from now on, she would definitely obey his orders. He also jumped into the water and dived deep. In his hand, he had a suitcase in which lay the Wukong phenomenon. He considered this place sacred, and it is here that the soul of this artifact can be reborn. At the bottom, he saw a huge mollusk and decided that it should be removed in order to leave the artifact there. Until suddenly, he guessed that if the mollusk had been lying here all its life in this sacred place, then it could be extremely useful. Breaking its shell, he saw a pearl inside. It was extremely large, but it contained at least 300 points of Qi spiritual energy. As for Wukong's appearance, he decided to leave him here until his soul could be fully regenerated. For several days, he was engaged in energy absorption, and now he has accumulated a large amount of Qi that will rapidly accelerate his development path in the future. Now it is time to go to the island where his fighters should already be waiting for him. Arriving at the weapons point, Bailey congratulated 300 soldiers who, after 2 months of intense training, coped with all the tasks and passed the tests, after which he solemnly announced that the special training was over and a new life awaits them. Gia smiled and thought that it looked like they could win the championship at the fall meeting among the best special teams in the world this year. When they got back to base, John came into Bailey's office and asked if he could go back to studying at Dongju University. Bailey said that until he is drafted again, he is free and is not allowed to divulge information about what happened here, even to his parents. John said that he understood and thanked his teacher and friend for teaching him. Then the commander came to his office and congratulated the head of the Green Dragon on the successful completion of special training. Bailey asked Commander Howard what brought him here. He said that he had to come because he learned about how he and his special forces were able to defeat the enemy of Amria and made an invaluable contribution to the defense of the country. So he came to fulfill his promise and give him the rank of Major General, his commander solemnly announced. The young master was extremely impressed by this and asked if he really wanted to promote him to Major General. He said that this is exactly what he wants to do, because Bailey was able to turn the agents of the Green Dragon into the strongest first-class team in 2 months. Gia held his order and happily greeted her commander. Howard also said that Bailey was able to destroy the commander-in-chief of an enemy country who was considered one of the strongest in the world. Bailey saluted him and said he was extremely grateful for his kindness, then invited him to look at the 300 first-class warriors he had been able to train. Howard said it's no wonder he had enough soldiers to destroy the enemy forces because now he sees incredible strength and determination in her eyes. The young commander said that each of these soldiers can be considered a high-class marksman and their skill is at the level of Anjin, and the 3 sergeants are at Huajin. And in the future, they can become great martial artists and reach the level of Danjin. Commander Howard and Lieutenant Dwight were incredibly shocked to hear this. Bailey turned to his soldiers and ordered those who destroyed the white sharks to step forward. 3 soldiers led by Sergeant Ford stepped forward. The young commander also ordered those soldiers who were able to finish off the sick bear to take a step forward. Almost half of the squad took a step forward. The commander and the lieutenant were simply shocked, and Howard's jaw almost dropped. Bailey asked if they were completely satisfied with the skill of his soldiers. The commander thought that perhaps the most glorious and powerful general in the entire history of their army was standing before him. He said that he is not only satisfied and extremely impressed by this, but also that he is sure that these 300 men will become their elite army that will be able to influence the whole world. The young commander was sitting in the plane and headed somewhere to the north. Looking out the window, he remembered his conversation with the general, which did not leave his head. Howard said that now they were opposed by a hostile organization of killers. Their leader was Adrian Ken. They were arrogant and very arrogant. Besides, their leader single-handedly destroyed the entire past generation of green dragons. He said that their cultivation and strength were at a high level, and the resources and strength of their country were not enough to finish them off. So he suggested Bailey to deal with it. He said that he understood the danger of this task, and he would understand if Bailey refused. He told the commander not to worry, but he is willing to take this risk to help the country. Howard was very happy and said that for these risks, he is getting a worthy reward, after which he asked if he knew anything about the Blackwater Company. It belonged to one of the clans that was in the United States, and if Bailey was successful, he could take this company for himself. Bailey thought that he didn't need profit and money, but if he had a company with branches all over the world, it could greatly help him in his further ascent. His secretary came to him and said that someone was calling him on the phone. He picked up the phone and said that he was listening carefully. It was Hannah. She said that everything was bad. Her father contacted the Gordon family, and they even stole her baby boy. She begged him for help and asked him to come immediately. Bailey was not surprised that this family had problems again. He said that he would help, but warned that from now on, her whole family must follow all his orders. He gave the phone to the secretary and ordered to call the commander and say that the Evans and Gordon families want to harm people in the country, and they must be neutralized. Bailey thought that this would be the right decision because they could be very dangerous for his family. Now there were about 800 points of spiritual energy in his body, but with the Wukong artifact, it will be even more, so it must be returned. His secretary and her assistant who flew with him on the plane, they watched him and dreamed if it were wonderful, if he was their boyfriend. While they were immersed in their wet dreams, suddenly a strong wind appeared on the plane, which surprised them very much. Meanwhile, the airlock opened, and Bailey was preparing to jump from the plane. They just flew over the place in the middle of the ocean, where he left the Wukong phenomenon artifact. They were shocked by his act and scared and asked what he was doing. Meanwhile, the young commander jumped off the plane and, holding his cap so that it would not be blown away by the wind, flew downwards directly into the water. Meanwhile, a large yacht was floating in the sea with some men on it. They retrieved from the bottom of the sea a suitcase in which the Wukong phenomenon lay. They were very pleased because they believed that this artifact would help their master to break through to a new level. Suddenly, they heard a great splash of water, as if someone had jumped into the water from a great height. A young commander was rising above the sea. He sternly looked at the men and asked who dared to be tempted by his artifact. He sternly ordered them to return his Wukong apparition artifact to him immediately and asked who gave them permission to touch it. They pointed their guns at him, and their chief said that he was a man of a great master from the city of Lyon named Adrian Ken, and asked Bailey who he was, after which he said that they were the first to find him and ordered him to get out of here. Suddenly, his guards were attacked by deadly lasers, which destroyed them instantly. It was Bailey's handiwork. He held out a pair of fingers in front of him, the tips of which shot out deadly energy balls. The man began to scream in terror and said that Bailey would not dare to touch him because it would cause him serious problems. After that, the young master sent another powerful shot of energy into the yacht, causing it to instantly explode. He took out the suitcase and once again looked at his artifact. There was a walkie-talkie nearby. With it, a voice was heard asking if they were able to get the artifact. Bailey took the walkie-talkie and sternly asked him if he understood correctly what he was talking to Adrian Ken. Judging by his voice, there was a real monster on the other side of the walkie-talkie. Adrian said that it looks like Bailey was able to destroy his people, and said that he would spare his life if he returned the artifact. Bailey said that he wanted $100 billion for this artifact. Adrian looked really like a real monster. He was holding some girl in his hands and said that Bailey was not in the position to set his terms. The girl he held in his arms begged him to let her mother go and promised that she would not run away from him and would do whatever he ordered her to do. Her mother asked him for forgiveness, and she said that he did not harm her child. The monster started shouting loudly at her and ordering her to shut up, after which he crushed her with his foot. He returned to the girl and said that only because she asked him, he would let her mother go in peace. He once again turned to Bailey and said that he had listened to him carefully, and that if he did not bring him his artifact, his parents would be destroyed. The girl was all shocked by this horror that she had to experience, but she had hoped that someone would be able to free her. Bailey answered him that if he dares to lay a finger on his parents, he will be destroyed. After which Adrian hung up and said that he had little time left. The young master was overcome with mad rage and he wanted to blow this monster to pieces. Bailey decided that he needed to return home immediately and provide reliable safety for his parents. When he had already gone over the water, some kind of energy sphere appeared, inside of which there was a person. Similar. This woman also hunted for the artifact and came here feeling its powerful energy. Meanwhile, Adrian summoned his assistant named Bruno and ordered him to contact their people in China and find out information about a person named Bailey Yun. Bruno said that he would do everything necessary from him. Adrian said that he wanted to arrange a gift for the family of this snob. He was extremely angry and was ready to go to any lengths because of the Wukong phenomenon, was associated with his plan to take over the world. The girl continued to sit over her mother's body and cry bitterly. The monster ordered her to shut up immediately because he was tired of whining. Adrian turned to his assistant and ordered him to cut her throat immediately. He was merciless and could easily take the life of any person when he got bored. Bruno grabbed her and put the blade of the knife to her throat. She tried to resist but begged not to do it, but it was too late. Meanwhile, the girl had already lost her life, and Adrian, observing her body, said that the same thing awaits Bailey. Meanwhile, Bailey was already able to finish casting a magic circle spell to ensure the protection of his family's home. Their entire house was under the shield, and if anyone with a level below Danjin entered here, they would be destroyed immediately. While he put protection on the house, he remembered how his parents took care of him while he was in a serious condition after the accident. His mother suffered a lot when he was in the hospital and said that she believed that he would be able to survive this and become strong. After he recovered, many people continued to laugh at him, calling him trash. Some told him he should end his worthless life. His parents protected him, and when the Evans family sent various thugs to him to beat him up, they were always ready to provide him with a shoulder on which he could lean to cope with difficulties. They had protected him and helped him before, and now it was his turn to take care of them. While he was casting a protection spell, they suddenly sneaked up on him and asked what he was drawing here. Of course, they had no idea of his power and thought he was just playing around. He said that he wanted to cast a protection aura for their house, and that's what he was taught in the army, after which he said that he was very tired and wanted to go to bed early to rest today. They said they understood everything and warned that dinner was in the fridge in case he got hungry. But when Bailey returned to his room, he didn't go to sleep but continued to cultivate to increase the power of his energy, and he now had the Wukong phenomenon. He knew that his new enemy had the highest level of Danjin, and he was superior to him in many ways, so Bailey had to break through to a new level. Tonight, he had to absorb all the energy he could muster and break through to the level of a spiritual grandmaster. Suddenly, he heard some commotion behind the door of his room. His parents were discussing what seemed to be a courier delivery, and he continued his meditation. That night, with the help of the Wukong phenomenon artifact, he became a great spiritual master and was able to fully master the new Fire Emperor technique, the firepower of which gave him an advantage even over the Danjin masters. The next morning, Bailey saw that his artifact of the Wukong phenomenon had disappeared somewhere. Also, he did not feel the presence of his parents nearby. Panic gripped him, and he quickly ran out of his room. He saw an empty box in front of him and remembered the conversation of his parents yesterday when he heard that the courier had come to them. Inside the box were scrolls with spells. They were created by a combination of demon magic and caused clouding of the mind. Bailey immediately understood everything. He hit the wall with his fist and said that this bastard Adrian hypnotized his parents and cut them out along with his artifact. He blamed himself for not being able to guess everything yesterday and promised himself that he would definitely finish him off. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation that took over his body. It started from his head and penetrated him to his heels. He felt that a woman was standing behind him. She turned to him and called him a baby. She said that she would like to ask him several questions. Her first question was whether he had created this protective field above the house, and the second question was whether he had seen the Wukong phenomenon artifact nearby. He started yelling at her and asked, did Adrian order her to come here? At first, she wondered how this boy knew that monster, and said that he was in no position to beg with her like that, after which she asked again if he had seen a round stone here. Bailey was very angry and wanted to use the infernal word technique on her to get her out of here. She was extremely amazed when she realized that this child could control the energy of heaven and earth. The next moment, there was a loud explosion, and a powerful beam of fire energy pierced the wall of their apartment. She barely had time to dodge and save her life. She could not even think that such a strong practitioner of energy cultivation would appear in China. When she flew out of the apartment, he saw that the woman had lost some locket. Bailey picked it up to take a closer look. He saw the initials of the Chervanasliva organization on it. He had heard about it before, but could not imagine that it really existed. It was the largest underground organization in China. Their strength, talent, and fighting power conquered the whole planet, but they belonged to the dark side of this world. But he did not care about the power of this organization, and if they dare to harm his parents, he will destroy them all. He called his secretary to send 500 Green Dragon soldiers to the airport because they are going to the city of Lion to destroy Adrian Ken. Bailey's parents were in Adrian's lair. They were still under hypnosis. Also, he was able to get the Wukong apparition, which he was very pleased with. But then he saw that the energy inside the artifact had completely disappeared. After which, out of anger, he kicked Bailey's father, and the doll flew away several meters, as if lifeless. Also, he grabbed his mother's head and started yelling that Bailey had cheated on him and said that he would make him regret it because of that. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, and she decided that this Bailey Smurf could have hidden energy elsewhere, so that he would still need his parents. He turned to his servants and said that they should take his father to the airport and wait for Bailey and tell him that if he wants to save his mother, he must sacrifice his life. It was the Lion Airport, where Adrian's henchmen were already waiting for Bailey. Bailey was already on the spot with Senior Sergeant Ford. He asked him to be his assistant today and ordered him to contact the soldiers and wait for orders. Suddenly, he saw something that surprised and frightened him. Adrian's servants were standing in front of him, and his father was with them. They said that they came here on the orders of their boss. When Bailey saw them, he could barely contain himself from tearing them into molecules. Bruno turned to him and said that he gave Bailey if he wants to save his mother, but he has to bring back the energy he stole, and the boss will be waiting for him at the battle for the kingdom in 2 days. The young master gave him his maddened, demonic gaze and said that these were his last words, after which Adrian's assistants were burned to the ground in a second by a terrible flame. The rage that settled in his heart was mad, and it wanted to break out. His servants were burning in a terrible fire and begged him to stop, but it was too late. He picked him up and ordered Ford to take him to the best hospital. This was seen by one of the spies who was following these events and called his boss and said that he saw the leader of the Green Dragon Squad who wants to create problems for Adrian. The man on the other side of the receiver said that he understood everything, and the security guard told him about the high energy level of this guy. He said that they immediately sent people to help Bailey and told him that Ben Lee wanted to work with him to finish off Adrian. The guard said that he understood everything, after which he hung up. Meanwhile, Ben Lee looked at the photo that was on his desk. It showed his wife and his son John Lee, who was Bailey's friend. The fact is that Ben Lee had an old score with Adrian. He was his competitor in the criminal business, and now he has a good opportunity to get rid of him. Meanwhile, Bailey and his father were already at the best hospital in town. Mr. Yoon was in a terrible state. The magic used by Adrian caused a very serious effect on the human psyche and internal organs. Bailey used the Phoenix and Nirvana art technique that was supposed to restore him in 49 days. But it would be a painful procedure, and he believed that his father would have to deal with it. But his mother was still being held hostage, and in order to save her, he had to finish off Adrian, so he had to immediately go to the battle for the kingdom competition. Suddenly, Bailey saw that someone approached the window of the ward. He pointed his hand at him and was about to destroy this person. This man immediately began begging him to stop and said that he had come with good intentions and that they could discuss everything calmly. This man said that he was Mr. Ben Lee's butler. He heard that Bailey was a genius who wanted to destroy Adrian, and he sent him here to help. He had never heard of the Lee clan and told the man that he didn't need help. The man said that he should not refuse help because it was possible to enter the battle for the kingdom competition only by special invitation. He also said that their clan could help heal his father because he was under the influence of Adrian's dark magic. Bailey decided that the Lee family's motives were not that simple, but his mother was being held hostage and he didn't have much time to think. He agreed and asked them to take care of his father for now. Meanwhile, the Battle of the Realms competition started. The host announced the rules and said the only rule was to survive or be destroyed, and invited the audience to place their bets, and announced the first contestant to be Bailey. Bailey called his men from the Green Dragon unit and said that they were to find out Adrian's location and trap him. Bailey's first opponents were a fat man and woman. The fat man said that he would only need one move to finish off this snob. Looking, he found out that the fat man and the woman had just reached the Great Danjin level. But the guy next to them was strange, and it was not clear what level he had. The rules also did not prohibit betting on himself and taking other fighters as assistants. Bailey turned to the butler and said that he wanted to take 20 million from them, and if he won, he would pay them double the price. He said that there are no problems and that he can even take his money. One of the viewers said that this schmarkak will not last even 5 seconds, and this bet is a stupid waste of money. The man who was to confront Bailey said that it would be good if his master came here. He looked at him and said with a smile that he must have been Adrian's tame dog. Then a real whirlwind of fire appeared around him, and his eyes lit up with red light, and he said that they will not be able to stop him, and they will all be destroyed today. The woman across from him said it was delusional. She used poison needles, and they planned to immediately neutralize Bailey with their poison. The fat man and the other man also rushed to attack him, still feeling their superiority. The man immediately tried to use the rapid fist technique on him. Bailey asked if it was a rush fist, so he promised to show him the real force fist now. He immediately used one of the 12 moves, Fire Tiger Blast. The attacker immediately received a powerful blow from which, losing consciousness, he flew several meters away. But the fat man was already over Bailey and swung his big arms at him to knock him down like an insect. The man on the stand really cheered for these three because he bet $1 million on them and was sure that they would turn this snot into a pile of dirt. Bailey delivered a super powerful blow to the fat man, and he almost flew out of the stratosphere. When the woman saw what was waiting for their colleagues, she was extremely scared because this guy was able to defeat them with only one blow. While she was approaching him, he gave her a powerful kick. This blow was so powerful and tearing that it instantly destroyed her clothes and left her almost naked. Meanwhile, the fat man also fell from a height to the ground. The presenter was delighted and shouted that it was simply incredible, because no one expected that this child from China would turn out to be such a powerful warrior. This battle was watched by one young man. He turned to his uncle and said that he was right, and it was not for nothing that he bet 60 million on him. His name was Chris. His uncle named Jan smiled and asked the young man if he thought that the big organizations would allow this guy and the Lee clan to take all the money from the bets. Suddenly something scared the whole young man very much. The fact is that shooting began in the arena, and several bullets flew directly into Bailey. Several people stood on the roof and tried to hit the young master. It was several men, one of them who was younger seemed to be a skilled shooter and tried to hit Bailey, but they did not have time to understand where he had gone, as he was already in front of them, which frightened them very much. In his hand, he held the bullet with which they aimed to hit him. He turned to them and asked, did they decide that this miserable trick would be able to finish him off? After which he immediately burned their bodies with hellfire, leaving nothing of them. Bailey looked at the audience and said, this is how their city treats its guests. Chris was also extremely impressed, but could not understand where he got such power and why he possessed fiery energy. He told his uncle that this guy was too strong, but they, can't control him. They must immediately prepare to destroy him and prevent him from leaving this building. He told his uncle that they should take his energy from him and give it to his father, who looked at him with fear and said that they would do anything. Bailey returned to the arena, leaving a trail of fire behind him, but one of his rivals tried to attack him again. He managed to react and block his strike. The only thing that surprised him was that he didn't detect his level at first, but now he was a Danjin level master. The fact is that this man was controlled by Adrian. He said that he was amazed that Bailey was still alive, and this means that he will have to do everything with his own hands. Also, he saw that Bailey used the energy of heaven and earth, and this meant that he must have already absorbed the energy of Wukong. When Bailey realized that Adrian was in front of him, he started yelling at him and asking where his mother was. He said that now she is under his feet, and he uses her body to put his feet on her. He said that he was giving him one last chance to bring him the stolen energy, and that he should go to Spirit Island where he would be waiting for him. This island was a special area where he could use his magic to take away Bailey's energy. Adrian, using the body of this man, appealed to all viewers and promised that anyone who can cut off Bailey's head will receive $500 million from him. Everyone present was extremely surprised when they heard this amount of money, but fighting with Bailey was also a very dangerous occupation. But some of them were ready to risk it for the sake of this money. The man under Adrian's control immediately pounced on the young master. Bailey directed his infernal flames at him, and while his body was burning, he laughed and said that he was waiting for him on the island. Bailey was already surrounded by many armed people. They said that they should just kill the young Chinese to get a huge amount of money. Meanwhile, the young master understood that Adrian had arranged all this to leave him without strength. Before he went to the island, he loudly addressed his bodyguards from the Green Dragon and ordered them to destroy them all. Immediately after that, the ceiling of the building exploded, but he flew out like lightning through a hole in the roof. Meanwhile, the door leading to the hall opened, and behind it appeared a large group of armed soldiers from the Green Dragon. The butler, called his master Ben Lee, immediately called his master and said that Bailey went to Spirit Island to get revenge on Adrian. He said that their men should surround the island and gather all the energy after both sides are injured and weakened, then they can finish off Adrian themselves. Bailey was running at full speed over the ocean to the side of the island. He mentally turned to his mother and told her not to worry because he would soon come to save her. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly when he saw 4 people in front of him who blocked his way. He turned to them and warned them that they had better not disturb him if they wanted to save their lives. It was the same woman from the Chervonezliva organization, surrounded by 3 other men. Her name was Elaine Faith. Edgar Fabian was also with her. He turned to Bailey and said that he was trapped, and if he can break their magic today, he will take out his heart himself and cook it for dinner. In their company was also a great master of energy named Felix Gray. He said that he did not want to destroy Bailey, but he wanted to get the 500 million that was promised for his head. The latter was a surprisingly large man. His name was Goodwin, and it seemed he just wanted to destroy the young master for company. Each of these fighters had the highest level of Danjin cultivation. They created a magic circle around Bailey, trying to trap him inside so he couldn't use his powers. He immediately felt this super powerful force that fell on him and prevented him from acting. He raised his hand and a flame appeared in his palm. He understood that such a circle could restrain and harm an ordinary spiritual master, but he had already passed this stage and was at a higher level. Elaine was extremely impressed and wondered if he would be able to break this circle, because they had never met a person who could. Edgar started yelling that Bailey was taking on too much and that today he would definitely be destroyed for his insolence. After which he was immediately attacked by a huge blade-like lightning bursting from the sky. He realized that this technique was very similar to the fourth of the 9 heavens, and he would have to expend some strength to neutralize it, and immediately used the third style of true fire, and directed this force towards the heavenly blade. Elaine was shocked, and said that even the god of martial arts would not be able to neutralize this technique so easily. Her eyes widened. She felt real horror when she realized that this guy was able to reach the level of a martial arts god or even higher, and if they continued to fight with them, he would finish them all off. Bailey was filled with incredible rage because they dared to stand in his way as he raced to save his mother and forced him to use up his powers before meeting Andrian, for which he promised to destroy them and turn them into ashes. He rose high into the sky, and the first blow he inflicted on Felix, he only managed to cover himself with his hands and began to scream from the horror and terrible pain that fell on him. Goodwin immediately started running away and shouting that this guy was a real monster just like Andrian, but the young master was not going to let them go, but wanted to enjoy his revenge enough by multiplying them by 0. Elaine immediately rushed to the side of the yacht where some people were waiting for her. Chris was on board the yacht with his bodyguard. She said that they should run away immediately, because Bailey may catch up with them soon, and if he succeeds, they will all be destroyed. A bodyguard aimed some kind of huge cannon at Bailey, hoping to hit him and hold him down for a while. It was able to restrain him a little, but his protective energy neutralized this attack. He understood that there was no time for this battle, and now the most important thing for him was to go to the island to save his mother. Bailey left them and flew away, but finally said that he will never forget what they did today and will get revenge on them. Chris turned to Elaine, calling her aunt. He said it looks like Bailey is backing down and asked her if he should chase him. She said if he wants to be destroyed, then he can chase him, and they will never be able to defeat him. He began to deny and say that the energy he owns is worth $500 million. Elaine said that energy and money are important things, but because of him, they can all die. Meanwhile, Bailey arrived on the island. It seems it was the same Adrian's lair that he called the spiritual island. He felt very strange sensations and his body seemed to shake. He understood that Adrian was using dark magic and had prepared a magic trap here in advance in which Bailey's energy would gradually fade, so he should act as soon as possible. He shouted his name and ordered him to appear immediately in front of him. Suddenly, a terrible black shadow emerged from the darkness. Its eyes blazed with an ominous red glow, and from the depths of the creature sounded a terrible, frightening laugh. Adrian himself appeared in front of him and said that they finally saw each other. Bailey ordered that his mother be given up immediately, and then he would leave him alive. Meanwhile, Miss Yun was under hypnosis. She stood behind one of the columns, holding a sharp dagger at the ready. Adrian started laughing and said that once he absorbed all of his energy, he would send Bailey and his mother to hell. Bailey was seized with incredible rage, and he began to shout that today he would destroy him. He raised his hand up and began to shout as he summoned his strongest heavenly fire falling technique. Andrian was even pleased when he realized that Bailey was able to reach such a high level, because it was a worthy opponent, after which he summoned a great army of dead spirits and ordered them to attack his enemy. He said that this place is in accordance with his attribute of darkness, and Bailey will not be able to oppose him. Suddenly, he saw a large fire lotus in front of him. This technique could not appear in this place, and he could not believe that Bailey was capable of such a thing. The young master summoned the Imperial Demonic Lotus Flame technique. Andrian began to shout in horror that this technique was an absolute god of martial arts, and it was impossible, after which he ordered his army to immediately attack him with all their might. The army of the dead tried to create a shield to protect themselves from the power of the Emperor's fire lotus, but it was all in vain, and they were swept away under its mighty power. A powerful explosion occurred that thundered over the entire island and illuminated everything around. A large crater formed between Bailey and Andrian after the lotus attack, and the monster himself fell to his knees and began to cough up a red liquid from his mouth. Bailey told him that if he wanted to live, he had to release his mother. He will laugh again and say that he is not so stupid as to fight him honestly and with all his might. Bailey was filled with incredible hatred for this monster and wanted to end it here and now, until suddenly he felt how a cold, sharp blade stuck into his back. Suddenly, someone from behind stuck cold steel into his back. A sharp pain pierced his body. He looked around and was horrified to see his mother with tears streaming down her eyes. Bailey was just about to say what Andrian was up to, but he had already disappeared from his sight. In a moment, he found himself sheltering Bailey and was about to strike him with a powerful blow that knocked the spirit out of his body and again promised to send him to hell. But his mother managed to come to her senses and pushed her son away, and covering him with her body, she stood before the monster and told him not to hiss her son. Bailey shouted for her to move away because it was very dangerous. But at the same moment, the monster struck her with a powerful blow. Bailey was extremely impressed by what he saw. His senses disappeared, and he turned into a monster that wanted to just destroy everything around. A flame ignited in his hands. He turned to Adrian and said that it was over. He began to scream at him frantically and said that he would pull his black soul out of him and burn it to the ground. He, as always, began to laugh and ask if Bailey thought he would fight him fairly, after which he ordered his servants to bring him the head of this snot on a tray. The young master once again used the Imperial Demonic Lotus technique, directing it at Andrian. He realized that this boy would fight him to the last, and began to call his servants, asking why they had not yet appeared. Meanwhile, Bailey was ready to use all his energy to the last drop to destroy this monstrosity. When he finally fell to the ground unconscious, Bailey ran to his mother and picked her up and told her to hold on, and he was going to take her home. Suddenly he heard the voices of strangers, and they told him that he was indeed very strong. These men, led by Ben Lee, held Andrian's guard and thanked Bailey for his help in taking down the competitor, and told him that he should not thank them for dealing with his assistance. He angrily said no more talking and ordered them to take his mother to the hospital. He said that for helping Bailey, he should pay them back and give them his energy, and after that they would take care of his mother, after which he ordered his men to grab him and tie him up because now he had absolutely no energy left. Bailey said that now he understood everything, but that's why everything was so simple, but they agreed to help him for no reason. In a moment, the young master was already behind Ben Lee, preparing to deal him a fatal blow. His guards were extremely amazed and asked why he could still move so fast. One of them pointed to Adrian's body and suggested that Bailey might have absorbed his chi energy. They were right. Bailey was really able to absorb Adrian's energy and power, and although it wouldn't last long in his body, this time would be enough to finish them all off. Ben Lee understood his situation and begged the young master energy cultivator not to destroy him, but instead promised to help him heal his parents. But Bailey said that it was too late to beg for mercy. He shouted that his parents were affected by clouding magic, and in their city, only his clan can heal them besides he is wanted by other martial arts masters. Suddenly Bailey stopped. He understood that there was truth in his words. Bailey said that anyone who betrays him must be destroyed. But since Ben Lee promised to take care of his parents, he will give him one more day to live. While the doctors cared for Bailey's parents, he said that Ben Lee should prepare his will, and then he would let him pass away. Ben Lee approached Bailey, asking if before he was destroyed, he could grant just one wish to call his family, since he hadn't seen them in 17 years. He dialed his son's number with trembling hands because he had been meaning to do it for years, but lacked the courage. But now was his last chance, and he had to use it. The person on the other end of the phone picked up the phone and asked who it was. Ben Lee introduced himself and asked if his son John Lee was okay. Bailey was extremely surprised to hear that his son was his best friend. His ex-woman with words in her eyes said she warned him not to bother them again. He said he just wanted to know if everything was okay with them. She said that they were fine and warned him that he should not call here again. Meanwhile, John was playing on the phone and had no idea that his father had called them for the last time. He turned to Bailey with tears in his eyes and said he was ready, but he didn't know what to do now because John had never even talked about his father. Bailey said that there was no great need to destroy him yet and suggested that he go and see his family. He said that when he was still an ordinary gangster, he met his future wife named Ginny, and they had a son they named him John. He said that his enemies managed to find out their home address, after which they caused a lot of trouble for them, and even left his son with a scar on his face. And he decided that his presence would be a threat to them. Ginny was also against his presence because he then lied to her and said that he was able to find a normal job, but his lie was quickly exposed. Bailey now understood why John had such a persistent character, because he and his mother had a difficult life, and he always wanted to have the strength to protect his family. Eventually, Bailey told Ben Lee that John was his best friend. He said he wanted Ben Lee to send his men to keep his parents safe. Then he would be willing to forget about his betrayal. Ben Lee's tears of happiness flowed, but he thanked him for this kindness and promised that their family would always be in his debt. The next day, a sensational story hit the news saying that a young master appeared who surprised the entire Asian world, and he was a martial arts god. A man and a woman were having a conversation on top of one of the city's skyscrapers. The man said that a few days ago information came that Bailey was in the Lee clan estate. He suggested that the entire underworld might now come under the control of the Lee clan. Meanwhile, Chris was driving in the car. He was thinking that the power of his people would not be enough to destroy Bailey, but his organization was very powerful, and they could invent something to eliminate him. Bailey himself at that time was on a yacht that was heading across the ocean and was taking him home. He called someone and said that he was already on his way home, and in 2 days at 12 o'clock, he would be at the port and asked to be met. Bailey understood that his parents were his weak link, and even with his strength, it was still difficult for him to protect them all the time, so he should make protective gear for them to prevent future problems. On the way, the young master asked to stop the yacht near one of the islands where he felt the radiation of strong energy. He felt that there was a spiritual stone of energy and went down to its shore. There he saw a man who was washed up on this shore by the waves. Bailey was surprised to find a spirit stone in his pocket. Inside this stone was a demonic spirit, and he was very surprised that in this world on Earth they still existed. 2 days later, he arrived at the local port, where he was met by the commanding officer, accompanied by Lieutenant Dwight. Bailey said that this time he was almost defeated, and his parents were in danger, and now he needs a powerful team. Commander Gordon said that he had made such a disturbance in a neighboring country, and he agreed to provide him with an entire armada of bodyguards. Bailey turned to Ben Lee and said that he should talk to the commander alone. He said that he understood everything and promised to arrange everything for his parents. Howard asked him what Bailey wanted to talk to him about. He said that he would like to give a name to his new unit that will now work with him and call it the Yuxiao organization. The commander said that this is a great name, and he has acquaintances who will help arrange it all, after which he asked what Bailey plans to do next. He said that first he would like to take care of the safety of his parents, then he will have to go to the city to solve several issues. Suddenly someone addressed him, and he was very surprised to hear this voice. It was Hannah Evans. She kindly offered to take him to town. Lieutenant Dwight asked Bailey how he was doing with the Evans family. He said that everything was fine, but they had already resolved all the issues. Howard started laughing and said that his granddaughter asked Bailey to teach her some tricks too. He replied that if he personally asks him for it, then he will definitely do it. The commander said that this young hero was their main support, and finally they were able to find such a person for themselves. Bailey called someone to the owner of the auction house and asked him to prepare some precious stones for him, which he planned to use to protect his parents. He also asked Hannah to rent a house for him near the university. She said that now the Evans family had financial problems, and the rent around the educational institution was very expensive. He said that he did not ask her to pay for it, but just to find it. In addition, Ben Lee promised to pay him $300 million, which he won at the expense of bets during his participation in the competition. So he said he would give her $100 million, and if it wasn't enough, she should just call him. He said that 2 girls would live in this house with him. She was very surprised to learn that he had such money because he had just recently graduated from high school, and she was also interested in what kind of girls were going to live with him. He said that he will leave her the numbers of these girls, and when everything is ready, she should call them and invite them there. Hannah said that she also studies at this university and asked if she could live there too. He said if she wants, then he doesn't mind. But in that case, she has to take care of his daily life washing things. Cooking, bathing, etc. He asked if she can handle it. She had already imagined how they would take a bath together, and it confused her a little, but the opportunity to live with him together was worth it, and she agreed and thanked him for it. In the meantime, he arrived at the auction palace, where he was met by Christie, and immediately led to Gin's office. He said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he had already prepared a good product for him. Bailey took one of them. Gin said that it takes a lot of time to make such a protective stone, and for this you need to invite great masters. The young master turned this precious stone into a protective stone in an instant, which immediately increased its price tenfold. Gin was shocked to see this. His eyes immediately lit up, but he wanted to offer his young companion a business idea for the manufacture of such protective stones, after which he gave one of the transformed stones to him and said that it would be the payment for all the others. He said it was a great deal and started stroking and kissing his new rock. Christie took a picture of him just at this time and decided to post this photo on a social network with the caption that the head of the auction house fell in love with some stone. He asked not to reveal anything like that. She said that Gin should really appreciate Bailey's generosity and reminded him that there would be a treasure exchange tonight. Bailey asked her what treasure exchange she was talking about. She said it was organized by her aunt and there would be a lot of valuable things. He decided that he could find something valuable for himself there and asked if there would be any good jade stones. She offered to go there together, and she will show him everything. She also said that this time the treasures will have international value, and there will be masters who know magic. He decided that he could not just miss such an opportunity to stock up on powerful artifacts, and must visit there. But Christie immediately reminded him that he must have something valuable to exchange. He said that you cannot worry about it, throwing a protective stone in his hand and skillfully picking it up. He said that now they can go. They arrived at the local nursing home where Aunt Christie was staying. She was very happy to see them. She introduced her friend to her and said that he now lived a religious life in the mountains and was an outstanding master of martial arts and medicine. Bailey immediately noticed the strange color of Aunt Christie's aura. It was pale green. This aura was not similar to spiritual chi, but rather to the inner power of the earth. But he did not expect that at this time there would be people practicing such a cultivation method. Meanwhile, her aunt said they could just call her Irma. He was also immediately able to judge her level. Irma was able to reach the Huajin Peak stage. In general, he was very impressed by this meeting and decided that this acquaintance could benefit him in the future. Irma said that Bailey was invited here for a reason and he must have something valuable to exchange. He put his hand in his pocket and said that he really had something valuable. And he brought a protective stone. Seeing this treasure, she was incredibly shocked and even lost her speech. Christie's uncle, named Kent, adjusted his glasses and said that it was simply incredible because it was a stone to protect the body, and they immediately asked him where he got such a valuable thing. He said he couldn't divulge that information yet, but asked if he could trade it for their treasures if they interested him. She said she was sure they could come to an agreement and suggested they go to the trade association. Quite a lot of people were already waiting for them there. An old man named Hector, who led this meeting, said that he was very happy to welcome them today. He also thanked them for bringing their treasures with them today to participate in the Treasure Exchange Association that takes place every 10 years in their Wayne family. One of the men said that they are very grateful to him because if it were not for their association, where else would they be able to gather for such exchanges? Bailey immediately judged the level of this old man, and he was at the Grandmaster Energy Cultivation stage. He said it was time to start showing off his treasures and started with himself by presenting them with one of the precious stones he owned. One of the guests was very surprised and said that this stone looked like a dragon's eye, but assumed that it could be an ancient relic that belonged to the emperor himself. And indeed, this pendant glowed brightly and radiated powerful chi energy. Bailey was also very impressed because he recognized a dragon spirit in him. Dragons were one of the most powerful races in the world, but only the emperor could wear such jewelry. Dragon chi was also considered a type of heaven and earth energy, and although it was no match for his spirit energy, it could improve cultivation and even transform an ordinary person into an energy cultivator. The only problem was that there was too little dragon chi in this artifact, but in any case, getting some dragon divine power wouldn't hurt, Bailey thought. One of the men said that this artifact that Hector showed was quite valuable, and now it was his turn to show his treasure. He said that this artifact appeared 1,000 years ago thanks to a great monk who created it. Many people recognize this artifact as a precious stone of royal protection. Kent said that it was an unusual jade because it was inscribed with a rune that is a defensive weapon. This man said that he is right, and this artifact can bring good for 1,000 years to the one who owns it, but unfortunately, the inner power of this artifact no longer worked. Bailey said that he can make some changes and reactivate this protective relic because he can see its essence, then give it to his parents, and said that he was interested. One of the guests turned to Bailey and asked him if he could see the essence of this relic with the naked eye. He replied that of course he could. This man said that now young people lie and don't even blush. He offered Bailey to demonstrate his skills to them and prove his words. He said that not only can he see the essence of things, but also see what they can never themselves. This man's name was Andy started yelling at him and asking Bailey if he wanted to compete with him in eye power. The young master asked him if he was trying to get into a conflict with him. He blew up and started banging his fist on the balls and telling Bailey to stop acting so cocky. The man next to him tried to calm him down and told him not to be angry with the child. Other guests were also dissatisfied with Bailey's behavior and believed that he behaved too brazenly, allowing himself to quarrel with the elders. Bailey replied to Andy that he should not blame him for his age, because in his eyes, he was an even bigger child. Hector also began to shout at the young master and say that he does not respect the elders, but asked him to leave immediately. Christy tried to calm her grandfather and told him not to be angry because he was her friend. He started shouting at his granddaughter and telling her to shut up, but she didn't dare to tell him what to do. The other guests also seemed to get mad and started shouting that Bailey was getting out of here. He got up from his chrysalis and said, if they are not happy with him, then he will say goodbye to them. Suddenly someone asked him to stop. It was Andy, he said. If Bailey's eyesight was better than his, then he would give him his treasure. But if it turned out not to be so, then he should kneel before him and bow to him. Bailey turned around and said with a smile that he agreed. The old man began to shout that it was a jade sword used by the emperor's ancestor himself. This sword had reached a high level of energy, but even so, its power was nothing compared to the normal battle swords from his past life, Bailey thought. But the fact that there were such artifacts on Earth at all was a miracle, Bailey thought, looking at the sword. He said that the sword was very valuable, but the fact that he dared to use it as a spear showed that Andy was very confident in his abilities, Bailey said. The young master once again clarified the terms of the bet and said that if Andy loses, he will give him this sword, but he said that he will not lose and promised Bailey that he will kneel before him today. Everything was ready for their competition, and they could start testing the quality of their vision. Hector asked how exactly they wanted to compete. Andy said that they will use gems that contain spiritual key points for this, and then they will count how many points each stone has. Kent asked if the blue ocean would be enough for them to compare their powers, because even in a Grandmaster it was difficult to count how many chi points he had because they were constantly moving. All the guests were extremely impressed when they saw the blue ocean stone because it was a very rare artifact. When Bailey saw this stone from that old man, he realized that there are still many valuable things in this world, but they were concentrated in the wrong hands. Andy said that he was very grateful for such a stone for the competition and thanked the old man. He carefully looked at the crystal and said that Bailey can now prepare to kneel. The young master told him that he was talking too much and suggested that the competition should finally begin. Hearing this, he became even more angry because of his arrogance. He rushed to stare at the blue ocean stone using the dragon eyes technique. The guests of the auction were deeply impressed when it turned out that Andy possessed such a complex technique. They were sure that Bailey would not be able to beat him in a dispute. The art of this technique was discovered by the ancient ancestors, and it was one of the most powerful techniques in China. He was sure of his victory, but he had already begun to rejoice ahead of time, mocking his opponent. Bailey asked him if he had finished yet, because he had already calculated everything himself. Everyone was extremely surprised when they found out that Bailey was already able to finish the count without even using a technician. Andy angrily asked him how many points he managed to count, and the young master replied that there were exactly 10,000 of them. Kent knew that this was the right answer, and he was very surprised to realize that this guy was clearly not easy. Andy began to get very worried because he could only count 9,999. And Kent decided to lie in Andy's favor and said that there were actually 9,999 points of chi energy in this stone. Bailey asked him why he was lying because there was one more of them. He started banging loudly on the table and yelling that he better know because it's his stuff, and if he's wrong about it, then let Bailey show the person who will confirm it, Kent shouted disgruntled. Hector said that Kent was a great master of magic, and he had no reason to lie, and Bailey just didn't want to admit his defeat. Bailey smiled and said that it's no wonder that he can't figure out the actual number of points the stone has, because Kent still has a long way to go before the Grand Magic Master stage. Everyone began to shout even louder at Bailey, accusing him of daring to insult the Grand Master. Some even suggested that he be mutilated and thrown out into the street. Hector asked everyone to calm down and turned to a man named Sem Yun Ta and asked him to tell how many chi points there really were in this stone. He said that maybe there were 9,999 of them. But also in this stone, there was a dense fog through which it was difficult to see the last point. Bailey began to laugh loudly and say that they were a bunch of garbage and had no right to be called great masters. They began to threaten him and say that they could kill him for such words. Andy seems to have already wanted to attack him and said if he does not admit his defeat, then he will destroy him on behalf of all those present here. After which he released a powerful charge of magical energy into him. The young master was ready for this attack and said, if he wants to fight, he doesn't mind. After which, he absorbed all this energy directed at him into himself. The other masters were very impressed and said that he looked like he was completely bent and that this power would destroy him. Kent thought that this young man was not only very extravagant, but also reckless, because of which he deserved his destruction. Meanwhile, Bailey fired this powerful energy beam back at his attacker as if he were a wild dragon. He started shouting that it was impossible and could not believe his eyes. But Bailey was unstoppable, and anyone who attacked him was bound to receive a powerful response. Due to this, Andy was powerfully kicked and thrown into the nearest wall, which he broke through with his body. He had a large scar on his chest from a cut with a magic sword. After all, Bailey used his magic to create an energy sword for himself to slash at his enemies. Hector was extremely shocked when he saw this and shouted that it was impossible. They were shocked and looked at him asking if Andy was destroyed. Immediately after that, Kent rushed at Bailey holding a dagger in his hands. He said that he would take revenge on him for Andy because he destroyed him due to an ordinary competition. The young master immediately repulsed his attempted attack and said that it was not much like a fair contest. Kent stopped and said if Bailey would admit his mistake and kneel before Grandmaster Andy's body, then he would forgive him, but if he refused, then he would destroy him. Bailey claims that Andy attacked him first, and Kent then stopped him. But now that Andy has gotten what he deserves, he accuses Bailey of murder. Hector also understood that Bailey was very dangerous and it was better for them not to fight with him. but he asked how they would explain it to Master Andy's family. Christy turned to her aunt and asked her to help Bailey because she thought that Hector and others would destroy him now. But Irma said that she was sorry, but she could not help Bailey now because he attacked very serious people. Bailey told Christy that she better worry about her grandfather Kent's life and find a better place for their match because he doesn't want to pay for everyone's funeral. These words made them even more angry, and they said that they could fight in the backyard. When they got to the backyard, Bailey told them not to waste his precious time and suggested they attack everyone at once. One of the men said that he alone would have enough strength to deal with this snitch. Christy turned to her aunt and asked her to intervene, because if they don't do anything, they will destroy Bailey. She said that the only thing she can do is not to interfere. This man immediately summoned the evil fiery leave technique and sent her young master commanding the magical beast to tear him to pieces. Bailey calmly watched this attack with his hands in his pockets. He also practiced fire techniques, so he wasn't against learning about different types of fire attacks. He smiled and said that this fire was just in time, because he really wanted to improve his imperial flame, after which he raised his hand and calmly stopped him like an old friend. When the man saw this, he was extremely astonished, and asked how he managed to extinguish his flame. Eventually, Bailey turned this fiery leaf into a small sphere of fire. Thanking him for this treat, he popped the sphere into his mouth like candy and swallowed it. Smoke came out of his ears and nostrils, and it was as if an explosion had occurred in his stomach, after which he belched fire and said it was quite sharp. Master Fiery Leave, whom he devoured, was extremely shocked, but could not believe it. Bailey wiped his mouth and said that he was very grateful for the delicious food, and asked if anyone wanted to show off their skills. Kent shouted that this is impossible, but only mythical masters of martial arts are capable of such methods of absorbing energy. The masters excitedly began to discuss how this boy could be a mythical master, and voiced various guesses as to how he was able to obtain such powers. Hector knew that the mythical master of martial arts was impossible to defeat, and in the last half-century, there was no such person. Kent began to shout that even if he was not a mythical master, he was at least in the initial stage of it, and asked others to help him finish him. Many masters agreed to join him in this battle, and a huge green dragon immediately appeared in front of the dust, led by a bunch of these misfits, but even with that, they couldn't impress Bailey. Kent began to shout that the time had come for them to destroy him immediately. Suddenly, their green dragon turned into a golden dragon, and they started screaming that they lost control over him. They realized that Bailey had taken control of the dragon because according to the rules, he was subject to a stronger energy master. Bailey smiled and said that now this dragon serves him, after which he directed this dragon in the direction of his past masters. They were extremely amazed by this, and immediately began conjuring protective barriers to protect themselves from the dragon. Hector said that he had time to set up a defense and ordered anyone who still had energy to join him. They once again tried to join forces to face Bailey in this fight, but suddenly the barrier cracked and blew apart. Hector could not believe it, because it was their ancestral technique, which had no equal in defense until this moment. As soon as the barrier was broken, there was another very powerful flash and explosion. Bailey menacingly approached Hector while he was trying to regain consciousness, and asked him if he was ready for his destruction. He thought that it would be a real shame for him to lose a fight to such a snot. Irma was also extremely impressed by his power, and even the great masters who united their forces were unable to resist him. Suddenly, Bailey felt someone pull his jacket. It was Christy, and she begged him not to destroy her family. Unexpectedly, Hector began to apologize to him and said that they are ready to sacrifice their spiritual energy weapons for him and even give him the treasures of Zibao. Bailey asked what Zibao was. Hector said it was a dragon pearl and a precious green dragon beast sword. Hector said that according to the legend, there were 4 great beasts. Among them was a green dragon. They were conquered by the great master Zibao by taking possession of the spiritual treasures of the beasts, and recently traces of these treasures were found on Longdine Island. Bailey asked, is he telling the truth? He heard this legend too, but did not believe in it. He believed that Hector wanted to speak to him to save his own skin. He saw that the young master did not trust him and said that he himself would not have believed if it were not for the evidence, after which he took out a shiny pebble from his pocket and said that it was the scale of a green dragon. Bailey was very surprised because it was really a dragon scale. He couldn't believe that there were still dragons in this world, and if he could find these treasures, he could even become a dragon god. The young master asked how many scales were found on the island. Hector said that there were only 12 of them there, and luckily their family got one. He handed Bailey some kind of invitation and said that in 10 days an event dedicated to the search for the dragon will be held on the island, and experts from all over China will be invited there. Bailey said that he likes to accept such gifts, and because of that, he will forgive them this time. Irma turned to Bailey and said that they would give him all their spiritual weapons and amulets for his kindness. She began rushing to the injured old mages and ripping their jade pendants off their necks. She told them that they now have to give them to Bailey, because they don't deserve them. She collected all the magical artifacts and then gave them to the young master. He smiled and said that they were very nice to deal with and said goodbye to everyone. Hector still couldn't believe that he managed to save his life, because Bailey's power was beyond his understanding. He called a car to get home before going on a trip to the island. Hannah was waiting for him in the car and asked what kind of invitation he had in his hands. He said that this is an invitation to an event dedicated to the search for dragons on Longdean Island. Suddenly, Bailey asked Hannah if she knew a singer named Jessie Carey. She said she had a lot of fans, so she had heard of her. He asked her to follow her and find out more information about this girl. She thought that it was possible. He liked this girl, but at this rate, she would completely lose her chances of becoming Bailey's girlfriend. Suddenly, she changed the topic of conversation and said that she had already rented a house, and the girls he wanted to invite had already moved there. Bailey said that it was good, and asked if she had changed her mind about staying too. She said that she would also live there. They arrived at the new villa, finding inside Bailey said that this estate was pretty good, and he liked it a lot. Daisy and Commander Howard's granddaughter Gloria were already there and having fun playing video games. Gloria complained about not being able to win a single round against Daisy. Bailey drew the attention of the girls to distract them and say hello. They were very glad to see him and said they were glad to welcome him to his new home, and said they liked the house very much. He said that he just wanted to celebrate, so he didn't want to distract them. But they can continue to have fun, and he warned them that he wanted to devote time to energy cultivation in these few days, so he asked him not to distract him. During his cultivation, he was able to improve the magic talismans he managed to obtain during his visit to the Treasure Exchange Association. Hannah turned to him and asked if everything was successful. He said that everything was fine. She said that she was just looking for information about the singer Jessie Carey, and in a strange way, she unexpectedly decided to come to them personally. He smiled and said that this is very good, because he can't wait to see the star in which the blood of the green dragon flows. A few hours later, Jessie and her assistant came to their house. Hannah introduced her to her owner. Jessie said that she was very pleased to meet them. She also introduced her assistant named Diane. Bailey looked at them suspiciously and asked why they were looking to meet him. Diane replied that they had heard that he had met with the Grandmasters at the Wayne family's house 3 days ago, and had also received an invitation from the Dragon Seekers Club. This alarmed him even more because they were able to find out all this too quickly, but it was clearly not a coincidence. Diane said that they have hope that Bailey will help them save Jessie's life. The girl began to bow to the young master and ask for salvation. He asked them why he should help them and what exactly threatened them. Diane took out some paper and said it was the treasure map of Longdean Island and asked to accept it. He looked at her curiously and asked where they were able to get her. Also, Bailey noticed that there were spirit points marked on the map, but that meant she was real. Jessie said that she was the daughter of the ancestor of the Lord of the Island, and her mother inherited this map, and her uncle was an enemy of their family and wanted to get this map for himself in any way. Now her uncle is constantly chasing her to get this map back. He also wanted to destroy her and her mom, and he was the one who organized the gathering of dragon seekers on the island. The young master said that he understood everything and asked him to give him some time to study the map and think things through. He saw a long chain on it. These were roads that intertwined to form the dragon's body. He put the card in his pocket and said that he agrees to help them, and they need to prepare for the trip, so it may take about 3 days. He said that this map could be the way to priceless treasures, and he had something to risk for. Then he gave Hannah some magical protective artifacts and asked her to give them to the girls and keep one for herself. She thanked him and said she would help prepare for the trip. 3 days later, Bailey and her gang of girls were already on the island and staying at the best hotel on the island. They still had some time before the Dragon Hunter Club meeting, so Bailey said they could rest for a while. The girls were happy that their rooms were next to Bailey's, and they were already discussing that one of them could even stay at his place for the night, when suddenly, a man ran up to them. He grabbed Jessie's hand and told her that Mr. Christopher was looking for her and ordered her to come back immediately. It was the main assistant of her customer for the concert that was to be held on the island this week. Jessie said that she only agreed to sing, but not to meet the customer in person. Jessie said she couldn't go because that would make Mr. Bailey consider her an unreliable person. She started screaming that she wasn't going to go to him and asked to respect her choice. The man started shouting at her and saying that she was too stubborn. Then he ordered the people accompanying him to grab her and take her away by force. Diane told them to get off of her and send them to hell. One of these stocky guards immediately pounced on the girl and gave her a strong blow, causing her to fall to the ground. But suddenly, Diane was picked up by a hand and helped to stand. It was Bailey. He immediately assessed the level of these attackers. They were almost at the stage of great masters. Jessie started screaming and threatening to call the police. Suddenly, Christopher himself appeared in the hall and said that she should do as she was told because they had already paid her, whereupon he struck her in the face and told her to shut up. He said he would order her to dine with them and added that she had grown too high-minded. When Diane saw, she was filled with even greater rage, and she clenched her little fist to avenge her friend, after which she lashed out at Christopher saying that he was going too far. but she is ready to risk her life to break his nose. He called her a puppy who constantly follows Jessie and emphasized that he has not liked her for a long time. She flew to attack him with hatred, but told him to finally shut up. But suddenly he disappeared right in front of her eyes as if created in the air. In a moment he was already behind her and said that if she wants to be destroyed, then he will arrange it for her. Diane suddenly realized for herself that he has supernatural power, and she will not be able to just hit him like that. Jessie was very scared for her friend and started shouting for her to be careful. Christopher began to shout, "Who is she who decided that she can attack him and said that it is her own fault that he will send her to hell?" Suddenly Bailey appeared in front of his eyes and smilingly asked him how he planned to do it. He gave him a powerful blow, and in response he said that he was protecting these girls and he would not dare to hit them. Christopher immediately fell heavily to the ground, as if he had been hit by a train. Diane was incredibly impressed because the young master only needed a little effort to overcome Christopher. Falling to the floor, Christopher overcame Khan and began to ask if he was the same Bailey Yun. He looked down on him and asked if he knew him. He looked at Khan and replied that, of course he knows because he became famous throughout China. At this moment, Christopher thought how the girls were able to agree on cooperation with this powerful energy cultivator. He grabbed Bailey by the leg and begged him for mercy. Christopher said that he is still very young and does not want to be destroyed. Bailey disgustedly told him to get off of him and ordered him to move away. After which he said that he would agree to forgive him only if he would get up from his knees and stop drawing attention to them. Besides, he needed a person who was familiar with the island. He was very happy and began to say that he knew a lot of information that he could share with Bailey because he loved gossip. Christopher immediately transformed and ordered his men to take care of the girls immediately. His assistant said that the best rooms were already waiting for them, and after the meal, they would even be able to visit the museum. Jessie was very impressed with the power. Now even Christopher did not dare to touch them. Christopher turned to Bailey and said that he suggested that he talk over food, and that there would soon be a martial arts competition that they could attend together. He said that it was a good idea, and he didn't mind. He decided that it was a good opportunity to attract an assistant like Christopher. 2 hours later, they found themselves in the great banquet hall, where there were already many people. Christopher introduced Bailey to the audience and said that he is a great young master who became famous a few days ago. Meanwhile, Bailey was munching on a kebab because he really liked local food. The men sitting in the banquet hall looked at him with surprise and said that they too were great masters, and these words caused them some confusion. He said that he did not understand what they were talking about. This guy was young, but his strength was extremely great, so they should respect him, because in the world of martial arts, whoever is stronger is the right one. A man named Leon said that he was still a child and that the milk on his lips had not even dried. Bailey continued to sample the food and said that this old man was good at grinding with his tongue. He said that even though they had been training for decades and were older than him, they would still never be able to match him. Also, the young master asked if they were jealous of him. Leon immediately, when he heard this, was seized with insane rage, and he began to call his master an insolent schmarkash. Leon said, if he has courage, then he offers him a battle. Bailey gave him his stern look, and answered that if he is so impatient to go to hell, he will arrange a trip there for him now. He realized with horror that Bailey was not joking and could really do it, because he did not want to fight, but only wanted to defend his honor. Suddenly someone interrupted her, and Christopher was addressed by his assistant, saying that Jessie and other girls started attacking people in the local garden. When the girls were walking around the hotel enjoying the local views, they met a man named Lester Gate, who started mocking them after seeing the girls' protective relics and wanted to take them away. Christopher immediately became very worried and asked if everything was okay with them. Bailey, on the contrary, was not worried because he understood that the relics were supposed to protect them. His assistant said that everything is fine with the girls, but Lester was badly hurt, and now the people of his family are looking for them. Bailey growled at old Leon and said he was lucky today, after which he ordered to immediately take him to the place of conflict. Meanwhile, the old masters discussed Bailey's power, and Leon continued to shake with fear as his life was on the line. When the boys came to the city, they saw that they were trying to bring Lester to his senses. He said that he just wanted to look at the relics, and the girls instead beat him. A man appeared in front of the girls. He said his name was Lawrence Gate, and asked how they dared to attack his grandson. He said they should bow to them and then give him their protective relics, and then maybe he would forgive them. Daisy prepared for a fight, and said that he could go and kill himself against the wall instead. He smiled back and called her a haughty little girl, after which he immediately rushed to attack them, holding a sword behind his back. Daisy was ready, and immediately used the defensive link technique, which she was able to successfully defend herself by repelling Lawrence's attack. Other girls attacked him and said that he should not forget about them. He clearly could not cope with this force and even began to panic. Lawrence didn't understand how all the girls could get away with him on the same arena, but he assumed that it was possible thanks to their relics, and they were also supposed to study with some powerful master. He asked them where they learned martial arts, and they answered in unison that they were students of Bailey Yun. He immediately thought that he had never heard of this sect before, and speculated that perhaps they had found some treasure that allowed them to dramatically increase their cultivation level. He said that he would punish them first, and then find their teacher to finish him off, and immediately used the magic sword technique against them, saying that they would now go to hell. Daisy asked Hannah to lend her some ki to create a protective field, but Hannah said she couldn't because she had already used up all her energy. Lawrence began to laugh and say that their toys must have stopped working, after which he said that their teacher would lose all his students today. He immediately gave them another powerful magic blow, but something stopped him. It was Bailey. He looked at him sternly and said that he was very sorry, but today the Gate family will lose its master. He was in time in front of his girls, protecting them from Lawrence's attack. Jesse turned to Diane and asked if they were just going to stand there and watch, and answered that they better not interfere, and Bailey would handle everything himself. It seems that a serious battle was planned in the middle of the hotel in the garden. Many people gathered in the center of the garden. Other masters were there, including Leon. They witnessed how Bailey was able to easily repel Lawrence's blow with his bare hands, and asked if he was even human. Khan's uncle Jesse also came there and said not to worry, but if the situation worsens, he will join the battle and ask for Bailey. The bald man turned to him and said that if Master Khan was here, then they had nothing to worry about, and told that according to rumors, Bailey possessed inhuman strength. Lawrence looked at him and realized that this young master's talent was limitless, and even great masters were nothing to him, after which he asked Bailey to tell his real name. He replied that the person who is about to be destroyed does not necessarily know his name. The majestic spirit of a warrior immediately rose above the old master, who menacingly pointed his sword at Bailey. He snickered and said that he was too arrogant even for a great master. This spirit, along with its owner, got into a fighting stance, preparing for the battle of its life. He used the Gate family's strike, which was called the sword swing, which incinerated the soul and body. He shouted that he had no right to behave so brazenly, even in spite of his strength. Suddenly he felt a surge of energy approaching him, and realized with horror that Bailey had just destroyed his spirit using his fiery energy sword. Lawrence fell to his knees and tried to get up while Bailey approached him. His son and grandson started running up to him in horror to help him up, but he ordered them not to approach and said that he, as the head of the family, would ask him for forgiveness and maybe he would spare them. But Bailey was already as dark as a cloud with rage and asked what apology he was talking about. And with the words that he did not need them, he pointed his infernal sword at Lawrence. Khan was screaming too, and he begged Bailey not to do it, but it was too late and the end had come for Lawrence. Khan approached Bailey and asked why he behaved so cruelly with Lawrence. Bailey understood that Khan was a very cunning man, and it was strange that he appeared only now. Khan said that his abilities were great, but he does not blame him for this murder, but warned Bailey that now many people will be hunting him. Bailey understood that Khan appeared in front of him for a reason, but he had better invite a special team of Green Dragon to check the situation on the island. Khan also understood that Bailey was too eccentric and brash, and in the end, this guy could ruin his plan. Khan approached Lawrence's son, expressing his condolences, and told his son that this all happened because of Bailey Yun. Also, he wanted his son to ask all the elders of his family to unite to avenge this. He said that tomorrow the Dragon Hunter community is holding a martial arts competition, and if their family agrees to use some of their treasures, then they can get revenge on Bailey in the future. The old master's son said that he agrees, but it's a good plan because Bailey has to pay for his father's death. He thanked Khan for his help, not realizing that Khan was just using him. Khan came to some girl. She said that she helped him find a girl with the blood of a green dragon, and now he is their debtor, and he must do what is required of him. Khan said if the plan ends in success, then all those who hinder them will disappear forever. The next day, Bailey and Daisy came to the hall where the competition among members of the Dragon Hunter community was to be held. Bailey asked Daisy to look after the other girls while he was busy here. Meanwhile, Khan was announcing the speech. He said that he was very grateful to all those present for coming. He solemnly announced that the dragon hunt would begin today and end in 15 days. Bailey immediately found out that many people who were present here were able to reach a high level of martial arts masters. Although they were smiling, their intentions expressed deadly danger. Khan continued talking and said that this time he got 15 items related to the dragon and was even able to get its horns. Then he turned to the son of old Lawrence. He said that he spoke with his elders, and they are ready to give their treasures to take revenge on Bailey. Khan said that he is standing on the stage of the Great Masters, where they will now hold a martial arts tournament, and whoever wins it will be able to get the dragon's horns and 5 of its scales. He said that those who are below the level of the Grand Master should move back 5 meters, because now the competition will start, and it can be dangerous for them. 2 masters of energy cultivation appeared in the ring and started the competition with their duel. The audience started cheering Khan and rooting for each candidate. The first 2 fighters were Christopher and Leon. Their match was pretty funny as the two showed off their family techniques. Khan turned to Belia and asked if he would agree to go on stage to test his strength. He said that the dragon's horns are a great prize for victory, but he would like to have them, but asked if Khan had set it up on purpose. He began to worry because he understood that Bailey suspected something. He replied that he would like to simply cooperate with the winner in the future and involve him in the search for dragons. At the same moment, he immediately jumped onto the stage for the battle and said that he also planned to cooperate with him, so he would start right now. Khan was very happy about it and even wished him success. Appearing in the ring, he introduced himself and he said that anyone willing can attack him. Christopher and Leon immediately refused to take part in it. One of the men in the crowd said that it was time to teach this young snitch. He was immediately surrounded by other masters who wanted to get even with him because he killed Lawrence. They were all representatives and elders of the Great Gate family clan, and decided to use an 8-pointed magic formation of immobilization and energy suppression against him. Christopher's relatives were also among the attackers. He understood that because of this, his family could end, because they do not understand which powerful master they are attacking. Bailey smiled and said that he could have some fun now and suggested that they try to hurt him, and he would be happy to see if they could do it. There were 2 twins of some kind. One of them said that they should be careful and watch both of his movements. Bailey knew that this formation was very dangerous, but only a few people were allowed to build it, and he could no longer beg from the spot. One of the attackers shouted that the formation had been activated, and now they were going to send him to hell. The next moment, as if a fiery meteorite hit the center of the magic circle in which Bailey stood. However, they managed to use their mighty power to bring Bailey down to his knees, but he was still intact. They were very surprised because anyone who was usually in the center of this formation was immediately destroyed. But Bailey was still alive. One of them took out a knife to finish him off. The man pointed a knife at him and said that only Bailey himself was to blame for this. He grabbed his hand and said that with this phrase he signed his death sentence, after which he immediately finished the man off by spilling his insides. The man's teacher started screaming in horror when he saw this. Bailey looked at him sternly and told him not to worry because he was going to get him now. They started shouting that this guy was a real monster, and if they wanted to save themselves, they had to run away immediately. The young master, like fiery lightning, began to rush through the hall, crushing his enemies. He destroyed them one by one, using his fiery daggers. Having finished with all of them, he found himself in front of the last old master, who with horror began to retreat back, awaiting his terrible fate. Christopher immediately ran up to Bailey and began begging him not to destroy his ancestor, explaining that he had been deceived by the Gate family. He shouted that he was ready to give him his most precious treasures and would serve him for the rest of his life, after which he asked his grandfather to immediately apologize to Bailey. The old man fell on his knees and began to ask for forgiveness, saying that they would give him all their treasures. He looked at them contemptuously and said that in that case I am sorry for them, but they should immediately transfer all their valuables as a gift. Khan's son Lawrence also approached him. He said that he destroyed him for Bailey's sake because he was the main organizer of this attack. In addition, he congratulated him on the victory, and the treasures were soon delivered to his room. Bailey answered him that he, as the organizer of such events, is not doing his job well, and soon someone can replace him. After which he dissolved into the air, leaving behind a trail of fire. Khan thought that if Bailey thought he was safe, he was terribly mistaken, and promised that he would soon be destroyed. Deep night came and the island was engulfed in darkness, thus ending the day of deception of the great masters. The next morning, Bailey came home and was met by Daisy and saw that he was injured. She asked what happened. He explained that a very powerful formation was used against him, so he was hurt, and it will take him some time to recover. She said that Tanya will protect him and will not allow anyone to harm him. Daisy also said that she followed the girls as they headed to the foot of Longdean Mountain, but unfortunately she lost sight of them and then saw that they had prepared things for their escape. Therefore, she decided to tie them up and leave them in Bailey's room. He asked her where she learned how to tie like that. Daisy answered that she watches a lot of movies that her brother collects and said that they always tie captives like that there, after which he ordered her to release them. The girls thanked Bailey for their release, and he told them to tell them what was going on. Diane said that now they can tell everything because they will end soon anyway. She said that Khan is not after them because of the map and treasures, but because of Diane herself, because he found out that she has dragon blood in her veins. Even Bailey was a little surprised to hear this. Daisy was also impressed. She said that Khan destroyed her family's people. Then her blood felt the effect of energy loss. So it was difficult to detect herself. So she decided to use this advantage to attack Khan herself. Bailey said that all this is understandable, but why did they decide to run away? She explained that when they reached the northern side of the mountain, they saw many strange people and managed to overhear their conversations. They said that Khan had prepared a formation to destroy half of the cultivators on the island who had reached the level of a grand master. Suddenly someone knocked on the door of their room. It was Khan. He said that he decided to come and apologize for what happened at the competition. Bailey told the girls to hide and do nothing while he went and talked to him. When he opened the door, he saw Khan accompanied by some girl who was his student. He said that his student had prepared medicine for him so that Bailey could regain his energy. Bailey was already reaching out to grab the medicine box, but suddenly Khan stopped him and grabbed his arm. He tried to use something like hypnosis and said that his student would bring the medicine to his room herself. The young master pretended not to notice this, but said that he was not against it. Khan said that this is very good, but now the soldiers will be able to talk in his room so that their conversation is not overheard by extra ears. Khan said that he admired Bailey's strength and invited him to join his clan and become their partner in their organization, Red Shower. The young master smiled and said that Khan wanted to convince him again so much that he even doubted his words and said that he had to refuse. Suddenly, Khan starts shouting at Bailey and says that their organization was of the highest rank and makes him an offer that many dream of. But he does not believe him and refuses. Bailey stopped him and said that he was very old and he better not get nervous because it could harm his health. Khan was very angry. He said that Bailey should be careful with his words. Bailey replied that he wished them a happy journey and reminded his student to leave the gifts. She answered him with a smile and said that she would definitely do so. Diane entered his room and said that this girl was a mercenary. Bailey replied that he knew it, after which he picked up the phone and called someone. He told the agents of the Green Dragon to arrive at Logdean Island where a major battle would soon take place. Meanwhile, Khan said that they couldn't let Bailey act, but he was too strong, so they had better act stealthily and continue to destroy the Great Masters with the poison in their gifts. The girl said that this is a good idea, because in this way they will not be able to suspect him, and they can even turn the blame on Bailey himself. It was late at night, and Bailey told Daisy that he had to leave to do his investigation, and if anything happened, she had to tell him. On the way, he met a maid who looked strangely like Khan's student. She even started to worry that Bailey might recognize her. He told her that he needed to clean his room. She replied that he was putting her in an awkward position. He asked if she wanted to refuse him. She took him by the shoulder and said that since he was a client, she was ready to serve him, and asked where he wanted to start. He pressed her against the wall and asked her what she thought. She replied that she hoped he would tell her what to do. He saw that the girls were following them and told them to immediately return to their rooms. They apologized and immediately slammed the door behind them, saying that they would not bother him again. She touched his chest and said that these girls were all very beautiful, and he was very lucky to have them. She looked him in the eyes and said that in any case, the price of her service would be very high. He also looked into her eyes and said that the price would be her life. After that said she was Khan's disciple, he sternly asked her why Khan asked her to come here. She asked if he would let her go if she told her master's plan. He said that when he finds out everything, he will definitely let her go, but before that she must be punished. A red liquid came out of her mouth. She said that they wanted to destroy all the Grandmaster level cultivators who were invited to the island and then blame Bailey for it. After which she said that this was all she knew and said goodbye to him. Suddenly Bailey realized that he was holding a training dummy instead of her. The door of his room suddenly opened. Daisy was standing in it. She asked what happened and with surprise asked where that girl had gone. He replied that it was like the art of replacing the body, and he said that he left a mark on her, but she will not be able to run far. When Bailey went down to the hotel hall, he saw that there was a real army officer there and asked what happened. Gia said that they discovered the killers who pretended to be hotel workers, and after they were revealed, they committed suicide. Bailey also asked what happened to the people who were guests of the hotel and the martial arts masters. She replied that these people were most likely poisoned. She called medics for them, but they could not find out what kind of poison it was. These people were members of the Christopher clan and asked who had poisoned them. They said they received presents today on behalf of Bailey. There was a drink, but they realized that it was poisoned too late. He asked where all the others were because there were 8 of them, and there were only 3 in front of him. The old man said that perhaps the others also drank the poisoned drink and were too weak to handle the poison. The next morning, Apprentice Khan met with her master and said that Bailey had most likely found out about their plan. He said that he had prepared a backup plan. They would have to surround the hotel and gather all the martial artists together. She began to worry and ask, has he lost his mind? Because if they use this weapon, the consequences will be unpredictable. He told her that he couldn't let Bailey continue to live because then his own life would end, and he wasn't going to let that happen. Khan said if that doesn't work, he has prepared snipers to finish him off. She asked him what about the others, since the original plan was to destroy only the high-level energy cultivators. He replied that they would do so, and after that they would blame Bailey for everything. She decided that he had completely lost his mind. She didn't want to be destroyed along with him, so she decided that she had to run away from the island. Khan came to the hotel and said that Bailey had teamed up with a mysterious organization to destroy all the elders and masters of the Grandmaster level. He said that all roads were blocked and all those present were also forbidden to leave the hotel. After which, he asked them to make maximum efforts to finish off Bailey, because their survival will depend on whether Bailey lives. The young master was surrounded by a bunch of people. They said that if they didn't shout at him, they would be destroyed themselves. Their eyes lit up with a red light, but they seemed to have succumbed to some kind of terrible hypnosis. Grandfather Christopher put his hand on his shoulder and immediately brought him to his senses. Bailey remembered that he once heard about the existence of special drugs that could control the animal instinct of a person and drive him crazy. The old man said that Khan was very cruel, and if Bailey was destroyed, he would not stop there and finish all the great masters. Daisy told her master to chase after Khan, and in the meantime, they themselves will deal with everything here. He told her that most of these people were Hua Jin masters, and they wouldn't be able to last long against them, and ordered them to find a safe place to hide. All these hypnotized wizards charged at once. Bailey shouted, calling them a bunch of dumb insects before summoning his fire sword. He struck them with a powerful, massive blow, causing them to fly away several meters. The power of his attack was incredibly powerful and powerful. Khan was standing outside the hotel and heard the sounds of the battle. He decided it was time to call the sniper team to shoot Bailey. He called them and said that it was time to act. Suddenly, the connection was interrupted and a woman picked up the phone. She said that these people had already been destroyed. Gia picked up the phone and said that the people he wanted to call because you have already been destroyed, and asked him to call back later. Khan was surrounded by incredible people because everything did not go according to plan. He shouted that all his allies were trash and that nothing could be trusted and that everything should be done alone. He climbed inside the gun's control unit and began preparing for the attack by running the bounty hunter's weapon activation program. He said that now he will prepare for Bailey the last gift in his life. A huge cannon began to emit energy that was directed towards the hotel. Bailey and Daisy heard a strange sound, and the girl said that there was something dangerous outside. He told them to stay here and he would go and deal with everything. Leaving the hotel, he saw a huge gun that was directed at the hotel. He felt that this weapon has a powerful force, and if the shot is fired, then everyone who is here will be destroyed. He had to use all his efforts to prevent this harmonica from firing. He jumped high and used the maximum number of energy points to deliver a powerful blow and destroy this weapon. Khan sat in the middle and roared. There were 5 seconds left before the start of the attack, but the countdown had already begun. Bailey could not believe that Khan was such a psycho, but understood that if a shot was fired now, everyone would be destroyed. Khan was laughing like crazy, but couldn't wait to burn everyone with his weapons. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion. Bailey directed a powerful stream of energy directly into the cannon when the infernal energy just broke out. Khan started yelling and asking, is Bailey completely out of his mind? He said that they will all die because of this. A super powerful explosion occurred on the island, and a shaft of red energy rose straight into the sky. A week has passed since that explosion. The island has resumed its normal existence. In the news, they talked about the explosion that happened a week ago on the island of Longdine. In an official document, it was said that the head of the community of dragon hunters, Khan, wanted to carry out a terrorist attack and bring down one of the generals of the army. But fortunately, this general managed to recognize the conspiracy and stop it in time, and no one was injured in the explosion, according to news reports. The presenter also noted that Khan Xiao was captured and destroyed by the military. Meanwhile, Bailey thanked his squad and Gia personally for their help in this operation. She said that it was their duty, and asked how Bailey managed to escape from the epicenter of the explosion and save himself. He said that Khan thought he would destroy them both, but he had a relic with him that helped save him. Gia wondered how one relic could save his life after such a powerful explosion. But Bailey clarified that he had not one relic, but a whole bunch. After which Gia said that while he was recovering and replenishing his energy reserves, one trouble happened. She said Bailey was on the international list of #1 targets for bounty hunters, and a reward of $1 billion was announced for him. She showed him his photo on the website for the search for particularly dangerous energy cultivators. Bailey asked why the military was able to hide his identity. He also said that they would have to find another girl who served Khan, but she managed to escape after the explosion. Gia said that after her escape, the video of what happened in Longding was immediately published by foreign media, and his name automatically appeared on the list of hunted energy cultivators. Gia explained that it looks like someone already took the order and started hunting for it. Bailey asked her if they could gather more information about those people who took the order and conduct an investigation about them. She said that she had already managed to determine the identity of the first one. His name was a Viper, and he was half a step to the stage of a Grand Master. The peculiarity of his technique was that he uses poison. The next hunter was a woman named Lisa Carey. She used cold weapons and camouflage, but her cultivation level was unknown. And the last one was a girl named Henrietta. She was also half a step to the Grandmaster stage. She used firearms. Gia said that Henrietta was the most dangerous. She also said that the hover in command was already aware of this and invited him to discuss it with the security team. Also, he wanted to know if Bailey wanted to lie down for a few days. He said that it was a good idea, and it would be more convenient for him to wait for them to come to him themselves. Also, Bailey said that these hunters must be rich, and he would be able to feed off their wealth when he finished them off. Gia realized that she should worry about this hunter more than her life, because they chose the wrong target. Bailey said that he was going to go home and asked Jay to tell the commander to wait for him, and said that he will now create a defensive formation for the island that now belongs to him, and now he can transfer his parents here. 5 hours later, Bailey flew to the commander's home to talk about the latest events. Howard said that he managed to bring great glory to their country. Howard said that there was another side to these events. He said that he saw a list of hunters who started hunting him. Bailey replied that it was true and he already had a good plan for this case. He also said that he does not feel any fear about it, but if someone wants to finish him off, he is always waiting for them. Howard laughed and said he's glad to hear that. He also added that Bailey never ceases to amaze him with her talent and strength. He thanked him once again and said that he was grateful to him for the work done. Why did you ask him to review some papers? Bailey asked the commander if he could take Longdine Island for himself. Howard replied that there was no problem and he would arrange everything soon. They agreed, and Bailey said that he planned to open an office of his own bodyguard company on the island and asked the general to cut the ribbon at the opening. Then they said their goodbyes, and Lieutenant Dwight offered to give him a ride. As they stood by the car, Dwight said that he was very proud of the fact that he once invited Bailey to join the Green Dragon Squad, and thanks to him, everything changed for the better. He said that he believed that when the Green Dragon Squad merged with his security organization, they would become the most powerful force in the world. Suddenly, Bailey shouted, trying to warn Lieutenant Dwight of the impending threat. A very powerful explosion occurred. It was the handiwork of Henrietta, who fired a shot from a grenade launcher, hitting the car near which the boys were standing. She laughed, and then said that today is not a lucky day for Bailey. Meanwhile, Bailey tried to bring Lieutenant Dwight to his senses. He apologized for not being able to protect him. Dwight said that it was not Bailey's fault, and it was his fault that he did not foresee this attack. Dwight said that the main thing was that everything was fine with Bailey, and now he could leave without a rhinestone, because the country was under the protection of a great cultivation master like him. Suddenly, Bailey heard Henrietta's voice. She lamented that she had missed her true target, and Bailey was left whole and unharmed. He turned and saw the silhouette of the attacker standing in the distance. He was extremely angry, and said that whoever dared to harm his friend would only be destroyed. He quickly approached her and said that because she injured his friend, he will finish her. Therefore, he offers to say his last word to her. She laughed and said that he moves surprisingly fast. Bailey said that she was talking too much, then threw a powerful fire strike, but she was able to easily dodge it. She got angry and said that he is a real scoundrel because he behaves so rudely with girls, after which she jumped on her bike and said that she wished him success in trying to catch her. She wanted to lure him into a trap. Bailey understood that something was wrong here, because after she failed to finish him, she immediately retreated, and now she most likely wants to provoke him. He sternly looked at her and said that he did not mind playing along with her, but soon she would be in his hands. Something flashed in the sky, but he rushed after her with lightning. At this time, 2 other hunters were following him. Viper said that Henrietta is again using her tricks to lure the victim into a trap. But he suggested that Lisa follow them and wait for Bailey to lose his strength during a fight with a girl and finish him off when he is weak. He landed near one of the big buildings near the entrance where Henrietta's bike was standing. He decided that she must be hiding here, going inside. He said that she had nowhere else to run. She said that he underestimated her, then she even deliberately drove slowly because she was afraid that he might not catch up with her. She took out some kind of remote control and said that after he got inside, now she decided to let him live or be destroyed, because she only had to press one button for the explosion. He smiled and asked her if she wanted to be destroyed with him, and said that it was not the best plan he had ever heard. She replied that it's funny, but she's not going to die with him, because they've set up a magical barrier around themselves, and even if an explosion happens, it won't harm her. He said that this magical barrier is not as good as she thinks, because he was already able to easily deal with it. In a moment, Bailey was behind her, which scared her very much. Immediately after that, there were several flashes. These were 2 blows that Bailey gave her with incredible speed. She fell to her knees and began to curse loudly, calling him a heathen. She said that he had no right to harm her soul, and now her beautiful face was gone too, and it was all because of him. And indeed, Henrietta's face became simply terrible. She resembled some old, toothless vagabond. Bailey held his flaming sword over her and told her to shut up, and called her an ugly old granny masquerading as a pretty girl, and for attacking his friend, she was going to hell. She began to say that it was his own fault because he could not evade, after which she began to ask Bailey for mercy. He said that it was too late to beg for mercy, after which he burned her body to the ground. Immediately after that, 2 more appeared in the building. They discussed the destruction of Henrietta, and said that she deserved it a long time ago. Lisa began to scream and said that now it was their turn to join the battle. Also, a viper jumped out in front of her. He said that when people hear their names, men are afraid of them, women love them, and when children see them, they are even afraid to cry. They asked Bailey if he was afraid of death. The young master asked them which circus they ran away from, because they looked like several clowns. He approached them with a bullet and grabbed Liz by the collar. She began to ask him if it was too late to apologize to him. He said that he would give them a chance to save their lives if they told who hired them. Viper, who lay at his feet, and said that it was not just one person, but it was a whole organization called Chervonezliva. Bailey thought that it was them again, and it was worth dealing with them. He released them and said that they offered $1 billion for his head, and said that if each of them paid him $1 billion, then he was ready to release them, and they immediately agreed to such conditions. 5 minutes later, Bailey received a message informing him that $1 billion had been credited to his account. He said that he received the money, so he will not destroy it, but he has already contacted the country's command and the place has been surrounded, so whether the military will leave them alive is another question, Bailey warned them. They thought that it was not fair at all, but they did not say anything to him, only mentally sent him to the 3 hells. Bailey was sitting in Lieutenant Dwight's room. He was connected to an artificial life support device. He said that he would take revenge for him and asked him to get well soon. Commander Howard was also there. He said that Dwight will need 6 months to recover, but he will manage, and you cannot worry about him. He turned to the young master and said that the cooperation between him and the Green Dragon Squad was very useful, and he received a message that the Red Rain organization wanted to compensate for the destruction that happened on Longdine Island. Howard said that they also want Bailey to become a peacekeeper and come to them on the island at the headquarters. The young master sternly asked the general what that meant. Howard said they don't want to diffuse the tension on both sides and try to broker a truce between them. Bailey suggested that if he didn't agree, it could create even more tension between their countries, since Crimson was a major military organization in Japan. Howard said he shouldn't worry, but the extra security wouldn't hurt him. He said that in any case, they will find a way to make the organization answer for everything. The next day, Bailey took a plane to the island where the headquarters of the Chervonezliva organization was located. There, he was surprisingly met by a former student of Kan Xiao named Kelly and said that before meeting the leader, she was asked to give him a tour. He said that he was not surprised to meet her here, but said that the bounty hunters did not manage to get rid of him there. She must be very disappointed because of that. She pretended not to understand what he was talking about, but she herself was very angry because of these hunters, because they turned out to be nothing. He said that she should no longer pretend to be a good girl, because he knows everything. She quietly said that he should just wait, because as soon as their leader got what he needed, he would immediately finish off Bailey. He sharply came close to her and said, "If someone says bad things about him, usually these people don't live long." She began to make excuses and say that he just heard. Bailey held her close and said that her back was very flexible and he would be very sorry if it accidentally broke. She decided to distract him and said that her leader possessed a cultivator's relic. Bailey immediately wondered why this thing even existed in this century. She remembered the words of her leader, and he said that Bailey was very interested in cultivator relics, so it would be easy for her to lure him to the museum. It was a large museum of the Chervonezliva organization in which they kept their sorrows and more. They approached one of the stands, inside of which there was an ordinary branch on a pillow. Kelly said that it was the relic she was talking about and was about to leave. Then she said that she had a lot to do, so she should leave him, but he grabbed her hand and told her to wait. He asked her where she had gathered and said that he immediately guessed that she had lured him here. Suddenly, some armed red spirits appeared in front of them. They surrounded them and asked how they dared to break into the museum. These spirits were used as guardians. They could use weapons even though they did not have a solid body, and they were also invulnerable to physical attacks. So to defeat them, you have to use magic. One of these spirits immediately pounced on Bailey and Kelly. He claims to protect himself. He became protective of Kelly and created a protective magical shield over them, stopping this attack. After which, grabbing the girl by the arms and carrying her away, he asked her who controls these spirits, and warned her that if she did not tell, he would use her instead of a shield. She said she didn't know, but her goal was to bring him here, and everything else was arranged by her leader. The spirit had already raised his sword to cut them in half. He summoned his flaming sword and delivered a powerful blow to the spirit, shattering it into pieces. The power of his magical fire sword was deadly to these guards, but he began to tear them apart with ease. After finishing them off, he said that it was quite strange because exorcisms usually couldn't be dispelled by normal means, but it didn't matter because he came here for the cultivator's relic. Taking this artifact in his hands, he realized that it contained about 10,000 spiritual energy chi, until suddenly he felt that he was surrounded by dozens of eyes looking at him. He and Kelly pointed guns at him. She asked not to shoot because she was also next to him. She said that there is nothing here and he broke into the museum himself to steal the relic, but they replied that they had an order to destroy everyone. She stood behind him and began to accuse him of the fact that it was all his fault. He smiled and said that it seems that his organization no longer needs her. One of them ordered to open fire, but Bailey and Kelly seemed to dissolve into thin air. A figure appeared from the shadows and said that they still wouldn't be able to escape. Bailey said that she called him a scumbag, but if it wasn't for him, she would be dead by now. She said that it was because of him that they found themselves in such a situation. And now the leader of the Magnus organization mobilized people, and they will not be allowed to escape from here. He said that if she wants to survive, then she must tell him the truth about what is happening here. She said that the museum was surrounded by arrows, but even in close combat they were weak. So for their protection, there were several more great energy cultivation masters next to them. They continued to fire on them. She said that there were about 8 masters on the perimeter. Bailey sensed that someone nearby had used magic and asked if its leader was a magical cultivator. Magnus walked down the hall and, turning to Kelly, asked when she had time to become a traitor. She said that she was not a traitor and accused him of betraying her, and added that when her father finds out about it, he will definitely take revenge for her. He glared at her with his evil eyes and said that he doubted it, and pointed a magic arrow at them, and said that the organization would remember her sacrifice. He said that she should tell him about their weak spot that they can use to escape. She pointed to one of the masters standing in front of them and said that the far right one had just reached Grandmaster level and they could try to break through them. Magnus started yelling that they needed more firepower because they couldn't let them escape. He rushed after them and shouted that he wanted to deal with them personally. Bailey turned to Magnus and said that relying only on his strength to restrain him was a stupid idea. He took out his flaming Bailey sword and struck a powerful magical blow at the archers. It caused a powerful burst of energy that knocked everyone back with a shockwave, after which Bailey used this moment to break through the wall and get out of the museum, holding Kelly in his arms. Magnus stood by the hole in the wall and watched them run away displeased. He said that they would not be able to escape far and ordered his men to immediately rush after them. Bailey landed loudly in the middle of some building holding an unconscious Kelly. Many armed people appeared around him again. They said that this was the residence of the patriarch of the Luke Tianhe clan. They said that the two of them had no right to break in here, after which they demanded that they say who they were. The girl introduced herself and said her name was Kelly Tianhe. Bailey Yun was with her. She said she wanted to see her father. A man appeared. He turned to his guards and told them to leave immediately, leaving them alone. He looked closely and asked if he was the same Bailey Yun, then asked if he compared his daughter. She said that it wasn't him, it was Magnus's handiwork, and most likely he wanted to finish her off. And he also betrayed them, his daughter complained. He, the father, strictly ordered her to shut up because he was not talking to her but to Bailey. He confirmed Kelly's words and asked what else he wanted to know. He looked at him sternly and said that he had heard a lot about him and asked if he was really a divine cultivator. The young master replied that it was possible and so, but he would not like to spread this information. Kelly was shocked by this and said that if he is really a divine cultivator, then their family will help him escape from persecution, and if not, then there is no point in holding him back. Bailey realized that Shavona Zliva and the Tianhe clan both had some idea of divine cultivators, and if he didn't believe in them and they didn't believe in his powers, they both might be in trouble. Luke was very shocked by this and could not believe that he met such a powerful person. He bowed and asked Bailey to accept his daughter as a student, and said that in return he would give him their family heirlooms. Bailey took out one of the crystals and asked if they were such relics. Luke answered yes. He said that these crystals were talismans of their ancestors. Hundreds of years ago, they were flooded with them and left a huge snake, whose body length was 30 meters, to protect them. Bailey curiously replied that he would like to see it. He understood that the risk was worth it, because if the crystals were real, then he should try to get them. They came to the jumping chasm. Luke said that the crystals are in this place. They were at a great depth where they were guarded by a snake. Luke said that Bailey had better think things through. The young master knew that if a snake is 100 years old, it will be an ordinary beast. If it is 1,000 years old, it will be a monster. And if it is 10,000 years old, it will be a dragon. But he can handle them all. The next moment, the young master jumped off and said he was ready for it. Luke, looking at him, should have said that he hopes Bailey will be destroyed along with this snake. Kelly heard the voice of her father, who said that Bailey jumped into the lake, and judging by the vibration of the water, most likely he entered into a fight with a monster. Also, he hoped that the snake would finish him off and they would be able to take the treasures. She guessed that her father was planning to destroy Bailey, but she said she couldn't let that happen because he had saved her several times. She told her father that Bailey saved her and she owed him. He replied that he killed a lot of their people and was a very dangerous person, so it's better to get rid of him. She said that they can't do that, but she didn't agree with that, after which she rushed towards the lake, saying that she had to warn him. Luke immediately ordered his men to stop her immediately. Kelly was knocked to the ground, and she warned her father that Bailey's power was too great, and he could not be destroyed just like that. He began to laugh loudly and said that this time he had encountered the legendary ancient battle snake in the depths of the lake, and he would surely end now. Meanwhile, Bailey really met the monster. He looked at the snake with interest and said this long worm will not be easy to finish. The snake immediately rushed to attack him, opening his mouth wide, but he missed and hit the bottom of the lake loudly with his teeth. Bailey dodged, and leaping out over the lake, he drew his flaming sword. The snake continued to chase him, but the young master used the flame blade technique against him, and managed to injure the monster by piercing its strong scales, after which he flew high into the sky with a fiery arrow. So when the snake went to the bottom, it dived into the lake again to go in search of crystals. Meanwhile, Luke and his men were already at the bottom of the lake. One of his assistants said that he no longer felt any chi energy in this city, and they could take the treasure. Luke was extremely pleased because they thought that Bailey was destroyed along with the snake. They broke through the rock behind which the passage appeared. Luke looked at the middle of it with pleasure because he had been waiting for this moment for so long. They began to swim in while Bailey quietly followed them. Coming closer, he realized that the entrance to the cave was separated by water. Luke did not hide his emotions. He laughed loudly and rejoiced because the treasure of his ancestors was now arranged for him. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Bailey, who said that he meant that the treasure belongs to him. The young master said that he wanted to praise them for their excellent plan. He went inside the cave where the relic was kept. Luke and his men followed him, impressed by his appearance. Behind them stood a relic that illuminated the dark cave with its light. Bailey smiled and said that unfortunately for them, he was still alive, and thanked Luke for the opportunity to finish off this monster because he was able to get some of his demonic blood for himself. He ordered his men to attack Bailey immediately, and added that when he received the power of the relic, he would personally finish him off. The young master was very angry and, grabbing his flaming sword, ordered them to get out of his way, after which he finished off Luke's men with ease. Luke said that Bailey is really very strong because they couldn't even stop him with anything. Then he took out a sword and said that he is now testing the power of the Heaven Sword on him, using the energy of the immortal cultivator. He was very shocked when he heard this because he did not believe that the spiritual energy of immortal cultivators still existed in this world. Luke gave him a powerful blow, but Bailey was able to block it with his fire sword. He smiled and said even if he possessed that energy, he still wouldn't be able to defeat him. After which the young master gave Luke a super powerful blow, saying that he will now show him what it's like to be destroyed by a spirit weapon. He pierced him through with a powerful energy laser, and a red-black liquid came out of his mouth. He quietly said that he doesn't believe it. Thus, he was destroyed by his own weapon and fell on his knees before his enemy. Bailey approached him and said that Tianhe's soul had dissipated and now he would no longer be able to hide himself, then ordered him to show himself. Luke kept his head down. He started laughing and saying that Bailey was just incredible, and said that even his best cover didn't help him. A demonic smile appeared on his face. He said that he is the ancestor of the Tianhe clan and that Bailey destroyed his people. He will now take revenge on him. He said that he was not doing it for the sake of the clan, but for himself, and by tying himself to the flesh of future generations, he wanted to gain eternal life for himself. He began to remove the sword from his body and said that if it wasn't for Bailey, he would be able to restore his own flesh and blood. Pulling out his sword from his chest, he rushed to attack the young master. Bailey blocked this mighty blow, barely containing his power and strength. He jumped back several meters. Bailey felt a strong loss of energy. He said that a few more swings of the sword were enough for him, but he could barely stay on his feet. It was really difficult for his master to resist the anti-Razian sword and the divine spirit power, and if he did not invent something, he might even lose to him. From the beginning, he wanted to use the snake's blood to purify the healing pills, but now he will have to use one drop for the battle. The young master put his fingers in a combat stance, after which a powerful energy attack burst out of his eyes, directed at the spirit of Luke's ancestor. He shouted, and said that this could not be because the power of the primordial spirit fell on him. Luke immediately fell to the ground, releasing his sword from his hands. The young master understood that today he almost lost his life here. In the future, he should be more careful. Using the primordial spirit damaged his own spirit, and it looks like he will have to use 1,000 spirit stones to restore it. Fortunately, there were not so many treasures in this cave. Besides that, there were more than 1,000 crystals. It was quite a good loot. Bailey took the heavenly sword in his hands. He said that the spirit sharpened in this sword was destroyed, and the sword itself will now serve him. He touched its blade and said from now on it was his and called it a demon sword. After which, with the help of magic, he created a spiritual connection between them. While at home, Kelly heard a strange sound coming from the lake. She began to worry because her father had long since entered the lake with his people, and there was still no news from them. One of the guards approached her and said that the head of the Chervanasliva organization, Magnus Fletcher, had come to them, and he wanted to see the patriarch. He stood outside the door and said that he was looking forward to meeting Luke Tianhe. He also said that he hopes that he will not hide Bailey from him. Kelly understood that she had a problem because Magnus leaned here. He shouted that if the patriarch does not open the door for him, he will come in himself. He ran inside room A and began to say that his daughter conspired with Bailey, and they broke into the museum to steal his powerful artifact and also injured his men. But he quickly realized that there was no one here. But still he felt someone's energy. He said, if they do not show themselves, then they should not accuse him of cruelty. He saw the shadow of Luke behind the screen. He said that Magnus has no right to break into his territory and asked if he considers his family an empty place. He understood that if Luke Tianhe was really behind the screen, then he would not let him go just like that until he got some benefit for himself. It was Kelly. She was a master of transfiguration and could easily fake her father's voice. She told Magnus that he could go, and they would deal with Bailey themselves. Until suddenly she felt a shot rang out near her ear and the bullet almost blew her head off. It was Magnus who fired his gun trying to hit the shadow of this man. He asked will he not have enough courage to meet him face to face. He also said that no one finds behind the screen, but he demands that Yue appear before him or he will destroy him. The next moment, a guard who served the Tianhe family pounced on him. He landed powerfully but could not hit him. He was already standing on the roof. The bodyguards of the Tianhe family ran into the house with the words that they should capture Magnus and protect Kelly. He understood that he needed time to deal with these people. He also heard a strange sound from the side of the lake and assumed that Bailey had already managed to get the treasures. When they ran inside the house, they saw Kelly in front of them and asked where Magnus was. She said that they should gather more people to try to catch him. Meanwhile, he arrived at the precipice and was looking into the depth of the lake. Behind him, the people from the Tianhe clan who tried to chase him were destroyed. He did not see either Luke or Bailey here and assumed that they might still be in the depths. He decided to check everything personally, after which he jumped off. But he landed on the ground and saw Kelly in front of him, surrounded by a squad of warriors. She pointed a large cannon at him. She said if he made a move, he shouldn't blame her for opening fire on him. He asked. Had the entire Tianhe clan decided to unite against him? But it seemed like it was all for the sake of hiding what was at the bottom of the lake. Immediately after his words, Kelly opened fire on him, and her men immediately rushed to attack him. He began to shout that they were just a bunch of worthless worms, after which he dealt them a massive, powerful blow, throwing them away from him for a long distance. The entire Tianhe clan squad was stunned, and Kelly was also sitting on the ground with pieces of her cannon next to her. He slowly approached her and said that no one dares to stop him. She said that she won't let him touch her father and Bailey with a finger. She said that if he takes another step, she will blow everything up here. He pointed the gun at her and said that he didn't want to do it, but she herself is forcing him, after which he suggested that he check his gun as soon as possible to see if she would light the fuse. Suddenly, he heard a voice addressing him, but he turned his head to see who it was. He received a powerful blow from which he flew several meters and fell to the ground. It was Bailey surrounded by a fiery aura. He was hanging above the ground and watching Magnus. He pointed a demonic sword at him, but said that his sword was faster than his gun. He smiled and said that Bailey never ceases to amaze him, and assumed that he probably already managed to finish off Luke Tianhe. Suddenly, Magnus took out a grenade from his pocket, after which a powerful explosion rang out. And in the place where he stood, there was nothing left but the burnt earth. Landing, Bailey said that he didn't have any courage at all because he just took Ta and ran away. Kelly meanwhile asked Bailey if it was true that he destroyed her father. He said it was true because her father wanted to destroy him. Bailey said since she risked her life to hold back Magnus, he would give her a choice: either she would become the new head of the Tianhe clan and serve him, or she would refuse and he would destroy her. Magnus was already on the other side of the lake. He said that although the treasures looked tempting, but he can't risk fighting for them with Bailey because he was too strong, but he still wanted to destroy him. There were many guns near him, and he said that Bailey and Kelly are on the other side of the lake, and they have to destroy this energy cultivator and the entire Tianhe clan today. The young master saw that a bunch of cannonballs were flying at them. Kelly screamed and asked if they decided to shoot at them and said Bailey better get out of here. 3 days have passed. Commander Gloria's granddaughter stood in her grandfather's office with tears flowing from her eyes and asked if Master Bailey had been destroyed. He said that the organization informed them that Bailey and his accomplice stole their treasures, and when they ran into a car that was transporting ammunition, which caused them to be destroyed, Gloria said that it was delusional that the organization destroyed Bailey. Howard said that the army has already sent their people to investigate this case, but they won't leave it. She said that they can't just sit idly by, and she also heard that someone wanted to take revenge on the Bailey family and take Longdine Island. The commander said that this problem was not so easy to solve, and the island was still in the process of being transferred to the ownership of the Yun family. Gloria said that she believed that he was still alive because he was an outstanding person. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the eastern lake, Bailey busied himself with energy cultivation and restored his strength, creating a protective dome over them in which they could breathe. He said that he had finally succeeded in absorbing the spirit of the crystals, and this time he had gained 10,000 points of spiritual energy and had reached the level of a great spiritual realm. Kelly turned to him. You said she promised to follow him and be his eyes and ears? He said he was glad to hear that, and it looks like she thought it through. But, pointing two fingers at her, told her not to think that if she just cursed, he would completely trust her. He framed her and said that she must accept his contract of master and servant, and from now on if she breaks it he will destroy her mind. She swore that she will not betray him. He said that was fine, and the deal was done. Now they could go and find Magnus. Meanwhile, Magnus said that Bailey's death was an accident, and he regrets it very much, but he saw with his own eyes how Bailey stole the treasures and was destroyed in the accident because of it. Dwight answered him that the truth did not depend on his words, but he did not believe this story. The lieutenant said that they have already sent people to investigate, so they will not rest until they find his body. He said that he was telling everything as it was, and to believe him or not is their business. Magnus himself was convinced that Bailey did not manage to survive after their volley on him. He also reminded the lieutenant that Bailey had stolen their artifacts, and if they didn't reimburse them, he would be forced to spread the information internationally, the lieutenant barely containing his rage. Suddenly, Magnus heard a familiar voice that said Tom would hardly be able to spread anything. This voice scared him extremely. He looked up and saw Bailey in front of him. He said that he had tried to finish him many times but failed every time. He was floating in the air on his sword, and Kelly was holding onto his handle. She was asking Bailey to get down to the ground as soon as possible, because everyone could see what was under her skirt. Magnus was shocked and asked how the hell they were alive. Dwight was overjoyed to see his old friend safe and sound. Kelly turned to the lieutenant and said that it was her master, but they should not worry about him. Magnus was extremely impressed by the strength of this young man. He not only saved himself, but also took the girl with him. He said that Bailey will not be able to destroy him on the territory of their headquarters of the organization, because the military and international forces will not forgive him for this. He said, does he really think that they will take revenge for this because of some destroyed nothing like him? He said that he was used to fighting his enemies face to face. Magnus screamed in horror that Bailey was taking on too much and reached into his pocket for a gun. But it was too late. The sword pierced his stomach and let him bleed. He asked Bailey why the powers were getting stronger each time. He smiled and said that he should thank him for giving him the cultivator's treasures, and now that his power was growing rapidly, and said that he would now lead his organization instead of him. He began to laugh and say that Bailey was a really cool guy, and said that he would take his family to hell with him. Magnus said that he would not tell him anything, but he learned that an hour ago his parents were captured by martial artists on Longdine Island. He said if Bailey goes there right now, he can find both bodies, and then started laughing out loud. Bailey immediately incinerated him with his fiery power. He said that it seems martial arts masters in their country need and want new victims. Dwight turned to Bailey and said he hadn't heard anything about his parents. He said that rumors of his death had spread throughout the country, and the martial arts world had decided that his parents were not worth keeping Longdine Island for themselves. The lieutenant told that there was a man named Miles Marion. He opposed his parents. He was at the level of a legendary master of martial arts for many years. Bailey said that whoever decided to harm his parents would be destroyed immediately. The lieutenant said that they prepared a special plane for him. He said that he did not need it because it was too slow. He jumped on his sword and said he couldn't stay any longer and asked to take care of everything here while he was gone. The young master flew on his sword at great speed over the ocean. Suddenly, some kind of monster-like winged fish jumped out of the water and tried to attack him. He asked what this strange creature was and why it dared to hinder him on his way. He gave the monster a powerful blow and immediately silenced it. Bailey said that if she obeys him and becomes his pet, then he will not destroy her. The fish nodded, making it clear that he agreed. Meanwhile, Longdine Island was on fire. A man addressed the locals and said, as long as they cover Bailey's parents, he won't let them leave the island. Daisy told him that they would never give them back and ordered this thief to get out of here. Mr. Yun turned to her Ta and told her not to provoke this man, because at the moment they didn't know if Bailey was alive. Gia. They turned to them and said that there was no need to panic because the formation that Bailey had created for protection was still resisting the attacks of the attackers. Besides, there was a squad of green dragons on the island. Miss Yun said that they didn't really need this island, and their son's friends shouldn't risk their lives because of it. But Mr. Yun said that the problem was not only in the island. More than 10 years ago, Miles Marion allowed them to escape, but only because they did not represent a thunderstorm for him. But when Bailey became very strong, everything changed. It was the son of Miles Marion, named Travis. He shouted and called them a bunch of pathetic and weak people, ordering them to prepare for battle. The cannons continued to fire at the island, but they ran into a shield. In the end, the protective dome was destroyed, and Miles managed to get into the middle of the island. He shouted that if Bailey does not appear in front of him now, he will destroy everyone here. A squad of green dragons was already waiting for him inside. John said that he did not deserve to see their commander, but they would destroy him now. Whereupon John ordered all to attack at once, and the first flew into battle. Travis fended off their attacks with ease, and inflicted brutal blows on them, saying that the Green Dragon Squad was just a bunch of weak worms. He said that Bailey was a real coward to let that bunch of snotty kids get destroyed for him. Suddenly, Bailey's father appeared in front of him and told him to stop all this. John grabbed Travis by the leg and told Mr. Yoon not to surrender to this monster. Travis told Yoon that he hasn't changed a bit in all these years, and he finally managed to lure him outside. He said, what would leave him bruised if Yoon agreed to let his sister moan under him in bed every night and serve him? Mr. Yoon told him to shut up and said he would fight him. Suddenly, a sword appeared in the air that deflected Travis's attack when he wanted to strike Bailey's father. He angrily looked around and asked who dared to do this. Mr. Yoon was extremely happy to see his son alive. Bailey flew straight at him, preparing to knock out the attacker. When Travis saw Bailey, he asked if this was the famous young cultivator and said that the crimson plums told him that he had been destroyed. Then he swung at his father again and said that he didn't care that he was alive because now Longdean Island would still belong to him. The girls were very scared and started screaming to warn Mr. Yoon about the danger. Bailey and his fish rushed to attack him to prevent him from harming his father. He summoned his sword and with the words that he will now send Travis to hell rushed into battle. Travis managed to block this blow with his sword. The blow was so strong that he even sank into the ground under the weight of this attack. He started to point his finger at him and say that it was impossible. He said that his last attack speed was half a step from the mythical stage of martial arts, and asked if he had reached the legendary level. He smiled and said that he should not explain anything to the one who will be destroyed now. Suddenly, Travis grabbed something that looked like a bat from the feed and said that it was crazy, then threw it at Bailey, saying that he wouldn't let him destroy him so easily. This creature turned into a big monster in flight, and Travis said that Bailey would now be his lunch. Bailey said that it looked like a sealed, ferocious protector beast, and it was a beautiful creature, but unfortunately, he would have to face the wrong enemy. Bailey swung his sword and the creature was cut in two. Travis was shocked when he saw this and couldn't believe his eyes. He said that he was impressed by his strength, but added that Bailey would not be able to destroy him today. Travis took out one more thing from his pocket. It was a talisman thanks to which he turned into some kind of spirit, after which he left the battlefield, saying that his family would take revenge on Bailey. Bailey made another powerful swing of the sword and said that he was not used to waiting long, and he was used to dealing with things right away. A powerful beam of energy caught up and hit the spirit that Travis had turned into. The young master said that with this blow he paralyzed his legs, and a little later he would take his life. Suddenly he saw another strange couple who seemed to have arrived on the island together with Travis. He asked what they were doing there and did they expect an invitation, but they said they were just passing by and didn't want any trouble for themselves. Eventually Bailey let them go, and his family and friends began to celebrate the victory. But he and his father were waiting for a serious conversation. Bailey asked him to tell everything about his enmity with Travi and the Marion family. Mr. Yoon said that this story has been going on for many years. He said that many years ago when he and his aunt were still young, she was walking down the street and they met Travis. He thought his aunt was beautiful, so he decided to court her, and even started touching her with his hands. Mr. Yoon said that in those days he was young and aggressive, so he was seriously beaten by Travis, but this angered his father. Therefore, he once broke into their house, beat him, and took his sister. Their family was afraid of the Marion clan because it was very powerful. Then Mr. Yoon cried and said that because they didn't know what to do, they left his aunt as a hostage to the Marion family for 19 years. Bailey stood up and said that he would release her immediately. Mr. Yoon understands that he is worried about his aunt, but their family was very strong and they should plan everything very well. He said that you shouldn't worry about it, but he takes care of it. Daisy ran into the room and said that she had bad news. Travis sent them a letter saying that if Bailey didn't come to them, he would destroy his aunt and all the members of the Yoon family. His father said it looks like a trap, and Bailey shouldn't go there, and he has to take responsibility for this mistake, and he doesn't want his son to pay for it with his life. Bailey said he couldn't let his aunt live there forever. He asked his father to trust him, and he already had a plan that would help them defeat the Marion family. Commander Howard arrived on the island. He said that he knows about everything and is ready to help in any way he can, and promised Bailey that he will guarantee the safety of his family. He also said that he came here to talk to him and suggested that he go for a walk. When they got outside, Bailey saw a large stage with many people gathered around it. Howard said that the command decided to promote him, so they even decided to organize this event. Bailey thanked them for that. The presenter said that now Commander Howard will present the medal to Lieutenant General Bailey. He said that Bailey has made a great contribution to their country, and he presents him with Lieutenant General medals, and they hope that he will continue to protect their homeland. He put his hand on his heart and said that he would never disappoint them. After the ceremony, they decided to walk and talk a little more. The commander said that he wanted to talk to him about the Marion family. He said that they were very powerful, and this whole situation was very dangerous. So the command decided to give the order to destroy this family, so he has to go there to finish them off. after which he gave him some documents and said that there was information about the Marion family and their head of the family, Miles Marion. Bailey looked at the documents and asked if he was a mythical martial artist. Howard said that this trip will be extremely dangerous, but he has to come back alive. Meanwhile, Travis was already at home. He said that Bailey beat him so badly that his army even decided to assign him new knowledge for this. He shouted that they were a bunch of scumbags, but he had to destroy them for that. He told his son that instead of complaining, he should cultivate and recover, then head back to take revenge on his enemies. He asked if his father would allow Bailey to beat him again, and what others would think of their family if he did. He said he couldn't ignore the fact that Bailey had hurt him, and he wasn't going to let it just happen. He said the army would send Bailey to them in 7 days, and then he would know what suffering was like. 6 days later, Bailey arrived at the Marion family's villa. Miles met in person and said he was glad to see him visiting them. They went inside. They were surrounded by many servants. Miles said that he had heard a lot about him and his power. He also added that he was not the only one who wanted to meet him. He said that there was one woman who missed him very much. He called one very tired girl and said that it happened to be his aunt named Jennifer Yun. Bailey was extremely impressed when he saw her, but even more confused by her condition. When she saw her nephew, she immediately began to worry and asked if it was him. Bailey saw that her face was very tired and scarred. She was so jealous of Khan that she was even afraid to look other people in the eye. The young master asked how the hell they dare treat his aunt like that. Miles answered him that he shouldn't talk like that, but if they really treated her badly, why didn't she go to court? Travis slapped her on the hips and ordered the tea to be brought to them immediately, and Khan said that she would definitely do everything. Bailey started yelling and saying that he had no right to order her around. Miles stopped him and said that his aunt was like a daughter to him because she was his son's wife, and she always made them tea. Therefore, you shouldn't be so serious. Travis started laughing and saying that he was his legal uncle, and asked why Bailey didn't call him uncle, while Jennifer brought him tea. But after taking a sip, he spat boiling water right in her face. He grabbed her by the throat and began to strangle her, asking if she wanted him to burn her tongue. Bailey immediately delivered a powerful blow to Travis, smashing his cart. He flew out of it and slammed into the nearest wall, crushing it with his body. Miles was very angry and said that Bailey had no right to touch his son, and for that they would not let him go. He said that he heard such words too often and suggested that he invent something else. He rushed to attack him and said that he was too insolent to allow himself to talk to him like that. When Travis struck him, Bailey immediately understood why he was called a mythical martial artist, because this attack was very dangerous for him. The young master rejected him and sent him to hell, after which he grabbed his aunt and told her to hold on to him tightly as they were leaving, after which they took off with lightning and disappeared into the sky. Miles asked his father why he let them go when he humiliated him in front of a lot of people and hurt his legs. He said he would order his men to find and destroy their entire family for daring to kidnap Jennifer. Bailey and Jennifer landed in the middle of the island. He started coughing loudly, and a red liquid was coming out of his mouth. His aunt excitedly asked how he was feeling. Bailey said he was fine. It was just that Miles's cultivation was too strong and he couldn't fight him right now. She was very excited and said that because of what he took, Miles won't leave him alone, but she has to go back to protect him. He said that she shouldn't do that, and apologized for the fact that she had suffered for so long and for the fact that his father had not been able to help her all these years. The tears didn't return to her eyes, and Bailey said that from now on she could worry no more, but he would never let him hurt them. He hugged her, but she cried bitterly. He said once again that she shouldn't be afraid anymore. Bailey understood that if he wanted to defeat Miles, he had to immediately start cultivating to restore his energy. 2 months passed, and Bailey was in one of the caves on Longdean Island. He managed to make a breakthrough, but he reached the intermediate level of a great spiritual energy master. Gia came to him. She said that Miles Marion's people managed to find him. But do they know if he is in this cave? Bailey smiled and said that he is an old scumbag, and if he thinks that being a mythical martial artist he can touch someone in his family, then he better prepare for his own destruction. He put on his cloak and told her to prepare to challenge him to a duel, and he was ready to fight him. Travis asked his father if this was a joke and how dare this snitch challenge him to a duel. And Miles said that you should not underestimate Bailey, but most likely he has already reached the level of mythical martial arts, Travis asked. Does he mean that Bailey has reached the level where he can fight against him on an equal footing? He said he was sure of it because all this time Bailey had been improving his cultivation and building up his strength, and according to rumors Bailey had never lost to anyone before, and anyone who hated him was destroyed. Travis asked Khan if that was true, then asked his father again if he really still wanted to fight him. He replied that, of course, because if he didn't agree, the reputation of their family would be destroyed. He also said that Bailey would put pressure on them if they dragged their feet with the answer. But he said that he should not worry because he already had a plan. They agreed to meet him in a park near a large hotel, where a lot of people cheering for Miles Marion had gathered at the place where the fight was to be held. He said that he would deal with this marker, and then as a family he would throw a grand party and invite all the residents of the city. Many of his supporters gathered from below. Everyone wanted to see the battle of the two mythical masters. Bailey's parents watched this fight along with the commander. Bailey's father asked why Miles still looked so young despite his advanced age, and it could mean that he was very powerful. Howard said if Bailey challenged him to a duel, it means he's already prepared and he can surprise him in a fight. Bailey turned to Miles and said that he allowed himself to do many wrong things. He forced his father to leave his native land and then forced his aunt to become a slave for many years, and for that, he will destroy him today. He replied that Bailey was too high-minded and asked if he would lose his life today. He raised his hand to a huge cheer. Only a wave rose above Bailey and tried to knock him off his feet. There was a powerful impact of the water mass, and Miles disappeared from the field of view. He smiled and said that Bailey would be drowned in this deep sea. Suddenly, he appeared behind him and pointed his sword directly at his neck. He said that Bailey appeared to have dived into the sea on purpose to surprise him, and praised him for good strategy. Miles said that at such a young age, Bailey has achieved great things and could be a great man in the future, but today, he will take his life. The young master understood that this old man had prepared more than one trump card up his sleeve, and he had better finish the fight with him as soon as possible. He raised his hand up and a bright flame lit up around him. It was the second form of the dragon sword art, the dragon that floats in the 9 heavens. Miles asked what kind of powerful magic he was using and started threatening again that he would finish Bailey today. The old man also used his technique called the Marian sword style, delivering a powerful energy attack that was supposed to neutralize this majestic dragon. But as he faced the dragon, he felt the cold blade of the sword pierce his chest. Miles called him a son of a bitch and said that Bailey used his magic to distract him and said it was a dirty trick. The young master pulled the sword from his chest and said that Miles was in no position to teach him manners, because he had abused his family for many years, but he was ready to finish him off in his own way. The old man laughed and said it wasn't over yet, and motioned for Bailey to look up. He raised his eyes and saw the helicopter in which his parents were. The servants of Miles, led by his son, captured them and put guns to their heads. A voice rang out from the helicopters asking Bailey if he cherishes his loved ones. This person said that they are now in his hands. It was Travis. He said, if Bailey doesn't want to take their bodies, then he should kill himself, and only if he destroys himself will they let them go. Bailey has already lost a lot of strength. He turned to Travis and asked if he thinks he can do anything he wants. He began to laugh loudly and say that he would finish his father now because of his long tail. The young master smiled and said that Travis was a real idiot, after which he said that they could leave. He did not understand what was happening and looked at his pilot and saw that it was Gia. Bailey ordered his men into action, and guns were immediately pointed at Travis. Gia showed him an arrest warrant and accused him of insulting the military and causing harm to innocent people. She said that General Bailey ordered him to arrest him, but if he resisted, he would be destroyed. He angrily asked what she was doing in his helicopter and where did his people go. She said that the army is watching his every move because the Marian family has ruled for many years and abused their power, so their government has been planning to take action against them for a long time. He began to scream in terror and say that this cannot be. Gia ordered to detain him and wait for the court's decision on his further fate. She approached Bailey and said that luckily he guessed the Marian family's intentions, so they were able to prepare and trap them. Gia said it was the commander's idea to invite his parents to this show. Bailey said they did a good job. A crowd of people who recently cheered for old Miles immediately rushed to Bailey, and now they said that he was already an incredible fighter and hero. He approached his parents and guiltily said that he must have made them nervous. His mother said that the main thing is that everything is fine with him, but there is nothing more to worry about. Suddenly, a young man approached them. He called Bailey's mom his aunt. He said his name is Joel Yun, and he came to visit his uncle and aunt. He said that because of Bailey, their clan was under terrible pressure from the Marian family. Bailey's father said that Joel was very young in those years, but he probably doesn't know that he was kicked out of the clan, so he and his wife were no longer members of their family. Joel said that uncle should not forget his ancestors and the family, then kick them out because they wanted good for them. But now everything was fine. But they sent him to invite them to visit. Bailey turned to him and angrily said that it was just ridiculous, because it means that his aunt got into the family in Marian because they wanted good for her. He started saying that Bailey doesn't know what he's talking about and that he should call him brother anyway. Young Master said that Joel came here even before the fight happened, and asked why he didn't invite his parents before, even before he finished Miles Marian, and said that some family was like that and a cousin, then added that he didn't want to have nothing to do with them. Bailey turned to Gia and asked her to talk about the good things the Joel family had done. She said that 60 days ago his family and Marian secretly met each other. 59 days his family came to visit his parents at the same time, taking more than 10 killers with them. Joel was immediately frightened and wondered how they knew this. He fell on his knees in front of Bailey and said he could explain everything. He said Marian's family threatened them and practically forced them to do it. Bailey said that if he continues to speak, his family will cease to exist today, and warned that he always keeps his word. After which he told him that he was saying goodbye to him and did not want to see him anymore. 3 days came. It was Longdean Island. Bailey was resting in his office, and Hannah came to him. She said that after his last battle, he became famous all over the world. Now many forces want to sway him to their side. She said that she chose the invitations of the 3 largest countries and invited him to look. He took these invitations and looked at them carefully. One of them was from a country that was already trying to finish him off. He was invited to Shioja. It was a city in Japan. It was the most mysterious place on the continent. It was located in a foggy place, and even if you were a mythical martial artist, it was difficult to survive there. There were also rumors that the first magical cultivator was born there. Bailey immediately said that he would choose this place. 3 days later, Elaine Faith and her assistant Jill arrived at Bailey's island. They said they were happy to welcome him and asked him for help. He dissatisfiedly asked why he should help them, because at one time they wanted to interfere with him when he was saving his parents. But then he did not have time to take revenge. Elaine understood that he was completely right and had the right to revenge. He presented them with a gift and asked, do they want to be destroyed? She said that he misunderstood her. But they dare not deceive him. She said that they have Shioja's secret with them, so she hopes that he will agree to protect them. He asked again why they decided that he would want to protect her, and then ordered Gia to get them out of his sight. Elaine was told that their organization had lost many masters, but fortunately their senior was able to survive and leave the map. Jill handed him a map. Elaine said that the map contained the location of a fatal herbal elixir, and asked him to accept it as proof of their sincerity. He was already interested, so he said that he had never heard of this elixir before. Elaine said that it was the secret of their clan, and since their eldest managed to survive, he told that just by smelling this elixir, the strength increased tenfold, and if you drank it, even a dead man could revive. Bailey thought if it was true, then it was a real treasure, but it all sounded very dubious. He said they could leave the map with him, and ordered them to stay on the island while he verified this information and decided what to do with them next. The girls looked at each other and asked if they could now stay here to serve him. Bailey looked at this card again and decided that if this herb is really effective, he will be able to raise the rank of the Grand Master of Spiritual Energy to the highest level. Opening the map, he saw the way to the hidden treasure, but he decided that he had to agree, because sooner or later, he still had to go to this country. 2 days passed. Bailey stayed at the best hotel in Shioja. Bailey was standing in the middle of the lobby holding a suitcase. A girl passed by him calling him a peasant. She immediately went to the reception desk and said she wanted to book 3 rooms. The woman told her that, unfortunately, their hotel had run out of rooms, and the last one had just been booked. She asked if it was possible to rent a villa. Bailey understood that this insolence had to be tamed, and approaching the woman, said that he had recently booked a villa here and he needed help. The girl started yelling at him and asking how he dared to take the villa from her. Bailey showed her the phone and said that he booked it online, and she should learn to use it too. The girl was very impressed by this. The woman at the reception told Bailey that everything was already ready, and his villa was in the back of the hotel. He thanked and said that now he can go and rest peacefully. The girl displeasedly told him to stop immediately, and tripping over herself, clumsily fell on his chest. She began to scream that he pulled away from her and took his hands from her. He fulfilled her order, because of which she fell face down on the floor. She started shouting that it is over now, but she will never forgive him for this. Her servant ran up to her and tried to calm her down. Bailey asked if she was sure of what she said and said that his name was Bailey Yun. Hearing his name, she was extremely shocked and amazed. Her servant said that it looks like it was the person they were unable to invite, and he himself came to Shioja. Bailey immediately took note of his words and what the person they couldn't invite meant. He reminded the girl that the master had said that they must invite Bailey Yun at any cost. She said that she knows it even without him, after which she snatched the suitcase from his hands. She unhappily showed off what was inside the Bailey suitcase and said her name was Fiona, and she was from the Fane family. Bailey was extremely amazed when he saw the artifact that was inside, because it was the immortal spirit fire. 15 minutes later, he and Fiona were sitting in his villa and he was examining the artifact. He felt that there was a trick here, because it was extremely difficult to find a spiritual immortal fire in the entire world, and using this artifact combined with his fire technique could greatly strengthen it. This would allow his body to be invulnerable even to the attacks of mythical martial arts masters. He immediately asked her what she wanted for this artifact. She said that in 6 months, she wants him to go to the same place with her and, when necessary, do everything to protect her life. He smiled and said that in this case, 1 artifact would not be enough. She said that if he agreed, the Fan family would also give him a box of 100-year-old materials in order to show the treasure chest. Bailey saw a golden ring on her finger that shone with a bright light. He understood that it was a ring for storing things and relics, but he had seen such a ring only in Miles Marion, because their family had ruled for many years and had many treasures. Bailey said that their family must have many treasures and asked why they are still not known in the world of martial arts. Fiona said that their family were magicians and they should not be confused with wild cultivators who only know how to harden their bodies. Meanwhile, Bailey thought that this immortal spirit fire should be his, but this girl had a very sharp tongue, and he had to train her. He said if they are so powerful, why is she now begging him to help her? Hearing this, she was overcome with real rage, but she wanted to start a fight already. But her servant reminded her that the master was waiting for her to bring the medicine home, and she had to watch her conduct. She sighed unhappily and said she remembered it. Her servant turned to Bailey and said that they had prepared a present for him, and said that in 3 days they would go to the botanical garden, and invited him to go there together. Bailey agreed and asked them not to disturb him for 3 days, during which time he planned to cultivate the immortal spirit fire and improve some basic medicines. 3 days later, they arrived at the Sheojia tourist area. Bailey immediately discovered a defensive formation and said that it was no wonder that no one could just enter here. He said that they were going to go to the botanical garden, after which he asked where it was located. She said that this place was in the deepest part of the country, and it was called the 1,000-year-old botanical garden, and only those who had an invitation could enter here. After a moment, an invitation appeared in her hand and circled over her palm. Suddenly, everything changed. The protective barrier disappeared. Bailey saw a place of incredible beauty where small islands flew above the earth. Fiona said that she was very impressed. She heard many times how her grandfather said that this place has a very picturesque landscape, and it was really so. Some people immediately met them and said that they were glad to welcome them to the botanical garden. It was a young man wearing a strange golden outfit and a hat with yin and yang symbols on it, who said he would be their guide and invited them to follow him. They immediately went to the big market of the botanical garden. The man said that today was the first day of the festival, so they could safely do anything. Bailey saw an old man selling ginseng, whose sign said that it was 1,000-year-old ginseng for reincarnation, and the young master asked him what that meant. The old man replied that this medicine could revive even the dead. Bailey said that he must mean that it can heal any wounds. He replied that it was true, and asked if he even knew where this recipe came from. He said that this is ordinary medical medicine, and why say that it is medicine for reincarnation? The old man and several other sellers said that he did not understand what he was talking about and called Bailey a profane in these things. Fiona turned to the butler and said it looked like Bailey was in trouble, and asked if they should call someone for help. He suggested she just watch what happens next. The young master turned to the old man and asked what he would say if he already had such medicines. He said that this cannot be, and if Bailey had such drugs, he would give him everything he had. He said that although what he has is not expensive, he will not give it up. Bailey gave him a cone and said it was the medicine his sign said. He began to open it and say that he hoped Bailey was not cheating on him. When he opened it, he smelled a very interesting smell. This aroma was extremely pleasant. He asked Bailey where he got this medicine because it was very similar to reincarnation medicine. He said that such medicines were not exclusive to the botanical garden, and he still wouldn't call them reincarnation medicines, as they could simply heal damaged internal organs. Bailey told the old man that now he had seen everything with his own eyes, and now he had to fulfill his promises. He replied that they could not just trust his words, because there was no guarantee that these medicines were real. The old man said that he wanted to try their effect, and everyone present here was a witness, and if his pills proved to be effective, he would give Bailey all his things, and also give him his 1,000-year-old ginseng. Taking out a pill from the cone, he put it in his palm. After swallowing the pill, he felt a spiritual uplift. The quality of these drugs was at the level of Renaissance medicine. The man who was their tour guide was very excited about this, because Bailey dared to exchange his drugs here, the effect of which was too strong, and he should have reported this to the management. The old man immediately felt the incredible sensations that were the effect of the young master's medicine. His inner energy simply exploded with new power, and he felt incredible healing. He began to say that this medicine was really very good. It not only cured his ailments, but even made him break through the Danjin master level. He said that he was very sorry for his lack of trust, and that even if I gave him my items, that ginseng, Bailey said, if the old man wants to trade some more in the future, he can come to his Longdean Island. He also said he has a few more pills left, and if anyone wants to trade, he won't mind. The old man was very surprised because he remembered the face of this young man and realized that it was Bailey Yun. A bunch of people who were following them realized this and immediately ran up to him and started offering billions for his pill. The servant turned to Fiona and said that these drugs were indeed real and that they should buy them. She approached him and said she wanted to exchange 10 ginseng roots and a 1,000-year-old phoenix beak spear of her family and these medicines. She said that she begged him to exchange it for at least one pill for her suffocation because it could save his life. He understood that Fiona's intentions were good from the beginning. Suddenly someone approached him, calling him a little snitch who dared to sell fake medicine in his botanical garden. It was a fat man in the same suit as their tour guide. He said his name was Niall Yuan, and he was the owner of the botanical garden, and said that Bailey's medicine was not real, because only the botanical garden had the formula for such medicine. Fiona turned to Niall and said that his medicine was real, and there were even witnesses who saw for themselves its effectiveness. Bailey looked at Niall and smiled, and said that this was the first time he heard that the healing medicine formula was a secret of their sect, and asked if they really thought he was a fraud. Niall understood that he was telling the truth, and arguing with him could be dangerous. An assistant came up to him and said that the reincarnation medicine they kept had disappeared from their inventory. He made a surprised look and asked, did they all disappear to the last one? He began pointing fingers at Bailey and calling him a thief, ordering his men to capture him immediately. The young master said that at first Niall slandered him, said that he sells fake medicines, and now says that he is also a thief, and said that he will teach him now. Bailey smiled and asked if they were really sure they lost 3 pills. Niall's assistants began to say that the botanical garden put up for auction exactly 3 tablets every year, and he ate them. The young master sternly ordered him to shut up, and then said that he did not ask him. He once again asked Niall exactly how many pills they had. He replied that they had 3 pills. Bailey took 3 pills out of his pocket and asked where the extra one came from, because the old trader had already swallowed one. He said that there were 3 of them, just to divert the eyes, but in fact there were 4 of them. Bailey cleared his throat and said with a smile that it was interesting, and asked if he understood correctly that they had 4 pills. Niall said he was talking too much and asked what he meant by that. He asked exactly how many of them they had in the final result, and said that if he shows that he has 5, then they will also say that they had 5. Niall realized that Bailey was playing a game with them. He started shouting at his assistants, and ordered them to check everything immediately. Visitors to the botanical garden began to mock Niall and say that they would lose their face at such a rate, because not knowing how many stocks of such valuable drugs they had was real stupidity. He angrily started yelling at his assistants and asking if they had checked everything. One of them said that everything was checked, and in addition to the 3 pills that they were going to sell, the other 18 were also stolen. He rolled his eyes and asked, was everything stolen? Of course, he began to blame Bailey for everything and say that he was a thief. The young master said that they were mistaken here too, because he had 22 pills with him, and it was 4 more than they had. Hearing this, Niall was completely shocked, but blackened like a cloud with rage. He started yelling that Bailey was a real scumbag and accused him of playing with them, and then even started threatening him. He turned to all those present and asked them to catch this thief, and for this the botanical garden would give everyone 1 capsule. People were immediately tempted by this opportunity. Several of them immediately began to attack Bailey, pouncing on him with weapons. Niall shouted and ordered them to beat his stones. He will not be destroyed. Bailey was enraged by their stupidity and audacity, but he drew his sword and said that they were simply pitiful. After which, making several quick movements, he immediately defeated his opponents. He ran up to Niall Ta, already raised his sword over him. He was shaking with fear, and he said that they can agree on everything. The young master immediately looked at him and said that he was rolling under 3 devils. Niall lifted his eyes up and turned to the ancestors, begging to save him. One of them immediately descended from heaven to earth to save his worthless offspring. He said his name was Nicholas Fane, and he said hello to Bailey and said he was pleased to meet him. Bailey immediately understood that this person was not who he claimed to be. He was not a monk, and he also entered the late period of a great spiritual master. Niall under his feet began to whine that it was Bailey who stole their medicine, which their botanical garden had been accumulating for years. Nicholas immediately stepped on his head to make you shut up. He said that he took them, but it was a check they couldn't even handle, after which he ordered Niall and his servants to immediately apologize to Bailey. He said that he was very sorry that this had happened, and that the keeper of the botanic gardens was a real fool, and asked if Bailey could forgive them this time. He said if everything is resolved, then he won't hold a grudge against them. Nicholas once again thanked him for his tolerance, after which he invited him to visit the garden and discuss the compensation they want to pay him. Bailey replied that if they personally invite him, then he does not mind. They came to a small garden where they sat down in a cozy gazebo to discuss everything. Nicholas said that he wanted to apologize for everything again and offered to drink tea with him. He said that the younger generation decided to frame him for the sake of the authority of their garden, and he was sorry for that. Bailey said that he shouldn't take everything to heart. Besides, this situation didn't affect him at all. Nicholas said that despite Bailey's young age, he was very wise. He also added that he had heard of his outstanding martial arts. Bailey replied that he was from the Yunshao Palace. Suddenly, a girl ran up to him and called Nicholas a grandfather. She showed him a photo of Bailey on her phone and said that Yunshao is a new martial art. He smiled, taking her in his arms, and said that the person in the photo really looks like this young man, and said that this girl's name was Lily, and she was already 6 years old. Bailey smiled and said that everything was fine, but children are always very curious. She said that she heard that a friend had come to the grandfather's house, but she prepared the snacks and fruits in advance, she flaunted. Nicholas laughed and said that she was the smartest of all the girls, then asked her where she cooked. She immediately ran somewhere to bring her preparations, saying that she would be there in a minute. Nicholas said that he loves children very much and asked Bailey if he understands his feelings. He said that children are true happiness. She brought them a tray of food and told them they could enjoy their snacks. They said that it was extremely tasty and thanked them for this biscuit. When Bailey wanted to take a bite, he felt that there was a sleeping pill in this biscuit. They laughed and said that it was really very tasty. Bailey also took a bite and said that it was much better than what he usually eats. He understood that they wanted him to pass out and decided to play along with them. Nicholas watched him carefully while he ate. After eating a few more, Bailey pretended to pass out. Lily approached him and said that they do not lose consciousness from this biscuit because she eats it every day. Nicholas looked at Bailey with hatred and said that he ruined his reputation in the botanical garden and arranged some kind of circus. He turned to his servants and ordered them to take him to the medical room. Lily was very scared. She asked her grandfather what was going on here, but she didn't understand why he was treating him like that, because he was a good person. He looked at her sternly and said that this person should be destroyed, and added that if it was his strong cultivation that could oppose him, he would not ask his granddaughter to play along with him. She asked why he had to do this since they were talking so well. He said that Bailey crossed his path in his botanical garden. He looked at her sternly and said that she should thank him, because if it weren't for him, she too would have been destroyed. While Bailey pretended that he was unconscious, the servants of Nicholas dragged him somewhere. Lily decided to follow them and saw that they wanted to throw him into some big furnace. They threw him inside and then looked down to make sure he hadn't regained consciousness. Falling to the bottom of the furnace, Bailey was engulfed in a strange magical flame. Nicholas said he had only himself to blame for his stupidity, and he said that it was his furnace of 4 elephants that even a mythic martial artist could not break it. He said that it should be an honor for Bayer to be destroyed in this way. Suddenly he heard his voice from inside, and he said that it was really a great honor for him. Nicholas was very surprised and scared when he heard his words. Bailey's eyes glowed in the dark. He said that in the end, his immortal spirit fire was also waiting for this moment. Nicholas said that he did not expect that he would come to his senses so quickly and immediately lit a flame under the stove. He asked Bailey how it felt to feel the combination of the 3 true flames that his ancestors took from the mountain of fire. He said that it is quite good and warm here, and you can say that he is even comfortable here. He said that even before his destruction he kept his face, and that was worthy of a young man like him. Nicholas asked if he knew what made such a furnace. Bailey, being inside, said that he would be very grateful to him for this story. He said that this furnace was his treasure, but it created magic pills and artifacts, and most importantly, it helped in cultivation. Bailey said that means he made up the legend about the elixir to lure people here. He said that it existed since ancient times, but he only made his corrections, and the greed of the hunters for these treasures destroyed them. His eyes became wild, and he said that when they were thrown into this furnace, they were not as calm as he was, and as soon as they were thrown into the middle, they could not sit still and tried with all their might to escape. He said that a bunch of different warriors and cultivators were destroyed inside it. He explained that unfortunately for them, the furnace could only be under the control of their bloodline family. They could not live inside, and for 10 days it first melted like skin and then bones, and finally they turned into a red essence. Bailey asked that it turns out that those who managed to escape were released on purpose. He said that it was this man who lured him here, but he was lucky to be saved by his kind son and daughter-in-law. He said that if it wasn't for them, he might have failed. But he didn't mind, because without them, he wouldn't have learned that his bloodline could still grow after he melted it down. Bailey was shocked and asked did he remelt his own son. He said that from the very beginning, he wanted to just close it so that it would not interfere with him transporting other people. But since his son decided to go against him, he was forced to do it. Hearing this, Lily is shocked and horrified. But it seems that she did not know about it. Her distraught grandfather asked her if she thought he had done the right thing. He pointed his hand at her and said, if she doesn't answer him, he'll be very sad. And if she likes Bailey so much, he can send her into the oven with him. After which she was immediately grabbed by a tape controlled by Nicholas. He said that this would be her punishment for her disobedience. She fell on the floor and he said that he must leave her with him. Lily cried and apologized to Bailey, saying that she must have hurt him. Nicholas was already going to leave and said that Bailey should thank him because he found him a company with which he will not be so sad to die. Bailey told him that he was upset. Starrigan, Lily meanwhile, continued to cry bitterly. Young Master told her to stop crying and complaining. He said he knew how to solve this problem, but he would need her help. She said that she would help him in everything, as long as he told him what to do. 49 days passed. The door to the hall in which the furnace stood opened. Nicholas entered there. He was satisfied and said that finally everything was completed. Now, he will be able to absorb Bailey's life essence, and in this way, he will be able to take another step forward and extend his life, as well as increase his cultivation. But he was very surprised when he realized that there was no one inside the oven. Bailey was overhead and asked if he was looking for him. He got scared and started shouting in horror that this cannot be. The young master immediately rushed to attack him with his sword. Nicholas immediately reacted and hit him back with a powerful blow. Bailey also dodged. Bailey said he was surprised that the attack didn't take his life, and he was able to dodge. But he smiled and said that his back could not prevent his blow, after which he asked how the old man was feeling. Nicholas asked Bailey if he thought he couldn't hurt him. He began to shout that he would take his life today. Then he turned to his big furnace of 4 elephants. And to his surprise, nothing happened. Bailey mockingly asked him did the stove not answer him. He winked at him and asked him why he decided that this furnace was still his, then asked him how he was able to get out and use his artifact then. Nicholas looked around with surprise and saw a little girl behind him, Lily, who became the new owner of the furnace. Nicholas said that she did not enter the path of Tao at all, and how she can control the furnace of 3 elephants, but she could control it. But she did quite well. Bailey said that 49 days was enough for her to enter the path of Tao, because some people were more talented than Nicholas. He started yelling at Bailey to shut up, and said they should all be destroyed. He said he would start with the little wretch who had been doing nothing but eating all day, and he pointed at her with his hand, trying to strike her with crushing force. Lily was surprised when she heard these accusations in her direction. Suddenly a fiery blow hit Nicholas in the hand. It was Bailey who gave him a good hand. He said that it was his true flame, and he asked Bailey mastered the technique of their family. Bailey said that Nicholas was a lost soul, but he still doesn't know much about this world, and advised him to read more books so as not to be so ashamed. Nicholas was overcome with incredible anger, and he shouted that he would now destroy Bailey for this insolence. Suddenly, fiery energy began to erupt from his body, and he began to burn and swell. He understood that this psycho wants to explode here together with him and Lily. The young master said, if he wants to be destroyed so much, then he will help him do it. He said that Nicholas must atone for his sins for those he destroyed, immediately after which a powerful explosion occurred. Nicholas shouted that he was in step and a little more, but he could even surpass the masters of mythical martial arts. Eventually it exploded, leaving only one cap behind, and Lily asked if Grandpa was destroyed. Bailey explained that he was consumed by the real flame, so there wasn't even ashes left of him. He turned to the servants and ordered them to leave because he knew they were watching them. Bailey asked what they planned to do after all this. They fell on their knees before him and began to beg for forgiveness, and said that from now on, he and little Miss Lily were the true masters of this valley. He turned to them and said that they were quite funny. Bailey said that he was not interested in the board, but their stocks were another matter. After these events, Niall took him to their medicine fields and told him that he could take anything, and that field now belonged to him. They also said that legendary plants grew in the center of this field, including phoenix fruit, cloud fruit, and even sheoja grass. Bailey was delighted because thanks to these plants, his cultivation would reach a new level, but they did not show their enthusiasm. He turned to Niall and said he wanted to ask him something. He had to contact the secretary of Longdean Island. He asked if Bailey really wanted the valley to be open to the world, and he said yes, because such treasures cannot be hidden. 10 days later, many people gathered at the entrance to the botanical garden. They came to the medical exhibition. Some military personnel also appeared there. They said that it was a pretty good place for a botanical garden. The man who controlled the entrance asked the man to show his invitation. He said his name was Captain Hugo Fine, and he came here on behalf of the army of their country and asked to meet with Bailey. The young master came out to say hello and asked who was looking for him. Hugo said that the military order immediately ordered him to leave the botanical garden, and his team was ordered to take over. The employees of the botanical garden were very surprised and could not believe that Bailey would have to close the medical exhibition. He smiled and asked what would happen if he refused. Hugo said he's not here to negotiate. The botanical garden should be under the control of the army, and if Bailey doesn't want to back down, they can't be blamed for being rude. He ordered his men to immediately prepare for battle and follow the general's instructions. Bailey said that he was lucky that he was not in the habit of attacking his own army. He snapped his fingers and created a soundproof array above himself so no one could overhear his conversation. He called the commander and said that Captain Hugo had arrived and was ordering him to leave the valley. The commander assumed that someone could use the captain for their own purposes. He told Bailey to wait until he clarified the information. Hugo got tired of waiting, so he said that he should pretend that they are not here, after which he gave Bailey 3 minutes, and if he is not gone by that time, they will start to act. Then Hugo's phone rang. He said that they were already near the botanical garden. The voice in the receiver told him that the operation was suspended. He replied that he understood everything. Bailey turned to him and asked if everything was okay now. Hugo said that he didn't know what he did to convince the commander, but this time he admitted that he was really wrong. He said that on behalf of the Eagle Special Forces unit, he apologizes to him. Bailey said that he hopes that next time the general will check everything better. One soldier of his unit asked Hugo what they were going to do now. He replied that they are staying because he wants to know exactly what Bailey will be doing at this medical expo. An employee of the botanical garden walked through the market and said that those who have no place to stay should leave the botanical garden. Hugo said that this market was really very interesting because you could find a lot of good things here. He said that it is a pity that they are not the ones selling this good. An employee of the botanical garden approached them and said they should wait and not go because Bailey Yun had prepared a gift for him. They brought him 2 boxes containing about 100 elixirs. They asked with surprise if it was all for them. The garden worker said, although they made a mistake today, but Bailey was willing to give them these gifts in order not to let the relationship between them go, Hugo immediately changed his mind about the young cultivator and decided that he was a good guy. He turned to Bailey to thank him for his generosity. The captain bowed and said that he apologized to him for making a mistake at his expense, and to express his gratitude he would like to send him a personal message. He said that a large sect of the hidden world called the Desert Gate was very angry with him for reviving the botanical garden, so they sent people to trouble him, after which he thanked him for the medicine and said goodbye to him. Bailey turned to Niall and asked if he knew anything about the Great Desert Gate sect. He said that this is a secret sect that used to cooperate with the Botanical Garden Valley. He said that they had a powerful guard. They also possessed the 5 world martial arts. Also, to preserve the status of the sect, there was a tacit agreement that ordinary practitioners should not know about the existence of the hidden sect, Niall said, and as soon as someone violates this agreement, it will immediately lead to his destruction. After telling all this, he got scared and asked maybe they should close the medical exhibition because it could be dangerous. Bailey told him to calm down and said that the medical expo would go on and some secret sect wasn't enough to scare him. Moreover, he wants to see what the Desert Gate sect is capable of. It was the first day of the medical expo. Niall addressed everyone present and said that they were auctioning a new product called Elixir of 100 Herbs, which was a very effective healing agent. Those present immediately began to offer their prices, where one offered 2 million, some 5, some even 10 million for one elixir. Bailey smiled and said that it was just one elixir that he made himself, but he did not expect that they would be sold at such a high price. While the auction was being held, some unknown attackers appeared in the sky. They hatefully said that everyone present here is a bunch of bad guys who decided that they have the right to hold auctions, selling their property. One of them jumped straight at Niall, knocking the tray of elixirs out of his hands. When this man, feeling sorry for himself, asked who they thought they were, that they decided that they had the right to sell elixirs from their herbs. He addressed all those present and said that the ancestor who took over the botanical garden was destroyed. But all the same, there were some idiots who dared to hold an auction using their fields with crops. Niall complained and asked why everyone kept landing on him. Lily turned to them and said that she would not allow him to insult the botanical garden. The man turned to the girl and said that she is just a child and does not understand much. He said that she should throw out all strangers from the botanical garden and give the fields with herbs to the gate of the desert. She angrily asked, does he want to steal their elixirs, and said that they are too insolent and they won't get anything? He ordered his men to attack her, and they immediately rushed to carry out his order. But Lily was not the kind of girl who could be grabbed so easily. She immediately gave them a strong kick, defeating her attacker. The two fell to the ground while their fight was watched by Bailey. The man began to shout that she was a small, insolent animal and that he would now deal with her himself. Bailey sternly asked him what he was going to do there, but told him to immediately tell what his purpose was and why he didn't come. Seeing the young master, he immediately forgot about Lily and asked, is he the same Bailey Yun about whom there are rumors? He said that he wanted to introduce himself. He was the master of the Desert Gate sect, and his name was Sven, and said that Bailey did not dare to threaten him, and now he would show him his abilities. The young master interrupted him and asked how he wanted to be destroyed by beheading or cutting his body in half. After hearing these words, Sven felt the scary aura of the young master and realized that he was not joking. He was very frightened and immediately stopped him and saying that he could explain everything and told him that they had a trade relationship with the botanical garden, but after Bailey monopolized the valley, problems arose. Bailey turned to Gia and said that it looks like this man is trying to negotiate. She said that they used to trade with Nicholas, but now Bailey ended it and the old agreements didn't work. Sven asked if this was all the arguments. Gia said that Bailey destroyed Nicholas and saved many people and the botanical garden. He said that it was all a delusion and began to take something out of his pocket. He took out a photo of Nicholas and began to show it to them, saying that this person looks very friendly and kind, and asked why he was destroyed. After which he began to accuse Bailey of being the murderer and robber of the botanical garden. The young master asked him if he had finished his story. He replied that he had said everything he thought, after which Sven received a mighty slap across the face and ordered them to get out of here immediately, while they were safe and he was good. The lying man, unable to get up after a powerful blow, began to threaten and say that in the future they would definitely regret it. He said that their desert gate was much bigger and more powerful than the botanical garden, so they would be in trouble now, and added that Bailey should even think about the desert gate auction. The young master was interested and asked Gia what it was about the auction and whether she had heard anything about him, saying that he did not want to just ask him. She said that it was a legendary auction house from Legends. It didn't have a fixed venue, but only those who could satisfy the sect masters would be able to get there. Bailey inquired and asked how she knew about this. She said that she remembered that he had been sent an invitation there 3 days ago, and added that the last lot in this auction would be the Millennium Sword. He asked who sent him this invitation. She replied that it was the master of the Desert Gate named Samuel Shao. Bailey said it was strange that he did not dare to come personally. He sent his son. She asked him if they will participate in this auction. He smiled and replied that if they want him to come, he will definitely come. Besides, he cannot miss such a thing as a 1,000-year sword. After 10 days, a great ship sails, overcoming great waves and a great storm. It was a ship of the Desert Gate sect, where many invited rich people and masters had already gathered. Bailey was already there and was talking to the leader of the Desert Gate sect, Samuel Shao. Samuel said that he was very happy to see the young master here as a guest, because he had heard a lot about him and his outstanding abilities. It seems he was really happy that Bailey visited him at the auction. The young master said that in reality, Samuel was not at all what he imagined him to be. He immediately said that he wanted to apologize for his son's behavior, and that it was all because of his bad upbringing, Samway said, swearing at Sven. Bailey turned to him and said that he came here only for the sake of the auction, and if he doesn't want to, he can't apologize to him. Samuel ordered his son to behave with dignity, and as a punishment, he must accompany General Bailey everywhere. They went together to another part of the ship to join the auction. Sven said he didn't know what trick Bailey pulled to get his father to change his anger to mercy, but he still wouldn't serve him. He said that if he sees through Bailey, he will not be able to deceive him. He also said that he can find someone who can punish him. The young master gave him his fierce, murderous gaze and said, if he doesn't want to be destroyed right now, he should get out of his sight. After hearing this, he immediately got scared and ran away. Bailey understood that, judging by his story, his father is not as nice as he seems at first glance. He asked the waiter where Samuel's cabin was, and he showed him the door. Bailey wanted to know what they were up to, and for what purpose they had invited him. He saw that Samuel was still in the banquet hall, and he had time to check everything. Going inside, he saw that a man was sitting there. It was quite strange, and Bailey wondered who this person was and what she was doing here. Opening the door, the man did not react to his appearance. The young master came closer to look at this man. It was the real Samuel. But who was then in the banquet hall, Bailey thought. He understood that he was in a coma, and wondered who could put a master of mythical martial arts in such a state. Suddenly he heard footsteps approaching the cabin. Bailey managed to jump to the closet so as not to give away his presence. The man who pretended to be Samuel said that all the people of the sect were under his control. He also said that the food and drinks on the ship were impregnated with inhibitors so that they could start at any moment. The hooded man asked him if he had sent anyone to follow Bailey Yun. He said that he sent Sven with him to follow him, and at that moment his appearance changed. The hooded man reminded him that their mission was to use this ship for an experiment without attracting the attention of outsiders. The man said that he remembered that they wanted to conduct an experiment on Bailey and find out how he advanced so quickly in martial arts. He said as soon as Samuel gives another injection, he will return to the hall to find Bailey Yun. Bailey carefully listened to their conversation and continued to follow the man. He thought about what inhibitors could bring the masters of mythical martial arts to such a state. But he decided that he too would have to take part in this performance, so he decided to disguise himself and pretend to be a waiter. The imposter took the microphone and said that he was very pleased to meet everyone, but added that he had bad news for his guests. He clicked his fingers and said that the plans had changed, and they decided to surprise all the guests of the auction early. Armed men appeared everywhere and aimed their weapons at the guests. Martial artists began to shout in displeasure and ask, do they think they can intimidate them with firearms? Bailey realized that the action of these inhibitors could suppress the cultivator's spiritual energy. Sven, meanwhile, was walking around the ship and saw Bailey, who was disguised as a waiter. He almost screamed in surprise, but the young master motioned for him to keep his mouth shut. He told him to shut up and keep his mouth shut, or he would finish him off. Meanwhile, the imposter smiled and said that probably the masters of energy cultivation did not fully understand the situation they were in. Then he announced that it was time to start the quiz. He also saw Sven and asked him if he managed to find Bailey Yun. He began to cry, asking his father to come and save him, saying that Bailey was by his side. The imposter snapped his fingers and ordered his guards to grab him. He looked at Bailey and said that they finally found him because he was supposed to be their main audience at this show. Bailey asked why he was looking for him so persistently. Does he want to go to the other world so badly? The imposter said that Bailey misunderstood him. Meanwhile, Sven cried and complained to his father that Bailey had just threatened him. Suddenly, the imposter gave his real name and said that his name is Hank Ling and that he represents a research university. Sven, meanwhile, was shocked to realize that it was not his father. He called some people and ordered them to bring reagent number 7 Bailey said that now he was more interested, and he wanted to see what he would do. Suddenly, Sven was wrapped in shackles, and Hank said that Bailey will now see one of the most important inventions in the world. His assistant began to fill a syringe with some kind of drug. They approached Sven to give him an injection. He started shouting and asking what they were going to do with him, but the needle was already in his neck. Hank said it was a gift from their organization, and added that he hoped he would like it. He said that this drug can make people expand the limits of their body and increase the strength of all levels. Meanwhile, Sven began to increase in size. He began to shout loudly, and a terrible energy appeared around him, and he was able to break through to a new level of cultivation. Bailey smiled and said that what he called discovery was Master Danjin's artificial level. Hank said that this is just the beginning and he wants to show him one show. He ordered his assistants to give Sven an inhibitor. Sven began to shout in displeasure that they were treating him like an experimental rat. He began to threaten that he would now break these shackles and teach them, but he immediately calmed down after receiving the injection. He said that no matter how strong the master was, he would not be able to break out of the control of his inhibitors, and added that 1 or 2 injections did not cause surprise. But what if 1,000 of them were used? Bailey asked him what they wanted from him. He knew that Hank did not know that he overheard their conversation, and maybe they wanted to know the secrets of Bailey's power to use them for their experiments. Hank said that their organization was interested in his rapid advancement to the mythical level of martial arts, and if he would give them a sample of his blood, they would help him conquer the world. Hank said that these are mutually beneficial conditions, and they will not dare to deceive him. Besides, they have a laboratory on the ship where he can make sure that their words are not empty noise. Bailey told him that he agreed and agreed to their terms. He was really curious about what they were up to, and he wanted to know what was in store for him. Hank invited him to the secret cabin that was on the ship. When he got inside, the young master said that they arranged everything here quite well. He said that the place had been prepared for him and told his men to begin. A smokescreen appeared around Bailey. Hank began to laugh and said that he would be interested to see how he would escape now, and offered Bailey to enjoy his mistype inhibitors. Until suddenly the young master was behind him. But he did not expect such speed from him. He saw that Bailey managed to create an array of self-isolation, and the poisoned fog did not affect him. He smiled and said that it was a coincidence that he was also thinking about joining their organization. Bailey changed his appearance and turned into Hank, thanking him for such a great opportunity. Hank's assistants searched Bailey's eyes in confusion in the fog. Suddenly their boss turned to them and said that they were wasting time, and as soon as the fog appeared, Bailey ran out of the laboratory. While the real Hank was in blackout, Bailey ordered them to make every effort to find the fugitive while he returned to the research center to report on the situation. It was a day later at the research university. His assistant came to Hank and said that the leader of Duke Robbins visited him. Bailey, watching the experiments of this laboratory, thought that in order to increase their power, they used other energy cultivators for experiments. He also did not consider himself a good person, but he would never stoop to such a level. He said to invite him in, and he would talk to him. Duke turned to him and said that he was making him feel disappointed. He reminded him that Hank was his trusted subordinate, but they lost a very important object that Mr. Franklin needed. He lowered his head and apologized, and at the same time felt that Duke was stronger compared to Hank. But he was not so wrong. He resentfully told him to keep his words of apology to himself, but luckily for him, they were able to avoid losing the mythical martial arts master. He thanked him and said that he was a very good man, but he would like to express his gratitude to him by preparing a glass of good wine for him. He was interested in his offer and asked if it was really good. He said that Duke will not regret it because it was unique. He took a sip and savored its delicious taste. Duke said that it looked great, but for some reason his body began to heat up. Bailey revealed his true appearance and said that it wasn't actually wine, but a spirit killer solution. And if it weren't for his inhibitors, he wouldn't have been able to make these drugs. That's why it became very bad. But he asked Bailey what he did to him. The young master said that Duke was the first to use a spiritual drug on himself, and he doesn't know the consequences yet. But he was sure that it was something more than an inhibitor that could destroy his cultivation, Bailey said with a smile. He rushed to the attack with his last strength to take revenge for this poisoning. He struck a powerful blow but missed and only broke the floor under Bailey's feet. He started yelling and saying that Bailey already thought he couldn't finish him, then sent him to hell. In fact, Bailey was surprised that his abilities turned out to be stronger than he had expected. There might be a spirit destroyer solution that couldn't instantly destroy his cultivation, but he had to regain control of the situation and you would release all the subjects and destroy this research laboratory. Bailey started mocking him and calling him a dumb gorilla, saying that he couldn't even hit him. Duke began to smash everything around and said that he would use it in the most terrible experiment. He called Bailey a cursed child and said that you better get out if he wants to save his life, while continuing to destroy everything in parallel. Bailey said that he should be careful because he is about to destroy the control panel. Meanwhile, the masters who were imprisoned in the flasks during the experiments began to come to their senses. Duke was horrified to realize what he had done and told that Bailey had set it up to free them. He ordered his men to close the lab immediately. The freedmasters said that they had finally waited for this moment and would be able to take revenge for what they had done to them. The woman who controlled the cold energy said that they would destroy them all. Blocks of ice immediately began to appear from everywhere, trying to pierce the laboratory workers. Bailey was already at the exit and said that Duke could enjoy this feeling of suffering before his destruction. He shouted and said that he would still get to Bailey. Real chaos began in the laboratory. A fire broke out in some places. Bailey realized that he now has an opportunity to get into the central control center. He entered the large room and decided that it looked like there was an independent power source, but he was surprised that no one was there. Suddenly the screen turned on which the image of a military man appeared. He greeted Bailey and said that he did not expect that they would meet like this. He also added that he was a really outstanding master because he was able to penetrate to them imperceptibly in the very heart of their laboratory. Bailey asked if he was in charge of this research lab. It was Mr. Franklin. The young master said that he could run away from him as much as he wanted, but he would still find him. Franklin said that he didn't have to run away from him, and said that he had prepared a present for Bailey. Some monsters appeared in front of Bailey. They immediately rushed to attack the young master. Franklin said from the screen that these monsters had a level beyond the limits of mythical martial arts. The monsters immediately rushed to attack him with their sharp claws. Bailey understood that they were at the last level of energy cultivation, so even he had a hard time overcoming these monsters. Franklin, meanwhile, said that it was Bailey who would not be able to escape now, but he had to accept his destruction. The young master took out his sword and began to bravely fight with the creatures. He even managed to injure one of them. After that, a huge fox immediately attacked him, trying to grab him with its claws, but Bailey managed to quickly jump away. The monsters cornered him and whispered in their pansy voices that were very hungry. These monsters were very physically strong, unafraid of pain, and had no emotions or intelligence. He should have finished with them as soon as possible and got out of here immediately. Bailey grabbed 3 vials of red liquid from his pocket and threw them into them. The monsters instinctively swallowed them, which immediately confused them, and Bailey jumped on one of them to pierce its brain with his sword, before finishing off the others as well. Meanwhile, Franklin was watching this battle from the screen. He couldn't believe that Bailey managed to overcome these mythical creatures. Suddenly, a door opened behind him. Bailey pointed the sword at him and asked how he thought a monster like him could be dangerous. He was very frightened and tried to inject himself, threatening Bailey that with this he would destroy him. But he swung his sword and struck him, and he fell to the ground, dropping the syringe from his hand. Bailey loomed over him, preparing to finish him off by taking his worthless life. Franklin begged the young master to spare his life, and asked if he didn't want to know why their institute was engaged in this activity. But it was too late and the end of Franklin came, but it happened even before he plunged his sword into his body. Bailey was surprised, and it looked like his body was controlled by someone and destroyed so that he wouldn't say anything extra. But he was wondering where else he went to the computer, and found a folder where all the information about the laboratory's experiments was to be stored. After seeing what was in the folder, he realized that this place is a real hell. Bailey said that the army of their country should destroy this place, because it had no right to exist. Leaving the control post, he saw in front of him the tired and weak masters. Bailey said that they should leave here, but they said that they had nowhere to go, and asked him to take them with him because he was their savior. He said that since they have potential, he agrees to take them with him. They finally left this terrible laboratory, but a woman was waiting for them at the exit who ordered them to stop. She warned that if they do not want a war between their countries, then they should stop immediately, otherwise they will open fire. Bailey defiantly replied that she should try it. They understood that he invaded their territory and destroyed a research university, and if they did not finish him off, their country would lose its authority. She reported that she had received an order to destroy them on the spot, after which she ordered her men to open fire. A pile of shells immediately flew at Bailey and his companions, but the young master raised his sword, and the ammunition was immediately cut in half and destroyed. He warned them that if they earned even one more step forward, the same fate would await them. He really scared the girl and her soldiers. One of them said that they were not ready for such a strong enemy. Meanwhile, a helicopter flew to him and someone on board called him. It was Gia. She said they flew to pick him up. He smiled and said that it was just in time because he needed to find someone. They arrived at the Jingzhou Army headquarters, where the officials of the Army Corps had just gathered. Gia said that according to his instructions, she greeted their leader in advance and asked him to wait for them at the door. And they heard someone outside the door arguing and saying that they had to destroy Bailey Yun because he was too dangerous. He understood that it was this person who gave the order to Captain Hugo to seize his botanical garden. Meanwhile, in the conference room, there was an argument. One of the lieutenants stated that they should capture Bailey and take him under their control because he was very dangerous. Another also said that he agreed that measures should be taken against him. They were also worried about the disappearance of the Abyss auction and they suspected Bailey in this. General Noel said that the cause of the disappearance of the Abyss has not yet been established and asked why they decided that it was Bailey who did it. The lieutenant said that Bailey was a master of mythical martial arts and only he could do it, but the commander replied that he should speak for himself personally. Bailey entered the conference hall. The general apologized to him for making him wait. Lieutenant John was very surprised when he saw him and asked what he was doing here. Bailey said that he did not become an experimental object at the research institute, and added that he was probably very surprised by this. Lieutenant John said that he does not understand what you are talking about. The young master said that he has a video that can explain everything to him in detail. He put the flash drive to the computer and a video appeared on the projector, in which Lieutenant John turned to Franklin and said that he wanted to talk to him about a new suspect named Bailey Yun. Jan turned to the general and said that this video was a fake, and asked if he didn't trust him because they had been partners for many years. The general said that he trusts only facts and evidence. Jan began to aggressively prove that he had been slandered. Noel replied that he would conduct a thorough investigation and not allow anyone to be accused in vain. He went dark and said that he agreed to the investigation, then grabbed the general and pointed a syringe at him, saying they had to catch him first. He told the general to tell Bailey to leave or he would finish him off. He said that in this case they will be destroyed together. Suddenly he realized that his syringe was cut in two and the device began to flow from his hands. Bailey said it was time to chat and asked him not to make a scene, after which he pointed his sword at his head. John asked him when he managed to get behind him. The young master said that it was simple for him, but there is nothing to be surprised about. He said that his speed is greater than that of mythical masters of martial arts. It is no wonder why he managed to escape from the institute. Bailey said he wasn't running away, and now their research institute is probably all that's left is coal. Jan said that he lost, and suggested that he probably shouldn't have contacted Bailey, but added that he didn't have much time left to celebrate either, because the organization wouldn't let him go. Bailey said he would wait for it, and then ordered it out of his sight. General Noel thanked him and praised Bailey, saying that he was even envious that the neighboring country had such outstanding masters as him. He jokingly asked him if Bailey wanted to come under his command. He asked what he meant. Noel said that now there was a vacancy for a commander in their army. Bailey said that this is not possible. He said that he already has a lot of work and responsibilities at home. Besides, he already heads his Yuxiao organization. General Noel said that he would not force him, but he still had to offer him this position. It was Longdine Island. 15 days had passed since the events at the Research Institute. Bailey had one of the energy cultivation masters in his office that he had saved from the research university. He said he heard that she was slowly healing and asked what was troubling her. She said that she wanted to repay him for his kindness, but she had nothing to offer him, so she wanted to serve him. Her name was Isabella. Bailey said that he valued her abilities above all, so she did not owe him anything. Suddenly, Gia entered their office and interrupted them, saying that the ribbon-cutting ceremony would soon begin and that they were expecting many guests. Seeing Bailey together with Isabella, she realized that she had come too late, after which she immediately grabbed the door and said that she did not want to disturb them. Bailey began to shout that she had not thought of that and asked her to come back. He asked Gia to help Isabella get settled here while he went to meet the guests. She said he can't worry about it, but she takes care of everything and can teach Isabella anything he wants. Many people gathered for the ceremony, and the host told them to congratulate Bailey Yun. The young master came on stage and moved the tape. The host of the event announced that the Yuxiao organization was now officially open. Meanwhile, they were being followed by some people. They said that Bailey arbitrarily broke the rules of the Wort Desert sect by opening the botanical garden to the world, and now they have to wipe him off the face of the earth for it. There was a mysterious girl with them. She turned to her master named Tony Lee and asked if they could start. He said that everything was already ready, and all that remained was to wait for Bailey to leave the room, and at that moment, they would attack. He said if Bailey can't get rid of this magic circle, he will immediately go to hell, but they won't have to spend much effort. While Bailey said goodbye to the girls and left the room, Tony Lee ordered his men into action. Bailey remembered and felt how he had been stabbed in the chest with a sword in a past life. A girl turned to him. She asked whether, when he took the title of Lord of the Juxiao continent, he had no idea that such a day could come. This girl's name was Aiden. He asked her why she did it. She answered that from the very beginning she was only interested in Vlada, and their marriage was part of the way to her goal. He asked was their intimacy and love fake? She said that it was not important, but added that he was still the first person she met and who gave her sincere feelings. But then, she drove the sword even deeper into his chest and said that love is the most useless thing in the world. Then she began to dissolve in his thoughts, enveloped in a blue haze. Bailey sternly said that this would never happen again, and all his traitors must be destroyed. The young master came to his senses. He was standing in a magic circle surrounded by people unknown to him. He lowered his head and was still thinking in his past. The woman turned to Tony Lee and said that his magic circle was really impressive because Bailey was a true master of mythical martial arts. but even he could not cope with his illusion. Suddenly, he received a powerful blow from the sword and felt great pain. Bailey opened his eyes. This meant that the illusion stopped working, and Tony Lee ordered his men to attack immediately. He sternly turned to Tony and asked, did he think that he would allow himself to be destroyed by a bunch of dirty rats? The masters used their energy and strength to the maximum to defeat Bailey. He took out his fire sword and used the Emperor's body technique. They immediately flew into the air to increase the distance between them because his onslaught was too powerful. They were amazed at his strength and could not believe that they could not handle him. But Bailey was really hurt pretty bad by Tony's illusion. But he said he didn't care because it wouldn't stop him from destroying them. He said if this magic circle was created by Tony, then he will be the first to be destroyed. And he got scared and asked his people to protect him. But the young master could no longer be stopped, and he began to crush their bodies with his fiery sword. The masters who were still alive watched their future executioner with horror. The woman started screaming that Tony had been killed and said they had to fight him if they didn't want to share his fate. Other masters rushed to attack him again, but this time they had no hope of success. They began to summon their ancestral spirits to help deal with Bailey, but they were too weak for him, and even that could not help them. He pointed his fingers at them and they started shooting fireballs piercing their bodies. 2 more masters were immediately destroyed and flew down to the ground. The woman began to scream and did not believe that he dared to destroy them, because now their sect will never forgive him for this. Before she could say that, she turned into an icicle. It was Isabella's handiwork. She said that no one dares to threaten her master. The girls immediately ran up to Bailey and asked if he was okay. Gia said that she called the medics to check on him. He said that you should not worry because all the attackers had already been destroyed. He stood over Tony's body and carefully looked at his face. Then he noticed that he had something in his pocket. It was some kind of scroll. He unfolded it and read that it was people from the Desert Gate sect. The note said that they found a snow fox near the mountains of snow monsters, so after destroying Bailey, they should go there immediately. He decided that he had to go there himself. Besides, an acquaintance of his lived near this city. A day later, Bailey arrived at the snowy mountains of Monst, where he was met by his old acquaintance Bai. He said that as soon as Bailey called him, he immediately arranged for a night's accommodation for him. The young master thanked him for his kindness. Bailey went to a small hotel where he was supposed to leave his things and get some rest. But when he opened the door, something surprised him greatly. There were 2 girls who were fighting in bed. They turned to him and said that he hoped he would teach them everything today. He asked them what they were doing here. They said their names were Sisters Baifei and Ta they would serve him tonight. He replied that he was not interested in them, but asked them to return to his home, and also told them to follow so that no one would disturb him today. They asked not to drive them away because they hoped that he would help them save their parents. But they had nothing to repay him, so they decided to offer him their bodies. Bailey rolled his eyes and decided that he could help them. He gave them some kind of bottle and said that it contained 2 capsules of Yuan Dan and it would help bring their parents back. They said that they were very grateful to him and began to say that they were ready to serve him anyway. Suddenly, one of the girls began to complain that a strong wind appeared in the room. They did not notice how Bailey showed them outside the door and said that now they were on their own, because he had given them everything they needed. 2 days later, Bailey left the hotel too, leaving his old friend with some capsules. It was at the foot of the monster snow mountain. There was a group of people waiting for something. Bailey was also already there, and acting unchanging, he counted about 100 people and assumed that they were all from the Desert Gate sect. The bald man said that the 4 led by Tony still hadn't arrived and assumed that Bailey had finished them off, but said that, in any case, they shouldn't worry as long as they have Empress Shen. The Empress appeared and everyone knelt before her. She ordered them to stand up and wait, because this battle was not something they could take part in. Bailey thought that this woman had a very high level of energy cultivation development, and only when he broke through the peak of the great spiritual master would he have enough strength to fight her. The Empress turned to the 9-tailed fox and ordered her to appear for battle. A huge white fox immediately appeared in front of her, which sternly snarled at the Empress. Shen asked does she want to use the power of the world to suppress her. She said that everything would not be so easy, but a powerful and majestic dragon spirit immediately appeared behind her. A fierce battle ensued between these majestic creatures, and Bailey, while standing, carefully followed these events. The battle of these creatures continued high in the sky, and Bailey jumped on the flying island to get a closer look, using the invisibility technique. He saw that some grass was growing on one of the islands. He decided that it could be Bingson grass. The Empress suddenly stopped her dragon and told the fox that she didn't want to hurt her. She said as soon as she got the Bingson herb, she would immediately leave her alone. The fox began to laugh and said that the people were too stupid, and asked the Empress if she thought that she could harm her. Bailey knew that the fox had 3 times the attack power in the sky and on the ground, and most likely the Empress would not be able to deal with it alone. She was supposed to possess an artifact that would help her in this battle. Shen turned to the fox and said that she was giving her a chance, but she refused. After which she let out a loud cry and raised her hand up and used the dragon palm technique. When the palm grabbed the fox, there was a powerful explosion, and because of this explosion, the Empress flew away with a bullet and crashed into the nearest rock. The fox again rushed to attack her with the words that now he will send her to hell. She called upon her divine dragon to protect her. A golden dragon appeared around the fox and tried to wrap its body around it. As soon as he tied her paws and immediately fell on the rock. Bailey was surprised at how powerful the man and the beast were, and if he faced either of them, he would have no chance of victory. Shen asked the fox if she wanted to fight until they were both destroyed. The fox replied that she wanted to take her property and why she should go for it. The displeased Empress asked her if she had grown this grass. The fox replied that she had guarded this place for hundreds of years and would not allow some robbers to capture it. Bailey heard how the fox said that he wanted to check how the Empress would handle her. When she would fight under the effect of the banxiao herb, he realized that under the effect of the herb, the fox could sense his presence. Suddenly, they noticed that Bailey was watching them and were very impressed by this. Empress Shen asked him who he was and what he was doing here. The fox assumed that perhaps he also came here to grow the grass that grew on these slopes and said that he would be destroyed for this. Bailey immediately let her know that it would not be so easy to deal with him and summoned his heavenly sword to help. He directed his hand at her and struck her with a powerful blow directly on her forehead, and she screamed in pain and began to lose consciousness. He immediately felt a strong pain in his chest. The fact is that under the influence of this herb, the fox's strength increased tenfold, and finally the fox released a powerful aphrodisiac into the air. Suddenly Bailey felt someone pulling his cloak. He lowered his eyes and saw that the Empress was sitting on the ground. She said that she was very hot and she was all burning. She begged him to help her deal with it. It seems that she was in a state of confusion under the effect of the fox's aphrodisiac. Bailey said that it was all an effect of the fox's charms and that she should not succumb to him. But she stood her ground and said that she was ordering him to kiss her. In the end, Bailey also succumbed to these charms, but he couldn't help himself. Suddenly he came to his senses and realized that the aphrodisiac was very strong and easy to succumb to temptation. If not for its tempering in the furnace of 4 elephants, he might have died. He touched the Empress to disenchant her and clear her mind, and immediately felt cleansed and regained consciousness after Bailey used the soul recovery technique. She asked what happened. But he, pointing to her bare breasts, said that she was under the influence of a strong psychotropic substance. She immediately pounced on him and started shouting that he was a shameless person. In his defense, he said that if it weren't for him, she would have been destroyed by now, and asked if she behaves like this with her saviors. Suddenly she remembered everything that happened before that and she felt very ashamed of herself. After which she apologized and said that she thanked him for his kindness and help. Young Master said that it was time for him to go and she stopped him and asked him to help break the 9-tailed fox's mind. She also assumed that he must be a powerful energy cultivator from the human world. He said his name was Bailey, but he came here for herbs but accidentally stumbled upon them. She said she had heard of him, but rumors said he was very much a man of his own. She said she could help him end the feud between him and the Wastegate, and would even help him organize his own hidden sect if he didn't tell anyone about what happened here today. Bailey said he wasn't the type to spread rumors. Empress Shen said that she would only take 3 blades of grass and asked Bailey not to take too many. She explained that it is very difficult to grow and it has no roots. He smiled and said with understanding that 3 pieces would be enough for him too. They did not have time to pluck a single blade of grass when a huge beast appeared in front of them again, and the fox shouted that he would not let them take anything. A ball of energy curled up in her mouth. It was the spirit of a beast, and she wanted to destroy her enemies with it, then sent it straight at Bailey and Shen. But the young master managed to put up a defense in front of him by summoning a furnace of 4 elephants. There was another powerful explosion that again threw the Empress off the flying island. Bailey turned to the fox and said that this grass did not belong to her, but he would take a few blades of grass for himself. Besides, she should be grateful to him that he did not finish it when he had the opportunity. The fox said that in that case he can leave here, but she will not pursue him. He warned her that he wouldn't go anywhere without the grass because there was no point in it. She attacked him with her powerful tail and said that he talks too much for a pathetic person. He replied that he wanted to take some weed and then even ask her to be his spirit animal. But now she played along. Bailey broke out from under their tail with a sword in hand and said that it looks like he will have to beat her to make her more obedient. He prepared to pull a little trick with his stove. Unexpectedly for the beast, a powerful force began to suck the fox inside. After which the lid closed, Bailey told her to stay there and not resist, or he would melt her down into an elixir. She growled loudly and asked Bailey what he wanted to do with her. He said he could help her with energy cultivation and could teach her how to use his phoenix fire. He also said that she could be reborn in fire and become a human. The fox asked if that was true. He said that he is telling the truth, But before that, she must accept his soul mark and become his spirit animal. And if she agrees, she will not only be able to transform into a human, but also raise the level of her energy cultivation. The fox thought, but in the end answered that she agreed to such conditions. He convinced her, and she agreed. After which, they began to conduct the ritual of accepting the soul mark. Bailey warned that now the methods of practice will appear in her head, followed by the methods of fire cultivation. The fox inside the furnace was engulfed in flames. And soon the beast disappeared in the fire, and the girl's body appeared in its place. In this way, the fox received a spiritual martial body. She looked at her body in surprise and called Bailey her master, and asked why her development became weaker. He replied that the transformation of beast spirits comes at the level of heaven, and it was normal that her cultivation power decreased, and said that in the future, if she trains, she will return to normal. And now she is human and will have a new name, Cecile. But first she needs to get dressed. Empress Shen flew up to Bailey and confusedly asked where the fox had gone. He said that she ran away, not revealing the secret that he turned her into his familiar. Shen asked if it was he who made her run away. He replied that his friend Cecile came to the rescue in time and helped drive the fox away. Cecile turned to the Empress and said that she was very pleased to meet her. Shen felt that this girl was at the peak of mythical martial arts, and thought that she was very lucky to be Bailey's friend. Shen said that when the fox ran away, all the grass was now his prey, and asked if he could give her just 3 blades of grass and she would be in his debt. He said it was a very good deal and agreed to share. Taking what she needed, she said goodbye and left them, saying that maybe they would see each other again someday. Meanwhile, the Empress turned to her men and said that they had managed to get the Bingzin herb, but they could go their separate ways. At that time, they were watched by Bailey and Cecile. She asked if he wanted to save the lives of these people. He said, "If you destroy these masters, even stronger ones will come in their place, and they will want to harm them." Suddenly, she noticed something and showed it to Bailey. Some more people appeared on the flying island. It was Bai's twin girls. But what were they doing there, Bailey thought. There was a mysterious woman holding them hostage. Her servants said that the ancestor of the Bai sisters refused to give them the relics of King Da. So they captured them. She asked what they were waiting for and ordered them to kill the girls. One of the sisters called her an old demon and said that she destroyed their parents for the treasure even if they die now. They will never let her take this treasure. Her servant said that King Dav's relic was protecting these two, and 2 of their people had already been destroyed because of it. The woman replied that it was just a waste of time. She raised her hand over the girls and said that she wanted to see how long the relic of King Dav would protect them, and for the fact that they had taken the lives of 2 of her subordinates, she would destroy them today. Suddenly, a young Master Bailey appeared near them, hugged the girls, addressed the woman, and said that she kills people for treasure and sacrifices her subjects. He asked if she was wrong. She asked him who he was and why he appeared here. He answered her that she did not deserve to know his name and asked why she wanted to kill the girls. She replied that they were mere mortals there, she could do it if she wanted to, warning Bailey that he better not interfere. Suddenly Tony appeared near them and ordered a woman named Leah to stop. He turned to Bailey and asked if he was the owner of Yushao Palace. He said it was true and thought that these 2, Tony and Leah, looked quite familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them. She told Tony that she thought the damn senior from the Desert Gate sect had already gone to destroy Bailey and asked what he was doing here. He thought that the 4 who had gone to destroy him had not yet returned, but most likely the young master had destroyed them. He told Bailey that Leah's character was terrible and he wanted to apologize for her. He also said that they had urgent business and they should leave him. Leah was impressed by his words Tony and asked Bailey if he is afraid of him, because their 8 mythical masters were here. They could easily deal with him. He said if she wants to stay, then he won't interfere with her, and he himself wants to run away from here. She started shouting that he is a coward. Bailey is approached by Cecile and told that Leah is a witch, that she indiscriminately kills innocent people to take their relics, and that everyone else around her is evil too. He said that from the very beginning he was not going to let them go, but apparently the 2 of them were following someone's orders. Tony turned to Bailey and said that he did not want to fight with him, and asked why he was still so aggressive. The young master replied that recently he wanted to destroy people, and now he does not want to quarrel. He said that it was already too late. He pointed his sword at him and said he remembered why the 2 of them were so familiar to him, because they had sent their doppelgangers to destroy him. He turned to his people and offered them to help him destroy Bailey, and for this, they will receive a reward from their ancestors. And if they don't do it now, they will definitely face him again in the future. He said that hardly such a bunch of losers as they can afford to threaten him. He immediately summoned the technique to the Emperor's body and ordered it to destroy his enemies. Tony's men immediately began to burn in the burning energy that consumed them like fire. After that, there was a powerful energy explosion. When the smoke cleared, Leah sat on the ground and coughed. She asked Bailey, "Did he manage to break through to the immortal energy cultivation level?" He said, if they weren't destroying people trying to get their treasures, Maybe he would let her go, but now she might not even count on that. Their servants began to swim Bailey so that he would forgive them and not destroy them. After Bailey finished Leah, he asked what they wanted. One of the men asked him to stop and said that he certainly did not want to fight against the whole world of martial arts. The young master asked him what he meant. He said that Bailey already had the level of an immortal and incredible strength. Why then did he make things difficult because of some mortals? He also asked him why they considered mortals to be beggars for themselves, and said that the lives of such criminal cultivators as them were worthless. He said if everyone in the world of martial arts on Earth were such monsters like them, then he wouldn't mind destroying them all after giving him a strong blow. He ordered his men to attack Bailey furiously. They shouted that they would now combine all their forces for a powerful mass attack. But Cecile said she wouldn't let them do that and rushed to defend her master. One of them turned to Cecile and said she was very pretty and invited them to join them. But after a moment, there was already a huge hole in his chest. She said he was letting himself talk too much and asked Bailey if she could deal with this garbage herself. He replied that she can act but must do everything cleanly. She seemed to enjoy the taste of their blood and told Bailey that he could not worry about it. Bailey pointed the sword at the chest of one of the sect representatives who said that the Desert Gate would avenge him for them. He asked who they are going to take revenge on because everyone will think they were destroyed at the hands of the nine-tailed fox. After which he took his life by cutting off his head. Cecile said everything was clean, so everyone was destroyed. Bailey ordered her to use her powers to destroy their bodies. She replied that everything would be done and added that she wanted to bring him to one place. She said that in the cave where she lived, there are about 30 billion if you convert the funds at today's exchange rate. She said that they can take her wealth because now she does not need it. 3 days later, Bailey returned to his base on the island. Gia informed him that Cecile's house had already been prepared, and she moved in and began practicing energy cultivation. Suddenly, a security guard burst into their office and said that a group of foreigners are behaving aggressively in the hall. They say that they are members of Isabella's family, and they want to find him to take revenge. Bailey asked Gia if she knew anything about Isabella's family. She said that it was an ancient and powerful family. It owned an industry that spread all over the world, and among the members of this family, there were many famous and influential people. Bailey said if they targeted his organization Yu Xiao, he would be interested to see what they came up with. He met a woman who said she was from Isabella's family and came here to take their princess home. He replied that he did not know who he was talking about, but there were no princesses here. She pointed at Isabella and said it was her. Bailey decided to speak with Isabella alone and asked her why she chose to hide her origins. She replied that her family always hated her. He said that he had recently received a message that the first heir of her family had recently passed away. She replied that now it's no wonder her family mentioned her existence. Also, Isabella said if Bailey wants her to leave, she will. She looked into his eyes and said she wanted to stay with him. He said that in such a case no one would force her to leave. They invited this woman to Bailey's office. She said again that she wanted to take her princess. The young master replied that she did not want to go with her. She started threatening and saying that Bailey doesn't understand who he's dealing with, and added that just because he created the Yuxiao organization doesn't mean he can dominate the world. She also said that Mitsui Foundation president Tucker Young was kidnapped, and he used the services of their organization Yu Xiao, and the bodyguard should be responsible for protecting his employer. She said that such a mistake could lead to the fact that his organization would be destroyed, and if he agreed to give them their princess, then they could help him solve this problem. He said that she should not worry about his organization, but ordered Gia to show the lady where the exit is. The lady before leaving said that sooner or later Bailey will crawl on her knees to help her. With these words, she angered him, and he told her to finally leave. She said he was a hideous boy, but he has no idea the strength of her friends, and she will wait and see how his organization is destroyed. When she left, Bailey turned to Gia and asked how things were going at their branch in Japan. She replied that she was trying to contact the branch in Japan, and informed him of an article in which the head of the Mitsui Foundation and 10 of his bodyguards from Yuxiao had been kidnapped. She replied that this information is starting to spread all over the world, and John Lee is also listed as missing. Bailey said that he is leaving for Japan tomorrow. He was already met there by Kelly. She helps manage affairs in Japan, and said that she recently spoke with the Mitsui Foundation, and they informed that they want to tell about the abduction of the press. He told her to take her time and tell him everything in detail. She said she spoke with John Lee 3 days ago. He said he wanted to hire an additional 10 bodyguards for additional security. John said on the phone that the client wanted to be escorted to one place, after which they all disappeared. Bailey ordered her to take him to the Mitsui Foundation, and he wants to talk to them. Suddenly, they saw a man next to them on the floor. It was the president of the Tucker Young Foundation. He seemed to be in a daze. He shouted that it was all because of Bailey and accused him that it was all his fault. Bailey ordered him to explain everything clearly and asked what he was here for. Tucker said, as long as he didn't invite a group of Yu Xiao's bodyguards, everything would be fine. He was shaking. but he said that it was all unimportant because they would all be destroyed. It seems that he was under the influence of some kind of spell. Bailey put his hand on his head and, taking his hair, pulled him closer to him and asked what happened to them. Eventually, Tucker shut down, and Kelly said it looked like he had already passed away. She worriedly asked if John was going to be okay. Suddenly, the police appeared there and, pointing a gun at Bailey, told him not to move. They accused him of destroying the president of the Mitsui Foundation, after which they ordered him to raise his hands and surrender. They wanted to take them to the police station for questioning and investigation. He asked them how Tucker appeared at the airport covered in blood, and how he could be involved if he had just arrived. The officer asked him if he could confirm his alibi, and if he didn't agree to go with them, they would immediately make him a suspect. Bailey asked, do they want to frame him and capture him using Tucker? The officer said that Tucker was destroyed by his hands, so it was a proven fact. While he was being handcuffed, he said, don't do it, but in any case, I will help the investigation. Bailey understood that it was all a trap, but he still did not have an overall picture of his enemy's plan in his head. The arresting officer was extremely pleased, but still surprised that Bailey did not resist, because he had enough strength for this. Another man appeared there. He turned to Officer Hugh, who was arresting Bailey, and told him not to be so complacent. He said that everything went very well, and Bailey obediently went to the police station. There they will take his blood for analysis, and he will not even suspect anything. The man in the mask answered that the more calm he is, the more attentive he is. He said that Bailey was constantly becoming a very strong enemy for their country, and they had to specially arrange this performance to take his blood for analysis. He said that it was the initiative of the Eastern God. He wanted to create a technique for destruction based on his blood. Officer Hugh said that it should be a bright sight. Besides, God promised him to take the Tucker Fund into his hands, and for the sake of this money, he was ready for anything. The man in the suit said that when the case is earned, he will get what he expects. He said that God is waiting for his return, and as soon as they get the blood, they have to report to him immediately. Hugh said that you cannot worry, but they will make everything right. Meanwhile, Bailey left his fire spirit to eavesdrop on their conversation. He sat in the police station and thought about what had happened. He did not expect that the one behind it would be the Eastern God. Also, he sent his spirit to follow these people who will lead him to this creature. They were in some temple. John Lee and his people were sitting there tied up. The man who served God said that everything is going according to plan, so soon they will be able to take a sample of his blood. He understood that this creature was calculating in his temple, and John was also there, and now he would not need to waste time searching. Kelly came to him. She said that she had prepared everything. She could pretend to be him and stay here instead of him. He gave her a vial of blood and said that it was the blood of a snake monster, and she should give it instead of his blood for analysis. Eventually, God received a sample of his blood and was extremely pleased. He turned to John and said, if he does not cooperate with him, he will be destroyed. He angrily replied to him that he could not do anything to his boss. This creature began to laugh and say that it would show them its power, its curse would spread in its blood, and a multitude of souls would find its spiritual energy the most delicious food. Suddenly, Bailey's spirit appeared above him and asked if he was disturbing him, after which he created a portal of fire. A young master came out of the portal, much to the surprise and fright of the Eastern God. Bailey said that now all pieces were on the board, and he as his opponent cannot stand in the side. He smiled and said he wanted to checkmate him while holding his sword in his hand. He said that he tried to finish him with all his might, and did not expect that he himself would come into his trap. He began to laugh loudly and say that it would be a deadly game by directing his destructive energy at him. The young master was not even scared by this attack. Meanwhile, God was screaming and ordering his ghosts to consume his soul. Bailey asked him if he was the Spirit King. He smiled and said that Bailey seemed to have some knowledge, and added that he had caught many evil spirits that devoured other souls, and their power reached such a level that people dreamed. Bailey asked if this meant that he wanted to attack his soul. A huge fire soul appeared above Bailey, but he said that it was not his food, after which he directed his powerful destructive attack towards the Spirit King. He turned to his ghosts and ordered them to attack him immediately. He told them not to be afraid, and even if Bailey had the power of a demon emperor, they were still under the protection of the Ghost King. But Bailey's powerful fire spirit just grabbed them and pulled them down with his bare hands. He asked if he really thinks he can defeat him just by increasing his spirit count. Bailey said he is bad, and he will banish him from this world. He closed his hands and called his ghosts fools. He said that he would not be able to resist against this force. He also began to absorb his ghosts into himself, because before that he kept them in different dimensions so that they would not devour each other. He turned to Bailey and said that this day next year will be the anniversary of his destruction, because now he will receive the Spirit King's final power and increase his physical strength. He immediately rushed to attack him, but Bailey easily stopped his blow. He said that today he will take his life and cleanse this world. After that, there was an extremely powerful explosion in the temple. The Spirit King shouted that Bailey had invaded his temple and was trying to destroy it. He turned to the Eastern Army and asked for protection, after which he flew out of the temple. Bailey turned to John and said that he will be sent home immediately, and he himself must destroy the Spirit King. John warned that a whole army is waiting for him outside, and he must be careful. He showed him his fiery spirit and said that he would be able to stand up for himself. Meanwhile, the Spirit King said that Bailey's abilities exceeded their expectations, and if they left him alive, he would be a problem for them, but believed that they could destroy him because he attacked him in a sacred temple in Japan. He said that they would force China to give it up and give it to them, otherwise it could trigger a conflict between their countries. But while he was speaking, a sword pierced his chest, which made him shut up. Bailey said that he framed him and wounded his spirit, and even if he was a god, it would not prevent him from being destroyed. He said that he was not only God, but also a symbol of Japan's faith, and Bailey dared to destroy him in public. He pulled out the sword from him and said that he was not needed, not a god. The man who spoke to the spirit pointed his finger at Bailey and said that he would be destroyed for this. The young master said that they are now in the reckoning because this god also wanted to destroy him, after which he said that first they should try to catch him, and he disappeared like lightning in the sky. He looked at the sky and said that even their armies could not catch him. Meanwhile, his secretary came to Howard and said that they received a message that Bailey destroyed a deity on the territory of Japan, after which he hid, and now their country demands an explanation. The commander was very angry about this and said that there were too many problems because of Bailey. He told the people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to try to bide their time. Meanwhile, Bailey was hiding in the secret old Tianhe family home. Kelly asked how he was doing. He said that Japan asked the U.S. for help, and now they are putting pressure on China through him, and he was wanted. It was 2 a.m. Bailey arrived at the office building of their organization Yuxiao, where he was met by Cecile and Isabella. They said that they were shooting at him, but the situation was under control. Isabella said she just felt the dark power of the blood race. Bailey asked her what she meant. She said that she didn't have time to tell him why her family dominated the West. It was because all the descendants of the family possessed the innate power of light. They also fought against the blood clan that used people as blood banks. In ancient times, a son of light appeared and started a battle with the lord of the blood clan, and forced the blood clan to return to darkness so that ordinary people could live and develop. He said that he remembers that the Order of the East was to ban the blood clan. So now it makes sense. He asked where exactly she feels this darkness. She said that she has the power of light in her body, so she can easily detect clusters of dark energy, and said that its greatest intensity was on the 10th underground floor. They went down to the 10th floor together, and when the elevator doors opened, they were very surprised. They ended up in the great hall where many people were hanged. Isabella said that it looked like they were blood slaves. Cecile asked what that meant, and Isabella explained that they were people the blood race treated as livestock, meaning they were their source of sustenance. Bailey said that it looked like these people were ex-soldiers. Suddenly, they heard the sound of an elevator, and it looked like someone else came down to them. 2 men came out from the elevator. They discussed that they would wait until he agreed to cooperate with them, after which they would find an opportunity to turn him into a bloody slave. They felt the presence of some other people, but before they could react, they received a powerful blow from Cecile in the face. The girls killed these 2 and then asked what they were going to do with them. Bailey said that they should take pictures of everything here and send it to their army command and wait for orders. Meanwhile, the President of the United States said that if China continues to cover their killer Bailey, they will impose sanctions on them. Meanwhile, Japan demanded an explanation because he destroyed their deity, and he did it publicly. Army Commander Howard stated that Bailey is the backbone of their army, but they are not going to tolerate their military's misconduct, but still expect to be able to resolve this conflict. After which he said that they would not give any further explanations. The President of the United States began to threaten and say that they should think carefully before giving such answers. Suddenly, some document was transferred to his assistant, and he said that it was very important. Suddenly, one of the representatives of the negotiations said that they had a very important document, and handing it to the President of America, said that they should immediately explain it. When he saw the contents of this document, he began to shout that this cannot be and they have nothing to do with it. They were accused of using people from other countries as slaves for blood. Eventually, negotiations broke down. Bailey and John were sitting in the study of their office. The young master asked how things were. John said that they had strong arguments for his protection, but the United States would still stand their ground. Bailey said that for now it is not important and asked John what he plans to do next. He replied that he wants to heal the wounds first and then continue working for him. The young master said that he had another idea. He asked if he remembers how during the war 100 years ago, Japan stole what from them. He said that of course many people remember it, and asked Bailey what he meant by that. He replied that he knows what he is thinking about, but he wants to return what belongs to them. After Bailey was cleared of charges, he came to Army Commander Howard and said he wanted to use the deity incident to cause Japan some inconvenience. He said that in ancient times, the Japanese captured part of their Yingzhou territory, and he planned to take it back. He recalled that at that time Japan had a huge army and they failed to protect their lands. But now that Japan, together with their god, dared to create so many problems for them, they can use it and try to return their territories, because now they have become much stronger than a century ago. Commander Howard said it's a great plan, and he supports him in it. Bailey said that he was proud to be from China, and he wanted to be rewarded for it because he found out the plans of the Eastern God and the Blood Clan, and it was his idea to return the lands of Yingzhou. He said that when they return the lands of Yingzhou, he wants to become the commander of its army. Howard said that he would make the greatest contribution to their country if they were successful in this matter and could get what they wanted, but reminded that Yingzhou was still under Japanese control. He said that he could give him 3 days for this, and if he managed to convince them, then Bailey would become the commander of the Yingzhou army. The young master said that he agreed. Bailey said that the Japanese could not even control their army to defend Yingzhou. It was a meeting room, so Bailey said he hoped the Japanese army would withdraw and give back China's military rights. The young general said that Yingzhou has always belonged to China, and the Japanese army must withdraw from its territory, or they will use military force to take it back. Bailey stood up and said that they also wouldn't want to spoil the relationship between the two countries, so if that's all, he's ending the meeting, giving them some time to think it over. Gia approached him, but he asked her what happened. She said that she received a message from the command. They ordered him to leave the negotiations and allow the son of the commander, Jack Mint, to conduct further negotiations. She also said he was already on his way here. Bailey asked who the order came from. Gia reported that it was Marshal Cale's order and added that the Chinese forces were controlled by 3 people, Dale Cale, Edmund Mint, and Yun Charling. She also said that they were representatives of the 3 Hidden Gates sect, and no one could go against their orders. Bailey said that he does not agree with this and that his son can roll under 3 hells. Gia said that this issue is not in their jurisdiction, and most likely they will have to agree. He will use his power to hide the way to this conference hall. But in the end, they will decide that his marshal son just didn't have time to come, and this will remove suspicion from them. Gia was happy and said that it was a great plan, but by the time they get here, they won't be able to do anything about it. Bailey returned to the conference room with his secretary and asked the other party if they had already decided. They said that they agree to the terms and are ready to sign the contract. They have already put their signature, and when Bailey puts his, then Yingzhou will officially belong to him. He said it was a good decision and signed the contract. They said goodbye and agreed to meet in 10 days. Meanwhile, Marshal Jack Mint's son appeared in the building. He was displeased and angrily turned to Bailey. He asked how dare he play with him, but said he knew that Bailey had set up a maze in the building to detain them. Bailey asked if he was Jack Mint, and replied that he did not understand why he came here so late and accused him of something. Also, he said that the contract had already been signed, and the commander of the Yingzhou army had been chosen. Jack said that there was a rule in China that no one except the 3 great families could hold such high positions, and said that Bailey had to choose between being the commander of the Yingzhou army or commanding his Yuxiao organization. Jack warned that Bailey belongs to their army, and he will not be able to fight against him. Also, he informed him that he violated the army rules, so he already made a request to freeze all his assets. Hearing this, Bailey angrily asked if he thinks he can freeze all his assets because of some stupid rules, and asked if Jack is sure that everything in China is controlled only by the voice of their family. He was frightened and asked if Bailey would dare to hurt him, and threatened to throw his parents and friends out on the street. The people who accompanied Jack immediately felt a strong thirst for destruction from Bailey. This man turned to Bailey and said that it was better to think things through before acting. Besides, the contribution of the 3 families to the country was much greater than his. Also, he said if Bailey goes against the young master of the Mint family, it will be considered treason. Meanwhile, Gia whispered in his ear that he should really think it over because the Mint family could ruin his life. Bailey put his hand in his pocket and started to take out something. He said if they need Yingzhou Island, he will give them the contract, after which he threw papers in their faces, adding that a handful of these papers would not be enough to return their territory. Jack said that he shouldn't worry about it, but they could handle the rest without his help. Jack's assistants began to pick up papers from the floor and promised Bailey that in exchange for this, his assets would be unfrozen. He parted ways and he turned to Gia and said it wasn't over yet. He told her to come back and arrange a business meeting for him with Marshal Dale Cale. She asked him what would happen to Yinchoi Island. Bailey replied that he wanted to see if Jack would have the strength to really bring it back. 10 days later, everyone gathered for a big ceremony to hand over Yingzhou Island to a new commander from China. Jack talked to his subordinates. He said that he heard how Bailey secretly met with Marshal Cale, and he already thought that he would want to throw out some focus. He said Bailey offered the marshal several valuable artifacts in exchange for business and military privileges. Jack thought it was his right to make a speech as the new commander of the island. Suddenly, the host of the ceremony announced that the audience should welcome a new commander from China named Bailey Yun. Bailey told Jack that he warned him that he does not have the qualities that are necessary for the master of the island. He began to shout at the young master and ask what he had done, because Jack had already stolen the deal with the ambassador, and he was supposed to become the commander of the army. Bailey was handed a special symbol of the Lord and told that it represented the territory of Yingzhou Island. Kelly, who handed him the symbol, said that she, as the emperor's heir, is returning the island to the army commander Bailey Yun, and added that she believes that the island will become stronger under his rule. He thanked her and said that she helped him in many ways. She replied that it was a great honor for her to receive his praise. Jack ran up to the seats of the spectators watching the ceremony, where Marshal Kale and the ambassador of Yingzhou were sitting. He asked what was happening, and why he was not appointed commander of the Yingzhou area. Jack replied that he never agreed with the fact that the post of commander of the Yingzhou army would belong to the Mint family. He turned to the ambassador and asked if he agreed with him. The ambassador said that the battle was lost and Jack should not be ashamed. Then he sternly looked at him and told him not to disturb Bailey because he would not be long in this position. The marshal understood that this time Bailey could be in real danger. It was the meeting hall of Yingzhou military camp. Marshal Kale invited Bailey to talk. He said that although they have not known each other for a long time, he respects him and does not want him to be destroyed. Bailey asked worriedly what he meant by that. He said that he captured the military power of Yingzhou and polluted the reputation of the Mint family. But it was already too much. So he assumed that the Lord Khan of the San Juan sect, who was connected to the family, would want to deal with him. Mint? Bailey asked, annoyed that he was interested to see what they could do to him. The marshal said that it was not time to be angry, and told that the Mint family is also connected with the sect of Empress Shen, which makes it much more difficult to protect him. But Lord Khan takes his status very seriously, so he will not be able to harm him without reason. He said that Bailey should be careful in his words and actions, but he should not let the Lord reveal his weakness because he was already at the stage of immortality, and if he breaks through further, no one will be able to save him. The young master thanked him for the warning and said that he would be more careful, after which he asked what connected the San Juan sect with the Empress Shen sect. He said that he was familiar with Shen and thought that she was not like a thug or her own person. He said that Empress Shen and the Lord had the same skills. Only when they cultivated together, they could achieve true immortality. So they had to get married. Bailey asked him if he knew where the Shen sect was. He said that he had some relationship with the Empress, and he wanted to visit her and win her over to their side. The marshal said that she was on Mount Nua. Bailey thanked him for the information, and then said goodbye to him. Meanwhile, her servants approached the Empress, and informed her that the Lord of the San Juan sect wanted to meet her. She asked him why he came because they had not agreed to meet. Khan said that sooner or later they would start pair cultivation, so why don't they have some fun together before that? She replied that if he continued to behave like this, she would achieve true immortality before he did, and after that he might not even dream of their meeting again. He said that he worries about her and loves her, and hopes that sooner or later it will reach her. But he did not come here for that, but because he found a killer who was destroying small sects. She asked if he had already found the spirit of the nine-tailed fox. He said yes, but not really. The fox was indeed a killer, but it had already been tamed and turned into a familiar. And whoever did this has a great hatred for small sects. His name was Bailey Yun. After hearing this, Empress Shen was extremely shocked and surprised. She wondered if it was him. Khan said that he learned of his location, and when the small clans were destroyed, he happened to be on the mountain and immediately after. He had a student who was at the peak of mythical martial arts. He named her Cecile, and there were no such coincidences in the whole world. Shen understood everything, but guessed that Bailey then tricked her by saying something, and Cecile was his student who helped drive away the fox. Khan said that next month there will be a family holiday. He will reveal the truth to everyone, including the army, and then destroy Bailey. He also said that it has to do with the reputation of the 3 hidden clans, and she should appear and finish this scoundrel along with him. But she pushed his hand away and said that she understood everything, after which she asked Khan to leave because she had to continue her cultivation. He was very displeased, and said that he was her lover and asked why she was so cold towards him. She replied that she and he had not embarked on the path of paired cultivation, so they could not be called lovers. But he should know his boundaries, after which she asked her servants to take him out. He said that when everything is over, he will send his men and make her an offer because she can only be his. She understood all the threats and challenges that could be in front of her, but what bothered her most was that he wanted to destroy Bailey. After a short meeting with him, she began to feel warm feelings for him. Suddenly a portal of fire appeared near her, which frightened her very much, and a young master came out of it. He smiled and greeted the Empress, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, but he came here to discuss some matters with her. Displeased, she asked him how he dared to come here without an invitation. He explained that he wanted to offer her cooperation and warned that Lord Khan was not a very good person, and if she marries him, everything will be bad for her. She started yelling at him and asking if he really considered himself an honest person. She said that he lied to her on the mountain and then tamed the fox spirit, making her his servant and allowed her to kill innocent people. After that, they attacked, saying that for the sake of people's safety, she would destroy him. Bailey did not expect this turn of events and was quite shocked by this attack. He only dodged and did not attack her, but asked her to calm down. He said that he really destroyed those people, but it was not just like that, and asked to give him a chance to explain everything. But she did not listen to him and waved her sword, saying that she would no longer believe a single word he said. He looked at her sternly and said, "If she wants badly, she will have it." He grabbed her hand and said that we should apologize to her in advance. She got scared and asked what he wanted to do with her. He held her close to him, and the sword fell out of her hand. He looked deep into her eyes and said that he would make her listen to him. She said that he was an old woman and that he would be able to charm her with his magic. She said that first he had to let her go if he wanted her to listen to him. He said that those people from the small hidden clans were not innocent at all. They destroyed people to steal their treasures. They also sent people to destroy him. She said that hundreds of people had been destroyed. He gave her some papers and said that when she saw, all her doubts would immediately disappear. She saw that the entire foundation of the Desert Gate sect and their minor sects were impure. They were tyrannical and evil creatures, and there was blood on their hands. She said that everything is clear and they deserve to be destroyed. After which he was asked what he wanted to talk about earlier. He said that when she fought the fox on the mountain, he felt that his skills had the same foundation as hers. And then he realized that her skill could only be developed half to immortal. But the skills in his hands could be developed to the last rank. She asked how he managed to master the full martial arts method of the Shen sect. Bailey said she didn't have to know all the details, but she asked how she would then know it was the real method. He said she would feel it. He asked her to calm down and not to resist that he would give her a part of the memory of the Black Emperor. When he was traveling, he accidentally got into the land of the 5 emperors, so he got these 5 skills in addition to the skills he practiced himself. He carefully hid the others, but he did not expect that he would have to pass them on to someone. She asked him why he was giving her such a priceless skill, if not to help him deal with Khan. He asked, "Was Lord here already?" She said he wanted to finish him off at a party early next month, but he was here to ask her for help. He said that he did not need her help. He wanted something else. It was a party of large families. Many people gathered in the hall, including Bailey. Lord Khan took the stage and said that today he and Empress Shen are holding this holiday to announce important news to everyone. He pointed his finger at Bailey and said that many of them had never heard of his name, but they should know what he did. Khan said that a few months ago, hundreds of people disappeared on the mountain, and Bailey Yoon was to blame for all of this. He smiled and said that he did do it, but he had to fix it because these people weren't really lost. They were destroyed and reduced to ashes. Khan began to suspect that something was wrong here because Bailey was too calm. He turned to Shen and asked if she heard his words. Khan said they couldn't ignore it and suggested she join forces to destroy this bastard. She answered, "Why should they take revenge for the hidden clans, since many innocent people died because of them?" She said it was a personal dispute between her and Bailey, and she doesn't want to be a part of it. And he said even if they deserved to be destroyed, Bailey still had no right to do so, and if she didn't want to help him, he would do it himself. She said that Bailey had just reached the heavenly realm, and it was unlikely that he would be able to do anything to him. He said that in any case it was his duty and he had to answer to these clans, but he would do her a favor and give him a chance. He jumped and found himself right in front of Bailey's eyes. He said that he will demand justice for the people who were destroyed by his hand, and if he wins, then it will all be over, or if he admits his mistakes. He smiled and said that there is no need for this, and if Khan wants to fight, then let him attack. He said that it's not too late to admit his mistakes, and if he does, Bailey will only face destruction. They stepped outside the banquet hall and into the backyard to do battle. He said if Khan is so confident, then let him try to do it. He rushed to attack, then said that he couldn't even scratch him with his sword, after which he attacked Bailey using the snowstorm technique. Pieces of sharp ice flew at him, which he deftly deflected with his sword. But parts of the icicles that fell on him began to freeze his body. Khan approached him and asked him how he liked his technique. Bailey's hands and feet were frozen. Lord said that the power gap between them was extremely large and Bailey had no chance. Shen started shouting that Khan could kill Bailey, wanted to intervene but was stopped by the marshal, telling her to calm down. The young master turned to Khan and said that he also wanted to tell him something. He said that he was not strong enough to destroy him. Then he screamed so loudly that Riga on his body began to crack. Khan said that he had just burned his lifespan just to break his technique, and called Bailey wrong. He lunged at him with a sword and said that he allowed small hidden sects to destroy innocent people, and allowed the Mint family to do various bad things. The young master gave him a powerful blow. He tried to hold him back with his fan, but he felt that his power was extremely powerful, and he could no longer endure this confrontation. Eventually, Khan fell and knocked the weapon out of his hands. Bailey pointed his sword at his chest. He said that for the sake of Empress Shen, he would give him a chance, and if he bowed to him in front of everyone, then he would spare his life. Khan said that Bailey had better retreat as soon as possible, because he will not be able to withstand the revenge of the Sanwan sect. Suddenly, a man appeared near them and ordered to stop all this immediately. He said that Khan disappointed him. It was Uncle Khan. He said that he was invited here by Empress Shen. She greeted him saying that she was glad to see him here, and thanked him for the visit. He said that Bailey, being immortal, defeated Khan, and he not only lost face, but also disgraced the name of the Sanwan sect in order to threaten others with it. Ancestor cast a spell on Khan that prevented him from speaking for 3 months, and he will also not be able to enter the world again until a major event occurs. Bailey was grateful that Shen was invited by the ancestor here, because now he would have less problems, and today he was able to injure the Lord of the Earth, and this meant that he had created a powerful reputation for himself. The ancestor greeted Bailey and said that he was glad to meet him. He also thanked him for leaving Khan's life. He said that they created a lot of problems for Bailey, so he wants to thank him with a gift by giving him this plant, which is a great treasure. It was a particular plant from San Juan that could help him break through to a new level. Bailey thanked him for that. He also turned to Shen and said that she would soon reach a new level, and to withstand it she needed to return to the sect and continue her studies. In the end, not everyone gave up and left Bailey alone. Suddenly he felt a very strong pain in his chest. It was so strong that he even began to lose consciousness. The last thing he saw was the girls running to help him, but he no longer heard them. 2 days passed and he was already on Longdine Island, but he finally came to his senses. Waking up, he asked if something had happened while he was in the blackout. Gia said that no one would dare disturb him after he defeated Lord Khan in battle. Isabella said that after all they had something to tell. She said that when everyone found out about his serious injury, her family found her again, and she decided that they would return to Europe with them. He asked her if she thought everything through. She said that unfortunately she had to leave him. He said if it was really her decision, then she should go. He was very disappointed by this, but didn't hold her. There were tears in her eyes. But she thought that she did not know now when they would be able to meet again, but she hoped that everything would be fine with him. Gia approached Bailey and said that Isabella left him something. It was a crystal and a letter that she asked to deliver to him personally. The letter said that she apologizes to him before she has to leave him and leaves him a spirit crystal as a gift. This crystal should restore his lost life energy. She wrote that she wanted to explain all this in a letter, because if she had spoken to him personally, she would not have dared to leave him. Bailey said that he must cultivate to absorb this spiritual crystal, and Gia must make sure that no one disturbs him at this time. He understood that he needed to recover very quickly, because he was in such a miserable state, and could not protect his friends. Isabella was right, and this crystal could indeed restore his lost life. And even though he couldn't completely heal his injuries, he was able to restore a lot of strength. Suddenly, Bailey felt that someone was following him and ordered this person to appear in front of his eyes. It was some girl. He asked her how long she had been there. She asked him why he quarrels with such a beauty like her. Does he really not like her? Bailey understood that she was a vampire, and he said that she was not that pretty, so he did not understand what she was talking about. Cecile Ta immediately appeared next to him, apologizing for not being able to protect his peace in time, and said that they would destroy the Violator now. The vampire turned to her and said that she shouldn't be chased away, because they don't want to see how Isabella will be destroyed because of it. The young master asked her what she meant. She said that her name is Eve. She was the heiress of the Blood Clan, and she wanted to save Isabella, but she was returned to the Windsor family. She smiled and said that she was very sorry because now she will be destroyed. Bailey punched her in the face and told her to tell everything immediately. She thought that he still had very powerful speed despite his injuries, and she liked him. Eve said that the Windsor family are the heirs of the Son of Light, and after the Holy War hundreds of years ago, the body of the Son of Light was destroyed. But his soul always yearned to return, so Isabella was chosen to become his new body. Bailey pointed the sword at her and asked why she wanted to help her. She explained that since she was a member of the Blood Clan, she did not want the Son of Light to return. She said that the sacrificial ceremony would begin tomorrow and asked if he would go with her to save her. The young master understood that this girl could not be trusted, but it was similar. It was all true, he was still weak, but he had enough strength to save his friend. Bailey orders the girls to pack up and they immediately leave for Europe. Eve sniffed Cecile and said that her level was that of a mythical martial artist, so that was pretty good. She said she wanted to ask her something and asked if Bailey liked young girls like her. Cecile said she talks too much and asked her to shut her mouth and follow her. Eve said that the ceremony is very special, so they should disguise themselves first. They flew to Europe by plane and were there already at 2 o'clock in the morning. Eve said that they and Bailey should pretend to be a couple, then no one would suspect them. He said that they may have already been discovered. A group of people in black hoodies appeared in front of them. They told Bailey that this was not the place for his entertainment and asked him to disappear. Chief among them was Clarissa. She was the high priestess of the Windsor family. She said if Bailey didn't agree, he would be in trouble. He said if they agree to return Isabella to him, then he will leave. Eve warned Bailey that the priest of the Windsor family was talking to him, and her skills were not inferior in strength even to Empress Shen. Clarissa, meanwhile, wondered why Bailey was with the Blood Clan. Did he decide to join the vampires? They ignored Clarissa and her servants and moved on. Eve said that they were already there, but the priest and his men were chasing them. He said that the destruction of Isabella will be a great loss for him, but the appearance of the Son of Light will lead to the destruction of the Blood Clan. Eve said that this was the point, after which she attacked Larissa and her people. She said that not only did Bailey not listen to her, but he also brought a Blood Clan demon with him. She ordered her servants to immediately attack them in return. Meanwhile, Eve had already knocked one of them to the ground and began to suck blood from her. She said that people from the Clan of Light tasted much tastier than ordinary ones. They also sought to destroy Bailey, but his speed far exceeded theirs. He mentally turned to Cecile and said that they can't trust Eve, and he doesn't want to waste his strength now, so he said to use an illusion spell on these people. She said that she understood everything, after which she summoned the nine-tailed fox illusion technique. A pink haze immediately appeared around the nuns. It captured their consciousness, and they immediately stopped fighting, hiding their weapons. Eve did not understand what was happening and asked why these people surrendered. Besides, she also felt some strange sensation in her head. She just wanted to ask how they managed to do it, and Bailey said that it was not important and ordered to take him immediately to the Windsor family. Cecile explained that they are under an illusion that will last for an hour and a half. Meanwhile, the nuns called the Windsor family and said that they had stopped Bailey so that he would not interfere with their ceremony. In the meantime, they bent over the top of the tower and moved imperceptibly under the technique of invisibility. The ritual had already begun in the Great Hall. Isabella sat tied up near the big circle. Priest Clarissa said that soon the Son of Light will be reborn and cleanse this dirty land. Isabella angrily told her that she was wrong to summon the spirit. Clarissa touched her chin and told her that she should accept it because not everyone gets the honor of becoming a Son of Light. Then she pushed her away and told her to shut up because it was time for the sacrifice. Clarissa said that she could not even dream that Bailey would come and save her. At the same moment, Bailey appeared there and said that she was wrong. She got scared and asked how he got here. Bailey asked her why she was so surprised. Cecile took Isabella and ordered Clarissa to use her body as a sacrifice, saying she was crazy, and started shouting for her to come back because no one allowed her to take Isabella. Bailey said that as long as he was alive, she would not be able to get to her, and said that he would not interfere with them. Meanwhile, Eve understood that the formation had already been launched, and a little more, and the Son of Light would take over her soul. The only thing that made her happy was that by this time, Isabella would already be her food. Suddenly she attacked Cecile and, taking Isabella from her, said that she thanked them for the time they had gained. Bailey saw what she was doing and immediately attacked her, ordering her to stop, after which he delivered a powerful energy blow to her back. She said if Bailey wants her to let go, she will. She threw it on the floor and said that she was sure that everything would be fine with her after that. They immediately began to worry about Isabella, because she was once again in the center of the magic circle. Meanwhile, Clarissa was sure that everything was going according to plan and the ritual could not be stopped. She looked at Bailey as if not waking up with him, her eyes full of pity and disappointment. Eve smiled and said that everything has started, and they will not be able to stop this process. Isabella felt a great pain and screamed loudly, raising her head up. Eve turned to Bailey and said that he should give up, because her soul still existed. But sooner or later it will be replaced, but he will not be able to save her. Isabella's body rose into the air and a pink beam of light began to pierce through it. Bailey said that such a powerful and strong energy could only be in heavenly beings. Eve said that it was the energy of the Son of Light, after which she used an invisibility spell. The young master immediately rushed after her to catch her and prevent her from escaping. She said that it is not too late to save the people if she finishes her meal. She grabbed Isabella's neck from behind, preparing to dig into her with her fangs. Bailey ordered her to let her go immediately, otherwise she would regret it. But her teeth were already close to Isabella's thin neck. It seemed that nothing could stop her. Suddenly, Eve released her grip, and Isabella fell to the floor like a doll. She said that it was very impolite to prevent someone from eating. Suddenly, Eva got wings, and she started laughing and saying that Bailey was too slow, and she had already absorbed the Son of Light. She flew into the air and said that he was no longer her rival. She also said that she even absorbed a part of his soul that was contained in Isabella's body. She summoned a demonic fire sword in preparation for battle. She said that it was Bailey who destroyed thousands of people from the Blood Clan, and today was the day of reckoning. He too drew his fire sword as he prepared to engage in a brutal battle with this vampire. He summoned a fire dragon technique and ordered Eve to attack. Seeing this, she was extremely angry and said that this power was very different from his past. While she was trying to understand what happened, the dragon struck her with a powerful blow and she crashed into the wall. Bailey was already jumping at her to finish her off with the sword, but she put her hand out in front of her and begged him to stop. Eve said that she did not eat his soul, but only absorbed a small part of the power of the Son of Light. Pointing to Isabella, she told him that she was still alive and could be saved. Suddenly, Isabella flew high into the air, leaving everyone behind. It seemed she wanted to leave this temple. Bailey turned to her and asked her to stop. Eve said it was too late, but she was now a Son of Light, and Isabella was gone. She wanted him to distract her at this time to strike a sneaky blow. She shot him with a powerful fiery energy and told him that he better take care of his life now. But Bailey covered Cecile with her body, saving her master. She fell heavily to the ground and could not move. He turned to her alarmedly and asked if she was all right. She said with a trembling voice that this was all she could do, and the main thing was that everything was fine with her master. After that, she closed her eyes and quietly fell into a peaceful sleep. Bailey was extremely angry and wanted immediate revenge. He wanted to tear Eve to pieces. Eve told him not to worry because she just passed out from the pain, but warned him that it would not last long and soon she would take her life, because she had a bloody curse on her and she would be destroyed in 7 days, and no one could remove it except a vampire. Bailey gave her an extremely powerful blow with incredible fury. She felt a lot of pain. The young master hit her with his sharp sword right in the stomach, ordering her to disappear forever. She began to stagger. A stream of red liquid poured from her body, and it seems that she began to lose consciousness. But suddenly she was grabbed by a masked man who appeared as if from nowhere. He said if Bailey wants to remove the curse from his girlfriend, he can look for other vampires in Western Europe, after which he and Eve jumped out the window and disappeared into the thick darkness of the night. Bailey gently took Cecile in her arms and told her to hold on. He said he would immediately go to Eastern Europe and find a way to know the curse. A day later, they were already in Eastern Europe. Bailey flew over the dense forest. He was looking for the family of the dragon Roland, because his intelligence reported that they knew how to remove the blood curse. But it was quite difficult to find them. Suddenly he heard someone calling for help from below. He smelled blood and flew there to find out what was happening. He saw many injured people from below. A girl helped a man go and apologized for making him go in search of a dragon's heart for her grandfather. He said that it is not her fault because the patriarch has not been able to get out of bed for a year and he needs the dragon's heart in order to save himself. Bailey landed in front of them and said he was sorry for bothering them, but he was looking for someone. His appearance greatly excited them, but they asked who he was. He said his name is Bailey Yun, and he flew to Eastern Europe to find a cure to remove the vampire spell from his girlfriend. The man said that they do not contact those people who are connected with vampires. He said that he heard that the credo of their family is to help others. A man named Rick took it as an insult and started to get angry at him. Meanwhile, the girl introduced herself and said her name was Angela, and she was the 9th heir of the Roland family. A girl named Angela confirmed that they do have a cure for the vampire curse, but only her grandfather knew the recipe for this medicine. But now he was seriously ill and needed the dragon's heart to survive, Angela was told. If he helps them get the heart, they will give him the medicine. Rick started shouting that she can't do that, because this person appeared out of nowhere and maybe he was a vampire too. She said that they have no choice, and they have to use his help. Bailey said he agreed to get them the dragon's heart. Angela said, as soon as he got it, he should come to their family and they would exchange medicine. Bailey flew high above the mountains to find what he needed. On one of the slopes he saw a large red egg. It was a dragon's egg. It was filled with spiritual power equivalent in power to the relic of the immortals. He touched this egg to move it to his storage, until suddenly a huge dragon appeared next to him and loudly began to attack him, trying to destroy him because he dared to touch the egg. The young master immediately understood that it was the mother dragon, and she was clearly displeased with his actions. The dragon had already opened its mouth, preparing to release a stream of flames at Bailey to burn him. And so it happened, and the place where Bailey was standing immediately caught fire as if after a powerful explosion. But Bailey was able to stop this attack because fire was his element. He pointed his hand at the dragon and said that it would now strike back. There was another super powerful explosion, but this time in the sky. It was Bailey's handiwork, but it seems the dragon was intact, even though the blow was very powerful. He jumped high into the air, holding his sword at the ready to continue his hand-to-hand combat. Against the blade of his heavenly sword, even the skin of the dragon could not resist, and Bailey cut off his tail. The dragon began to scream loudly in pain and tried to run away from the attacker, because he realized that this person was too strong and dangerous. But the young master was not going to let him go and delivered another powerful energy blow that flew at the dragon like a rocket. But when he hit him, the dragon began to dive down to the ground. His body fell in a dense forest, and now the search for him must begin. While Bailey was looking for the dragon, other people found him and already took his heart. This man said that his master would need it, but he could not enjoy it, feeling the incredible energy that pulsed inside him. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion near them, which scattered these people in different directions. Caused by Bailey, he was extremely angry and asked how dare they touch his heart. This man began to run away, holding his heart in his hands and looking at Bailey, asking where this psycho came from. He said he would go first and ordered his men to arrest him. The young master called this man trash and asked who allowed him to run away. He finished off his men in a moment, and those corpses were lying on the ground. The man with the heart had already managed to escape a long distance, and Bailey decided to follow him. He arrived at a majestic castle that stood in the middle of a large forest clearing. The walls of the castle were illuminated by the night moon, giving it a mystical appearance. Bailey continued to chase him through the night. The big doors of the castle opened and the man ran inside, followed by Bailey. He told him to leave immediately and give him his heart back, but the answer was silence. Then Bailey asked, "Is this how vampires behave?" Suddenly the hall of the castle lit up, and he saw a vampire sitting on the throne and saying that he was glad to welcome such a famous master as Bailey. He said that this dragon was his, and he had long ago created a squad to hunt his heart, but Bailey decided to steal his prey. He also said that he had come to this province to find Bailey and take revenge on him for having injured his holy virgin and destroyed many of his relatives. After which, he showed his teeth and shouted loudly that he was activating the formation. A magic circle appeared under Bailey's feet, from which tentacles began to climb out, trying to grab him and immobilize him. His hands were free, but he decided to summon a fiery sword to his aid. But he did not appear. Instead of the sword in his hands was empty. The vampire said that he should surrender because the dark formation is all-consuming, and his energy does not work here. The young master asked him what kind of delusion he was talking about. He said that apparently vampires, because of their long life in the dark, cannot see beyond their nose at all. He said that Bailey could say anything before his destruction, because the formation of darkness would absorb his power, and he himself would be completely absorbed by the darkness. He resisted as much as he could. His soul was burning with fire, trying to fight against the darkness. The vampire saw that he was trying to resist, and ordered his servants to destroy him immediately. Bailey's eyes flashed, and he cried out that he was calling on the power of true fire. A powerful fiery explosion occurred around him, burning everything around with its heat. The vampire was scared but did not understand what was happening. The dark spirits he sent to attack the young master, burned by the fire, began to fall to the floor. Bailey was able to break free from the formation and sat on the floor, breathing heavily. The vampire laughed and said that Bailey seemed to have used all his strength to break his formation of darkness, and now he was going to finish him off with his bare hands. Approaching him, he said that he would now send him to hell, and tried to punch him in the chest to rip out his heart, but Bailey blocked the attack with his sword. While they were fighting, another person appeared behind them. The vampire saw her and decided that it was too early to end Bailey. It was Angela. Bailey asked her what she was doing here. This question confused her. She said that she was worried that the dragon would harm him and imperceptibly followed him, and then he suddenly disappeared. She was worried that he was unfamiliar with the area there and might get lost, so she went in search of him. The vampire said that most likely she was worried that she would not get her heart. She began to make excuses and say that this is not true. After all vampires always lie. Suddenly, she stepped on a vampire's trap and immediately tied her with handcuffs and legs. The vampire turned to Bailey and said that this family he plans to help is very stupid, but giving them a heart is a stupid expense. He offered to give the heart to him. In return, he will help him with the removal of the curse. Hearing this, Angela began to shout that Bailey can't agree to the vampire's terms, because he will immediately finish him off when he gets his. The vampire immediately tied her mouth so that she could not speak, but did not disturb him. He said that he could also give him many treasures and discover various secrets that would help him make a big leap in cultivation. Bailey thought about it and said that it was a really good offer, but added that there was one problem. He doesn't believe in fucking vampires. He clearly did not expect such a turn from the young master. He struck him with a super powerful energy blow using the dragon breath technique. The vampire tried to block her by using a magical shield, but the dragon's breath pulverized him along with his shield. He approached Angela, who was sitting tied up. He asked her to wait and said that he would release her from the trap now. While she tried her best to tell him something, Bailey realized something was going on behind his back. The vampire turned out to be alive and kicked him hard in the back of the head. The blow was so powerful that Bailey even nailed to the ground, and he even broke the stone floor with his face. The vampire stood on the divigative and asked, "Did you want to defeat him using your magic sword?" His look was mad, and he said that now the darkness will swallow him. He immediately turned into some demonic entity and sought to absorb Bailey's soul. While he was standing on it, Bailey called him a stinking flying mouse and asked if he thought he could step on him so easily. The vampire said that hardly anyone would be able to resist him, and his end was inevitable. But Bailey raised his hand up and there was a powerful explosion. It was another true flame attack. The vampire managed to jump back, who said that such a cunning as Bailey always has a lot of hidden tricks. He said that the vampire will be only one of those who will be destroyed by his flame, after which he pounced on him by jumping high up the mountain. He shouted, disgruntled, how much longer he would release his mad flame into him. A fight broke out between them. Bailey continued to burn him with fire. The vampire took out some kind of ball and said that he was forcing him to do it. He threw this ball into his mouth and bit it. The contents spilled into his mouth. Bailey said that he wanted to forcefully increase his strength by artificially increasing his cultivation level. He began to increase in size and say that the blood of the ancestor will now help him destroy the enemy. He felt the vampire immediately break through to the immortal realm level, while Bailey still lacked the energy to fight such a strong enemy. But luckily he had a dragon egg, the energy of which he could use for this fight. While Bailey was absorbing the energy and power of the egg, a renewed vampire was already charging at him. Bailey absorbed the energy and said they were going to have a good time now that they were even. The vampire immediately sensed that Bailey was able to gain the floor level of the immortal realm. The young master immediately grabbed him by the throat and began to strangle him. The vampire asked, "Does he think that he will be able to defeat him in the semi-immortal realm because his level was a head higher?" He said that the semi-immortal realm would be enough, after which the vampire turned to ashes in his hands. Burning in the fire, he shouted that it was impossible and that he did not believe that Bailey was capable of such a thing. He smiled and said that the enemies of darkness had not only light, but also fire. After the vampire was torn to pieces, a dragon's heart appeared in front of Bailey. He took it and took Angela on his shoulders and left the castle. After the doors were seized behind them and the floor of the castle began to stir, the pieces of the vampire began to pile up, forming his body. While he was regenerating, a girl appeared in front of him. He asked her to help him. It was Eve. She asked why she should help him because he always used her and said that he must be destroyed. But Eve was already planning to eat him and said that she would use his power against Bailey. Angela and Bailey arrived at their castle. She thanked him for his help in obtaining the dragon's heart. She said that as they had agreed, they would help dispel the curse of his friend. He thanked them sincerely. The only thing he regretted was that such a valuable artifact like the dragon heart had to be wasted. Suddenly she saw how the dragon egg behind them started to move. Angela said that it looks like it will hatch soon. Bailey looked at him with surprise. He looked at you. He didn't expect it to happen so soon. The girl said it looked like she wanted to tell them something. Bailey asked if she understood what it was trying to do. She touched the egg and said that their family had been dragon knights for many generations, and the language of dragons was mandatory for them. She said that they also had their own consciousness, so they could communicate with them. She said that the egg says that it was stolen from the Valley of the Dragons, and it hopes that they can take it home. Bailey was surprised when he heard about the Valley of Dragons. He heard that in his past life there was such a valley, and there were dragon crystals that increased the power of the soul. He could use them because the ceremony of the appearance of the Son of Light was only half completed, so Isabella's soul had not yet disappeared. And if he can get the dragon crystals, then he can help and strengthen the soul. He asked Angela if she wants to take this egg to the valley. She replied, because her family had lost part of their inheritance. They hadn't been to Dragon Valley for almost 100 years, although it wasn't far, but the way there was quite dangerous. She asked if Bailey could come with her. He decided that he could help her get there and said it was time to leave. Angela barely lifted the heavy egg and followed him. They arrived at the Valley of the Dragons where they were greeted by a huge gate. She said that it wasn't like that. She imagined this place, because she thought that there would be guarding dragons at the gate and it would not be easy to get there. Bailey said the entrance was open and it must have been an invitation to come inside. Suddenly, they saw in front of them a huge dragon, he asked, who allowed them to enter their valley. He haughtily said that the Valley of Dragons does not accept dirty human creatures. Bailey said they came to bring the dragon egg home, but he immediately added that if they don't need it, they will go home. Angela turned to the egg and said that it seems his family does not accept him. The dragon said they illegally got inside holding a dragon egg in their hands, but he won't let them leave just like that. He attacked them, releasing jets of fire at the uninvited guests. But Bailey didn't seem to care about such fiery attacks. He just felt a little warmth that warmed him. He smiled and told the dragon that he managed to provoke him by calling him a devil bird. And taking out his sword, he gave him a powerful energy attack. The dragon began to scream in pain and ask, where did the man get such incredible strength? Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of the dragon who seemed to be his master and ordered him to shut up, reminding him that not all people can be provoked. He turned to Bailey and said that he had been waiting for him for a long time, introducing himself. He said that he was a sage of the dragon family and offered to go with him, but he would give them what they came for. The young master immediately felt that this old man's strength was above the level of an immortal, and if he wanted to fight, it would be a tough battle, so he decided that it was better to follow him and see what he wanted to do. The old man saw that the young man was procrastinating and warned and reassured him that he had no foolish intentions. They came to some big cave. The old man said that before this egg in their dragon family there were no newborns for hundreds of years, and said that he often prayed to heaven trying to find out the reason for this, and said that God told him that the life force of the dragon family was in Bailey's body. The old man said that he understood that he now had many questions, so he offered him to enter the cave and added that the forbidden zone would now give him all the answers. Entering the cave, he found himself in some strange place. It was like another dimension, but he did not understand how he ended up in it. But then he guessed that it was the world of immortals, because these feelings were already familiar to him. He was interested in the question of who was the owner of these places. He turned to the void and asked why they brought him here and what they want to show. A strange creature appeared in front of him. He said that he had no evil intentions. He introduced himself and said that his name was Chris Dalton. He was a primordial dragon who brought him here to ask for help. He explained that 300 years ago he sacrificed his life, and this gave him the opportunity to know the future in which the world will soon come to an end and the Dragon Clan faces extinction. Payment for this knowledge was his life, and because of that, he had to merge with this space to convey this information to future generations. And all this time he was waiting for a change in the heavens and a ray of hope for the dragons, and Bailey turned out to be that hope. He pointed his finger at Bailey while he was extremely impressed by this story. The young master asked him what he knew about the future destruction of the world, and why he could not do anything with his abilities. Chris explained that the Earth is changing. Various races and various cataclysms are invading it, and the heavenly city will soon fall. It was because of a 10-story silver tower that came from another world. Bailey asked if there was anything they could do before that happened. Thru replied that the force was legitimate and they could not resist it, but suggested that Bailey could help it. He said that it turns out that he was the variable that he was looking for all this time, but he asked what Chris wanted to do in the end. He replied that before the destruction of the world begins, the dragons and their newly born families can follow him. The dragons will be at his complete disposal, but he must take good care of them. Chris took out the pendant and said that as a reward, he will give him a dragon necklace that can withstand the attack of immortals. Also, he can choose 3 treasures in the Valley of Dragons, which will become his home. Chris began to disappear and said that the destruction of the world will happen no later than in 5 years. If he wants to know more, then he should go to the Eastern Hidden Sect. Bailey came out of the cave, where he was met by an old man. He said that it seems his ancestor was able to come to an agreement with him and promised to take him to the treasury of the dragon family so that he could choose his treasure. The young master asked the old man to give him the dragon crystal and spirit stone, and about the newborn dragon he said that he can do as he sees fit, and warned that he had to return as soon as possible, after which he asked the old man where the girl he came with was. The old man turned to someone named Io Ta and asked to call the girl and bring the egg. A girl immediately appeared in front of Bailey, followed by a man carrying a dragon's egg, after which he gave him the dragon crystal, the spirit stone. Also, the old man warned that he used a spell to turn the dragon Io into a human, but he can turn back into a dragon at any time he needs to, after which he showed them the way out of the Dragon Valley and wished them luck. Bailey turned to his companions and said it was time for them to go. It was the place of the Roland family when they returned where they were greeted joyfully. Angela told about their trip, and everyone started asking her how the valley looks like and what dragons they saw there. She said they were asking too many questions and asked them to give them time to rest. He said that it's okay, but she can tell everything, and he will go visit Cecile in the meantime. Angela told her people that they had to house Mr. Io and the dragon egg, while she found Bailey to discuss something with him. She felt that after resting in the Valley of Dragons, the dragon was going to hatch in the near future, so this had to be discussed with Bailey. Walking towards him, she felt some strange feeling of anxiety. Approaching Cecile's room, she saw Bailey and asked him what happened. He angrily asked her where Cecile was, because her room was empty and there was no one inside. Angela was very scared and even covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. Tears appeared in her eyes. But she said that she did not understand what was happening because she ordered the servants to take care of Cecile and protect her. He said that she had better pray that everything would be okay with her because he trusted them. Bailey understood that there was a connection between him and Cecile because she was his spiritual servant, and if she was within a radius of 100 kilometers, then he could find her. He strained and mentally tried to find out the location as well. His sense of search began to fly all over the valley trying to find her, after which he said that he had found her. She was in the castle, where before that he destroyed the vampire who wanted to get the dragon's heart. Meanwhile, Cecile was mocked by Eve. She said that she looked very tasty, after which she sucked some blood out of her, quenching her thirst. Realizing that it was Eve's handiwork, Bailey became even more angry because she already got him. He said that it was time to end her forever. He flew out of the castle and warned Angela to take care of the egg and Io, while he was going to get even with the vampire. In a moment, Bailey was in her castle, and hatefully ordered her to take her hands off Cecile. And she sat on the throne and laughed. Under her feet was a magic circle inside which lay a girl. Eve was all covered in blood, and she said that he was late again, holding Cecile's head with her hand and looking like a doll without feelings. She then let go of her, and her body fell heavily to the floor. Bailey was overcome with rage and told Eve that today is the last day of her life. She immediately turned into a demon vampire and rushed at Bailey and said that today everything will be the other way around, and he will be destroyed, not her. She also said that she had endured the coming of the ancestor and was now not afraid of him. Hearing this, Bailey wondered if she had gone through the same ceremony as Isabella. He decided that this is a chance to find out how to save Isabella. Therefore, it is not worth destroying her right away. Bailey decided to hold her down and try to get a confession out of her, and a violent fight immediately broke out between them. He said that it looks like she was at the level of the immortal realm, so it's no wonder why she's so brave now. But unfortunately for her, she was still no match for him. She said that it seems he wasn't immortal either, wondering why he was so strong, and asked what tricks he used to get rid of this power. He sternly replied that there were no tricks, but he simply possessed overwhelming power. After which, he gave her an extremely powerful blow and she fell to the ground. He pointed his sword at her face and said that now she will be destroyed, but added that she had a choice and she could enter into a contract with him. She whispered that she did not expect to lose to him, and added that she did not understand why this happened because she had been trying very hard all this time. He ordered her to stop pretending, and if she continued to carry this delusion, he would simply destroy her. He said she was a good girl and agreed to sign the contract. She asked him to get out of her life again, making innocent kitten eyes, but then again sharply pounced on him, trying to grab onto him with her fangs. But also unexpectedly she stopped clutching her head. Eve shouted that she was in pain. She said that she felt incredible pain in her body. Meanwhile, Bailey calmly watched her while she wriggled out of these unpleasant sensations. She was engulfed in flames and began to scream loudly in pain. The young master held out his hand in front of her to incinerate her dark essence once and for all. There was a powerful explosion and a lot of smoke appeared in front of it in the city where Eve had just been. After that, she turned into an ordinary girl. She looked at her body and asked what happened to her and where is her strength. Bailey smiled and said that it looks like she absorbed a lot of alien energy, which caused those in her body to fight, the rest of which they destroyed each other. He said because she had lost all power and could now only exist in human form. Eve asked, has she become a weak person now and can be destroyed at any moment? He said that she was ruined by her own greed and now he can easily finish her off. She began to beg him for mercy and said that she was ready to conclude a contract with him. He told her to open her mind. Eve replied that she agreed to it. Bailey said that now the contract between them was made, and if she dared to break it, she knew the consequences. He said that Eve now has to tell how to get Isabella back so she can be herself. She said that in fact it is only necessary to cancel the Advent ceremony, but she has lost all her power, so that she will not be able to start this process in the reverse direction, and after the Advent, her soul will be in a critical state. He immediately understood that taking the dragon crystal was the right decision. Suddenly Eve remembered something, and said that they still have a chance. If they start this array, she will be able to tell him about the spell that will help manage the ceremony. They returned to the Roland family compound. Angela said that the spell on Cecile was completely lifted, but this time she had lost too much blood, so she would need some time to recover again. Meanwhile, Eve was hiding behind Bailey. It seems that she began to be afraid of everything, being in the form of an ordinary person. Angela was approached by her knight and told that they had received an invitation from the Vatican, in which it is said that they have found the God of Light and invite the Roland family to participate in the ceremony of his coronation. He said that these news were rather unexpected and strange, but the invitation from the Vatican could not be ignored. She looked at him excitedly and said that her grandfather was still recovering, and they should have looked after Miss Cecile. Bailey also understood that this was not just a coincidence, and immediately after Isabella became a son of light, she fled to Vatin, where she was immediately found. He turned to Angela and said that he would go to the Vatican instead of their family because he needed to clarify something. And she should stay home and take care of Cecile and the dragon egg, Bailey said. The next day, Bailey and Eve arrived at the Vatican. There they were met by a man who said that he congratulated them on their arrival and added that luxurious and delicious meals had already been prepared for them. He looked rather strange and was very insistent that they taste everything. He brought her to the Great Hall, where there were already many people enjoying the food. They were discussing that this time the Vatican invited only knightly families. The man said that today they can have a good rest from the road, and the coronation ceremony will take place tomorrow. Suddenly, a man stood up holding a mug of beer in his hand. He turned to the attendant, calling him Bishop, and thanked him for such a good reception. Bishop once again turned to the new guests and told them to sit down and eat, because the food would soon get cold. Sitting down at the table, Eve began to greedily devour everything she saw, saying that she did not expect that human food was so tasty. Bailey took a spoonful of some porridge and looked suspiciously at it. Bishop immediately appeared next to him and asked if he didn't like the food. The young master replied that everything was fine, and demonstratively ate a spoonful of porridge to dispel any suspicions. He patted him on the shoulder and said that he wished him a pleasant appetite. In the evening, everyone who ate Bishop's food was unconscious, and they made a big magic trick preparing for some kind of ritual. There was Isabella, lying on the ground with heavy chains on her hands and feet. Bishop said that they had little time and ordered his servants to throw everyone inside the circle immediately. There was also Bailey and Eve, who pretended to be unconscious and waited for the ritual to begin. Bishop announced that the sacrificial ceremony was about to begin. The ritual began and the magic circle began to shine a bright beam into the sky, inside which unconscious people flew, rising to the sky. He turned to the great god of light and said that he was sorry that the ritual for his performance was incomplete, but today they will bring him a sacrifice. He said that he should come in the perfect form of immortality to protect the Vatican and guide them to the true path. Meanwhile, Isabella also began to pull into the sky. Suddenly a circle of fire appeared under her, inside which a chain prevented her from flying away. When Bishop saw this, he was almost twisted with rage that someone would dare to interrupt their ritual. Meanwhile, Isabella fell to the ground, enveloped in protective fire. He began to spin his head frantically and ask what happened and why the magic circle was broken. He saw Bailey and Eve in front of him, asked what was wrong with them and why they were unconscious, because he saw how they ate their food. He said that they simply cleansed their bodies of their poison. He began to shout and say that he would not allow them to interfere with the sacrifice ceremony. After that, he ordered his cultists to capture them immediately. Bailey said that it was unlikely that such an ant merchant would manage to grab him, and a flame ignited under his feet. He ordered Bishop to immediately tell what was happening here, because he was in a hurry. He angrily twirls his magic staff and says that Bailey asked himself, after which he summons a legion of werewolves. He ordered them to attack the young master and destroy him immediately. Eve said that the werewolf legion destroyed half of their clan, and the werewolves were always ruled by the Wolf King and never cooperated with others. She was surprised why they cooperated with the Vatican. She told Bailey to be careful because they would be very difficult to deal with, but they had immortal-level power. Bishop again turned to the monsters and ordered them to finish off the young men immediately. Bailey smiled and said that he was very interested to see what they were capable of because they managed to keep even vampires at bay. The werewolves began to howl loudly as they prepared to attack, their howls filling the forest with a tense atmosphere. Bailey immediately used a devouring flame on them to stop their attack. But it seems that they ignored this attack, defiantly continuing their onslaught. Eve turned to him and said that normal physical attacks and natural spells were useless against werewolves, and they should use Eastern magic. She said that she would draw a magic circle and teach him how to use it. While she drew a circle on the ground, she concentrated on performing her spell. He tried his best to restrain the monsters by giving them powerful fire attacks. She saw that it was very difficult for him to fight with them, and said that she needed a little more time. Eve said that everything was ready and ordered Bailey to repeat after her. She began to say the spell, and Bailey repeated her words, trying not to make any mistakes. Suddenly, a magical fiery light lit up in his hands, causing everyone around to be surprised. Eve was told that he should use it to activate the magic circle. The next moment he used the dragon breath technique to attack the wolves. And this time the flame was already able to destroy them by turning them into ashes. Along with that, the crystal on Bishop's magic staff exploded. He was very surprised himself, but did not understand how to get himself. Bailey turned to him and said that he probably didn't expect his fire to be so powerful. Bishop screamed and asked what the hell he had done with his legion of werewolves. The young master thanked Bishop for reminding him of himself, after which he also burned him. They approached Isabella's body, and Eve said that the interrupted ritual had harmed her, and her chi energy was slowly leaving her body, but she might pass away soon. Eve said they had to stop the ceremony immediately and started drawing the magic circle again. She said that Bailey's consciousness must enter the circle to find the brightest knot and break it, and then the Advent ceremony will be reversed. But she warned that he can only enter there unconsciously, and in the magic circle, his aura will be lost, and all his abilities will be absorbed by this circle, so he may even be destroyed in the middle of it. He stood in the middle of the circle and said that he would try to finish everything as soon as possible. The ritual was started, and all that remained was to do everything right. Suddenly they heard a voice that asked, "Do they want to send the God of Light back?" Eve asked, "Who is here?" A man came down from heaven and said that he was the Pope of this church, and added that they are trying to leave this church without God of Light, and he cannot allow them to do that. Meanwhile, Bailey's consciousness was already absorbed by the magic circle. Eve understood that the situation was critical, and she could not allow this man to interrupt the ritual, but now she had no strength, and she could not stop him. He asked her if he could ask the Blood Clan sister to step aside and not disturb him. Eve warned him that if he broke the magic circle, they would both be destroyed, that he understands it and understands it better than she does. It seems that this did not stop him, and a bright magical sphere appeared in his palm. He pushed Eve out of his way and said that when God of Light comes, the Vatican will be able to rule the continent again. Eve fell unconscious, and he said that no one has the right to interfere with the God of Light. He approached Bailey and, pointing his hand at him, said that those who were trapped in the magic circle would never wake up again. Suddenly, Bailey opened his eyes and said, "If you want the God of Light to be destroyed, he can try to attack him right now." The Pope answered him that as soon as the magic circle is broken, he will enter the godless kingdom of the sun, and he will not be able to wake up. Bailey realized that as long as his contract with Eve was in place, he would not be completely absorbed by the magic circle, or he would not be able to control it. He sternly told the Pope that if he enters the Massif, the spirit of the Son of Light will immediately be destroyed in Isabella's body. He disagreed with him and said that when the magic circle is broken, the soul of the owner of the body will be the first to be destroyed. Bailey said that this would be the case if he was not in the magic circle. Bailey understood that he would not be able to stop him, because the Pope's goal is the God of Light. But he will never back down before her. Suddenly there was a powerful energy explosion. The Pope directed an energy stream to the center of the circle and said that the Sacred Heart must protect the Son of Light. Bailey asked him if he was trying to trick him, and immediately used his dragon crystal, ordering him to take Isabella's soul. The bailiff immediately began to act, and souls began to swirl over her. Eventually it was all over and Bailey was out of the magic circle. Isabella regained consciousness and confusedly asked where she was. The young master was very surprised. He understood that the dragon crystal played its role, but what was wrong? The Pope turned to Isabella and said that he is very glad that God has returned. He added that he can rest, while he will remove the 2 insects that prevent him from becoming immortal. She replied that really no one should interfere with him. It seems that there were several souls in her body now. Bailey and Eve, because you are extremely surprised because you hoped that Isabella's soul would remain. The Pope raised his hands and said that beings who have strayed from the righteous path must be destroyed by holy light. The eyes of this righteous man were not the tongue of a crooked fanatic, just as he was about to strike when he felt a cold blade pierce his chest. Looking around, he saw that it was Isabella. She said that she is not God, and the Pope will now go to hell. He hit her back and called her a dirty soul, asking why she was still alive. He said that he would first destroy Bailey, and then help his God to cleanse this body. He used his magic spell and directed its power at his enemies. A beam of light immediately flew into Bailey's chest, and he no longer had the strength to dodge. But Eve covered him with her breasts, saying that she would not let anyone harm her master. Since she was human, she could not withstand this blow. Bailey picked her up and she said it was all she was capable of right now. But still, if he was destroyed, she would be dead too. Bailey was very angry with the Pope for this. And you asked him if he became an earthly immortal. Then he decided that everything was allowed to him. He directed a powerful beam of punishing fire at him. But this attack did not affect him. Papa said that it is very interesting, but this power is not enough to defeat him. He raised his hands up. You said that now they will feel the full power of the holy light. Bailey was displeased that the Pope was unharmed by his attack, and said it looked like it was going to be a little harder than he thought. Isabella was very frightened, and began to worry that her master might get hurt. After his strong attack, there was a powerful explosion that covered the entire meadow with smoke. He turned to his God and said that he was done with dirty souls. But behind the curtain of smoke, he heard Bailey's voice, which was alive and well. He shielded them and Eve with an energy shield, and asked the Pope if he thought he could take his life so easily. Isabella was very happy when she saw that everything was fine with her master. He also saw her clear look and said that they had not seen her for a long time. The Pope was overcome with real rage, but he began to shout that his God was drugged by these mortals. He believed that as soon as he destroyed Bailey, the soul of his God in Isabella's body would immediately be cleansed. The young master said that if the Pope wants to finish him off, he needs to practice more. A powerful fight broke out between them again, Bailey using the power of his flame, while the Pope used his magical weapon in the confrontation. He felt a lot of pressure, and it was incredibly difficult to fight against Bailey. Bailey stretched out Isabella's hand to take her, but she sadly lowered her eyes and said that she could not go with him because the soul of the Son of Light was now with her, and she had to stay and take control of the Vatican. Bailey said that she can open her mind and make a contract with him, and in that case no one can destroy her soul from the Lord of Light, and he will be more at peace that way. She agreed. Then he began the ritual of stealing the contract. The Pope pointed his weapon at him again and said that he would never be able to take his lord. He calmly stopped this attack without even straining, and said that now his lord Isabella, and he not only cannot hurt her, but must also look after her. He began to shout that Bailey was blaspheming in the presence of his lord, and he must destroy him and his filthy soul. He said that he was going to go, but asked if he would dare to stop him, after which he added that he must take care of Isabella and not even think about getting rid of her soul. Otherwise, he promises that his God will be destroyed. They dissolved in the air, and the Pope was unable to do anything. He said he would let him go now, and Isabella would have to wait until he destroyed him, and then he would deal with her. He used the touch panel to check the information, because he believed that the people who prevented the return of the God of Light because you are related to the Dragon Knight family. After he discovered the information he needed, he said that they must all be destroyed. Bailey has already returned to the land of the Roland family. Angela excitedly asked him what happened, because he was supposed to be at a banquet in honor of the God of Light. They left the portal together with Eve. He said that it was the Hunman festival. Angela confusedly asked what it means. Her knight explained that this word is used in China and she means it was a peer who hid his murderous intentions. Her grandfather, the patriarch of the Roland family, was with them. Hearing this information, he was very angry and concluded that the Vatican had betrayed them, and now they would serve Bailey. Also, the patriarch said that he hopes that Bailey will allow Angela to make a contract with the dragon egg, because then she can become a real dragon knight. He said that this is a good idea, but he is not against it because he needs such strong allies. He took Angela's hand and placed it on the egg before telling her to close her eyes and open her mind to prepare to make a contract. She did so, after which the ritual of concluding the contract began. Bailey said that everything worked out and the contract was signed. Angela was very happy. Suddenly, the ground under their feet began to crack, but they were impressed and confused because of this. Eventually, the floor collapsed and they began to fall downwards. The patriarch and the knight were very alarmed, but did not understand what was happening. They and the egg ended up high in the sky and flew down. First, Angela landed, and then an egg fell on her. Lying under him, she asked Bailey what happened. So where did they fall? He said that this similar place was designated by her family to practice with dragons. He felt that his onion was suppressed, so they must have been in such a place. She still did not understand what was happening and did not know that there were any separate places for practice. But she remembered that her grandfather said that after the contract one could enter such a place, but she did not expect that this would happen. That's right. Bailey was also asked if she knew how to get out of here. She said she was sorry, but she didn't know the answer. He immediately flew up and said he felt there were others somewhere and offered to ask them, for Cecile and Eve were still weak and should return. There were 3 knights on the edge of the forest, and they discussed that after their practice, the exit from this place turned into an abyss. Suddenly, they saw Angela approaching them with Bailey. They were surprised because they knew that she did not have a contract with the Dragon Clan, and she had no right to enter here. They were very surprised when they saw a dragon's egg in her hands. Meanwhile, Anjita was very upset and said that it was her fault that she unexpectedly got to this place. Bailey said everything was fine, but she didn't have to worry about it. The knights immediately waved at her and asked what she was doing here. They also asked who this guy was with her, and she said his name was Bailey Yun, but he was a friend of her family. He asked disgruntled how this Chinese could be their friend, and what he was capable of in general. He turned to Bailey and called him a snot, also threatened that he should get out of here immediately, and warned that Angela should become his bride. Bailey was very surprised when he heard this attack on him. The knight continued to grimace and said that he was going to beat him for having fun with his bride. His magic sword immediately appeared in the hands of his master. Then he said, "If he says even one more word, he will regret it very much." This knight's name was Beezel, and he said that Bailey would now regret his insolence and threatened that they would deal with him cruelly because they were great masters. Bailey gave them a powerful kick, and they flew high into the sky. He asked them where they got their courage from. Beezel began to plead with Angela to ask her friend to stop in honor of their childhood friendship. She explained to Bailey that he could be misunderstanding everything, and that this idiot has been courting her since childhood. The young master said if they show him a way out of here, then he will forgive them. Bessel said that the way out is the abyss that was in front of them. Bailey asked in surprise, "Was it a way out?" Suddenly, he felt someone calling him. It was some girl with a green aura similar to a fairy or spirit. Eventually, Bailey cut off Beezel's arm and said that this would teach him a lesson, but if he saw them again, he would take their lives. After which, he told Angela to follow him because it seems he found the right way. Meanwhile, Bessel screamed loudly in pain as his arm was severed from his body and a fountain of red liquid was pouring out of it. His friends rushed to him, asked Bessel if they would really allow the boy to take Angela away, and said that Bailey had acted very cruelly. Bessel said that they should take his family's treasure, then find Bailey and Angela and destroy them. The young master said that Angela is very slow because of the egg, so he told her to wait while he goes and checks everything. Meanwhile, Bessel had already changed into some golden armor armed with a magical spear. He said that this armor could sense the dragon egg, and it was less than 100 meters away from them. Meanwhile, Angela was talking to the egg. She complained that because it was so big, she couldn't go with Mr. Bailey, and added that she had a bad feeling. Beezel appeared next to her like a terrible shadow and said that it was probably all because of him. She was scared and asked, did the Smith family give him the dragon armor and what he wanted to do? Beezel seems to have finally lost his mind, saying that she set a wild boy on him, and he cut off his hand, and if he does not take revenge, he will not be able to consider himself a man at all. He threatened her with a spear, and said that she should confess where he is. Angela knew that dragon armor could raise a knight's power to its maximum for a short time. It seems that Basia was now at the stage of a master of mythical martial arts. She said that Bailey had left so he might not be looking for him, and added that they could discuss everything if he calmed down. He said that there is nothing to discuss here. If he left, then he meant her for a start. He gave her a powerful energy blow with his spear. Angela began to fly into the abyss. She could not believe that her life would end like this. Bessel turned to his henchmen and said that they needed to find that guy. Bailey appeared behind him and said that he should not look for anyone because he was nearby. He said that it just so happened that he was also looking for them, and promised that this time they would pay in full. Beasel's friends were still very insolent and bold. They showed him their weapons and asked what he would say about it. The next moment they were over. Bailey was quickly behind them and pierced their chests with his sword. He told Bessel that it was his turn and rushed to attack him. He cut his neck. Bessel was shocked and said that the dragon armor gave him the mastery of the immortal realm, but he couldn't hurt him so easily. Bailey looked down into the abyss into which Angela fell. He understood that this girl was causing him problems, but she was faithful, and he had to go down after her. After that, he immediately jumped down into the abyss without hesitation. Landing, he saw that Angela was in a small lake. Next to her was this girl with a green aura. She said that this source would help her recover, so Bailey should not bother her for a while. He asked her what kind of spirit she was. She said that she was the spirit of the practice place and felt that he had the breath of the dragon clan. And while he is her master, she can open the door for him. He asked her if it wasn't because of her that they got here. She said that she felt the master's breath, so she couldn't do otherwise. She offered him a contract by which she would be able to leave this place with him. He understood that this Dragon Rider practice place has a lot in common with the Dragon Clan, and this spirit understands this. He said that he agreed to sign the contract. The contract signing ritual began. Bailey did not expect that after making a contract with a spirit, he would be able to use the energy of this place for cultivation, and this could help him break out to a new level. Bailey said that Angela should continue to recover here, while the spirit has a way out. He immediately appeared in front of him in his portal and he stepped forward for him. Returning back to his world, he realized with horror that Roland's estate had been destroyed. Bailey was very surprised and asked what happened here. A missile flew at him, and someone said that they had been waiting for him for a long time. He asked who they were and why they destroyed the Roland family. The spirit said that these people were very strong, and the power of their attacks was as strong as that of immortals. It was some kind of army of drones. They said that they were mechanical police, and on the order of the Pope, they came to arrest the person who violated the ceremony of the return of the God of Light. Bailey explained that he simply does not see the point in the resurrection of such a god who needs to offer human life as a sacrifice. Under the armor of this robot turned out to be a man. He said that Bailey should surrender immediately, in which case he would leave him alive, but if he did not agree, they would destroy him. The spirit said that it was very dangerous, but the young master answered her that if she wanted, she could go, but he had his own way. He said if they want to fight, they can attack, and added that he absolutely does not care about them and their threats. He attacked himself, but said that they were just wasting his time. The leader of this mechanical police pack was immediately hit hard. He said that the Roland family was in prison, and the Pope had 2 women following him, so everything was in his hands, and if Bailey was destroyed, the Pope might even let them go. Bailey asked if he was going to threaten him and warned that it could be very dangerous for him. The man in the mechanical armor said that Bailey got him, then said that he decided to destroy him and take his women to use for his own pleasure. He ordered his drones to attack the target immediately. Bailey said that he is taking on too much and will not succeed. The young master used the falling sky technique, and fiery lightning began to attack the drones from the sky. Their leader was extremely impressed and angry, and he asked Bailey how he did it. He replied that there is no paradise in the world of immortals, so they were still lucky. He attacked their leader and said that now it was his turn to be destroyed. Bailey said that he should be grateful to him for giving him destruction from such lightning. Immediately after that, there was another powerful explosion that destroyed the man in mechanical armor. He said that the Pope of Rome should wait for him, but he will come soon to make amends. Suddenly, the spirit stopped him and said that the Pope had already set a heavenly trap for him and was just waiting for him to fall into the trap, after which she lost consciousness and passed out right in his arms. Bailey thought about her words. What did the sky trap mean? It looked like it was dangerous, but he had to go there anyway. Meanwhile, the girls were in the Vatican and were placed in magic circles. He told Isabella that she was a dirty thing that polluted the soul of his lord. He said that when he destroys Bailey, he will definitely clean her body. Papa found out that Bailey destroyed his mechanical police and understood that he would soon appear here. He said as soon as he set foot on the territory of his church, there would be immediate destruction at his hands, after which he began to laugh loudly. Immediately after which, the doors of the cathedral opened and the shadow of the young master appeared. Going inside, he saw that he was standing on a big magic circle. The Pope was sitting in front of him, and the girls were tied up next to him. He said that this magic circle was a special gift for him. Bailey immediately felt a very strong pain from which he even screamed. He asked the Pope what he had done and why he could not use spiritual power. He replied that a mortal like him could not break free from the shackles of the god-killing magic circle. He grabbed Isabella by the head and asked her what destruction he should prepare for her friend. She begged him to let Bailey go, and if he agreed, she would lose her soul. The young master tried to escape from the trap and rushed to her and told her not to do it. Papa smiled and said that it was a great idea and ordered her to get rid of her soul in front of Bailey. Tears flowed from her eyes, but she said she would do it. Suddenly, a portal of fire appeared behind the father from which Bailey came out. He called him an idiot and said that he could not distinguish his double from the original. And with his meager abilities, he deserves no respect from his lord. The Pope was shocked and was already preparing to attack him. But before he had time to react, Bailey delivered a very powerful and strong kick to him. Togo was even nailed to a stone wall, but he was breathing hard after such a strong attack, unable to regain consciousness. Bailey immediately grabbed him by the throat using the power of fire. He asked him how he even dared to touch his girls, and said that only destruction could fix him. Bailey was very angry and asked how he dared not take his words seriously. Meanwhile, the Pope begged him for mercy and promised that he would never do that again, even agreeing to treat his new Lord Isabella well. Tears flowed from his eyes, but he begged his God to help him. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion that was supposed to destroy the Pope and turn his body into ashes. It was caused by Bailey just snapping his fingers and said that the Pope's words were of no concern to anyone else. After it was destroyed, the young master said that the spirit could return, and he jumped into his palm. She turned to Bailey and said that she needed to rest a little. He praised her and said that she worked hard. After that, he immediately freed the girls from their shackles and asked if everything was okay with them. Isabella was told that if he had not come to save her, her soul would probably have been destroyed by the Lord of Light. She asked if the Pope's staff would remain, because it contained a large part of his power. He said that it was lying on the ground somewhere, but she could take it for herself. After that, Bailey immediately rushed to save the girls. Cecile said that Eve must have been blessed with the Pope's influence. She actually stimulated her devilish blood and awakened her. Bailey opened a portal for Cecile and said he would send her to the practice site so she could fully recover. She said she agreed to wait for him there until he needed help. He picked up Eve and flew up to Isabella, asking how things are going with the staff. She was holding the staff in her hands and something was wrong. Suddenly, Eve's body flew into the air. Bailey was very surprised, but still did not understand what was happening. Devilish vampire wings appeared from her body, and on the contrary, Isabella's angelic wings appeared. But together they began to circle in the air as if in a dance. Bailey was extremely amazed when he saw this. He asked if it was the power of the heavenly law. Suddenly there was a flash and the girls heard a terrible voice. He said that they will not be able to stop it. A voice said that this catastrophe would be more violent than destruction. They saw Bailey standing on a mountain of bodies holding his sword in his hands. He looked at them sternly. And with hatred, the voice said that none of them would be able to escape from his hatred and fury. They were extremely frightened, but did not understand what was happening until suddenly the driving stopped. Eve said that she has a bad headache, and she doesn't understand if it was real or an illusion. Isabella turned to Bailey and said that they just saw a terrible prophecy. He thought about the fact that at first the dragon family was spying on the secret of the sky. Now the angel and the demon saw the prophecy of the sky. The world became chaotic. A man on a horse appeared behind them. He said that everything was bad and mysterious things were happening all over the world. They looked around and looked at him in astonishment, for it was all very strange. Meanwhile, Bailey's phone rang, and he picked up the phone. He replied that he understood and would be back soon. He explained to the girls that China had found a mysterious kingdom that had appeared on Earth, and since there was not enough energy on Earth for him to continue cultivating, he would go to this kingdom to find a place to practice. He told the girls that their cultivation is still quite low, and they have to control the Vatican and the vampire family, so they have to stay here. He told them that they should practice well, and when the end of the world comes, they will not necessarily meet. 3 days later, Bailey arrived at the portal where half the army had already gathered. There was the Chinese army led by Marshal Keel, and the representatives of the hidden sects led by Lord Khan. They could not figure out who should enter there first. Marshal Kale said that the 3 great hidden clans knew about the coming destruction of the world, but no one told about it. So now they have to take matters into their own hands. Khan began to mock them, but said that they did not have the power of an immortal to be initiated into these secrets of the world. So he said that they could still enjoy life as long as they guarded them from such dangerous secrets. Bailey appeared before him and asked who told him that the military did not have the power of immortals. Khan was extremely impressed by his appearance. Bailey said that even though he has the title of Lord of Men, he deserves it, because when the military always protected the people, Khan was never around. He was very displeased when he saw his old enemy again in front of him. He said that they had not seen each other for a long time, but he did not change his habit of speaking loud words. He said that with his current strength, he would hardly be able to enter the mysterious realm. Empress Shen also said that he had better not be a hero. She knew that Khan had already reached the level of the immortal realm, and she also felt that no energy was coming from Bailey's body at all. Marshal Kale quietly turned to Gia and asked if everything was okay with Bailey, because he temporarily could not afford to provoke the lords. She replied that she did not know. Bailey replied that he did not have time to talk with them, and he was in a hurry to the mysterious kingdom. They were very impressed by his behavior. Khan even called him a son of a bitch and, holding out his hand, ordered him to stop. Shen understood that Bailey was too self-confident and believed that it was possible. This lesson would show him that the mysterious realm was too early for him. Bailey glared at Khan and asked him if he was worthy of stopping him. Khan immediately received a powerful energy blow to the chest. The young master couldn't wait to enter the mysterious kingdom, but he didn't want to listen to these nobodies who tried to stop him. Seeing this attack, everyone was extremely shocked. The military from China also did not expect such a powerful explosion of energy. Khan fearfully asked where he got such power, and how he could put such pressure on him. Shen was also shocked because so little time had passed and he had become so strong. Marshal Kale, on the contrary, saw that he was very pleased, because thanks to Bailey, the military would be ahead. Bailey smiled and asked them if he could claim the mysterious realm now. Shen said that she couldn't even imagine that he would really break into the last level immortal realm, and with such abilities, he was really worthy to enter there. Khan began to shout that he did not agree with this. The Empress said that it was up to him. She said since Bailey was already here, they had no reason to stop him, and she wasn't going to let Khan continue to be a fool. Judging by their conversation, Bailey felt that all this time Shen did not communicate closely with Khan, but he was too stupid and did not suit her. Instead, he began to complain and say that he would tell the elder named Moon about what happened today. Shen said he can do as he wants and she will go with Bailey. Khan was very angry and decided that Shen wanted to contact Bailey, and now she doesn't pay attention to him and his feelings because of this. He wanted to take revenge on her. She approached Bailey and said that she misunderstood him a while ago, and added that the mysterious realm was dangerous and he should be careful. He thanked her for her concern. She said that she didn't mind going in first, after which she flew into the middle and ordered the people from the hidden clans not to follow her. Bailey was still standing at the entrance, making sure her men did her bidding. Khan was very angry and resentful of Shen and Bailey, because they behaved as if the others were unworthy to enter the secret realm. Bailey turned to the military and said that those below the level of Danjin should not enter here. Eventually, they got to a mysterious kingdom where there was beautiful nature and many strange plants. The young master walked around the area and looked carefully at everything. He even found a monster plant that had the level of the immortal realm. He said that such an evolution was simply disgusting, after which this plant immediately pounced on him to attack. He took out his sword and said that plants don't just turn into immortals, but unfortunately it looks terrible, so he has to destroy it. After which he struck it with a sword, cutting off its roots. At this time, someone was following him. This person was amazed that he was able to defeat this plant with just one attack, and decided that he needed to report this news to the League. He saw a first-class wood spirit stone under his feet. Bailey thought that this place was very rich in useful materials. Suddenly, he felt that someone was following him and asked who it was. But when he turned back, there was no one there. But he decided that he just heard a sound. But after all, a girl appeared in front of him. She said that she was asking him to save the people of her small hidden clan. He thought that it was suspicious because she must have been following him for some time, but he asked her what happened. In fact, she was hunting spirit grass with her people, but she didn't expect that she would be guarded by very strong monsters. But when she met Bailey, she could ask him for help. The girl began to say that they teleported to the middle and parted ways with the Empress. Then they entered the monster's lair, and now he is chasing them. She started shouting that the monster was already nearby, and really behind her was some mad squirrel of the Ostrog. After that, her people jumped out of the bushes. They screamed loudly and ran away from the monster. Bailey saw some strange blades of grass glowing on the monster's body. He said it was spiritual fire grass. The girl shouted that it was time to attack. She immediately used the sonic attack technique. Meanwhile, the young master looked suspiciously at her. Two of her friends also rushed to attack him, saying that he had become a good bait for them. They threw fiery grass into his hands and said that now this monster would destroy him. He smiled and asked, "Are they serious?" Bailey immediately created an aggro defense around himself that pushed the girl away. The monster began to growl loudly again, its fiery eyes glowing with anger and hatred. The girl and the boys started running in different directions and saying, "Let Bailey and this monster finish each other off." Bailey shouted and called the technique of burning into the sky. Everything around was engulfed in fire, including the monster's body, which was quickly engulfed in flames, and the fire began to spread. This attack also caused damage to the people who wanted to trap him, and they shouted that they were burning alive. The monsters did not expect such a powerful force from a person and cried out louder and louder every time. After the boys had finished with the animal, he turned to the girl and said that now it was time to deal with her. She begged him to show mercy and she would tell the truth about the secret realm. Suddenly, a vision appeared in front of him where Cecile told that they were in the trap of the Lord of People. After hearing, Bailey was extremely angry because Khan tried to put sticks in his wheels again. Meanwhile, on Earth, a small detachment was imprisoned within a magical barrier. Jia said that the Lord has many treasures, so he uses one of them to put up this barrier and take all the inheritance from the mysterious kingdom. She said that inheritance is very important for ordinary warriors. Cecile said that it is possible. Well, they can't destroy this magic circle, but Bailey is already on his way back. And indeed, he was already in the sky heading towards the trap into which Khan had driven the military. Landing next to them, this magical barrier was immediately broken. Gia was amazed by this and asked how he managed to do it. Bailey replied that it was very easy. He said that he offers them to go together and collect the inheritance. Together, they went into the middle of the estate. Bailey thought that this was exactly what that girl was talking about earlier. She said that this is a well-known secret of a hidden clan in a mysterious kingdom. All this was imitated by those who conquered the mainland. The inheritance was divided into many small parts. She said if you can control the main inheritance of the immortal estate, then you can get the entire inheritance in San Juan. Thus, the Lord of Men's goal was the estate of the immortal. Although the inheritance of the immortal estate was not of great importance to him, but he could not just give it to the Lord of Men, and as long as he was by his side, he would not allow him to live a peaceful life. Meanwhile, Shen appeared from the portal. She met with Khan and asked if this was the main legacy of the immortal. He said that this place would make the practitioner lose their true essence and become mortal. She angrily asked him why he was telling her only this now. He grabbed her and said he was looking for a way to find an opportunity to make her his, and asked her who let her flirt with Bailey behind his back. His look became mad, but he said as soon as she was born, they were meant to be together, so she should be his woman. But she could never be with Bailey. Bailey suddenly appeared from the portal and said that Khan wanted too much. Shen was very happy when she saw her savior, and understood that Khan would now get what he deserved. Khan said that his appearance will not change anything, because it is impossible to use the truth of chi here, only physical strength. So Bailey will not be able to do anything to him, and instead, he will take Shen right in front of him. Suddenly, Khan received a powerful kick in the face. Bailey was quite brutal in his attacks, and wanted to teach this heathen a lesson. He asked Khan if he had completely lost his mind after failing, and added that a person who could fight him with his fists had not yet been born. He grabbed Khan by the collar to continue beating him. Bailey said that Khan used dirty methods against him, and dare not call himself a Lord of Men. He was about to finish it off, but Shen stopped him and said if he destroyed it, it would bring him a lot of trouble. She also said if he was destroyed just like that, it would be too easy for him, and she wants him to pay the price he deserves. He started shouting and saying that she can't do that to him, because if she quarrels with him, most of the people in Juxiao will not agree with her. Hearing this word, Bailey was extremely shocked, because Juxiao, this was his continent, the place where he was betrayed and destroyed in his past life. It was the very place that brought him new life and endless pain. Shen started yelling that Khan should shut up because he was talking too much. She excitedly told Bailey that Khan said something he shouldn't know, but asked him to pretend he didn't hear anything. He lifted his body up, tightly squeezing his throat. Bailey looked at him with his maddened gaze before ordering him to speak. The thought in his head, will he be able to turn back? He screamed and demanded answers from him, squeezing his neck tighter and tighter. Eventually, he passed out and became useless to Bailey. Then he turned to Shen and told her it was her turn. She told that they found out about it a few days ago. It was a continent that was the upper border of the earth, and this mysterious kingdom also fell here from the highest heavenly continent. They ordered her and Khan to become the bonds of the two sects and become accomplices. But she didn't know anything else. Shen said that maybe Leonard and Dominic, the two predecessors of the Kunlun ruins, could tell him more. Bailey said that the Kunlun brothers are the heads of the three biggest hidden clans, and maybe they really knew more. He suggested that she take the inheritance and then return to the ruins of Kunlun. She said that he should wait and take his time. There was some danger that could threaten him, hinting at a pack of night guards who wanted to attack him. But they were not even able to do anything to him as they were immediately destroyed. He asked her what she meant because he did not hear her. Seeing his strength, she said that it was no longer important, despite the fact that the strength of these knights reached the power of the kingdom of heaven and earth. He told her that he was in a hurry and if she couldn't go, she should wait for him here. She started saying that everything was fine and she would go with him. They went inside the building where someone was waiting for them behind the door. Going inside, Shen got scared and asked where they were, because they had just entered the wooden house. She saw before her eyes how Bailey was being hugged by his girls. They were caressing him. But they said that he had not practiced with them for a long time, but in martial arts. They crawled before him on their knees and begged for mercy. Bailey said that you shouldn't pay attention to it. It was just an illusion. He waved his hand, but this dope immediately disappeared, saying that it was a resistance test. Shen stood behind him while he carefully checked everything. He said that puppets test physical strength, illusions test mentality, and light tests your soul. A person appeared behind him and said that it was a test, but he decided to mock Bailey a little, after which he thanked him for his help. He moved like a shadow, then grabbed the inheritance and began to run away. He laughed and said that now the inheritance belonged to him as he tried to run out the door. But unexpectedly, his chest was pierced by the young energy cultivator's sword. The mysterious thief asked if Bailey was holding back his cultivation and how he managed to hit him. He said that he knew that he had been following him for a long time, but he asked if he had decided that he would not be noticed. He turned around and said with a maddened look on his face that Bailey just had to know it was coming to an end soon. He thought about the fact that this guy looked quite familiar. She asked what exactly happened because she didn't even feel his presence. He said that he doesn't remember much either, but in any case, regardless of whether he came here for an inheritance or not, the people behind him don't stop there. Suddenly, Bailey said she just had to destroy him. He threw her a ring and said he would give it in exchange for information about the location of the Kunlun ruins. She said that it was an inheritance that everyone dreams of receiving, but he should not give it to her. But fascinated by this treasure, she said that she would tell him everything. He said that he was not interested in treasures at all. The only thing he needed was cultivation resources. She said that she was grateful to him in any case, and would tell him about the location of the Kunlun ruins. Meanwhile, the soul of this thief was in Bailey's sword, and he said to himself that he would not be able to finish him off so easily. He said that now that he was able to penetrate his sword, he would be able to learn all of its secrets. Two old masters were sitting in the courtyard playing a board game. One of them asked, "What do you think of Bailey Yun?" Another replied that he was brave and intelligent, but had an explosive temper. One of the old men said that he is very famous now, but he seems to be the one they are waiting for. Suddenly, Bailey was already visiting them. He introduced himself and said that he came from Yushao Palace to pay his respects to the two masters of heaven and earth. They were surprised at his appearance and immediately ran to him. One of them said that it was cold outside the gate and invited them to go inside. The spirit in his sword was very pleased because this place was the most hidden in the whole country. One of the masters said that he felt strange vibrations and asked Bailey if he had brought anyone with him. The spirit in the sword was scared because he thought they might discover him. Bailey replied that maybe it was the spirit of his sword. He began to mock him because he considered Bailey a powerful master, but he could not even understand that he had been deceived. The old man said it was Heaven's Net, and added that he had heard Bailey had many weapons and that he would like to see them. The young master replied that in fact, his favorite weapon is this sword. Suddenly, the spirit in the sword began to feel strong pain and was very scared, not understanding what was happening. He threw the sword up into the sky and the old man threw a heavenly net over him. He ordered the net to absorb him and close him in a cage. After which, they struck the ground hard with their swords, as if knocking out a cunning spirit using their magical powers. He began to complain and say that he and these two old men had united to defeat him. Bailey started mocking him and saying he was too dumb and asked what he was even counting on. He shouted that they had to let him go, or the Heavenly Taoist League would destroy them. The old men asked was he of the Heavenly League? Bailey asked them what it was. The spirit asked if you haven't heard about her status. Why haven't they released him yet? He said that the lowest cultivator in their union is a heavenly creature, and he wasn't looking for them to harm them. The old man directed a stream of destructive energy at him and said that he was a chatterbox. He was immediately engulfed in a sphere of fire. They explained to Bailey that now he can't hear their conversation, and they can't hear what he's saying. Meanwhile, the spirit cursed them with bad words and tried to escape. One of the old men sighed and said that there had been a lot of leaks and betrayals recently, so they had sent people to investigate these matters, but it turned out that they had joined the Taoist League. And after that, they all changed as if possessed by evil spirits. The young master asked if there had been a change in their minds. The old man replied that there were no changes, but they could not find out more information since they had not yet caught any of them alive. The only thing they had was this trifle that Bailey brought with him. The young master asked if he could look at Kunlun's eye. The elders asked if he really gave them such a unique technique just to see the eye. He said that he really wants them to fulfill this request. They agreed. One of the elders said that Kunlun's eye was one of the most valuable treasures of the ruins, and they said that it could know everything that happened under the sky. They were walking through the forest when suddenly an artifact appeared in front of them, hanging in the air. One of the old men said that they might never have known its value. Bailey thought that it was the same heavenly eye of the Juxiao continent innate spiritual treasure. It was a magical treasure born of chaos that could connect heaven and earth. When Bailey flew closer to this eye, the old men began to worry, and he calmed them down, saying that he would not do anything that could harm him. One of the old men said that he is very impatient, but he believes that he will not harm him. But interaction with this artifact can lead to unexpected problems. Bailey touched this artifact and a reaction began. He saw in front of him a conduct that greatly embarrassed him. 4 masters stood more than the other part of the eye, and one of them asked how soon the gate to this world would open. The other answered that hundreds of years would pass before that. They said that no one would be able to open the passage to the Juxiao continent for 100 years. For that, one must have the level of the Spirit Emperor realm. Bailey understood that the open passage had to reach this level. He also realized that the land was the lower part of the Juxiao continent, but most likely he mistakenly entered the channel between the two realms. The old men continued to watch him and were very excited because Bailey fell into a trance at that time. They realized that this young man had just attained enlightenment and was destined to be with Kunlun, so they had to protect him. It was a dragon temple, but there at that time some events began to happen. Empress Shen arrived at the temple. The head of the temple ordered her to kneel. She sternly asked her how she dared to betray and abandon Lord Khan. Her name was Juni Jarl. She was the former empress of the dragon sect. She explained that he was plotting against her, and if she could, she would finish him first. Yuni asked if she hadn't thought about the fact that she needed to practice with him more to improve her development. Shen replied that she had actually already obtained the cultivation method to reach her immortal realm. Hearing this, Yuni was extremely surprised, but Shen explained that Bailey Yun had given it to her, and that he had saved her from Khan. Yuni started yelling and accusing her of being obsessed with this Bailey guy, and said that the sect has medicine that can cure Khan, so she should go with her to San Juan and marry him immediately. She said she won't leave and she never will. The only person she will marry is Bailey Yun. Yuni said that in that case she would go and make amends with Bailey Yun herself, because she knew that he was now in the ruins of Kunlun. Shen tried to stop her, but it was all in vain. She became very angry and went to the ruins. That same evening, she arrived at the ruins and asked where Bailey was now, because they needed to meet him. Dominic met her and tried to calm her down, saying that she can't be here but she should wait outside with him. She started yelling at him and saying she didn't care. Meanwhile, Bailey and the other old man were in deep meditation. Yuni appeared next to them and ordered Bailey to come to him. The old man said that she could not disturb his meditation because he was on the path of enlightenment. She said that she didn't care and went inside the dome. She tried to interrupt his path to enlightenment, because he made her granddaughter become obsessed with him, so she wants him to suffer today. Leonard shouted that she cannot do that, because if she interrupts him during the enlightenment, he will lose development altogether or may even die. Suddenly, Bailey opened his eyes and felt a powerful surge of energy. A powerful fiery energy burst out of his body and rose to the sky. Leonard at this moment was very impressed. He could not believe that such a young person was able to break through the third level of the immortal realm. Yuni said that it was only the third level and asked why he was so surprised. She replied that she had to teach Bailey. Otherwise, she would not be able to maintain the reputation of the sect. Suddenly, Bailey looked at her. It seems he still did not understand what happened. Dominic turned to Bailey and said that he was careful because Yuni was in the 7th level of the immortal realm, and he was not her opponent. She gave him a powerful blow, but he felt a lot of pain. Bailey said it was too late, but he saw each other, but he didn't understand what he could do to hurt her. She almost attacked him with her dragon snake technique. Bailey took out his fire sword and said that in this case he should apologize for his further actions. He was able to parry her attack with a mad melting blow. Yuni was extremely impressed because he had just reached the 3rd level of the immortal realm. His foundation was still not stable, but he could control chi life energy even better than her. Bailey said that he was ready to accept her challenge. He understood that this old woman had a good foundation. It was a problem. He did not want to kill her, but he had to calm her down so that he could talk later. She tried to use the dragon tail swing technique against him. In fact, she didn't want this battle either. She just wanted him to back down, because she understood that she couldn't win a fight against him. To her surprise, Bailey used the Fire Dragon Emperor technique to absorb her energy. She smiled and took the blow on herself on purpose. The young master was very surprised because he thought that she would repel this attempted attack. A frightened Empress Shen appeared next to him. She flew to her grandmother and asked why he did this to her. She accused him of being too cruel, and this was Yuni's plan because she understood that Shen values his family very much and would not forgive Bailey if he harmed her members. He asked her, does she think that he, with his power, could somehow harm her grandmother because his level was much lower? She understood that he really wasn't using his power to its full potential. Her grandmother realized that everything was not going according to plan and said that he really caused her pain. But now she wants Shen to break up with him because of this. Shen replied that she had to think it over and asked her not to rush. Bailey knew that he needed to break through the Earth Immortal Realm as soon as possible in order to pass to the next level and go to Juxiao Continent. And if the Shen and Khan sects unite, he may have problems. He also decided to cheat and told the grandmother that he could prolong her life. She skeptically called him a snob and asked if he understood anything he was talking about. He said he knew the recipe for an elixir to extend life, and he could make it, and one such elixir could extend life for 10 years. She began to shout that since the former Lord of the Valley accidentally died, no one knows the recipe for the elixir, but asked if he really knew how to do it. Shen was touched that he wanted to prepare an elixir to prolong her grandmother's life. Yuni asked how she could trust him without proof. He replied that he would immediately arrange for the preparation of the herbs needed for the elixir, and it would be ready when they returned to Longdine Island. And if they believed him, they should follow him. The grandmother understood that it made no sense for him to fool them, so she decided to agree, because she had nothing to lose. Bailey approached the old man and thanked him for everything, and said that as soon as the life extension pill was ready, he would send them to Kunlun as well. About half a day later, they returned to Longdine Island. Daisy met him there and said that everything was bad because the medicinal herbs he needed for the elixir had been stolen. Bailey was extremely surprised and impressed when he heard this information. Daisy explained that a lot of people have targeted him lately, and because of that, someone could harm them and steal their materials. The young master reassured her and told her that it was not her fault and that she should not worry. She was very glad that he had been kind to her. Grandma was very interested in what he would do in such a situation. He turned to her and asked if she minded a longevity pill made by improving one of the recipes. She said that she doesn't care if it's the same pill. Bailey turned to Daisy and said that she should prepare the room where he will make the pill, then added that while he was making it, she should find all the necessary information that she could find. He said that during alchemy no one should disturb him, but they should follow it. The young master immediately summoned his furnace of 4 elephants. To make this pill, he wanted to use the 1,000-year-old ginseng fire herb and the multi-flowered mountain grass, which were very rare materials. But this pill could extend a practitioner's life for hundreds of years. He lit the furnace and began to prepare the pill with the help of alchemy. He also used a real flame that could increase the effect twice. The preparation of the tablets was almost finished. In the end, Bailey received the finished product. He understood that they were extremely valuable, but he would not have given them away if he had known that their two sects would not merge. Bailey returned to the girls and asked why they were still here. Daisy explained that she wouldn't have been able to convince them to go to their rooms. The disgruntled old woman asked him if he managed to improve the pills. Bailey said that everything was ready, but first she had to swear that she would never do anything that could harm him or his palace. She replied that as a former empress, she swears that no one from her sect will do anything bad to Bailey Yun, or she will personally destroy her sect. He gave her a pill, but she swallowed it, waiting for the effect. The process of improving and prolonging her life began. She asked her granddaughter to protect her during meditation as well. Bailey asked for the old woman and said that he hoped she would keep her word. Then he turned to Daisy and told her to show the place where the theft happened. They arrived at one building where there was a warehouse and began to carefully inspect everything. She said that their transport team flies on swords, but yesterday they were ambushed and 30 people disappeared, but no one even saw the enemy trail. Bailey closed his eyes and said he would check everything now. He saw in front of him guidance that showed him what happened that day. He understood that that time someone used magic against his people. Daisy worriedly asked him what he meant. He explained that it was a living metallic alien that could control people's minds. They use exposed body parts to penetrate a person's brain. She asked if the people recovering on the island were infected with it. Bailey said that they should be immediately taken under control and organized security. Daisy immediately called Gia and said that she would tell everything now. The young master said that he was planning to meet with her right away to discuss everything, and he left the city to meet with her as soon as possible, until suddenly he saw something strange. 2 people who flew on swords felt that now they would lose control over their bodies. The swords on which they were flying began to fall straight down to the ground, where a woman with a child was standing. The young master decided that they needed immediate help, and flying up to them caught the sword, saving their lives. He said that everything is fine, so they and I am better go home. A person immediately appeared in front of him and said that he had found him. It was some girl. She asked if he was Bailey Yun, after which you introduced yourself and said that she was one of the 3 ambassadors of the League and the Heavenly Tao, and her name was the Silver Girl. He asked if the Heavenly League had decided to interfere in his life again, after which he asked what they didn't want. She smiled and replied that their leader was interested in him and wanted to invite him to join the Heavenly Tao League. He raised his fire sword as he prepared to attack and asked perhaps it was to enter his mind and make him his puppet. Bailey directed his attack on this girl and said that her words are too sweet to be true. But she managed to escape this destructive force and dodged away. She turned to Bailey and said that he must not know that if he refuses, he must be destroyed. The next moment she herself rushed to attack him. He entered dodge this attempted attack. You were very surprised by its speed. This girl was extremely fast and agile, and if she could dodge his sword, then he could be in a difficult position, Bailey thought. She tried to give him another attack, but their hands clashed. The girl smiled and said that this time he got caught. She said that he should surrender and become a member of the Heavenly Tao League while he is kindly offered. He also grabbed her hand and said, "Does she want to penetrate his mind?" and offered her to try his imperial fire. Her hand immediately caught fire and she screamed in pain. At the same moment she drew her sword and cut off her hand to free herself from Bailey's grasp, for he might have burned her body to the ground if she had not escaped. She jumped away from him and asked, how dare he hurt her? She said that she will remember it and will definitely take revenge on him. He sent his flaming sword and asked, does she want to run away? Tongues of fire immediately followed her, trying to grab her. She tried to run away from them, but they were much faster than her. In the end, the Silver Girl found herself in a cage of fire and asked Bailey if he thought that she did not foresee this development of events. She said that she managed to inject live metal into the bodies of the Lie on the island, and if he dared to harm her, thousands of people would suffer because of him. He excitedly asked what she meant. Suddenly his phone rang. It was Daisy. She said that the civilians had gone mad. The Silver Girl smiled and said that the lives of millions of people in the Eastern continent were now in his hands, and if he destroyed her, they would also be destroyed. She asked if he was willing to take that risk, while Bailey listened to Daisy on the phone. The girl looked at him defiantly and asked what he had decided. He released her from the fire trap and said that she was now free. Bailey explained that the fight between cultivators should not affect ordinary people. He said that she had to take back the living metal she planted in his people's bodies, or they would be seriously damaged. She answered what will happen when she leaves the island because she does not trust him. He asked her if it was true. She thought there was nothing he could do about it. Suddenly, her face became very excited and she started screaming in terror. Bailey punched her through. She asked what he did because this body was just her double. He said that this attack touches her soul, and even if it is not her physical body, she still cannot escape. She said that means he used a dark spell on her. He replied that he did not want to use the forbidden art, but she herself forced him. In the end, nothing was left of her but ashes. Suddenly, Bailey saw in front of him a spirit that appeared from these ashes. It was like a small person. He grabbed her by the hand and understood that from the very beginning she was not a person. Her soul was already on the 5th level of the earthly immortal, and she was also a puppet. He put her in a cage and asked if she still wanted to run away. Once in his arms, she screamed but said they could still make a deal if he let her go. But the young master ignored her and said she was talking too much. He returned to the office and saw a lot of people there who were in a bad condition. He was coming from the middle. People looked at him in confusion and asked if he was the person who saved them. A little girl approached him and said that her mother said that he would save them if something happened. He looked at her and said that he would protect her in any case so that nothing happened. Bailey went inside the office where Daisy was already waiting for him. She cried bitterly and said that many people were destroyed. She blamed herself and said that she could not help them. He reassured her and said that he would solve everything. Bailey went out to the people and addressed them. He said that he was unable to protect them today and apologized and promised that everyone who was injured in this disaster could receive compensation of 10 million from Yu Xiao. Bailey told them an important thing about the world starting to change and become very dangerous. He showed them the soul in the fire cage and said that it was an alien that made them destroy each other. And now he vows in front of everyone that he will create a great formation in the future to protect them from such beings. After which he squeezed the cage in his hand and it was crushed. He said that whoever goes against him will be destroyed. Meanwhile, the leader of the Celestial League sat on his throne, and sensing that his avatar had been destroyed, he said he would make him pay for it. He was approached by one of his servants who said that their allies from the United States had seen Bailey Yun's performance, and they were ready to cooperate with them to destroy him. He said that they agree to cooperate, but warned that they should do as he says, and then they will be able to deceive Bailey Yun. His servant listened to his plan and said that his master was extremely wise. He said that this time he would see to it that not even a body was left of Bailey. Bailey was approached by Daisy again and told that if they use the gem, the energy to protect the island will increase by only 2 years. He said that the world will soon be plunged into chaos. Then earthquakes and tsunamis will hit this world. Humanity will suffer great losses, and even though he is not a saint, he will protect this place as much as he can. He said that this place will be surrounded by a protective circle, and Ling Xiao's structure will become the center of this formation. After which, Bailey let out a loud cry and began creating a vicious circle over the city. People, even those who were from afar, saw a crazy burst of energy. They asked what it was. Some said that a real shooting star had begun. The commander was informed that a large energy protection formation had appeared over the continent, and he speculated that it might be the work of Bailey Yun and said that it looked like big changes were coming for them today. The formation of this formation was visible from all continents of the world. It was also witnessed by Eve and Isabella, but they felt that it was the work of the hands of their master. Many of the people could not believe that this power was within the power of man, and they called it the awakening of the dragon from the east. A blue ghost appeared in the sky. Daisy asked her master what it was. He explained that formations are divided into 4 levels: yellow, black, earth, and heaven. But this formation was beyond heaven, and was the highest level of all that existed. According to him, this array will detect and attack ordinary aliens such as the Silver Girl, but if their cultivation is more than 5 times higher than that of immortals, then the formation will not be able to detect them. She said when the formation was complete, then it could attract the attention of many of their enemies. Suddenly, Empress Shen appeared next to Bailey. Now she looked different, taboo, like an ordinary girl. She said that her grandmother broke through to a new level and returned to the dragon sect. And before leaving, she asked her to stay with him to help Bailey achieve his big goals. Bailey said that Daisy's strength was not yet at a high enough level, so if Shen will help her, he will be calm. It seems that the girls immediately became friends. She also handed him the phone and said that someone wanted to talk to him. It was Leonard and Dominic from Kunlun. They asked Bailey if he was all right. They said that with his help they learned a lot of information about the Tao Immortal League. They wanted to thank him for that. Bailey asked for more information, now that he and the League were at loggerheads. They said that the Heavenly Tao League had 3 apostles at the level of earthly immortals, namely the Silver Girl, Luohan, and Black Iron. They said that now they can use radical methods and Bailey should be careful. He thanked them for the information and said that the Silver Girl had already been destroyed, and now he had established a formation over his continent, and if they dared to come, there would be no way back. The old men said that this was good news and reminded him that his demon sword was on its way back to Longdean Island, so he should remember to pick it up. Bailey handed Shen the phone back, and she asked what his next plans were. He said that he still had people who were injured in the lands of the Dragon Rider practice, and he needed to take them away. So he was leaving the island to them for now. 3 days have passed since then. Daisy said that America had sent their people to learn energy culling when they saw the formation Bailey had created, but they wouldn't have agreed to it if they hadn't paid several billion for it. Daisy said that she does not trust these people, and Shen reassured her saying that nothing bad will happen to her as long as she is here. They have already met young people who came from the States. A young man greeted them and said that they were 2 beautiful ladies. He was able to feel the power of the formation up close and said that there was nothing special about it. One of them broke through and ran into the city. Shen told Daisy to take everyone else to the building and send someone to guard the formation. The boy began to say that what happened now had nothing to do with them because they came here to study and their country paid a lot of money for it. Daisy said that they cannot worry, but she does not hold any grudges against them, and as long as they sincerely want to learn, she will help them. He said she couldn't worry, but he was only here to study, but judging by his cunning eyes, that wasn't quite true. The girl led them to the main building and told them that this is the center of the large Yuxiao formation on the eastern continent, and here they will learn about all the trespassers who illegally managed to enter the territory of the continent. He asked what measures would be taken against that boy, as he had broken through quite easily. She said that he should just wait, but it is better for the boy not to do reckless things. Otherwise, he'll know what it's like to have your body turn into a sieve, said Daisy, and immediately a bunch of guns were pointed at the boy. He raised his hands and said that he did not want to cause them any problems. Besides, he was here with good intentions and said with a smile that he hoped that there would be no war between their countries. She told him it was only a little test, but she didn't think a noble man like Mr. Austin would worry about it. He said if she can take him as promised to study the Great Formation, then he will even forget about it. She told him to follow her, but she will explain everything now. Angela and her baby dragon arrived on Longdean together with Bailey. She thanked Bailey for allowing them to create their new residence on the island. The dragon Io also thanked him and said that he was grateful to him for the secret of healing, and if he could be of use to him, they should just call him. He said that they can live here peacefully and feel at home, so if he needs their help, he will certainly turn to them if they really do not forget their promises. They shouted in unison that the dragon race was the most loyal and they would never let him down. Suddenly, the young master felt that someone was trying to break through the massif with the risk of serious injury. After a moment, a whooping crane flew to him, but he caught it in his hand, it seems. It was a note. It said that they were tricked, and now they were trapped on the eastern part of the island. He immediately understood that this was the handiwork of the Tao League. Io and Angela asked him if they could help him. Bailey said that Io could go with him and Angela had better get all the family affairs in order. He said that as far as he remembers, dragons can cross cities in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, Daisy has been giving Austin a tour, who also seems to be up to something. They climbed onto the roof of Ling Xiao's building. He asked, did she so easily graft him into the very center of the Great Formation? But don't be afraid that he will do something. She asked why he behaved so arrogantly, even though he only had the 7th level of the immortal realm, and reminded that he was constantly being watched by a bunch of 9 levels. So if he wanted to save his life, he had better not do tricks. He snapped his fingers and asked, does she mean these weak people? A group of unconscious guards immediately appeared near the formation. Daisy started yelling at him and asking how he did it. He immediately ran away and said that he was the one who came to destroy the Massif and take their lives. Daisy realized that they have serious problems, and she needs to immediately inform the secretary Gia and Bailey about it. Meanwhile, Bailey was flying on the back of Io. The dragon told him that someone wanted to destroy his array and asked if he wanted to help. The young master smiled and said that he would be interested to see it because there was no such person who could do it. Daisy ran after Austin to stop him, but he was too fast. He said that a little doll like her hadn't even become a master of the mythical martial arts yet, and she couldn't stop him. He rushed to the center of the massif with the words that he would destroy it now. But the circle threw him back as if struck by a powerful current. He kept trying to attack him again, but each time nothing came of it. He couldn't understand how some insignificant array could block his attacks and all his power. Seeing this, Daisy calmed down, and it is clear that everything is fine with the array. After which he rushed towards her, Ta said if he can't destroy the array, then he will finish her instead, because her destruction will teach Bailey Yun a lesson. She was frightened and screamed loudly because she could not resist him. Suddenly, a shield of fire appeared in front of her, which threw Austin back several meters, and he hit the concrete floor hard with his face. Red liquid poured from his face, and he asked what the hell is going on here. Daisy was very surprised when she saw this fiery, transparent shield in front of her. Bailey approached her and asked why she was surprised. Did she think that he would not be ready for such a thing? He told her to regain her strength while he himself deals with this boy. Austin started yelling that Bailey planned this whole thing to make them believe that the array could be destroyed. He walked up to him and scornfully said that they were not worthy of him even planning anything for them, and this array was not so simple that it could be destroyed by some earthly immortal. So he said that Daisy's development had been stopped for many days, and thanked them for putting pressure on her, and thus helping her break through to a new level. Austin started yelling that he would end up calling him a sneaky Asian. Bailey stepped on his face to calm him down a bit, and said that people trying to finish him off were everywhere. Therefore, he is just another insect that he will crush. After which Bailey kicked him hard in the chest and he was killed. Shen was also able to catch the trespasser and finish him off, saying that it was too easy. The head of the Heavenly found out that the Americans were destroyed. Moreover, it was the best people of the League named Luohan. He became very angry and called Bailey a cursed dog that he would finish with his own hands. Bailey said that all of Heavenly League Master Tao's minions had already been destroyed, and now it was his turn. From the moment of those events 7 days have come, it was an evening on the island of Longdin. The young master was standing on the shore and talking to Shen. He asked her why the Kunlun brothers suddenly left the ruins and came to Longdin Island, and told that there were once great powers that discovered the great secrets of the Fourth Great Gate sect to preserve the stability of the mountains and the Year of China. But they were destroyed by unknown people, and it may happen again. She said that it looks like there are some strange spatial fluctuations going on in this place again, and if they don't deal with it properly, they could put Eastern China in danger. Bailey anxiously asked if it was possible that the world destruction had already begun. He told Shen that together they could stop this disaster or minimize it. She asked him if it was all thanks to the Massif. He replied that she was right. Suddenly, Cecile came to him. She was very scared. He asked her what happened. She said that it was connected with the group of 3 emperors. She said that they would form a martial arts union with the emperor himself as its leader, and said that they would fight against Yu Xiao's group and the Jade Heavenly Palace. The young master said that they were just a bunch of insects, and without the participation of the Kunlun sect and the Dragon sect, they would not be able to do anything. He told the girls that they should go with him to Kunlun. At that time, the Kunlun brothers just arrived and asked if he had heard anything about spatial fluctuations. He said that Shen had told him about it. One of the elders said that according to the results of past forecasts, sooner or later the Earth will face a disaster, but they did not expect it to happen so quickly. He asked if there were any clues through the spatial channel. Bailey knew that in his past life this was called a great disaster, but he expected that this time monsters from the other world could invade the Earth. Suddenly, one of the old masters asked how much he knew about the Heavenly League. He replied that he knew very little about them, and asked why they were suddenly talking about her, and whether she had anything to do with spatial fluctuations. They answered that it is directly related, and according to the historical records left by their ancestors 1,000 years ago, the leader of the Heavenly League Alliance appeared. All 4 secret realms of China identified him as a mysterious man. Bailey asked in surprise, "Has the Celestial League Union already existed for 1,000 years?" They said that at that time there were experts of the immortal level in the 4 mysterious realms, so they did not take him seriously. They said that they were wondering if it was the same person who is the current leader of the Heavenly Tao League. There are even rumors that it was the leader of the Heavenly League who helped Genghis Khan to believe in Western Europe and weaken the power of the Holy See, the master said. And with the appearance of vampires, the Vatican became even less powerful, but this helped them gain a foothold in the West. Bailey thought about it and asked if this meant that the leader of the Sky League Alliance was behind many things in the West. Dominic said yes, but at the same time, there were still 4 of the hidden sects in the East, and the Heavenly League did not dare to interfere with them. But 300 years ago, they took advantage of the late Jin invasion of China, and the weakest true religion was wiped off the face of the earth, a secret passage destroyed in the chaos. Since then, only 3 of the 4 hidden sects have remained, and the main reason for the current change of cosmic channels has been complicated. Bailey asked if they contributed to Hao Jing's rise. The masters replied that it was clearly so different from how they wrote so powerful. Later, they also realized that the armor they were wearing contained living metal. He understood that we were talking about live metal again. Bailey said that he suspects that the leader of the Celestial League is a metallic life form that came to their world from the afterlife. They were amazed at his opinion and asked if he was really sure of it. He said that it was definitely true because he sent his avatar after him and he melted it. Bailey said that he destroyed the Silver Girl, or rather her soul. Her body was like a robot and could be compared to a treasure. Now she is sealed in the formation of the Jade Emperor's palace, and his people are investigating her. The master said that now it is no wonder why he is so strong, and before that, they thought that he was practicing some special technique, but he was not human. Bailey also learned something new for himself, because he did not know that the Heavenly League took part in the history of the Earth. He said that in any case, this spatial fluctuation, combined with the recent movements of the Celestial League, was only the trigger for the catastrophe to begin. Meanwhile, the leader of the Celestial League arrived at Lord Khan's palace. He addressed him by name, Ted Dao, and asked what brought him here. He mysteriously smiled the answer, but there was only one common goal. This is Bailey Yun. Two masters rushed across the sea. They said that the mountain of sea celestial creatures belonged to Penglai. Its chief was Kunkka, and Kunkka Mountain was the place where the secret kingdom was located. Bailey flew in front of them. He said that in addition to destroying the spatial fluctuations, during this trip, it would be even better if they could get clues from the Celestial Alliance. They landed on some plains. One of the old masters asked if he felt where the passage was. He said it was strange, but he didn't feel anything. They explained that it was the mysterious kingdom of Kunkka, and it was not the same as the other three kingdoms, and the passage would only appear at sunrise. One of them offered to go and find a place to rest in the mountains, and they would take care of everything else tomorrow. It was a temple of the three pure ones called Sanking. There was a group of people who prayed similarly. Bailey said that he did not expect so many people to be here, but said that he wondered if there really were real representatives of Sansin here. In the temple, there were large statues of deities to which people prayed. He and the old masters went inside to see what was happening there. People on their knees and asked the deity to appear before them. Suddenly, a man who looked like a pastor approached them. Bailey immediately felt that his level was Danjin. They went out to the backyard to talk. Suddenly, he fell on his knees in front of them and began to say that he was glad to meet them and to beg them to save the Sanqing temple, calling him the Three Elders. The old men were surprised and asked how he knew them. He said that he does not know them, but he knows the head of the palace, Bailey Yun. Bailey ordered him away and asked him what he couldn't handle. He said that their sect has been living in peace for many years, but a few days ago a group of people passed by. They said they were capturing the temple and ordered him to free it from outsiders, and they gave them 3 days to do so. Bailey said that he did not even think that such methods still existed, and asked did they offend anyone, and why they did not tell the authorities about it. He said that they don't even know them. There were at least several masters of mythical martial arts in this group, and the ordinary police can't do anything to them. He replied that it was not easy to resist two masters of mythical martial arts, and asked if he knew what school they belonged to. He said he didn't know, but the only thing he knew for sure was that tomorrow morning they would come and take them to the temple. He said that they just need a place where they can spend the night, but they will stay and at the same time solve his problem tomorrow. It was already evening. Bailey talked to the old masters and said that he did not think that he would face such a situation, and asked them what they thought about it. One of the masters said that maybe they are hunting for the secret of the true religion. He said that there were several mythical martial arts masters among them, and with their cultivation, they could occupy one of the 4 famous mountains. Why would they come to Kunlun Mountain? In the end, they decided that it was the handiwork of the Heavenly Alliance. At night, many people came to the temple and surrounded it and took places on the roof. One of them turned to the pastor and ordered him to leave immediately. He came out and asked them what they were doing here because they promised to come only in 3 days. The attacker was behind him and said that the 3rd day had already arrived the night before. He presented the knife to his throat and said, "If he does not go himself, then he will help him with this." Suddenly Bailey appeared near them. He yawned and asked, "Who here is awake in the middle of the night?" It seems that they clearly did not expect to see him here, but you are unpleasantly surprised. The attacker greeted the young master and expressed his respect to him. He said that he did not expect to meet him here. He asked them which sect they were from and what they were doing here. This man told him not to meddle in other people's business, and maybe he is strong, but it won't help him. Another man who was among the attackers watched them from the roof. While he continued to speak, Ta said that there were still people in this world whom he could not touch. Bailey said that he was even more interested in that now. He said that then Bailey should listen carefully and he will now tell him what sect they are from. But suddenly he ordered his men to flee at all costs. But the young master was not going to let them go just like that. He used the seal activation and a blue dome appeared over the temple. And as soon as the attackers crossed it, they were immediately bound by energy chains. Eventually, the 2 main ones were kneeling before Bailey. They explained that they were from the foreign Huaqing clan, which was located in the USA, but now everything was ruled by the Heavenly Alliance, so they decided to flee to China and settle in a local temple. He gave them a powerful double slap and ordered them to talk more and more to the point. They said that the Heavenly Alliance is blackmailing them by their relatives to seize this temple and seal it from the outside world with formations. but when the time comes, they will send their masters here to start the work. The Kunlun masters said that it was indeed the Heavenly Alliance. Bailey asked them what they thought they should do with these two freaks. They said that stabilizing the spatial oscillations could take time, and why not take them with them to lure the snakes out of their burrows? The next day they arrived at a large lake. The old conjurer pointed to it and said that it was the pool of 9 dragons, which was the gate to the secret kingdom. But he warned that there was a terrible chaotic storm inside, and it was not something that could be fought with ordinary willpower. He felt that there was a very unstable space here. It even seemed to him that time behaved chaotically, and to climb into this lake was tantamount to suicide. The masters said that they studied this passage for a long time, but the cosmic chaos was raging there, so they could not earn anything. It will be difficult to get out of there anymore if the entrance to the secret kingdom starts to collapse. He said that then he would first send his clone there and scout the area. Suddenly they turned into young people, and said that while he will manage his clone, they will protect him. Meanwhile, Bailey flew to the spatial hole. He immediately felt how difficult it was to move here. Suddenly he realized that there was even a blessing formation here, with the help of which the passage still existed, but it was damaged. Master Kunlun asked him what he was feeling now. He said that here time and space were turned upside down, and here was the formation of a blessing, and added that it was because of this guardian formation that the entrance was not completely destroyed. Leonard asked him what they should do now. He replied if they could restore the formation, and then they would be able to stabilize this entrance and enter the secret realm. Kunlun said that it would be extremely difficult to restore it. Veli said even if it was destroyed, it could be restored, and then channeled the formation power inside the entrance. He said that time and space depend on each other, and the reason why time in this secret passage is in chaos is because of the instability of space. And if they can stabilize space, then time will stabilize, and the entrance will be restored. They said that he was a real genius and asked how they could help him. He replied that he didn't need their help yet because he had plenty of energy stones to organize everything, but if they both got bored, they could use these two to lure the masters. They said it was just in time for them to put an end to the arrogance of the Heavenly Alliance. Meanwhile, a man sneaked up on Bailey. He looked at him carefully while he was meditating and thought that since the founding of the Heavenly Alliance, they had not lost a single battle, but recently they had suffered many defeats and were victims of Bailey Yun. He had been following the two Kunlun masters all this time, but met Bailey here instead. Bailey, noticing his presence, turned his attention to him and asked if he had come for the secret of the true religion. He looked at him sternly and answered that he was here for the same thing as him. The young master said that the mysterious realm was inherited from his ancestors, so it is not surprising that he wants to get it. But he was from another country and wanted to get their secrets. Bailey asked him if he thought it was wrong. The man said he didn't care, and informed him that the Celestial Alliance wanted to destroy him. He started shouting that he had dug his own grave when he came here. He smiled and asked, does he think he can finish him off? He rushed to attack him, saying that Bailey was pretending to be omnipotent, and told him to remember his name before his destruction, saying that his name was Apollo. The young master casually looked at him and smiled, after which he immediately fell to the ground from a powerful blow, and Bailey didn't even move at that time. He was extremely impressed by this and surprised Khan, not understanding what was happening here, because he did not even make a single movement. He stood up abruptly and began to ask him how he did it, but he didn't answer him anything. Apollo realized that Bailey is too unpredictable and he better get out of here. But he wanted to run away when he felt that someone was standing behind him. This person was going to attack him, but he started screaming in horror. Before he could understand anything, he received a powerful blow and flew to the ground. He did not have time to land when he received another blow. It looks like the two masters were just playing ping pong with it while Bailey continued to meditate. The speed of their game increased rapidly. While they were playing the game with Apollo, Bailey realized that their ability to control space was not inferior to his, and it can be said that they have a great talent for learning. He understood that China had hope, and that when a great event came, the shackles of heaven and earth would be broken, and they would be able to break through with the 3 emperors of the old generation. One of the masters said that Apollon turned out to be a good layer for ping pong. And then I took out my sword and struck him, causing a powerful explosion. He said that he probably didn't expect it to be able to cut his body in half. Suddenly Bailey stood up and said that he had succeeded. They told him that he was extremely talented and offered him to become brothers, because they have known each other for quite some time. He replied that he would not dare to refuse them this, whereupon they decided to drink to it and celebrate the occasion. They asked him if he was sure that it would be possible to stabilize space after all. He replied that the formation was established, so now there should be no problems. He himself was very interested in what this mysterious kingdom was hiding. He turned to them and invited them to come in together and see, and at the same time see if they could control the passage while inside. They said that everything was clear and agreed to enter with him. They found themselves near some ruined ancient temple. Bailey thought that this is where the true religion sect met and ended. The ruined walls of the old city were also nearby, and many ruined statues throughout the area. The young master assumed that there was a battlefield here, and almost hundreds of years have passed, but they have not disappeared. There was still life here, and there must have been spiritual veins. Suddenly they heard a loud cry that hit their ears. Looking up, they saw that it was some kind of monkey sitting on the top of the mountain, but she did not look very friendly because her eyes glowed with a fierce red light. Bailey smiled and said that the fact that I'm a monkey here is already a good sign. He asked this monkey was she the guardian of this city, and began to growl at them and released a stream of flames from her mouth directly at Bailey. He replied that he understood her, and it seems that they will not be able to have a calm conversation. The monkey received a powerful blow in return, and it seems that she was surprised by such a force of uninvited guests. The master said that this golden monkey should be the head of this secret kingdom, so it is clearly more than 100 years old. Another said that if this beast was a guardian, then why is it hanging around here? Bailey decided to take off and said that it had to do with the three statues themselves, and that they were the key to these buildings, and by restoring them, they would most likely be able to completely stabilize the space passage. He said to pay attention to the eyes because they had no pupils, only hollows. He said that he thought he would need several jade talismans for this, and that he would do everything now. The masters said that they would take care of their broken limbs. He placed energy stones inside the statue's eyes. When he did this, he said that this secret kingdom was enough to hide tens of millions of people here. They laughed and said that he would be well suited to the role of guardian of this secret kingdom. So now they should leave him first, because they have not been in Kunlun for a long time. He said he would pass them. They left the portal, and the brothers went their way. Suddenly a pastor approached Bailey. He told him not to let anyone come here. The pastor asked why because it was the Lake of 9 Dragons, one of the wonders of this mountain. He said that he had his reasons for this, and he had to carry out his order, after which he struck the pastor, pushing him as far away from the lake as possible. He fell to the ground and he said that from now on they can no longer enter here. The pastor decided that from now on, Bailey does not trust him. He sent a message to the head of the Heavenly Alliance saying that Bailey had opened the door to the secret realm and the Kunlun brothers had left him, and now they had a chance to set up an ambush. He had evil intentions, but he wanted to destroy Bailey and the Kunlun brothers. Meanwhile, a group of people met the brothers outside the mountains. One of the ancients asked if they expected to ever meet here. They strictly asked them what they needed. He smiled and said that they came to take their lives. Immediately after that, this pack pounced on them. One of the brothers took out his magic sword, but said that he did not expect that such a large number of strong masters would come for them. His brother said that it is better for them to retreat and not contact them. One of the attackers ordered his men to stop him immediately. He was immediately bound by magical energy and restricted his movement. His brother rushed to his aid to free him. They decided to use the space separation technique. Other master attackers immediately rushed to attack them in an attempt to destroy her formation and break the energy shield. In the end, they managed to do it, and the brothers were left defenseless. Between them immediately began a cruel battle not for life, but for destruction. The head of the band of thugs realized that getting rid of these two would not be so easy. One of the brothers said that he is useless, but he will finish them all now. The other brother also used the destructive burning eye technique and began to attack them with this mighty force. Unfortunately, they did not manage to damage even their armor. He said that today will definitely come to an end. At that moment, two fighters appeared behind them. The bald man smiled and said that they definitely won't be able to handle this. One of the brothers asked the other if he remembered the technique Bailey Yun gave them. It consisted in the fact that practitioners can exchange yin and yang and thus increase their effectiveness. He said that he understood everything. But they began exchanging energy that caused a strong explosion. The blast wave immediately stunned the attackers. They immediately started to run away at high speed and decided that they should immediately return to Kunlun. But unexpectedly, that bald man appeared before them again. He said that they would not be able to escape. He used some strange technique on them that paralyzed their movements. One of the brothers said that the other should run while he tried to distract them. But a circle of fire appeared in the sky above them, and red-hot projectiles that pierced their bodies flew from there. They could not do anything and lost their lives because of it. The bald man smiled and said that he had promised them that they would not be able to escape anywhere today. While the brothers of destruction lay on the ground, he turned to his men and said that they should now go to Mount Kunlun to meet the other group there and capture their sect. Arriving at the mountain, they began to destroy the disciples of the sect of masters, and said that their leaders were already in the next world. The attackers said, if they surrender and tell where Kunlun's eye is, they will let them go. Meanwhile, the brothers watched the attackers from the roof of the building. They turned out to be alive. Leonard's brother said if it wasn't for Bailey Yun's spiritual blood-melting technique, they might have perished with him. Dominic only regretted that their body was made of spiritual blood, so they would not be able to stay in this state for long. Besides, their sect was destroyed. Leonard said that there was only one thing left for them to do. They went to the depths of the forest where Kunlun's eye was located. The younger brother wanted to remove the seal from the eye, but Dominic warned him that if he removed the seal from his eye, the evil energy would be released, and all of Kunlun would also be absorbed by it. He asked if he really wanted to do that. They performed the ritual and released the energy from the eye. It rose high into the sky and created a sphere around itself. The attackers, seeing this, looked at the eye in confusion and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly it began to release a powerful and painful energy that struck everyone with its action, as if lightning struck each of them. The action of this energy was absolutely terrifying, but it consumed their flesh. They tried to escape, but all was in vain. The Kunlun brothers and their students hid from the eye behind the energy dome they had created. The attackers begged them to let them in to save themselves, but they said that they deserved such an end. The elder brother said that the evil energy had destroyed the union from the Heavenly Alliance. But with it more than 3,000 disciples of their sect, that evil energy continued to spread. Brother Leonard was excited about this and said that they have to stop it because once the energy leaves the mountain, it can lead to even more dire consequences. Dominic said he understood what he was implying and was ready to do it. They could only stop it by burning their souls, but that wouldn't be able to stop the energy from spreading completely. It would only delay it. They also ordered their students to find Bailey and tell them what had happened. They told them that only this person can save Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, other events were unfolding on Longdine Island. Shen told her grandmother that the two great masters of the Kunlun sect had been destroyed. She said that the Celestial Alliance used laser weapons to destroy them, and they managed to survive in spirit form and return to the mountain. Grandmother was very surprised to hear this, and asked what happened to Bailey. Shen told that the Heavenly Alliance is also preparing forces to attack him as well. The girls immediately went to the mountain to tell everything to Master Bailey. Shen told them to be careful, because most likely the Alliance is preparing an ambush for them. Suddenly, she felt some impulse from the formation, and this could mean that they were being attacked. The next moment, they saw a large number of fighters over the protective dome. At that moment, in the secret Monkey Kingdom, they were collecting energy stones for Bailey, while he was creating an array of wind and fire there that he wanted to use to destroy the immortals. Suddenly, he felt the presence of the girls. In a moment, they appeared in front of him. He asked what happened. Meanwhile, a whole army had already gathered near the Lake of Nine Dragons. It was headed by the commander of the Heavenly Alliance Legion, and the old pastor of the sect was standing next to him. He smiled and said that this old man played an important role in making this plan work. He began to say that he was so strong that even the great masters from above Kunlun could not stand against him, and added that he hoped Bailey Yun would be destroyed today. Suddenly, a blue sphere appeared above their heads. Bailey appeared from there and looked at them sternly. The Legion commander said that he had been waiting for him for a long time, but finally he appeared. Bailey asked him if this was all he had brought, and they would be too few to destroy him. He smiled back and said that he forgot to cut off the heads of those old men from Kunlun Mountain to bring them to him as a gift, but added that in any case he can send him to them in the other world, after which he rushed to attack Bailey. But to his surprise, Bailey did not fight, but immediately returned to his portal. He ordered his men that they should not immediately go after him. Suddenly, a plane flew up to him, where the pilot informed him that all plans regarding Bailey were cancelled. But it was the order of their leader. The commander could not believe what he was hearing. He didn't understand what could happen because they killed the Kunlun brothers, and no one but them could disrupt their plans. Bailey was also very surprised that they didn't follow him. He said if they were already here, he couldn't just back off. Eventually, the commander ordered his men to retreat, as ordered by the leader. Suddenly, they heard Bailey's voice behind them asking who let them run. He took out his sword and said that no one would leave this place without his permission. He made several swings with his sword. 2 waves hit the fighter, and they exploded and began to fall down to the ground. The commander ordered his men not to attack, because they had orders to withdraw from here. But despite Bailey's attack, they turned and flew away. The young master turned to the girls and ordered them to turn into swords. Thus, Bailey obtained 2 swords, one of fire and the other of ice. He began to catch up with the fighters and destroy them with his bare hands, after which he used the fusion technique with swords, combining his body with the weapon. Now swords became part of his hand, and he destroyed planes with his bare hands. Also, with their help, he moved with incredible speed and could easily catch up with airplanes. The Legion commander ejected from the plane to personally take the fight. He tried to grab the young master with his control energy, but due to the fact that Bailey was engaged in hardening his spirit, such a technique did not work on him. He turned to his men and ordered them to attack Bailey, because if they didn't, he would finish them off in time. He was immediately surrounded by a group of masters who blocked his ways to retreat. He turned to the Alliance commander and said that you cannot take him in numbers. He replied that he wanted to let him go, but now he will definitely finish him off. Enemy martial artists rushed to attack Bailey, but he was ready and wanted to avenge his friends. His speed was simply incredible, but he destroyed everyone in a fraction of a second. Eventually, he reached the commander and dealt him a mighty blow with true flame. He replied that he didn't expect him to be so strong, admiring his impressive abilities. The young master smiled and said that he finally understood in which position. The commander started to explain that they don't really need a war, and he wants to give Bailey one last chance to join their heavenly alliance, and his master will even make him the first apostle. He said Bailey's rank would be even higher than his, recognizing his exceptional potential and determination. Bailey said that he was already the head of the sect, and he did not need to become a slave. He also said that the bald man's name was Black Iron, and he knew that the peak of his level was the limit of the 9 heavens. He sharply attacked him and said that he recognized him as a genius, but he should not have left the secret kingdom, because he would finish him off. He was ready while the commander flew at him with his fists and said that he could single-handedly wipe him off the face of the earth. Bailey shouted that the only one who will be destroyed today is him. Their blows collided, causing a powerful energy surge. An explosion occurred, and they were thrown in different directions. Bailey understood that this man's body was so strong that he could even withstand his impact. And this meant that the strength of the people of the Heavenly Alliance was really impressive. The commander turned to his men and ordered them not to stand idly by, but to help him destroy the snitch. Bailey laughed and called him a shameless rat, showing his disdain for his threats and expressing his confidence in his own abilities. His men were already flying into battle to take away as many of Bailey's forces as possible. He jumped away from them and realized that these two were also creatures of living metal. While they were distracting the young master, he suddenly felt that the bald commander was already standing behind him. He wanted to deal him a fatal blow by taking Bailey's life forever. The girls screamed, warning Bailey of the danger, trying to draw his attention to the potential threat. But he was able to block his blow, although it was very difficult to do so. At the same time, the soldiers continued to attack him, not deviating from their goal of harming Bailey. He was able to escape from their environment to take a favorable position for himself. The commander shouted that they cannot let him go, because if he escapes, they will have serious problems in the future. He understood that even if he violates the commander's order, he still has to destroy him today. He said that they were very close, and the alliance creates a lot of problems for him. After which Bailey dissolved into thin air, leaving the commander and his men with nothing, and said that they would meet next time. He was extremely angry, but did not want to let him go because he believed that he would fight with him to the end. His people confusedly asked him what they should do. He said that there was no way to go with him to the secret kingdom. Using Bailey's portal, they ended up in a secret realm. But being inside, they felt some strange sensations and danger, asking what was happening then. They were also suspicious of the fact that it was some kind of desert and there was no one around. Suddenly, they saw arrows of fire that wanted to attack them. The commander began to scream in horror and ask, was it all heavenly fire? At this time, Bailey and the girls were watching what was happening. The young master said that from the very beginning of the hunt, he tried to engage them in battle and then show weakness, thereby luring them into a trap. The commander rushed at him and asked, do you want to destroy him with some illusion? His people said that the portal disappeared, and now they will not be able to escape anywhere. He started shouting angrily, realizing that they were trapped. He demanded that Bailey appear before him. But they fought one-on-one. Bailey asked him if he thought he was an idiot, and warned him that Tom would never escape his trap. He said that in that case, he would have to sacrifice his life to become a threat to his ruler in the future. His men began to embrace him by the shoulders, as if striving to unite into one whole. But since they were all created from living metal, they began to merge into one body. And eventually, the commander turned into a huge machine of destruction. Master and the girls, seeing this, were really amazed. Bailey said that he was now able to break through to the next level of the immortal realm. Eventually, his transformation caused a super powerful explosion. Bailey barely managed to create an energy shield to cover himself and the girls. He understood that with the help of this explosion, he was able to destroy all formations and spatial passages in the secret realm. After the smoke cleared, he appeared before them, revealing his invincibility and insurmountable power. He looked at him sternly and asked why Bailey was still alive. The girls and the young master himself were very impressed by this, surprised by his incredible and terrible ability. He told him that it was what he called a life for a life, and said that he had used the lifespan of his people to destroy the array he had set up. He said that this is enough for him, but now he will finally destroy him. I'm not a master, gave him a disdainful look and said let him try to do it. He immediately launched a powerful fire attack at him, showing his power over the power of fire. The commander said it was just an illusion of god possession, and asked if he had the ability to attack the soul directly. Suddenly his body was covered by a strange energy. He began to shout that he could not be so strong. The girls said that Commander Chonlezo was destroyed, then asked what they should do now. He replied that they should wait a little while and he will open the gate. Also, the two of them should stay here and set up the array, while he will return to Longdine Island to check the situation there. Near the lake, a portal appeared again through which Bailey appeared. Shen was already waiting for him there. She said that she was glad that everything was fine with him. He asked her what she was doing here and how things were going on the island. Shen replied that the crisis on the island was solved, but they had a new problem. The Kunlun brothers unsealed the eye to destroy the Heavenly Alliance, and now the demonic energy is raging, but they can barely contain it at the expense of their souls. He said that one should not waste time and that they should immediately fly to Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, in the secret realm of the Heavenly Alliance on the highest level of the tower, Ted Dow cursed Bailey and said that he always creates problems for him, and for this he will not let him live in peace. Now that the Black Iron and the others had been destroyed, although they had managed to destroy the Kunlun brothers before, the price was too high. He turned to his servant, and she said that she should immediately go to America and take everything into her own hands there to restore their strength. She asked him why he did not restore the Black Iron and others to life. He said that the resurrection is not her business, and reminded her of their important goal, which is to unleash a war and disrupt the further course of humanity's development. She said that people were weak, but they could create powerful weapons, so once the war started, it would be difficult to stop it. He said that they would use it to destroy Earth's civilization, using the technological advantages of the Celestial Alliance. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Mountains, the V's continued to contain the eye's destructive energy. Dominic said he couldn't go on any longer, admitting his fatigue and weakness in the fight. Leonard replied, "Even if their souls dissipated, they would not be able to allow the evil energy to escape through the barrier." A portal appeared from which Bailey came out. He said that it was just an apology because that's why they were involved in it. Elder Kunlun told him not to say that, but if it wasn't for him, the Heavenly Alliance would have attacked them sooner or later anyway. But it didn't matter now. They said that the demonic energy of the eye is about to break through the barrier. He told them not to worry. He would now open the way and send the Kunlun disciples out of here and then deal with the eye. He ordered the disciples of the sect to leave this place immediately because it was very dangerous to stay here any longer. Bailey told Shen to help the brothers while he dealt with the eye. Bailey looked up and told them not to look at the sky, because it was the devil's fire, and whoever looked at it would be destroyed immediately. But it was too late because Kunlun's disciples had already looked at him and fell into an uncontrolled trance. Bailey flew up to them and began to cleanse their souls of the devilish energy. Shen was extremely shocked when she saw this, because she did not believe that someone was capable of such a thing. He said that this energy can be transformed into the chi of heaven and earth. The energy of the devil is also the energy of chaos, so it can be transformed. He said that this way he could even try to take over the eye and subdue it, but it might take a long time. She asked if he could help him, and he said they could try to do it together. The brothers said that now the safety of Mount Kunlun and the entire continent depended on Bailey, because the evil energy was too powerful and uncontrolled. Shen said that there were indeed signs of demonization here, expressing her concern about the danger these dark forces posed. Bailey directed his hands to the very epicenter of the evil energy radiation and said that with it, he could increase his own cultivation. They made an attempt at transformation, but the force that opposed them was too powerful. The energy continued to spread stronger and stronger. Old Uni also appeared there. She asked the brothers how long it takes to cleanse the demonic energy of the eye. They replied that it depended on Bailey's power, recognizing his crucial role in the fight against evil and the ability to stop this terrible process. A year has passed since those events. Bailey and Shen are still in the realm and have never left it. At the foot of the mountain stood Bailey's students and friends, and his parents were also here, who flew here once every 6 months to wait for Bailey. The Kunlun brothers said with sadness that he had not left there yet. Isabella was also there. She said that she hopes her master will leave the sphere, because now that the American army has increased to 3 million, the war will start any minute. They waited a little longer and decided to return. A plane came to pick them up, and they were supposed to go home to Longdean Island. While the plane was in the air, a silver girl appeared above it and began to chase it. She said that she didn't care if Bailey was alive or not, but once his parents were captured with his Yuxiao team, it would be over and the war would begin. The passengers of the plane felt strong turbulence, as if something had hit them. The girls were excited and asked what it could be, excitedly discussing the possible consequences of this attack. A hole appeared in the plane and a silver girl appeared in the cockpit and immediately looked at Bailey's parents. Isabella attacked her and said that she will not allow her to harm Bailey's parents. She said that it was all just empty words, that she would not be able to do anything to her, after which she used the shackle technique, which was able to trap Isabella in shackles. Meanwhile, Bailey's parents were no longer on the plane, and they were saved by Jill, who was Elaine's student and had been serving his family for several years. She said that they should fly further on their own, while she would help the others. Meanwhile, the plane capsized and Isabella was thrown from it in chains. The silver girl chased Bailey's parents and said that they would not be able to escape. Jill tried to use the spiral of 9 shadows against the silver girl, but Ta took Isabella hostage and, raising her body above her, said that these were just useless attempts to stop her, and they would not succeed. Silver sharp metal ribbons appeared around her, and they flew in the direction of Jill. They reached her chest and pierced her through, and she lost consciousness from serious injuries. She pushed Isabella away from her and flew forward again to catch up with the Yun family. Meanwhile, Isabella was able to break free from the chains and asked how dare she attack them. But in a moment she was behind her and was able to cut her down immediately. The Silver Girl said that with her cultivation, she could not resist her. She said if she didn't need her alive, she would have destroyed her a long time ago. Bailey's parents were whole to have his father. How does he think that the girls survived? He said that he hopes so. And if the amulet that his son gave them, they fell into the hands of the enemy. Meanwhile, Cecile was already near them. She was able to save Jill. Bailey's parents asked her what she was doing here. She said that she felt energy fluctuations and came to check everything. Unfortunately, she was late, but with the help of her energy, she will be able to hold Jill's soul for now, but only Bailey will be able to save her life. Cecile said that Isabella was unfortunately taken by the Silver Girl. She said that they were both bound by their master's bond, so she could sense where she was and be able to bring her back. Cecile arrived at the military base in America, following her instincts, because this is where Isabella was kept. She found a passage that was closed by a large metal gate. Blowing this passage, she found herself on the territory of the base of the base. The next moment, she was already surrounded by soldiers led by the Silver Girl, who had Isabella as a hostage. She sternly ordered them to return the girl immediately if they did not want to be destroyed. The Silver Girl ordered the soldiers to immediately open fire and destroy Cecile. She was already behind her and said that she did not understand how she was able to return to life. But she was not her rival, because the spirit of the nine-tailed fox was much more powerful than hers. She was very surprised because she did not expect such strength and speed from her. The fox inflicted a massive, devastating blow on them, and the soldiers were scattered in different directions. She said that they were just a bunch of newcomers to the heavenly realm. But did they really want to stop her? She turned to Isabella and said that she would take her home. They took to the sky and wanted to flee from the American base. And suddenly the leader of the Heavenly League, Ted Dow, appeared on their way. He said that they could not afford to do anything on his territory. Cecile asked him who he was and what he needed. He said that he was the Lord of the Celestial Alliance and the United States was now under his control. He touched her chest and said that she is good at sealing souls. She jumped away from him and told him to get out of her way. He asked if she wanted to fight him. Ted told her that he liked her, asked her to leave Bailey and follow him, and promised that he would take her as his daughter and make her the queen of the land. She told him to keep these offers to himself, and she is not interested in it. But who would want to be with such a crazy fanatic like him? Cecile said she would detain him, and ordered Isabella to take the Silver Girl's soul and return to Shen. Isabella said she would do everything and asked her to be careful. Ted turned to Isabel and said he wasn't letting them go. Cecile jumped at him with an attack and said that she was his opponent. He said that she really broke through to the earthly immortal. It was interesting, and he would have fun playing with her. A huge, powerful demonic spirit appeared behind him and attacked Cecile. He was able to grab her and squeeze her tightly in his hand, Ted said. Despite the fact that the Silver Girl was captured, he would take her as compensation for the loss of his roaring warriors. He said that with her, he would be able to use the power of spirits and ghosts to open the cosmic gates. Besides, a lot of time had passed, and the Master of Men should be ready by now. She asked him what he was trying to do. He looked at her with his sly look and said that they would soon find out about everything. Meanwhile, something began to happen in the Kunlun Mountains with the Eye. All this time, he was followed by his brothers and Uni. They said that a similar secret kingdom was about to be destroyed. Suddenly, they saw a shadow emanating from the Eye, causing excitement and fear to all who watched this extraordinary phenomenon. It was Bailey and Shen. They appeared epically from the dark wasteland around the corner. The young master waved his hand and said that he managed to absorb all the dark energy and transform it. A crystal resembling an eye appeared in his palms, causing surprise and concern to its observers. They landed. Everyone present was extremely happy to see them. They said that they couldn't even feel their chi energy. It meant that they had both reached the 9th level of the Earth Immortal Realm. They too were extremely satisfied with these results, and now had enough strength to face the Heavenly Alliance. Shen smiled and said that Bailey had become even stronger than before. But he warned that the problem was that the Kunlun Kingdom would now be destroyed. The brothers said that he should not blame himself in any case. After a few years, the life force of Kunlun Mountain would be exhausted. But this was its fate. One of the soldiers appeared before him and said that he wanted to give them a message from the Jade Palace, which was the laboratory of the Yuxiao organization on Longdean Island. There was Elaine Jill's student, who was badly injured, but her soul was sealed, and they also managed to capture the Silver Girl. Bailey was extremely angry and asked how the Celestial Alliance dared to do such a thing while he was fighting the dark energy. While Elaine was very kind to him and even sent her apprentice Jill to serve his parents. He touched her breast and said that he did not expect her to be ready to sacrifice her life for his family, and immediately began to make a kind of moan. Thus life returned to her. Worried, Isabella ran up to Bailey and asked if they could save her. He said that luckily, there was a mine that was still in order. He said that not only Jill can be saved with the help of the Silver Girl's body, he also wanted to help his female students break through to the semi-immortal realm, after which he said that they would send together to raise the Heavenly Alliance to the ground. The helicopter was flying over the Arctic Ocean. Bailey and his team were in it. Shen turned to him and said that the Alliance base was below them. Daisy said that she could even see her from here. Shen replied that it wasn't surprising since they had reached the semi-immortal realm and had an enhanced sense, and that was just the beginning. They took with them a furnace of 4 elephants. They had the soul of Jill. They said that when she wakes up, she will be very surprised. Meanwhile, Bailey was quite excited because he felt the presence of Cecile nearby, who was asking for help. Their base was located deep under the water column, and it was not easy to get there. Meanwhile, Cecile was tied up and in a lot of pain while being abused by Ted and the other soldiers. He called her Little Fox and wanted her to use the power of her 9 tails to energize his formation. She said that she was not going to help him and send him to hell. He gave her another strong, painful blow, calling her a very stubborn fox. She screamed in pain but did not give in and stood her ground, whereupon he ordered his men to tear off her clothes at once, and they gladly did so. After that, she became almost naked and looked very defenseless. She said that he is a real freak, but she will never help him. He said it looked like she would resist until she was destroyed and ordered his men to take care of her. A soldier approached her and told her not to worry because he would take care of her. She had no strength to resist and could not even move her body. Suddenly, Ted and his men were attacked violently, as if she had been electrocuted. Tears welled up in Cecile's eyes, and she realized that her master had come for her. Ted said that he heard a sound coming from the entrance. He realized that Bailey had found his secret kingdom and was even able to break in. The girls and Bailey were already there, blasting his guards to pieces. In front of the big door, they met 2 more guards. They said that they had no right to go further because they broke into the territory of the Heavenly Alliance. But the door behind them immediately exploded, Bailey using firepower to blow up the entrance. Going inside the great hangar, they saw a lot of military equipment. Shen said that with so much equipment, the Alliance was preparing to unleash a full-scale war. If the war starts, the whole world will be in chaos, and people will suffer a lot of losses. Bailey said that in this case, they should spoil his plans, because the fate of humanity should not be decided by what zeros. Only Max is a psycho like them. The members of the Celestial Alliance saw how their equipment was destroyed. They began to scream and say that Bailey will pay for this with his life. Meanwhile, Cecile continued to be bullied by Ted along with his bastards. Bailey felt her suffering and said that he was leaving the members of the Alliance to the girls, and he himself would go to save Cecile. The girls said he could rely on them while Bailey opened a portal to get to the fox faster. Cecile was almost unconscious when a soldier grabbed her and asked why she didn't want to just obey. The soldier took a massive hit and hit his head against the wall. Cecile was very surprised and happy to see her master. Bailey told her not to worry, but they would pay for it. Suddenly, he felt someone clapping his hands behind him. It was Ted. He asked Bailey if he thought he could just come and destroy his base. He spread his hands and a water spiral appeared above him and said that his magic circle was already ready, but he will make sure that today Bailey will not be able to leave this place. He asked if he was so sure of it, after which he rushed to attack him, saying that such a weak barrier would not be able to stop him. He immediately struck him with a fiery fist, and the barrier immediately crumbled. Ted realized that Bailey was able to break through to the last level of an earthly immortal. He said that it looks like he needs to take this battle more seriously. An illusion of Ted appeared around Bailey, and he said that he would take his life. Seeing this, Salt said that she wanted to give him her 9-tailed fox chi, and she would help him break Ted's formation. The young master said that Ted might try to take his life. A mysterious purple energy appeared around him. He was easily able to detect the real one and grabbed him by the collar, after which he pressed hard to the floor, breaking the concrete floor with his body. Bailey at this moment asked if Ted had enough strength to finish him off. He broke out of his grip and said he had some powers, laughing out loud. Bailey tried not to let him go far and grabbed the sword, ready to use any means to destroy him. The next moment, his sword pierced Ted's chest, but he did not let out a loud cry of pain. After this blow, he jumped up and began to shout loudly as if in a frenzy. He began to laugh and say that he was invulnerable to his attacks. He flew up to Cecile and said that to begin with, he wanted to end her life. She decided that it was time to use the power of the 9 tails. And Ted received an extremely powerful blow to the neck, and his mouth gushed liquid. Cecile's technique was very strong, but he fell to the ground. While he was lying on the ground, Bailey flew up to him and delivered a strong knee blow to his chest. From such a powerful blow, there was a real explosion when 2 powerful energies collided. After that, Ted melted and turned into living metal and began to flow underground. He turned to the girls and said that they should return immediately because the head of the Heavenly Alliance had disappeared. He also said that just in case they should create a defensive formation if something goes wrong. Suddenly, he and the girls were captured by some force. It was the formation of the connection of 3 veins. Of course, it was the work of Ted. He said that he was worried that he would have enough energy to open the space trek here. While they were trapped, he said he didn't expect Bailey to come here, and the opening of the space path was already close, and they wouldn't be able to stop him. He used his power to make them suffer pain with his trap. He said that the energy in their bodies was rapidly decreasing, and even the power of space-time would soon disappear. The girls suffered and asked what kind of magic circle of such power it was. Bailey said that first they need to break the altar she was holding on to. He drew his sword and delivered an energy strike at the altar. But he did not even move, not reacting to his attack. He understood that what Ted created here belonged to a demonic race. But it seems that the head of the Heavenly Alliance is trying to open the space path to some cursed place. Suddenly he had an idea. And he said that all the girls should enter the furnace of 4 elephants. They said that they would do so and immediately rushed inside. Meanwhile, the energy around them intensified and caused more and more damage. Ted said that they won't be able to escape his magic circle by hiding in this artifact, and added that he will destroy them one by one as he drains all the energy from Bailey. He said that, unfortunately, Ted does not have enough strength for this. The young master immediately used Immortal Spirit Fire against him. He did not expect that Bailey in such a position would be able to use such powerful techniques against him. And he managed to use this technique to destroy the altar and escape from the magic circle. Ted couldn't believe his eyes and didn't understand how Bailey managed to do it. He decided that Bailey could control other people's powers and was extremely impressed by it. He broke out from under the water column and found himself above the sea, and suddenly a portal appeared near him. Ted came out of it and offered him to work together. He said if they work together, they will be able to conquer the entire universe. He said that his plans were too ambitious, but he had to give up. Ted asked him if he knew why all the cultivators on Earth, including Bailey, couldn't break through further in strength once they reached the peak level of the earthly immortal realm. He said that it was because they did not understand what Earth is, and Ted explained that Earth is hell, and he is going to open the door from hell to heaven here. Bailey asked him what he meant by showing his confidence and determination in this tense situation. He said that he had something to tell him about the Earth and this huge space. He said that this is the burial place of gods and immortals. He also said that he knows that Bailey in his past life did not live on the whole planet, but most likely he lived on the continent of immortals and maybe even the continent of gods. Bailey didn't expect Ted to know his secret, feeling surprised and possibly worried by the surprise. He pretended not to be impressed by his words and asked where he got it from. He replied, if he was not a reincarnated immortal who was able to regain his memories, then how could he have made such progress in a few years? Bailey understood that it seems he doesn't know the truth about his rebirth, but what he said was quite interesting. He replied, if he says that the Earth is the planet of the dead, then why did he hide on it for so long? He said that it was to free the creatures that lived in hell. Thousands of years ago, he recovered the memories of his past life and learned that his mission was to break the shackles that bound the Earth and bring alien creatures to the planet. Bailey asked him if he should thank him for this, and also asked if he knew if the shackles of the Earth fell, the entire planet would be in danger. In response, Ted asked Bailey if he knew that his cultivation would only be able to break through when the Earth Cadus fell. The young master realized that they had to go their separate ways. But you shouldn't believe everything he says in the end. He accidentally got to the Juxiao continent in his past life. Meanwhile, Ted thought Bailey was taking his bait and asked if he knew where this celestial ritual passage came from. Bailey said he thought he had built it, expressing his surprise and interest. Ted replied that he would not have enough skills for this, but it was built by people for passage to other worlds. He said that besides, this parish was already open, but nothing could be changed. Bailey sternly asked him who discovered it. Ted answered that this person was God, the creator of his legendary great homeland. He said that this is also why he was on Earth, after which he again offered him to work together. The young master asked him if Ted expected him to believe him. He replied that Bailey could choose to believe him or not, but he could always join him. Ted understood that he would not be able to finish off Bailey now, so he would rather leave a seed of doubt in his heart that could be useful at a critical moment. Bailey didn't expect him to just leave like that, but he also couldn't destroy him now, and he accomplished his goals by saving the girls and getting in his way, so Ted can be dealt with later. After which the girls left the furnace of the 4 elephants and freed themselves, finding themselves outside in safety. They heard him talking, and Shen asked Bailey how true his words were. He said that they were half true and half lies. Cecile said if he couldn't become an immortal on Earth, how could the head of the Heavenly Alliance break through the realm level of the earthly immortal? He replied that he did not have to do this. The girls were very surprised to hear this and asked how it was possible. He told them to calm down and most likely he was just a clone of some alien force, otherwise if he was immortal with reborn memories, he wouldn't know so much anyway. Cecile was told if he was really part of the body of some powerful creature from another realm, then he could raise his level at any time and even break through the level of an earthly immortal. Bailey said that reaching the peak level of the Earth immortal realm was his limit, but it would still be very difficult to finish this guy off. Shen asked if it was true that this space passage had been opened. He said that it would be quite difficult to find out the truth about this matter, but she should not worry about it yet. Suddenly, he saw fighter jets approaching them. Shen said that probably the Heavenly Alliance started a war. Bailey said that they are flying towards China, but they have to stop them. Meanwhile, planes began to bomb the cities, destroying everything around them, causing chaos and fear among the inhabitants. Seeing this attack, they were extremely enraged, feeling anger and despair at the merciless violence that had engulfed their city. Bombs were being dropped by planes, and everything was falling apart, reflecting the terrible consequences of this attack and the extent of the destruction. Shen said she had an idea. Bailey told her he was listening carefully. She said that they can set up a magic circle near the secret realm of the Heavenly Alliance to restrict their movement. Inside this realm, they will not be able to destroy the head of the Alliance, but if he comes out, they will be able to do so. Bailey said it was a good idea, but they needed to get into action, showing their readiness to act and their determination to confront the enemy. The young master said that he would go to the Northern Ocean to establish a magic circle while they should help other countries to defend themselves. Soldiers on ships in the ocean saw a target approaching, preparing for a possible collision with a potential enemy. It was Bailey and Shen. Then they immediately gave the order to shoot them down. Planes began to approach them immediately and launch rockets at them. Bailey pointed his hand at them and said that they had better not resist. Immediately after that, the planes began to explode and fall into the water. Shen summoned a huge phantom snake that began to destroy the ships. She would latch onto them with her teeth and break them, causing panic and safety issues among the ship's crew. Bailey had an opportunity to start creating a magic circle. He began to scatter energy stones around, hoping to harness their powerful energy. But after 3 days, the ocean in which the enemy ships were located turned into an icy desert, with magical circles hanging from it. Bailey said that he used almost 10,000 stones for this, and was able to create more than 300 large and small magic circles. He said that even a true immortal could not destroy them. The only thing that surprised him was that the Heavenly Alliance did not send anyone to prevent them. He decided that they should go to America first. Meanwhile, things were not better in America. The country was in chaos. The people did not understand why the war had started, and the country was falling apart. Arriving in the country, they did not understand why the military was nowhere to be seen, and decided that they were up to something. Bailey said if they were currently either in their mysterious realm or somewhere abroad. After all, America had many military bases around the world. They also had robot policemen and fighter jets that they hid somewhere. Shen. They said that they need to take control of America's intelligence and then go to the Ministry of Defense building where they can use all their military satellites. They arrived at the Pentagon there too. At this time there was some kind of struggle and Bailey's strange energy chi. He lowered his eyes and saw that there were vampires under them, much to his surprise. They tried to attack the government while the guards fired at them. They were in a very difficult situation, and if no one helped them, they would end. Isabella and Eve were there. They told the government officials, "If you don't surrender, the vampires will finish them off." The girls said they came here on Bailey Yun's behalf, bringing a certain degree of authority and confidence to the situation. The news reported that a few days ago, America unleashed a global war that shook the world and caused huge losses across the planet. But luckily, the dragons and vampires were able to defeat the Pentagon. It was also reported in the news that Bailey Yun's students managed these operations and were able to succeed. But in less than 3 days, the World War was concluded, bringing an end to the bloody conflict and helping to restore peace and tranquility to the world. Bailey at this time was sitting in his office and watching the news. He was extremely pleased with the work of his students. Gia approached him and said that the UN General Assembly was about to start its session. They opened the large door and entered the hall where they were already expected. Bailey said that the topic of today's meeting will be taking control of the government in America. He said that he will not participate in the reorganization of the leadership, but they can take it upon themselves. There were representatives of different countries, including his students, Marshal Keel. The Marshal understood that the Bailey organization was responsible for the destruction of the Celestial League and the capture of the United States, and decided not to take the initiative in this yet. One of the representatives of the Consortium of America said that since Bailey is not involved in this, they will not interfere. Another representative of America said that he heard the Roland family is under the command of Mr. Bailey, so why don't they leave it to Angel? She was very surprised when she heard this, overcome with shock. Bailey said he didn't mind and asked if anyone had any objections. The girl who sat next to Eve said that she would like to take over a part of this night and lead the vampire clan and help Angela in the management. Seeing this girl, Bailey was surprised because it was Lon Sensen, and he could not believe that she had grown up so quickly after so many years. She turned to Bailey and asked if she could do it. He replied that he did not see any problems with this. Besides, he did not mind if Angel had assistance. From this moment on, the affairs of America will be handled by Angel, who will choose the ruling group, and Lon Sensen will help her. After which he asked those present if they had any objections, and they said they agreed. Eve approached Bailey and said that a year ago, when he disappeared, Sensen came to her. She said that she wanted to become his assistant. He said that she was quite stupid. Eve said that she really was silly, smiling happily. But she said that she was not a vampire per se, but she accidentally had a body that could absorb the blood of vampires. And it was incredible. Bailey asked if it was true that she had such a special body. He told her to call her, but he wanted to talk to her personally. Eva said that she understood everything, and that he would be able to discuss everything with her alone. She went into the office and said that Eva had told her everything, and that she was ready to discuss everything with him. He asked her if she wanted to go back to the way she was before. She replied that she had already missed her chance to walk side by side with him once, and she would not make such a mistake this time. She put his hand on her breast and said that if she ever became a demon, he must destroy her with his own hands. She said that she really wants to help him, and if there is peace in the future, maybe she will be willing to have him seal her. She said that she heard how Angel of the Vampire Clan Dracula III can choose the blood of a person. Maybe he will be able to cancel her demonization. He hugged her and said that he could find a way even without Dracula to keep her power and reverse the demonization. She said that she found out that his luck was the strongest in the world, and for some reason there were dark clouds over his head. He asked her if she could see his destiny. She said that a great future awaits him, but he asked what awaits the human race. She said that I see darkness, but it was still a glimmer of hope that can disperse the clouds. She said that lately she has been to many places and even had a hand in the alchemy of the dead. She said that the reason why the dead become zombies is that they lose their character. Bailey asked her what luck is. She answered that it is a gift from heaven, and without luck you are like a lifeless puppet, and asked her if she could increase luck. She said it was true, and she could do it with him. Suddenly Isabella burst into them and began to shout something. She covered her face with her hand and said that she did not see anything. Isabella told that there is a war in Europe led by the Church of Light, and she came for permission to suppress this chaos. Bailey said that the Church of Light has completely forgotten what fear is, but he will personally deal with it. At that time in Europe, a priest made a speech to the soldiers. He said that the end of the world is very close. And the Church, together with the Holy Scriptures, will protect them and bless their establishment of the Kingdom of Light, the priest shouted. A bunch of people shouted like possessed people that they were ready to go on a crusade. Behind this priest stood Ted, and it seems that he was the organizer of these religious riots. Suddenly, helicopters appeared above them, and this caught them off guard. Bailey looked out from one of them and said that war is a terrible thing for humanity. The soldiers immediately began to attack him, firing their weapons. He, along with Isabella, sprang from the helicopter to launch an attack on the enemies. He began to threaten the priest, exposing his intentions and confirming his authority in this situation. A man stood behind him and said that it looks like he really came. Bailey smiled and said he wasn't surprised to see him here, and asked how he managed to escape from his magic circle. He said if he would fall into his trap, why would he ask for his cooperation? Bailey said that it was all very interesting, and immediately jumped into the attack. Isabella grabbed the priest and asked, "Does the church ignore the existence of the God of Light?" He asked Khan if she was the God of Light. She said if they want to fight, they will get theirs. The priest could not believe that this girl was the God of Light. He said that he could not imagine that Bailey could control such powerful creatures as the God of Light. The priest said that they needed to discuss everything but not here, after which the heir simply told Bailey to follow him. He ordered Isabella to follow what he was doing, giving her an important task and responsibility for his actions. He drew attention to the priest's book and said that perhaps it was a sacred instrument that was connected to the secret realm, and asked if he could look at it. He said they were here to talk about the Celestial Alliance, but Bailey he shouldn't go that far. The young master said that the Holy One provoked the church to start a war and created chaos in Europe, and he wanted to join the Heavenly Alliance and become the enemy of humanity. Bailey said that it is not too late to repent and go over to the side of the human race. The priest replied that the Heavenly Alliance was not so simple, and if Bailey wants to get the Holy Book and take the protection of the human race into his own hands, he must first prove his strength. He rose into the air and began to read scripture in preparation for battle. Bailey said that he likes this kind of negotiation very much, and he does not mind to warm up. The priest immediately attacked him with powerful energy using a purification technique. But the young master immediately summoned the power of fire to counter this attack. He made a leap and dealt him a powerful blow, showing his skill and strength in battle. The priest fell to the ground and breathlessly said that it was impossible. The young master ordered him to give the book and break the contract with her. Moreover, he sees that his life is almost coming to an end, but he can help him prolong it. He was very surprised and asked if he could help him increase his time on Earth. He said he has the recipe for the elixir of longevity, and he can share it with you. The priest thought that he was already defeated and there was no point in Bailey lying to him, after which he agreed to terminate the contract with the book. He gave him the book, and Bailey immediately handed him the elixir of longevity. The spirit of a beautiful girl appeared before him. but he asked if it was the spirit of a sacred book. She said that she hopes that in the future he will be able to protect the human race as he promised. He replied that she cannot worry, but he will definitely fulfill his promise. The priest bowed to him and said that from this day he would serve him as a god. They returned to the church, where a disgruntled Ted was waiting for them, and saw that when the priest went to Bailey's side, he immediately disappeared. Suddenly, a soldier ran to the church and said that vampires are being killed in the dead forest, and people who live near that area may suffer. He asked unhappily, "Did the Church of Light have problems with vampires?" The priest answered that they have been at war with them for a long time, and there is a war going on between them. Bailey decided that these events were a coincidence. He told Isabella to call Sensen and Eve and tell them to go to the dead forest first. The girls arrived at the forest to assess the situation and said that everything was calm there. Suddenly, they saw a huge coffin that broke out of the bowels of the earth. She was surrounded by a pack of red-eyed vampires, creating a menacing atmosphere around her. And when it opened, they saw how a vampire's head flew out of it. He asked the girls how they dared to break into his territory. Eve said that guests came from Yunshao Palace to his military leader. He started shouting that she should get out of here, and they don't want to see them here. After which, a pack of vampires immediately pounced on them, trying to tear the girls to pieces. Sensen said that she will deal with the main one, and Eve can take care of the others. They immediately began to crush the vampires, tearing their bodies to pieces. They shouted and said that they shouldn't do that because they are of the same race. But the girls didn't care, but they continued to exterminate them. Eve asked Sensen how she was feeling because killing so many vampires must have brought a lot of energy to her body. Suddenly, Sensen was in a lot of pain and she grabbed her head. Eve ran up to her and asked what happened, and she said that she couldn't control it. They flew into the sky to get away from here because it was becoming dangerous to stay here. But some tentacles appeared from the water, trying to grab him and pull him under the water. Eve managed to see them, but they rushed towards the girls. After which, Eve was grabbed and tied by the hands and feet at the same time, beating them with a stream of current. Sensen also managed to grab them, after which they began to drag them underwater. Eve tried to resist, but they were very strong and slippery. Fortunately, Bailey appeared near them and was able to cut off the tentacles in time, freeing the girls. It seems that Sensen started turning into a demon after absorbing a lot of vampire blood. She was out of her mind, so she started behaving strangely, after which she broke free and even hit Eve. But Bailey reassured her and said that everything was fine, because she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Besides, his main task now is to solve the problem with vampires. After these words, Bailey pointed to the great vampire that jumped out of the water. He said that he had his tongue for too long. Does he really think that he can destroy the vampire clan? Bailey said that he was acting too proud and suggested that he test his strength. The vampire ordered him to stop without hesitation and then attacked him. The young master told him that he was too weak and immediately directed fire chains at him. The vampire was very surprised by his strength and asked how he managed to do this, since he cannot be defeated by any mortal. Bailey told him that he had only two options, either he would obey him or he would be destroyed. When the vampire saw the blade of the fiery sword in front of him, he did not know what to answer, because he understood that this boy was not joking. He shouted that it seems Todd does not want to fight with him because he understands that their forces were not equal. Bailey said he couldn't trust his words and said he would seal him now. He said that the bloodline curse is very powerful and will help control the vampire family through Dracula. They immediately created a magic circle under him for the ritual, which Dracula, was unable to escape. He said that this technique would help control all the vampires that were demonized by him. But now he better behave himself or he will end his life quickly. Dracula said that he understood everything. He and the girls began to conduct a ritual to tame the vampire. The vampire screamed from pain and insult because he could not survive such shame. Bailey started yelling that they should be careful because Dracula decided to risk his life to use Sky Thunder. A huge beam descended to the ground trying to hit his enemy, but Bailey's fire shield was able to deflect it. He said that for now he is able to contain this power, but it will get stronger, and they could all be in danger. Suddenly this thunder began to attack the girls and they could barely stay on their feet. He said that it is better not to delay it, but he will fly to meet this thunder. Cecile said that he was more careful and didn't risk his life, because without him they definitely won't manage. He decided to use for this the sacred book that he recently received from the priest. He hugs Eve and says that everything is fine, and before the forces of heaven and earth, it's a little hard to resist. But this is not a problem for him. She told him not to do that again, because when they see that he is in pain, they feel bad too. He said that everything is fine, and now the bloodline curse was about to take effect. Dracula knelt before him and said that he now serves him. The vampire told Bailey that he knew about his problems with the Celestial Alliance and was ready to help him with it. The young master was surprised and asked why he was in such a hurry to deal with the Alliance. He said that the Celestial Alliance and vampires have always been enemies because they constantly tried to exterminate them. It was because they could not force the vampires to obey, and all this year they sent werewolves to war against them, Dracula said. Bailey was surprised to hear that there was such a strained relationship between the vampires and the Celestial Alliance. He ordered him Dracula to gather all the vampires, and they will immediately go with him to Siberia to hunt werewolves. After a few days, they arrived in Siberia, surrounded by local landscapes and surprised by new impressions of this place. Some people met them there and said that they were glad to welcome the Heavenly Emperor as a guest. He asked them if they had found a place where werewolves lived. They pointed to a small town in the north. This town looked quite ordinary and did not look like a werewolf den, and Bailey raised his hand and ordered his men to attack to find and hunt them all down. There were not only adults, but also small werewolves, creating variety and movement in this dangerous and unpredictable environment. Cecile looked at all of this in horror and asked Bailey if he was going to destroy them all. He said that unfortunately he would have to because it was a war. She said that there were a lot of children here. He said that destroying children is really too much, but they will have to be imprisoned in a secret kingdom and they will never be allowed to leave there. Suddenly a werewolf jumped out in front of them and said that if they do not retreat, they will release nuclear weapons on their continent. Bailey understood that he could easily stop these missiles with his cultivation. The werewolf understood that he did not scare them with this and said that there is no blood feud between them, so there is no need to destroy each other. The young master turned to all the werewolves and said that he is giving them only one chance. They must leave the Heavenly Alliance and then go underground. He warned them if he saw them again, he would exterminate them all. In the end, his soldiers retreated, although they managed to inflict very serious damage on their population, after which they immediately flew away, leaving only ruins behind their city. Ted appeared behind the werewolf and said that he underestimated Bailey again. The werewolf immediately knelt down in front of him and said that he thought he had been sealed by Bailey Yun. He replied that this is why he is here, revealing his purpose, and said that after all these years of taking care of them, it was time to get his strength back, saying that with their power he would be able to break this seal. The werewolf began to beg him not to, but it was too late and he began to absorb their life energy. Bailey and his squad were following the village all this time, and saw how the clone of the head of the Alliance was trying to make a breakthrough to break out of his trap. He turned to Cecile and said that the werewolves were finished and ordered everyone to take over the Russian army. Suddenly, Sensen appeared in front of him, and he was very happy to see her. She said she wanted to apologize for making everyone worry. He said it's okay, but she came back just in time. Bailey said they needed to destroy the head of the Alliance once and for all. At this time, he was just absorbing the heavily destroyed werewolves, and was finally able to break through to a new level of Earth Immortal. Bailey with his team was already behind him. He said that the absorption ritual was completed and it was worth finishing the bastard, because he was now in the weakest state. It seems that Bailey's appearance was a surprise and he was stunned by the surprise. He thanked him for the fact that he helped get rid of the werewolves and said that now he can just calmly finish him off. Ted started to run away and said that Bailey was wrong if he thought he was going to fight him now. The young master said it was a smart move, but he still wouldn't let him escape. He told the girls to go home because they weren't ready for that yet. Ted was flying over the North Sea and already thought that he was able to break away, until suddenly Bailey appeared from the portal in front of him and was able to give him a good scare. Wings protruded from his back. He held a sacred book in his hands and a cloud of sharp swords surrounded him. He couldn't believe that he was able to use the Heavenly Emperor's sacred book. Bailey smiled and said that his spirit would never be exhausted by this book. He created a wall of fire in front of him that blocked his path. Seeing this, Ted started screaming in horror and said that Bailey was taking on too much. He tried to punch the wall to open his way, but nothing came of it, and the barrier did not yield. In a moment, the young master was already near him and tried to strike with his sword. Ted shouted that if he was destroyed today, he would take Bailey with him. He replied that now that he has the Holy Book, he can't even count on it. He pointed his hand at him and asked, "Does he still think that he is solving something?" And directing a stream of destructive energy at him, said that you will now be destroyed. Ted lost consciousness and began to fall down. Bailey hung above him in the air and said that now that he destroyed it together, his body became useless. But he was not sure that he had no other body in this world, but even if he had one, he would destroy it too. Now that he could break through to a new level, it was time to go to the Cave of the Three Kings and gain the skills he needed to prevent disaster. He arrived at the mountain where the Cave of the Three Kings was located with Shen. She asked him why they were here. He said that he was on the verge of breaking through to a new level, so he wants to get something here, Shen asked. Are they going to break in? He said it's a good idea, but they'll try to be polite to begin with, and if that doesn't work, they'll use her plan. After which he sent a dove that flew to the top of the mountain. He said if they are seen together, the Lord of Men may be angry, so they will try to do everything well to begin with. But if it doesn't work out, he will be beaten until they give him what he needs. Suddenly, two masters jumped down from the top of the mountain and flew to meet them. Bailey was surprised that it was not the Lord of Men who came to them. These two asked them what brought them to the Cave of the Three Kings. He greeted them and said that he came to ask for the secret left by the Yellow Emperor. It clearly excited them, but they looked at each other. They answered that this is not possible, so he should return, because he will only waste his time. He said that he can exchange it for equipment that is at the level of the Yellow Emperor's secret. One of them asked at or about the same level. He said if this technique was a level lower, then even a million such techniques wouldn't make up for one. Besides, the Yellow Emperor's secret should never be given to outsiders. They pissed Bailey off, and he said that from now on, the two of them had no right to talk to them, and ordered them to call their master. They told him to wait here, but they will call the master. He frowned and said that means the cave of the three rabbits does not take them seriously. Shen immediately asked him if he needed help. He said to take his time, and this mountain had its secrets that even the three kings might not know about. She excitedly asked him what secret he was talking about. He flew into the sky and said that it will now see everything with its own eyes. Suddenly, dust fell from the top of the mountain, but it turned into a crystal. And Bailey took out his holy book. He spoke some words addressing the book. There was a big earthquake and the mountain started to move. This shocked Shen, and she asked what was going on. The two boys came to their masters and said that this Bailey Yun had removed the shackles that restricted the holy mountain and asked how it was possible, because no one had been able to do this for many generations before. One of the masters said that Bailey Yun surpassed Khan's achievements, and the feud between them should be forgotten. Another master said that the younger generation deserves respect. Another said that he seems to have the right to receive the secret of the Yellow Emperor. They decided that humanity was very lucky to have this young man, and they even decided to invite him to the cave of the three kings. They went outside and invited Bailey and Shen inside the cave. He greeted him and asked to look at the secret of the Yellow Emperor. He answered that the secret of the Yellow Emperor is the great secret of the cave of the three kings, and they must visit the statue of the three kings. They went inside and saw three large statues. The old master said that the secret of the Yellow Emperor is here. Kant suddenly appeared in the cave and asked Bailey what he was doing here. Old Master told him not to be so rude and behave respectfully with Master Bailey. He said that Shen was his bride, and Bailey was his age who stole her, but he was not going to treat them with respect. The old master reminded him that the Empress was no longer his bride, and he was now the head of the sect, so he should behave accordingly. He clenched his teeth and said that he welcomes them to the cave of the three kings. Bailey decided to mock Khan, and said that it had been a long time, but his cultivation hadn't changed at all. He could not stand this insult and immediately lashed out at Bailey, sending them both to the three hells and calling them a licentious couple. Bailey picked Shen up and pulled her away from the enraged Khan. He tried to touch them, but nothing worked. Bailey said that he was behaving very shamefully. He directed a beam of destructive energy at him and said that they would now be destroyed. Bailey saw that he was using liquid metal in his attacks and concluded that he was in cahoots with the head of the Celestial Alliance. But he said that the head of the Heavenly Alliance was destroyed with him, and asked how Khan dared to attack him after that, after which he gave him a powerful fire attack, pinning him to the earth. He said that it had only been a few years. How could you achieve such enormous power, and he must have entered the path of evil cultivation, Khan suggested. Bailey said he was wrong, and the problem was that Khan was too weak. Security came and grabbed him and started dragging him to the exit. The old master approached Bailey and said that he wanted to apologize for his teaching. Bailey said that it's okay, he doesn't care about it, after which he asked to show everything that he came for. The old master said that the secret of the Yellow Emperor is in the statue, and in order to get it, he must pour his spirit into the statue. A bright yellow light began to come from the statue, which lit up the entire cave. The old master saw that he was extremely impressed. He asked how that was possible. Bailey asked him back what he was talking about. They were at the top. Bailey asked what it was Master said he had never heard of it and had never been here before. From below, he saw some spirit and asked if it was up. He answered him that technically he should be called the Spirit of the Earth or the Father of the Earth. He said he wanted to apologize for the disrespect. Bailey said he called him here and maybe he needs help. The Father of the Earth answered that he came trial of the three kings and deserved the reward of the law of the Lord of Earth and Heaven. Hearing this, Bailey was extremely impressed, feeling very grateful for the words of recognition and support. A strange energy immediately appeared around him, which he perceived as an unexpected and powerful source of power or potential. The Father of the Earth told him that now Bailey would be the master of the Mountain of the Three Kings. He said that he wanted to tell him something else, and said that he hoped that he would be able to cope with this task. While Bailey was talking to Father Earth, one of the masters approached the other Ta and said that the mountain recognized Master Bailey Yun as his new master. They approached him and bowed, saying that they would take the sect members to another place, and he must fulfill the mountain spirit's request. The old master said that if the top chose him, it means that he believes that he can handle this burden, and there is no one better than him who could do it. Bailey turned to Shen and said that they should immediately go to the depths of the Pacific Ocean. He explained that the Earth could be destroyed. A few hours later, they were flying over the Pacific Ocean. Shen said that something is wrong here because some unknown island appeared in the Pacific Ocean that shone with silver. He said that she did not come close, and he would check everything himself. Suddenly, some terrible monster broke out from under the ocean and even managed to grab Shen and injure her. Bailey managed to be nearby and freed her from the monster. He immediately used the law of heaven and earth against these monsters, and this attack was able to immediately defeat the terrible monster. He rushed to it while it was motionless and decided that he could finish it off with one blow, after which he cut off the monster's head with his fiery sword. This creature chose the wrong person to attack and then hid in the depths of the ocean. Shen said it was very strange and asked, "Where did this demonic energy come from here?" Suddenly, this creature came out of the ocean again, but this time it looked even uglier. He said that most likely the shackles of the earth were removed, and it was one of the manifestations of metallic life to take over the planet. Bailey said that it looks like all the wars that the Celestial Alliance has been waging all over the world were just a diversionary maneuver. He lifted a huge piece of the mountain and then threw it into the ocean directly at the monster, trying to smother it. Gia called him and said that the earth unexpectedly expanded tenfold, and cosmic cracks appeared all over the world, and now all countries want him to return to the UN. She was already waiting for him in the meeting hall, where all the heads of different countries had gathered. He asked her what happened. She said that earthquakes occur all over the world, mountains and oceans change, and different kinds of monsters appear. She said that even some countries have disappeared from the face of the earth. He asked, what is the state of their continent? Bailey immediately arrived on the island. Gia told that the good news was that there were no sea beasts and monsters on their territory yet, and with the help of their organization, many people were saved. Meanwhile, members of Yuxiao addressed them from the screens and informed them that Eastern Europe had been taken over by metallic life, and all of India had also been lost, and metallic life was ruling there as well. Bailey said that they should not blame themselves and asked to capture several metal creatures to find out their future plans. Gia told him that there was one more important message for him. She showed him a tablet and said that a new continent had appeared in the center of the Pacific Ocean on which giants lived. The giants were 100 meters tall with very thick skin, and people were not rivals for them. Bailey said that he would go there personally and find out everything. In the evening, Bailey had already arrived on the island of Giganets to scout the situation. With him for company, as always, was Shen. She asked him what it was. He explained that it was a race of giants that were very difficult to fight. Dwarves also appeared there. They were also quite a strong race. Bailey flew up to one and grabbed him. He was displeased to ask what he was doing. He applied hypnosis to the dwarves and said that you must answer his questions and asked how they got to Earth. He said that deep in the desert of the dwarf planet, a portal appeared through which they came and ended up here. The gods of their tribe called this portal the Holy Star, the dwarf said. When Bailey and Shen heard about the Holy Star, they were very surprised. The dwarf said that it was a legendary place where the souls of all the saints returned after death. According to an ancient book that he read in the past life of the human race, there are 3 kingdoms: the human kingdom, the kingdom of energy cultivators, and the kingdom of immortals, Bailey recalled. The Juxiao continent was above the realm of humans. It was the realm of cultivators. There was also a demon realm and a ghost realm to keep the balance between the realms. The human race opposed the demon realm, and the main force opposed them was the cultivator realm. The souls of dead cultivators who sacrificed themselves for the common good gathered in a place called the Netherworld. Legend has it that if only a handful of true believers get to the underworld, where they will find peace and even a chance for resurrection. Then he asked the dwarf what their highest level of energy cultivation was. He said it was the last level of the Spirit Emperor. Bailey asked the dwarf why their emperor did not come, because right now the portal allows creatures below the Spirit Emperor to enter. Suddenly, the dwarf went out of control and began to break out of his grasp. A huge giant one-eyed cyclops monster appeared behind Bailey. He managed to cover himself and Shen with an energy shield to protect himself from his unexpected attack. The giant struck a powerful blow with his sledgehammer on Bailey's shield, and an explosion occurred. They managed to jump back, and Bailey turned his attention to some portal. He said that it was a space portal of giants, and a large amount of chi energy was coming out of it, like a powerful stream rushing towards the Earth. Shen asked if they blew up all the pillars, would they then be able to destroy this passage? He replied that it was not necessary because it is an opportunity for the people of the Earth and for their evolution. He said they need to get out of here immediately. Shen asked if he doesn't want to deal with giants anymore. He said that he had an idea about something bigger. Bailey arrived at Longdine Island where he met the Kunlun brothers. He said that now the chi from the space passage was pouring into Earth and the crisis on Earth was over, but he was still worried about the condition of their bodies. He gave them pills and said that they would help strengthen the body. They thanked him very much and asked what his future plans were. He said that he now controls all the kingdoms on Earth and he has already distributed them all over the world and connected them in one main massif, and now he will open the return passage. They anxiously asked him if he wanted to leave the Earth. He explained that he was now the center of the formation so that he could immediately activate it, and from now on, he was counting on the Kunlun brothers to take care of everything on Earth. After that, he ordered the formation to open, and a giant magic circle appeared. Shen understood that Bailey finally achieved his goal and everything worked out for him. He turned to her and said that the space passage was open and invited her to come with him if she wanted to see what was there. He took her hand and together they stepped inside the portal, ready for new adventures and challenges in the unknown world. When they got there, Bailey was very surprised as he sensed something was wrong by sensing changes in the environment or energy aura. The passage began to behave very erratically, and this worried Bailey, as he understood that such instability could have negative consequences for their journey. In the middle of the portal, a strong energy storm began, which began to distance them from each other. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and saw a little girl in front of him who was trying to wake him up. He woke up as if from a terrible dream and did not understand what was happening. Asking where he was, the girl answered him that it was the village of Yunxiao. Bailey thought if he remembered correctly, the small village had been renamed Yunxiao Settlement when he entered the Juxiao continent. This was after he became Palace Master Yuxiao's personal disciple. He asked the girl if this place belongs to the country of Liyun. She answered that such a country has not existed for 500 years, and in general, it is somehow strange. Bailey was shocked and asked if it had been 500 years since the disappearance of Liyun country. He asked how many years had passed since the name of Yunxiao village was changed. She replied that somewhere around 900 years ago, because around that time Bailey Yun appeared, and it only took him 300 years to reach the Holy Spirit realm and become the master of Yuxiao Palace. Bailey realized that the time when he passed through the cosmic passage was the same as in his past life. Often the space of the cosmic passage was chaotic, so he could not get to the right point in time. The girl asked him if he was a follower of Bailey Yun. He replied that it was almost something like that. He understood that by this time he had already been dead for 600 years, so it would be interesting to pretend to believe in himself. The girl said that he probably came here because he wants to worship in the Bailey Yun temple. He asked with surprise what kind of temple it is. She offered to go inside and look around. In the middle of the temple, he saw his own big statue holding his favorite sword. The girl said that she was the guardian of the temple, revealing her role in this world. Part of the temple was destroyed, and there was little left of it. So Bailey asked in frustration if it was the temple of the great Bailey Yun. Hearing his skepticism, she said that in this place, a few years ago, there was a huge city of Yunxiao, which covered an area of 3,000 acres with thousands of temples of white jade bricks and gold tiles. Suddenly, he told her to look into his eyes and use hypnosis, saying that she should answer where the gate of Yunxiao Temple is. As if enchanted, she answered that they were stolen and burned by our firewood. He also asked where the walls of the temple were. She answered that all the bricks from the walls were stolen to build their own houses, after which he asked where her family was. She said that only she was left of the family. When the effect of hypnosis ended, she got scared and asked what he had done to her. He sternly asked her if she knew what was happening in the Yuxiao Palace. She said that the palace is an incredible place, and after God Bailey Yun married Empress Aiden, there was an endless celebration in the palace. But later she heard rumors that God Bailey Yun became possessed and went mad. She excitedly said that he was forced to transfer all of his power to Aiden, and her energy cultivation had greatly increased. And over the next 100 years, she led the disciples of the Yuxiao Palace to victory over the other 8 sects and became the goddess who ruled over everyone on the Juxiao continent, and all the people of the continent admired her. And even the gods from the realm of gods were forced to worship her as the goddess of the 9 heavens. Bailey listened attentively to the girl, he thought. Was Aiden really able to become so strong? Besides, she united the entire Juxiao continent. Suddenly the girl fainted and said that her ancestors said that the maids and students of Bailey Yun were persecuted by Aiden. He was very surprised when he heard all this information, enlightened with new knowledge and understanding. Suddenly, someone interrupted their conversation. Someone appeared behind them and started shouting and calling the girl a damn witch. Some mad people broke in there. They shouted that if it wasn't for this girl, this place would not have become what it is now, and they blamed her for it. They threw sticks and stones at her. Bailey hugged her to protect her and asked what was wrong with these residents. She replied that they think that the reason for the poverty and chaos in the city of Yunxiao is in this temple, and because the goddess of the 9 heavens has sent these curses on them. But while she was here, they did not manage to destroy this temple completely, she said, while they were hiding behind the column. Bailey asked her why she didn't leave here all this time. She answered with tears in her eyes that this temple was her home and she had nowhere to go. Hearing her words, he was moved, raised his finger up and stood in a heroic pose. And his majestic spirit appeared above his statue, which caused a great impression and even a little fright in the girl. People who saw it were extremely impressed and fascinated. They decided that it was the ghost of God whom they had angered, and she began to run away from there. Then he asked the girl if she would like to accompany him on his journey to Yuxiao Palace. She was very surprised and impressed by this suggestion, after seeing Bailey's spirit and asking who the hell he was and how he was connected to the occasion that had just appeared. He said that he was Bailey Yun, and he came to reclaim what belonged to him. After some time, the girl was able to understand the information that the majestic god Bailey Yun is really in front of her, and asked him if they would really go to Yuxiao Palace. He replied as to the beginning, in fact, they would have to go to the country of Liyun. They took 2 fast horses and set off on a journey filled with dangers and unknown adventures that awaited them on this new stage of their journey. She turned to him and said that it has been 500 years since the country of Liyun was destroyed. Suddenly, a couple of robbers appeared in front of them, sitting on strange creatures. They ordered them to stop. The two looked quite menacing and dangerous, wearing looks that reflected their confidence and readiness for any challenge. The girl immediately got very scared and said that it was the Wolf King's gang, but Bailey quickly dealt with them. On the same day, the members of this gang robbed the village of Yunxiao, saying that one of the residents killed someone from their gang. They came and said they wanted revenge and promised to destroy the whole village. The village suffered great losses. Many people were destroyed and robbed. The next day, Bailey and his girlfriend arrived in the city of Lian, where they were met by a young man who did not allow them to enter. He said that soon there will be a recruitment of students at Yuxiao Palace, so no one can enter without an ID. Bailey understood that there was real chaos on the Juxiao continent, not counting the robberies by petty bandits on the road, so it is not surprising that documents were demanded here. He didn't have any documents, but he wanted to look inside the city to investigate the situation with Yuxiao Palace. Also, he didn't expect that they would recruit students, but this could play into his hand. The girl asked him what they should do now. He said that they need to find out where the locals can get identity cards and then get into the city. Suddenly, a bunch of horsemen appeared in front of them and shouted for them to get out of their way. Bailey asked why these nobodies dared to behave so brazenly. One of them approached Bailey and told him to get out of the way, calling him a beggar. The girl tried to pull him away so that he would not fall into the paws of the beast. He told the girl to step aside while he figured it out. The rider continued to shout for him to get out of the way and began to threaten him. He took out his whip and tried to strike the young master with it, but Bailey managed to grab the rope and asked what the hell was he talking to him like that, whereupon he yanked him hard by the whip, pulling him to one side, and the rider fell from his mount and fell to the ground. His servants ran up to the rider and asked if everything was all right with him, calling him young Master Feng. Fan looked at Bailey and asked what kind of impudence he had and how he dared to attack him, adding that he had no idea who I was dealing with. He said that he didn't care who he was and that this was not his road. Besides, he galloped down it, knocking people down along the way. Fan's servants shout for Bailey to shut up because he attacked a young gentleman who was a member of the royal family of the Black Leopard Empire. Fan started threatening Bailey again and saying that he must be tired of life. Bailey said, if he's from the royal family, do they think it's okay to ride an animal and beat up other people? Then he's not going to put up with that kind of insolence from him. He and his servants at once surrounded Bailey on their wild steeds and prepared to attack him together. Fan shouted and ordered his servants to immediately attack and tear him to pieces. The horsemen took out their weapons and immediately charged, trying to injure the young master. But they didn't even guess what a strong person they were dealing with, and in a moment Bailey was already behind the leader. Seeing his speed, they were extremely angry with Khan and asked each other how it was possible. But it was already too late to think, and the young master was able to deliver a powerful fiery blow to the young master. But surprisingly, the effect of this blow was not very strong, and Bailey realized that Fan had some kind of protective artifact. But still, this attack was able to knock Fan off his mount and he fell to the ground. Bailey was already quite angry and wanted to teach these brats a lesson. In the end, they were all destroyed and only one of their leaders, Fan, remained. He was no longer so brave, but told Bailey not to approach him, begging anyone for help. The young master put his hand directly on his forehead while he cried out in terror and begged for help. His protective artifact was immediately destroyed and disintegrated into several pieces. Bailey grabbed him by the collar and began to shake him violently to further intimidate the rich young son. Suddenly, a man appeared behind him who wanted to attack Bailey. He shouted for him to let the young prince go, but it was already too late, because Bailey managed to break the man's neck. He gave him an energy blow and asked how he dared to kill the prince. He explained that for this emperor, Bao would destroy 9 generations of his family. Bailey asked the man how such an earth monk dared to attack another immortal from behind. He replied that since the young prince's guard did not cope, he must do it, because Emperor Bao will not let him go until he is destroyed. Bailey looked at him sternly and pointed his hand at him using the true flame technique. Seeing his technique, he was horrified and began to shout that it was impossible. After the attackers were destroyed, Bailey grabbed the girl and started to run away. He understood that the second-rate earthly immortals would not be able to do anything to him, but there could be hundreds of them in this place, so you have to run. While they were running away, something caught his attention. It was a huge bird with some people sitting on its back. He felt that incredibly powerful chi energy was coming from them, the people around. But they immediately paid attention to him, forgetting about what happened recently with Bailey. A golden core cultivation monk was riding on this bird. It seems they appeared here for a reason and also hunted Bailey. 3 monks descended from the bird, the old woman in front of him and the girl. He did not know who these 3 were, but it was better to wait and see what would happen next. He asked them who they were and what they needed, showing his caution and desire to ascertain their intentions. One of the monk's students started shouting how dare he not kneel before the spirit emperor, but the emperor calmed him down and asked Bailey what his name was and if he had a teacher. He ran away and said his name was Xiao Yun, but it was his sister Xiao Yu, but they didn't have a teacher. The spirit emperor laughed, then said that was very good. He said that he was a golden core monk of Yuxiao Palace and asked if he wanted to become his disciple. Bailey said no, because in the end, he wouldn't be able to teach him the practice. The spirit emperor confusedly asked what he meant. The young master explained that the monk trains his qi, and he trains his body, so he will not be able to instruct him. The spirit emperor said that he was very sorry, but he was not the only one in Yuxiao's palace, so if he wanted to, he could come to his palace in 3 days. The young master agreed. After he said goodbye to everyone, his pursuers realized that as long as he was covered by a palace monk, they would not be able to stop him, but they still had to report it to Emperor Bao. He and the girl walked along the forest path. She said that he was an amazing person, after which she asked where they would live for the next 3 days. He said that his old friend named Louis Xiao lived nearby. He told that 600 years ago, when he was traveling across the continent, he was lucky enough to save the life of Louis. So every time he visited the city of Lyon, they knocked out a couple of glasses. He approached the great lion statue that stood at the entrance and said that he had created this statue. The door opened and a man came out. He said that he saw him standing in front of his door for a long time and asked what he needed. Bailey addressed him by name, hoping that he would remember him. He sternly asked how he knew the nickname of his youth. Bailey said that he was a friend of the man who carved the statue of his lion. Luis was very surprised to hear it. He turned to the young master and his girlfriend and said that they should not go with him and thought that the eyes of this young man and his features were very familiar. They went inside, but he immediately asked what the connection was between him and the person he was thinking about. Bailey said that they had the same mother and said that 700 years ago, his brother thanked him for introducing him to the princess of the city of Liyun and gave him the amulet. The young master understood that in fact he had risen from the dead, but it would be difficult to explain to others, so it would be easier to tell such a story. Luis said that he believes his words. Bailey said that he lived in isolation for many years and that he is not familiar with what is happening on the continent now, so he would like Luis to tell him everything. He said that he would be happy to tell him about everything and said that the amulet that Bailey gave him contained a piece of his brother's soul. But he found out that he was destroyed by the goddess of the 9 heavens, Empress Aiden. He said that after his death, Aiden's power grew like yeast, and that she was crowned by the gods themselves as the goddess of the 9 heavens. And now her power was undisputed and she had almost become the true god of the Juxiao continent. Bailey decided that, based on this information, he didn't need to hurry with the search for Aiden, and asked if there was one more thing he wanted to ask if Luis knew who Emperor Bao of the Black Leopard was. When he heard this name, he was very alarmed and asked whether it was he who destroyed his son. He told that the ruler of the Black Leopard Empire is the Bao family, but he was able to reach the level of the spiritual emperor of the Third Circle 300 years ago. Luis said that he would never forgive him for destroying his son, but despite the danger of leaving him at home, he offered to spend the night with him, for which Bailey was very grateful. At this time, Bailey was meditating and cultivating energy, but he was able to sense the presence of hostile people. That same night, a man appeared on the roof of Luis's house. This man shouted that he came to take revenge for the destruction of Fan and will destroy everything here until he finds his killer. Luis came to him and asked what he needed and why he decided that Fan's killer was here. Luis immediately felt that this man's level was a third circle spiritual emperor, while he was only at the second circle, which meant that his strength was far inferior to him. He demanded that Luis betray the murderer of the young Prince Fan, and then he would leave him. Luis said that it would depend on how strong he was, and if he could make him do it, then summoned the spirit of a mighty lion in preparation for battle. The man immediately rushed to attack him and said that going against the empire of the Black Leopard, he would meet his death. Luis made a wave of his hand, seeing that the enemy was approaching. Immediately after that, there was a powerful explosion that hit the attacker. He was able to absorb the energy of the strike into an energy sphere, saying that it was a good attack, but too slow. He was extremely impressed by the power of his opponent's technique. He was extremely fast and his punches were devastating. But he did not give up and decided to attack him with the phantom of his majestic lion. There was a mad burst of energy followed by an explosion. Meanwhile, a large crane was flying across the sky carrying a monk and his disciples on its back. Bailey thought about why he had never heard of the Spirit Emperor in Lian City before. This monk with a long beard was called Elroy Chan, He was the right hand of Emperor Bao. Meanwhile, his student asked his master Elroy if they would save Xiao Yun. He replied, "Why save him since he was not in danger?" Elroy said that this young man Xiao Yun had a great talent for practice, but he would not agree to become their student because he was too cocky, so they sent an assassin to him. Meanwhile, the brutal battle on the roof continued. The attacker used the separation and illusion technique, and now Leave was attacking a whole bunch of strong enemies. He found himself in a very difficult position, and it would be very difficult for him to win. Suddenly, Bailey appeared there and asked if Luis doesn't know how to play with the golden bell. He thought that despite the fact that he was a body-tempering cultivator, his body had no shortage of spiritual energy, so he could use his defensive technique. Suddenly, a large golden bell appeared in the air, which began to emit power that absorbed other people's energy. When the master from the Palace of the Black Leopard saw this, he was very surprised and thought that this was a terrible technique. A lion sat on top of the bell and pointed it at his enemy. He did not know what to do, but only covered himself with his hand to protect himself from this terrible force. A powerful explosion occurred again due to the collision of two opposing energies, and the enemy master's body was simply torn to pieces. Bailey looked at him and saw that he had released his spirit. This spirit began to approach him, perhaps to finally explode. But he hit him with a book and he flew into the sky like a ball. At this time, Elroy watched him unhappily. He said that it looks like this kid still has many secrets, and if they can't bring him to Yuxiao Palace, they shouldn't let him join other sects. Suddenly, he came down to them. Bailey thought about where he came from and decided that maybe he didn't come here for nothing. He greeted him and said that he was glad to meet the spiritual emperor. He said that when he heard the commotion, he wanted to come to help, but he saw that they were doing well themselves. He threw his suspicious look at Luis and asked Bailey what he had to do with him. He replied that they were old friends. Luis said that Xiao Yun was a very talented person, and it was a pity that Emperor Bao held a grudge against him because he deserved to become a disciple of Yu Xiao's palace. Elroy smiled and said that they were just discussing it. He said if Xiao Yun joins his palace, he will protect him even if the emperor himself is against it, then suggested Bailey to clear the palace. 2 days later, Bailey said goodbye to Luis and the girl and went with Elroy to the palace. He mentally asked them to wait for his return because he was attached to how he was friends. Suddenly, a girl came up to him and asked if he was Xiao Yun. She said that her name was Selma Yu. She was the daughter of Emperor Shan Yu. She added that she heard that he was from the village of Yunshao, which was destroyed by bandits a few days ago. She was displeased and said that according to rumors it was done by the gang of the Wolf King. He said that he would definitely remember it and take revenge on them in the future. She asked if he was from the Xiao family. He said that it didn't concern her which family he was from. She looked at him sternly and thought that he was from Yunshao City. The downfall of the Xiao clan happened because of the Yu Xiao palace, but he would never forgive them, so she decided to get rid of him. Suddenly, someone turned to Bailey and ordered him to come out and take the fight to answer for the murder of Fan Bao. Selma thought that it would be good if Xiao Yun destroyed the emperor's people. Elroy said that they are on his territory, but he does not allow his friends to be attacked here. The man said that he came here to take revenge for the murder of his son Fan, and demanded that Elroy give him Xiao Yun. He said that from now on, Xiao Yun is a new disciple of Yu Xiao Palace, and it is their duty to protect him, but they will not dare to attack him. Elroy took a fighting stance and said if they dare to do this, it will be a challenge to Yu Xiao Palace. The man, seeing the palace banner, said that in that case they would leave. The old man said that he apologizes for not seeing them off. Bailey was very calm and actually waited for Bao to make the first move to attack, but they really left them alone. 12 days later, they arrived at Yu Xiao Palace and it was really beautiful. Bailey felt the surrounding aura of this place could revive his cultivation here, and his practice speed would increase many times. He thought that the world has changed a lot, and so have the people in it. And finally, he returned to Yu Xiao Palace. It was the main square of the palace, and the ship landed right in the middle of it. Elroy said that he should follow Senior Gideon Lee and he would place them and take care of everything. All the new students, including Bailey, followed him. On the territory of the palace, they were met by another man who greeted the guests and Gideon. The students were enthusiastically discussing the beautiful palace while Gideon was whispering something to the man. Gideon told the new arrivals to follow this man, whose name was Toddley, for registration, and he himself flew somewhere on business. Bailey turned around and went the other way. Suddenly, Todd turned to him and told him to stop. He asked, is he not going to live in his dormitory for students? The young master asked him why he should live here. He laughed and called him a kid, then explained that Bailey is now a simple student, so tomorrow he will get a name tag, so he has to do what he is told. Bailey asked him if he was blackmailing him, and he said he wasn't blackmailing him, he was just doing his job. He decided that now was not the time for trouble, so he decided to do like everyone else. But the man shouted after him that he was just a kid from another city, but he dared to show his character. He turned to his fellow lodgers and told them to make trouble for Bailey and as much trouble as possible, because Senior Gideon Lee himself had told him to do it. They asked if it might be worth just finishing him off, The man replied that it was not necessary and that if necessary, Gideon would do it himself. At this time, Bailey was in his room and continued to cultivate and increase his strength. He wanted to find out how many of his friends from 600 years ago were still alive. Suddenly, he felt some sultry chi energy that seemed to be calling him. It was coming from the treasury of the palace. There was his jade sword. This sword was placed there as one of the relics, but for some reason today it started resonating and emitting chi energy. 700 years ago, he had become a disciple of Palace Master Yuxiao through the approval of the jade snow sword. But now he was severely damaged and no longer different from an ordinary spiritual treasure. But in his past life, it accompanied him for hundreds of years and changed his life this time. Bailey wanted to find it again and make it his holy weapon. The hostel owner met him on the first floor and asked if he had a good night's rest. Bailey asked to be given his name tag as he was about to go for a walk. He asked him why he was in such a hurry because the day after tomorrow would be the day of the exams. He sternly said that he needed his nameplate immediately. As a rule, it was issued the day after the arrival of a new student. He said it was possible for the other little ones and they were ready, but not for him. Bailey asked, "What the hell?" He started shouting that he didn't have his license plate and told him to leave, calling him an ill-mannered country boy. Bailey repeated once again that according to the rules, the day after the arrival of a new student, they were issued a nameplate. After which, grabbing him by the collar, he said that he must have decided that he had the right to confiscate his plate. The man began to shout that he was a member of the palace and that he had no right to treat him like that. Bailey grabbed a sign from his yoga belt and said he would use it. He started yelling that Bailey had no right to take his things. The young master said that such a rotten person as him has no right to fill this dormitory. He hit him in the back and said he wouldn't let him go. He put his hand in front of his face, after which he immediately received a powerful, fiery blow. Bailey called him a dog and said that he greatly overestimates his strength. His assistants ran up to him and asked if he was okay. The man said that it looks like he tried to bite off a bigger piece than he could chew. At that time, Gideon was sitting in the tavern and having fun with the girls. His servant ran up to him and said that the head of the dormitory had come to him and told him to let him go. He came in and said that their plan worked, and they managed to provoke Xiao Yun. Emperor Bao was also sitting there. He was very pleased to hear this news. Gideon said that according to the rules of the Yuxiao Palace, all fighting on the grounds was forbidden, so Xiao Yun would be banished. He turned to his messengers and ordered them to go with the innkeeper and use his token, to mobilize the city's security service to capture Xiao Yun. Meanwhile, Bailey arrived at the House of the Swallows. There a woman met him and asked what she could do to help him. She said that they sell women's clothes here. He said that he was looking for the owner of this House of Swallows, named Emma, and wanted to know if everything was all right with her. This girl was very excited by his question, but they said, "Does he know the owner?" He said that he was actually the rightful owner of this house, as his brother had given it to Emma as a gift. Hearing these words, she said that he should follow her. She led him to the back room where a girl was sitting and sewing something from wolfskin. The girl, without distracting herself from her work, asked him if he was a descendant of the late great master. He said his name is Xiao Yun, and the ancestor told him to come here to meet Emma Yanji. Hearing these words, the girl said that he should follow her. They were met by a group of men. Its leader said that he was happy to meet, addressing the girl and calling her Mrs. Fei Fei. She asked what was going on. The security chief replied that they received a report that the man standing behind her attacked the manager of the hotel and beat him badly, so they came to arrest him. She turned to Bailey and asked if what the man said was true. He said that it was true, but he had his own reasons for it, because the owner of the hotel did not want to give him a nameplate, so he had to use force. Hearing this, the security chief said that he should be arrested immediately. But Fei Fei stopped them by covering Bailey with her hands and said that they should wait. The chief of security worriedly asked if she knows him. She replied that she does, so if he really deserves to be imprisoned, she will personally bring him to the police. She asked them, do they think that the cultivation of the head of the House of Swallows is now an empty place for them? The security chief said that of course not. She also reminded that stealing a new student's nameplate is a big crime, and asked why they still haven't taken the hotel owner into custody. She looked at Bailey and ordered the guards to return. Tomorrow she will take him to the administration herself. The guards agreed and said that I hope she will keep her promise. After which she turned to Bailey and said that if he did not give her a reasonable explanation, she would not let him go. He was able to explain everything to her, after which they went to some garden. Entering inside, Fei Fei bowed and said that she wanted to introduce a guest to her grandmother. Suddenly, as if from the sky, a woman appeared in the garden. Fei Fei seems not to have expected her sudden appearance. She was very excited when she saw him and called him master. Tears came to her eyes and she asked why he doesn't call her his little Emma. Hearing this, Fei Fei was shocked. Bailey was also surprised because he did not expect Emma to recognize him. Emma said that she had a request for Bailey, but she hoped that he would fulfill it. She said that she hoped he would take Fei Fei as his maid and let her serve him. Fei Fei was shocked when she heard this, because then what kind of cultivation level did this guy have to have for her to be his maid? She turned to her grandmother and asked her to withdraw this prose, because she did not want to be his maid. Bailey smiled, then said that her granddaughter didn't like the idea, but said he wasn't pushing for it and suggested forgetting about it. She said if Ta doesn't want to be his maid, then she can forget about it, but the selection process will start soon, so she has to accompany him to the exams. She pretended that everything was fine and asked him to follow her. He smiled and thanked Fei Fei for her kindness, expressing his gratitude for her help. She led him to the Hall of Swords and said that until the end of the trials, she and her grandmother would not be able to help him. He replied that he didn't need help at all. She was surprised and said that she wanted to see what he was capable of. But why did the grandmother think so highly of him? When it was time for the exams, many students came from the queue and tried to deal with the sword spirit artifact, but nothing worked. The first applicant was kicked out and told that he was not fit to enter the Hall of the Sword. He begged to give him another chance and convinced that he had the gift of a swordsman. But the severe examiner told him to get out of here, or he would deny him the right even to apply to other halls. For many applicants, it was a real tragedy. The guy in front of Bailey also began to worry, because out of a dozen applicants in front of him could not cope with this task. Fei Fei looked at Bailey and said that it was his turn soon, and if he wasn't careful on the test, it would hurt him, and it wasn't too late to leave. He smiled and asked if she was worried about him, adding that it was actually the sword artifact that she should be worried about. She said that he has a long tongue and these words mean nothing until he shows his skill in action. When the boy in front of Bailey tried only to touch the artifact, she pushed him several meters away. The examiner said that now it was not Xiao Yun's turn. He approached the artifact. The examiner said to put his hand on it and pour his spirit into it, and if he can't take it anymore, he should call it back immediately or he will receive a painful blow. He put his hand on it and began to pour energy into it, but it was so strong that the artifact even turned red. Everyone was extremely surprised and impressed because no one had yet succeeded in subduing the will of the sword. He said that this would probably be enough. The examiner said that this year the strongest student could hold out for only 3 breaths, and he was already doing it for 5 minutes. Bailey finally let the group go and asked the examiner if that was enough. He said that Bailey was the most talented student this year, and he was waiting for him to join the Yuxiao Palace. He thanked him. Meanwhile, Fei Fei stood behind him with her mouth open in surprise. She couldn't believe he was so powerful. But maybe it was a good idea to become his maid. The second round of exams was to begin today. Students had already gathered on the square and listened to the examiner's instructions. Bailey and Fei Fei had already arrived, but she said she would leave him for now. One of the students saw him and said that he had heard that Xiao Yun was some kind of talent, but it turned out that he was just relying on influential friends like Fei Fei. Fei Fei said that his name is Eugene, and he is the only other super genius on the same level as Xiao Yun. She said that he was born into the Kui clan, they were from the 10,000 Sword Immortal clan, and one of his ancestors was a holy sword master. Fei Fei said that it looks like he will become his competition. Bailey skeptically said that he doubted that he was worthy of it. Meanwhile, Emperor Bao planned to attack Xiao Yun during the exam, and said that he didn't care what connections Xiao Yun had because he destroyed his son, and he should pay for it with his life. His servant came to him and said that the next exam will be held on the Wolong Ridge. He said that they should get there immediately, because they cannot miss such an opportunity to set up an ambush. Meanwhile, Bailey and the other students were flying the ship. The examiner said that today they will have a test of their combat experience, but they are not allowed to use any of their additional artifacts. Their only weapon will be the sword with which they have to kill the monsters in this forest. The examiner said that they would seal off the forest with a radius of 100 miles and would not allow beasts of the Spirit Emperor level or higher to enter it. So if they were destroyed by the little monsters, it would mean that they were not worthy to be disciples of the palace. After hearing this, the students started to worry, because in this way, not everyone will be able to pass the exam 100%. He said that each of them would be given a low-quality spirit sword, and in order to follow them, they will use the eyes of heaven to record their results. After which they said that they would have 1 day for everything, and they must begin immediately, whereupon the disciples began to jump from the ship. Bailey understood that there is no point in counting points. The main thing for him is to kill as many monsters as possible. Suddenly, 2 girls appeared in front of him and asked if they could go with him. Another group of girls was standing opposite him, and they were discussing something. Meanwhile, Eugene Kui was also surrounded by women, but all of them were not as beautiful as those who chose Bailey, but he was very angry because of this. So he decided to escape from them using his flying sword. The young master smiled and said that he behaves like a small child. Bailey said he didn't mind, but warned them to keep up with him. He said since the girls had decided to follow him, he wouldn't let them just waste their chance to enter the outer gate. Bailey said that he would beat the monsters to the point of death, after which they could finish them off at the end. After hearing everything, they were very happy, but could not believe their luck. Suddenly, there was a strong burst of energy. They did not understand what was happening. They covered their faces with their hands, and asked why the young master attacked them. But they did not understand that this attack was not intended for them. The fact is that behind them stood a big monster that sneaked up unexpectedly. But Bailey was quickly able to place him in a fiery paste. This creature hovered in the magical realm. Bailey did an alchemical transformation with it, turning it into an elixir. He gave it to the girls and said that they would need it because the test had just begun. They were happy and discussed that they made the right choice by choosing him. All this time, Bailey and the girls were being watched by the examiners. They said that he was able to finish off an 8th-level monster and prepare a first-class elixir from it. The teacher said that he had a feeling that he might even become a disciple of the sect's inner circle. He said that his way of the sword was very familiar to him because he resembled that master who appeared hundreds of years ago. He was sharp and ruthless. His assistant asked, does he mean the head of the Bailey sect? Because that master was a real hero and genius. He said that it is better for them not to discuss it, because the gods and goddesses of the 9 heavens might cause trouble for them because of it. The girls said that they never met. The girl with blonde hair said that her name was Layla and her friend was her cousin named Sylvia. They asked what was his name. But Bailey wanted to introduce himself, as they were already attacked by a new large snake. But he had time to react and deflected his attack with his flaming sword. The girls were delighted and said that it was incredible because this python was already supposed to become a hornless dragon. But he could not even withstand one blow from the young master. Bailey said that this python's body was good for strengthening cultivation. Now that they had enough points, he should stop to improve his cultivation. He started meditating, and the girls said they would protect him while he practiced. The examiner and his assistant continued to follow the new student and said that it seemed his skills were even better than they thought. He was able to use the earth and sky as a furnace, gathering the spiritual energy of the earth and sky to brew high-quality pills that even elders could not do. So the examiner decided to release a large pack of wild animals on him to test his actions in extreme situations. While Bailey continued to practice, the girls prepared to protect him at night. Layla began to worry because they might not be able to cope, and asked him what they should do now. He smiled and said that while he is here, they are just butterflies flying to the fire. Everything around began to explode and engulf the attacking beasts in flames. Bailey said that everything happened as he said, but it's just butterflies for him. The girls were even more amazed and could not believe that they were dealing with such a talented master of energy manipulation. Suddenly, near the flame, he saw a small white cat. He was surprised and said that it seems these monsters were not so stupid. The kitten meowed affectionately and came closer to him. It was close to Earth Immortal level and suddenly attacked Bailey in an attempt to strike with its claws. But he managed to jump away in time, and the kitten could not scratch him with its paws. It jumped again trying to hit, and the kitten even said that he would now send Bailey to hell. But a powerful fire energy attack stopped his attempts. He took the cat by the scruff of the neck and sternly asked why it cursed so much. Keith said if Bailey obeys him, he will give him half a pill to become the Demon King and accept him as his master. Meanwhile, the girls were surrounded by a bunch of wild, evil beasts, eager to attack and tear them apart. But Bailey quickly appeared in front of them and calmed their wild mood. There was another explosion, as if a bomb had exploded nearby. The examiners were shocked by this and could not understand what was happening here. But according to the call of the Heavenly Eye, this blow of Bailey destroyed hundreds of small demons. When the smoke cleared in the ground, you could see a huge crater and the desert caused by the fiery explosion. Eugene noticed this, and he and his friends could not understand what was happening because an ordinary monster could not do such a thing, and even a spiritual emperor would not be able to make so much noise, he said. But he clearly felt the presence of the spirit emperor and said that they should check everything and find out who did it. Meanwhile, Bailey produced another energy pill from this pile of monsters and swallowed it with pleasure, recovering some of his strength. The monsters who saw this were very angry with Khan, and after all, this person had just eaten a pill made of 100 animals. At that moment, Eugene ran up to Bailey and started yelling for him to spit out the pill immediately. He looked at them sternly, not understanding what they wanted from him, and asked why he had to do it. Eugene began to scream and ask, did he already swallow it? He said that it was for his own good because there was fire on top of the pill, but he will not be able to digest it. Bailey threw up his arms and asked, is he going to eat his vomit? He started laughing at him and said that if Eugene wants to eat what he already ate, he still can't because he's already digested the pill, but if he eats Bailey's shit, maybe he can get something useful out of it. After these words, heaps of monsters attacked him again. He began to fight them off and said that it seems they were waiting for these beasts to tire him out, but he said that this would not help them and began to destroy them with the power of flame. The great serpent and the lion were defeated, and Bailey put his hand on them to absorb their energy. Eugene asked him if he was going to finish one of them. When he absorbed enough energy, he redirected her boys by giving them a strong blow and told them they were bothering him by chasing them away, after which he smiled and said that the new pill was already ready. He threw it to the cat, which happily swallowed it, feeling real pleasure. The cat was immediately able to break through and even reach a new level. Bailey said that he was talented enough and worthy to become his spirit animal. Meanwhile, an examiner flew up to him and said that the Volan Ridge was about to be engulfed by fire, and he had to put it out. To his surprise, Bailey opened his mouth wide and began to swallow all the flames inside him, after which he regurgitated deliciously. The examiner opened his mouth in surprise and was shocked by this. He asked what technique Bailey practices to burn out such a powerful spiritual fire. He replied that it is the death swim of the Heavenly Fire Emperor. He started shouting that this technique was long lost and it was simply unbelievable. After which the examiner grabbed Bailey by the shoulders and said that he should go with him to the head of the sect. The young master replied that he did not know who the head was now, but he did not mind going and getting to know him. Meanwhile, he was followed by Bao, who grumbled displeased that Xiao Yun managed to avoid his involvement again and promised that he would definitely find a way to destroy him. They returned to the palace. The examiner knelt down and said that he was Seymour Lan, and he and his student paid tribute to the lord of the palace. This woman on the throne told him to stand up and say what he wanted. She was the current head of the Yuxiao Palace, and her name was Molly Su. Bailey recognized her immediately. It was hard to believe that after 600 years, his maid would be promoted by the goddess of the nine heavens to the head of the Yuxiao Palace. Seymour said that this was the best candidate this year. He possessed the ability to use the surrounding world as a furnace for making pills, and the lost secret of the deadly flame of the Heavenly Fire Emperor. When Molly heard about the Imperial Flame, she was very impressed by it, because it was exactly the technique that Bailey Yun practiced. She said that they could discuss it a little later, and asked what was the name of this young and handsome young man. After he said his name was Xiao Yun, Bailey realized that Molly wasn't very interested in his fire technique, and that was good because she was his main one, and he wouldn't want to share that secret. She said that he has a beautiful name, but told Seymour that he is really a rare talent, and even despite the rules, she will nominate him to prepare for the truth, so he had to take him to Mount Tailashan, until suddenly she threw them out of her room and slamming the door said that she was already tired. Bailey realized she was up to something. Meanwhile, Seymour said he should follow him. Molly couldn't get over the fact that this Xiao Yun was extremely similar to Bailey. And indeed, they were like two drops of water. Only small details distinguished them. Bao did not leave Nadia to get even with Bailey. He turned to his informants and asked if they could find out where he was. His assistant explained that Seymour took him directly to the head of the Yuxiao Palace, and then they went to the urine hall on Mount Tailishan, and he has already become a disciple and is preparing for the ceremony. He was very angry when he heard this because it would be much more difficult to harm Bailey now because their empire was under the jurisdiction of Yuxiao Palace, and it was a great crime to destroy their disciple just like that. He also told Bao that Bailey possessed the Heavenly Fire Emperor's deadly swimming technique. They had a plan, but they decided to implement it. The next day, they arrived at Mount Tailishan. Seymour said that Bailey would stay here and train. He also explained that cultivation was much faster here and wished him success. He was walking in the area and saw a rock on which a poem was carved, the words of which were dedicated to the times of great battles. He touched the rock and said that this is a poem about the times when the young master and his brothers fought side by side, after which they celebrated their victories. When he touched the stone with his finger, a strange energy began to come over him. He asked if it was the will of the sword. He was very shocked by this and asked himself if he could still absorb the sword will he had left. If it was true, then it could increase his cultivation speed. In his past life, he left behind two paintings in which he hid the energy of his swords, and he wondered if they still remained. One of them was in the palace head Yuxiao's bedroom. He was unlikely to be able to get in, but the other was on Mount Xiaoyao. It was possible to get in. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind him and distracted him from his thoughts. She smiled cheerfully and asked who he was. He introduced himself and said his name was Xiao Yun. She asked, "Is he the new disciple of the head of the palace?" He said that from today, yes, the girl said that he is only in the kingdom of the Holy Spirit, therefore he should be an inner disciple, and it is strange that he was transferred here. He told her that he did not know why this happened, then turned around and left. He felt some strange sensations, but she asked where he went because she wouldn't let him go. He smiled and immediately understood that it was the soul-destroying sword technique. She said that she felt that he absorbed some sword will energy from that blade. He was surprised that she was able to sense it. He smiled and said, if I'm not mistaken, her technique was based on the sword theory proposed by Bailey Yun 600 years ago. She threw her sly glance at him and asked what he meant by this. He said that she reached the realm of the sword without the blade, and if she went any further, she would be better off without the sword than with it. Then he asked if she knew what the ultimate goal was. He said that the oneness with the sword is the sword, and the sword is her, but having renounced the sword, she must seal it and become a sword herself. After hearing this, she was very surprised and asked what it means to become a sword itself. He said that he is only in the kingdom of the Holy Spirit, but she should not listen to what he says. The next day, All the students gathered in the square of the Hall of Swords. The old master addressed them and said that he was an elder who guarded the treasury, and today he would give them a chance. He said if one of them could draw a sword and make him react, he could make them his personal disciple. After hearing this, the disciples were extremely amazed, and everyone wanted to try their hand at it. Bailey immediately realized that once he received the recognition of the Jade Heavenly Sword, it might attract even more suspicion to him. It was a divine sword, so only Bailey could control it, so he will order the sword to choose a worthy master and help him, but later he will return it to himself. The master said that now everyone should come up and try to pull out the sword, and whoever can pull it out will become his student. She decided to try Layla first. She thought that if she could pull out this sword, she would become a true disciple of the Yuxiao Palace. She tried her best, but nothing worked. In the end, Master told her to let another applicant try. Eugene was next in line. Meanwhile, Layla ran away in tears, saying that she was very ashamed of herself. Bailey smiled and said in his mind that the Jade Heaven sword already had its owner, and he would let another person use it. Suddenly, Eugene's body lit up, and a powerful energy engulfed him. He began to scream, but he could not believe that he had drawn a sword. The elder greeted him and said that from now on he is now his student. The teacher thought that if the sword chose this boy, then perhaps his talent was no worse than that of the first great master Bailey Yun. Eugene bowed to the elder and said that he paid tribute to his teacher. He turned to Bailey and said that now that he's a senior student, he doesn't have to greet him every time he sees him. Bailey decided to let him off the hook while he looked after his sword. He decided to express his respect to him and asked him to take care of him from now on, because his talent was undeniable. He laughed and said that he agreed. Meanwhile, the elder announced the second round of the test and ordered his son to approach the square. This time they were faced with a strategy test. All the students were afraid of this test because it was considered very difficult. Meanwhile, a girl he met before ran up to Bailey. He asked what she wanted. She asked if he was a rookie and said that with his age and level, he would become a true heir. He smiled and said that she clearly did not come here just to pay him a compliment. She said if the Jade Sword had declared him its master, she might have praised him, but that was not destined to happen. So she came to ask if what he said about being one with the sword was true, but he spread his hands and said that it is delusional, and if she wants to reach such a level, she has to endure endless pain, but it was too hard for her, and she will not understand it. She asked, did he lie to her at first? He explained that in the end, if she continues to practice, she will be able to become a sword in the hands of someone else. She saw a strange glow around his body and asked if it was his sword will. She said that he is really talented, but she was not like him, and if she has the opportunity to join him in the future, she will be glad. And he should remember her name, Banian. Hearing her name, he was very impressed and even lost the gift of speech. He remembered his conversations with Aiden and how she said if they ever had children, why not name them Banian? He excitedly, almost bursting into a scream, asked, is her mother the goddess of the 9 heavens? She said that it is possible, and it is possible that it is not. But what does it matter to him at all? She warned him not to interfere in her personal life and said goodbye to him. He could not believe that this girl was his daughter, because it simply could not be. Meanwhile, at Yuxiao Palace, Molly asked her assistant Qiulin to bring Xiao Yun to her, because she wanted to discuss something with him. The next day, she met with Bailey, saying her name was Qiulin, and informed him that the head of the station, Molly, wanted to meet him. He immediately asked her if she knew a girl named Banian. She asked if he knew her. He said that he met her several times in the Hall of Swords. Then he asked if this girl could be 600 years old. Qiulin asked what he was thinking. But did he really like her as a woman? He said she misunderstood him, but that's not what he meant. Qiulin said if she was the daughter of the goddess of the 9 heavens and was 600 years old, and if she was only at the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm, then her talent was simply terrible. Qiulin said that this girl was 100 years old. He thought, is she not his real daughter? But if Aiden married and gave birth to a daughter by another man, why did she name her that? Maybe she found someone else with the name Bailey. After some time, Bailey arrived at the palace where Molly was waiting for him. She said that he is a very talented student and has good grades, and if they support the growth of his cultivation, their palace will become great again. The only thing that upset her was that his cultivation was quite low, but he was only in the Holy Spirit realm, and if he was a spiritual emperor, she would have already made him her right hand, said Molly. And she didn't call him for that, after which she offered him to be her personal apprentice. Bailey gave her a stern look. She hoped he would be happy to agree to this, but he didn't give an answer, and because of this, Molly began to get angry. Bailey mentally asked her, does she want to make him her disciple so that he will worship her? Seeing his aura, she was extremely excited. Molly ran up to him and asked if it was him, but he didn't say anything. She lowered her eyes and said that in that case, he could return back to the mountain. She turned to her assistant and said that she must take care of the affairs of the palace for a few days, because Molly herself has to go away for a while. The assistant wanted to ask where she was going, but Molly ordered not to ask questions. She arrived at some village and saw that there were no people there. It seems that they were all exterminated. She landed in the main building where the gang of the Wolf King was sitting. The Wolf King said that he paid her respects and asked why they had come here. She asked him why the village was destroyed and if he knew Xiao Yun. This question made him very excited. Came her loud cry as she sternly ordered him to speak, but he knew nothing. Eventually, the Wolf King and some of his henchmen were destroyed. She said that she would spare them execution, but they would pay for their sins. She ordered the members of the gang to go to the imperial capital and say that she personally ordered them to serve in the spiritual world. She felt that Xiao Yun was somehow related to Bailey, but she did not understand exactly how. One of the masters came to Bailey in the evening. He congratulated him and said that Bailey had become a real student and they were now on the same level. He handed him the form of an apprentice follower, and the young master thanked him for it. Taking it in his hands, he felt that hundreds of years had passed, but this form was the same. He already wanted to return to his room. Suddenly, someone called him. He felt that he had the level of a spiritual emperor, but he had never seen him here before. This old man said that the inner sect stipulates that every student must score a certain number of points every year. But he came to inform him of the task he had to teach the outer students. Being a teacher of foreign students wasn't the best job, but he couldn't refuse it because of the rules. But he still felt that this man was up to something. Bailey asked what his name was. He said his name was Eric Hong. He understood that he would be able to find out about their plans only later, but he would be ready. It was the place where the young students greeted Bailey, calling him their mentor, and he said it was time to start. Suddenly, one of them began to shout and ask where this weak practitioner who pretended to be a true disciple came from. He showed him the token of truth and asked if he knew what it was. He started pointing at him and asking where he got it from because he was only at the level of an ordinary immortal and his cultivation base was even weaker than theirs. They said that he could not be a true disciple of the palace and accused him of being an impostor. He realized that this was exactly what the Hong family had planned. The student who provoked this quarrel and riot was very satisfied because he managed to complete the task well. He started yelling that Bailey must have stolen the token, but they should destroy him because he could be a spy. He got into a fighting stance, ready to repel the attacks, gathering his inner strength, but he was not alone, and his cat was with him, and he called him for help. The cat immediately rushed to attack the students who were not his relatives. They stopped abruptly and surrounded Bailey, swords drawn. This guy turned to Bailey and said that he was unworthy of the trust of the head of the palace. He said that today is the day when it will be destroyed. Suddenly there was a powerful and loud explosion. It surprised and frightened all the students present. They asked each other with horror what kind of technique he practiced. Some assumed that it was a way of hardening the body. Then he rushed to attack the rebels, scattering him to their different sides. After giving them a good shake, he asked if this would be enough for them. They barely came to their senses, but realized that he was not in his place just like that. Bailey said if they're all quiet now, they must have dealt with everything and now it's his time. The provocateur immediately got scared and asked what he wanted to do. He gave him a powerful blow and asked, does he not understand? He created a storm of fire around him and told whoever made him do this to confess or he would destroy his cultivation. He began to say that he did not understand what Bailey was talking about. He said, if he tells the truth, then he will take him to the head and he won't have to worry about the consequences, but if he doesn't agree, his cultivation will be destroyed. Suddenly, one of the true disciples appeared there and asked who allowed Bailey to injure the sect members so badly. He started yelling that Bailey should kneel in front of him because he was older than him. He told him that he enjoyed the same privileges and status as a true disciple. But even though he was older than him, he had no right to force him to bow, said Bailey. He said if he does something, then that means there were reasons if he shouldn't tell him, then asked what the punishment should be if a disciple wants to destroy a true disciple. The students who attacked him were immediately frightened and asked him to spare their lives. He said if they think he has offended them, he asks the head to search their souls, thereby allowing the head to personally see their thoughts. But he decided not to do that and said, if they are both responsible for grading these students, why don't they start the exam? Bailey said they were done and these students couldn't even pass the test. He said that they had been defeated by him and an entry-level Earth Immortal, and that was enough to prove how foolish they were. This man returned to Ericun and said that he could not cope with his task because Xiao Yun was too powerful. He was very dissatisfied with the results and began to fight with him. Meanwhile, Bao visited the Gideon Lee house and asked if there was a way to get his men to Mount Tailishan, because that was the only way they could destroy Xiao Yun. He asked, does he think that anyone can climb the mountain because only the head of the sect or a true disciple could do it? Bao unhappily asked how they were going to destroy Xiao Yun then. He replied that Xiao Yun would not be able to stay on the mountain for the rest of his life, so as soon as he dared to leave the mountain, they would kill him. He also said that he was rumored to be the most outstanding disciple of the Yuxiao Palace in the past several hundred years, so the cost of destroying him would be quite expensive. Gideon turned to Bao and said that he wanted him to give him one of his kingdoms. He was impressed by such an agreement and replied that he had a big appetite, but still said that if they succeed in destroying Xiao Yun, he will give him one kingdom, and asked what territory he wants to get. Gideon Li replied that he wants to get the city of Yunxiao, where the Xiaoyun lineage comes from. Bao promised that as soon as Xiaoyun was destroyed, this city would become his property. Bailey was sitting in his room and meditating. Suddenly, a paper crane flew into his hands. It was a note saying that he should go to the sword platform and pay tribute to the mentor. He knew that all true students are assigned a mentor, and he wondered who this person would be this time. He immediately arrived at the place and saw a woman in front of him. He was extremely amazed when he saw her face. After all, she happens to be his second student from a past life, named Qing Sheng. He bowed to her and said that he paid tribute to his mentor. Seeing him, she was very excited because he was so similar to Bailey Yun, but she even thought that he could be his reincarnation. She looked at him with her surprised look and introduced herself, saying that she was now his mentor. He thought that it was quite an interesting coincidence because he had been reborn and now his student had become his mentor. Banyan appeared near them. She waved at Qing and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She hugged her and said she missed her a lot, then asked what she was doing in Yuxiao Palace. Bainu said that her mother ordered her to come here to pay her respects to her father. She remembered that the last time they saw each other, she was still a teenage girl, but now she was already an earthly immortal, and said that 600 years had passed since the great step had passed away. Bainu asked her what kind of person her master was. She replied that he was a legend, but she must always remember that the master was her biological father. She sighed sadly and said that every time she asks about it, she's never told anything. Bailey did not understand whether it was his daughter or not, because Chulin said that the girl was less than 100 years old, but he had been dead for 600 years, and how could he have a daughter who is only a few dozen years old? He turned to his mentor and asked if he could learn something. Bailey asked, "Where did this girl come from? Because a person who died 600 years ago can have a child who is several decades old." She replied that there are things that he cannot understand yet, but he will understand everything as soon as his cultivation becomes higher. Bainu started yelling at him and saying that he was just a little immortal now and how could he even understand anything? But her father was the greatest head of the Yu Xiao Palace. She said if they were in the earthly world, she would be his grandmother, but they are immortal, so she will let him call her aunt. Qing Sheng sternly ordered her to calm down and not talk nonsense, but she wouldn't let Xiao Yun call her aunt. Qing turned to Bailey and said as she was his mentor, she would give him several useful things. The first was a ring that contained a part of her divine spirit. Also, the things inside him were his, including drops of holy blood. Even half of that drop would be enough to raise the flame of the Heavenly Fire Emperor to a higher level. He thanked her, then left them and returned to the dormitory, thinking about everything on the way. Qing came to the head of the palace, Molly, and asked if she had told Aiden about Xiao Yun. She replied that she would never do such a stupid thing and would not tell anyone until she knows everything for sure. She said that she gave Xiao Yun to her anyway, and now it depends on her what happens next. Qing said that she understood that she was just using it to help her in the palace, and that she didn't care if Bailey could really come back. She replied that it was true, and even if he came back, what could he do because he is no longer the same man who was with the lady? They started to fight. Molly said that he is already dead and will never come back. Qing replied that she would not give up and that the three sisters still had his relics. Molly said that she hopes the three sisters will get rid of their hatred for Aiden, because it will not do them any good. Qing replied that if she wants to use her against the sisters, she won't succeed. Meanwhile, Chulin excitedly wondered if this guy was really a great master. Bila had a woman, a concubine, 4 students, and 4 maids. Among these 10, Bailey's wife had already become the goddess of the 9 heavens who ruled humanity in the divine realm, and Molly's concubine had become the head of the Yuxiao Palace. All of these women had reached a great level of skill and had even become semi-saints, and it seemed the head wanted to use Qing to lure out his former followers who had become Aiden's enemies. Molly read her mind and asked if she was surprised, then told her to keep her mouth shut or she would destroy her. Bailey returned to the dormitory where he was met by his acquaintances. Luis said that he didn't expect him to become a true disciple so quickly, but now they don't have to worry about someone chasing them. He said if they are all here, then they can go to Jiangju Peak together. At that time, someone was watching them and said that Xiao Yun would have his life left. They traveled by flying ship. Suddenly, Bao appeared on their road surrounded by his men. He turned to Bailey and said that he had destroyed his son and should go out with him for a fair fight. Bailey asked, "Does he want to make a mess on the palace grounds?" He said that the palace would not forbid others to take revenge. Bao said that he challenged him and asked if he would dare to accept. He said he was ready to accept this challenge after a year in the Black Dragon City. Bao said that he did not expect such an answer from him, and if he is still alive this year, then they will definitely meet in battle. But he believed that Bailey would not live to see the next year, and in the end, they were able to hold him for the necessary time. Feifei asked him why he promised him that. Bailey said that Bao was an annoying jerk, so he needed to come up with a reason to get him to leave them alone. He said that Bao harbored a deep grudge against him and that he would not let him go so easily. Suddenly, Bailey sensed someone's hostile approach and said that maybe Bao was up to something behind his back. Near them, there was a powerful explosion that shook the whole ship and almost injured them. They immediately understood that it was a planned attack by the enemy. Armed men were flying down from the sky, preparing to attack. He said that this group led by Gideon Lee was Bao's instigators, after which he immediately rushed to meet them. Bailey had not yet found a chance to purify the holy blood within himself, and if the enemies themselves decided to give him this opportunity, he would not mind, he thought. Meanwhile, the young master flew into the sky and asked his assailant if some person with the level of spiritual emperor wanted to take his life. Gideon replied that those were too high-minded words on his part. He immediately used his fire attack against Bailey. He replied that he can only dream to destroy it. A fight broke out between them. They fought not for life, but for death. After several blows, Gideon could not stand it and collapsed on the deck. He could not verify that this boy was able to injure him. But Bailey was also wounded and fell to the ground. Fei ran up to him, worried about his condition. A strange wound appeared on his chest. She said that she should immediately take him to his grandmother so that she could save him. They arrived at the mountain where her grandmother lived. She held Bailey on her back and asked for help. Ching was also there. She was very surprised when she saw them. She came up and took his hand, feeling that it really was Bailey. Meanwhile, Gideon continued to pursue them, not wanting to let go as his target was very close. He saw women trying to help the young master. He understood that it was a doctor from the Swallow House, but he liked her very much. She was just trying to give him first aid with the help of healing energy at that time. She noticed them, after which she attacked, saying that it was because of them that Xiao Yun got hurt. Gideon sensed that this woman had a high level of spiritual energy, and she was immediately able to inflict powerful damage on them. She continued to beat them and said that to harm Xiao Yun, it was also a terrible mistake. He said even if they made a big mistake, she still couldn't destroy him because he was a member of the Hong family. But these threats did not work on her, and she continued to destroy them, which greatly frightened Gideon Lee. They even began to beg for the help of their ancestors. She said that she does not care about them, and even if the goddess herself appears here and does not dare to do anything to her. He decided that it was some very strong and unknown woman, and maybe Xiao Yun was her disciple. He received another powerful blow that knocked the spirit out of him. Suddenly, Molly appeared on the mountain and told Ching that it is not possible to destroy her people because of a small fight between boys. Some more people arrived at the mountain. It was the ancestor of the Gideon family, Eric Hun. He knew that Ching Sheng was very strong, and it was very dangerous to face her. Molly asked her if they could forget everything and find a compromise. Ching said that they must swear by heaven to be Xiao Yun's slaves for the rest of their lives, and if they break this oath, all of them and their family members will be destroyed. Gideon understood that this oath meant that these people's rebellion against Xiao Yun would put an end to their path of immortality. Ancestor Eric Hun had already knelt down and was ready to swear. Gideon. Seeing this, he became very nervous, realizing that there was no way out for them, but he was in no hurry to do it himself. Suddenly, his grandfather hit him hard on the head and asked why he didn't swear. He began to sob, begging not to be beaten again, and said that he swears. He began to shout that in this life he will become Xiao Yun's servant and follow his orders, and if he obeys, then he and his family will be destroyed by the thunder of heaven. The next day, Bao found out about everything that happened. He was horrified by it, and decided that they had provoked some god. A few days later, Bailey woke up and regained consciousness. He patted Ching's head, calming her down, and said he didn't expect her to recognize him. He asked why she was crying, but she replied that she thought he really left them forever. He explained that he really passed away that time. She asked, "What happened then? Did Aiden really hurt him?" He grabbed his head, all that feeling great pain, and said that he was really destroyed by Aiden. But these memories seemed to him quite blurred and inaccurate. She asked if it was really true why she brought the sacred tree from the immortal world 60 years ago. He asked if the sacred tree could prolong life. Aiden used the sacred tree to take his divine essence and then imbue it with her own essence, because of which the tree gave birth to a child, after which his mother gave him Banyan. Moreover, after the destruction of Bailey, she tried her best to develop, and in just a few hundred years, she crossed the sky border and settled at the intersection of the two worlds of human and divine, Ching said. Bailey thought about the fact that at that time he dreamed of controlling the entire continent of Juxiao, building a spiritual palace and becoming the lord, after which he would make Aiden a goddess. But when he passed away, she not only preserved his family for his sake, but also went so far that it seems there is nothing to hate her for, he believed. He said the most important thing for him right now is to strengthen his strength, and Ching should help him in this to purify the half-drop of holy blood that is left in him. She said that she would definitely follow her master's orders. Bailey began to cultivate to finish the holy blood purification process. Suddenly, a light flashed near his face, illuminating his body. Ching smiled happily and said that he had broken through to the immortal ninth circle level. He smiled and said it was time to return his things. The next day, he arrived at Sword Mountain, where the disciples continued their training. Ching approached them and asked who Eugene was. The master immediately introduced him to her, but said that he was his new apprentice who had chosen the Jade Heavenly Sword. She asked if this young man was worthy of the Jade Sword, and added that the sword simply did not immediately recognize its true owner. Suddenly, it flew out of Eugene's hand, much to everyone's surprise. He flew into the sky and hung in the air while the students watched him in amazement. Eugene began to scream in horror that this cannot be. He decided that Elder Ching is interfering in this case for no reason, and she is probably doing it through her disciple Xiao Yun. Then she turned to all the disciples and said that those who are below the level of a true disciple of the sect must squeeze out a part of their blood. They immediately did so. Following her request, Bailey turned to the sword spirit and asked him to return. There was a mad burst of energy, and the sword flew towards Bailey like lightning and landed in his hilt. Everyone present was extremely surprised to watch this, and the magic sword on the rest recognized its master. Eugene realized that he only received the recognition of the sword, but did not become its master. Ching said that the sword recognized its true owner, and now she officially announces that this person is Xiao Yun. After hearing this, Eugene was very disappointed and angry, because it meant that Xiao Yun would be able to become the servant of the head of Yuxiao Palace. After that, they went to the big memorial. Bailey came up and put his palm on it. He said that now he can absorb the will of the sword left by himself. Ching asked in surprise, "Does he absorb the will of the sword from these words written on the memorial?" He tapped on the concrete rock and said that this rock was now useless, and asked if she could take him to another place. After some time, they arrived together at the personal house of Yuxiao Mali, the head of the palace, which was located on Mount Tailashan. When Molly saw the jade sword in his hands, she asked if he really recognized it. Bailey replied that it happened recently. She also noticed the new strength of his cultivation and was surprised to say that she had not seen him for only one day, and he was already on the ninth circle. He smiled and said that it was all thanks to his mentor Ching. Molly said unhappily, "No matter who the mentor or holy blood was, an ordinary person could not rise to the ninth level in one night, and this meant that he had a huge talent." Ching confirmed the words and said that he really has a talent for cultivation that is much more powerful than theirs. The mentor said that she would also help him form the holy golden core. Ching said that she brought Xiao Yun to her house so that he could see the painting that Master Bailey had left behind. Molly asked what it was for, but Ching replied that she herself understood everything perfectly. Bailey recognized this house well because he, Aiden, his students and maids lived here. He fondly remembered those times and asked himself why the end was so cruel. They came to the place where the picture was kept. He touched it with his hand and began to absorb the energy that was hidden inside it. She understood that things were getting more serious, and Xiao Yun could really be the reincarnation of Bailey Yun, which meant that his memory could also return. Therefore, she had to immediately tell her masters, but she had been gone for about 30 years. Ching mentally reminded that Molly had promised that if Ta told Aiden everything, she would immediately take Xiao Yun away from the Yuxiao Palace. Molly replied that she would find out sooner or later anyway, because in this world it was impossible to hide anything from the goddess of heaven. Meanwhile, Bailey has already finished absorbing the energy and said that they can leave now. Leaving an agitated Molly alone with her thoughts, they returned to the mountain where Bailey continued his meditation, now feeling able to break through to a new level. He stood on the plain while a veritable storm of lightning raged in the sky. If one of them had hit him, it would have instantly scattered his soul. But he was waiting for it because he wanted to capture as much energy as possible from her. He smiled and said that it was just in time. A layer of lightning appeared near him and he grabbed it, trying to control it. But all that felt was that this energy was not enough. He reached his hand up to grab more. Bailey was able to grab her, then gave her a tight squeeze to keep her from escaping, and put it in his mouth and swallowed it like some kind of candy, after which he regurgitated deliciously, enjoying a good energy lunch. At this time, Ching and the other disciples were watching him from above. He said that this way everything will be very slow, so he doesn't even have time to enjoy it. He flew up to the great storm cloud from where a bunch of lightning was released, and opening his mouth wide, he immediately began to swallow them like spaghetti. He felt that an energy core appeared inside him. Ching also flew up to him and asked what level the core was at, because there were 5 grades of low, middle, high, saint, and immortal. He replied that he was not sure about that, but she asked if she could look for herself. He showed her it. This is the core of the city in a large amount of energy, but it had neither color nor lines. She said that she did not know what level it was, but his strength was not at all inferior to the mortal class. He smiled and replied that it did not matter. Other students also turned to him and said that his golden core was quite strange. He sighed and said that he was not very talented and used a secret method to cross the sky boundary, and maybe this core was even lower grade. One of the students said that this is true. After all, only 1 in a million can become a spiritual emperor of the last level, after which they said goodbye and said that it was time for them to go. He said that before they knew the level of his core, they treated him with great respect as a great master, and now they call him just a friend. Qing said that Zhu Xiao's continent was already like that, and if he wanted, she could do something. Suddenly, an irritated Molly appeared near them. She argued that because of them, there was a lot of noise, and all that they achieved was some useless golden core. She turned to Bailey and said that since his golden core had not reached the required level, he could not become a head disciple. Bailey said that he wants to go for a while to find someone, because this time he came to this world not alone. He had a partner with him. Qing said that she can't let him go on his own because it will be uncomfortable for her if he wanders the continent alone. He said that he will act on his own. He wanted to use the holy book to contact the earth, but the energy of the book was at 0, and the charge of the book came from believers, so he needs to spread his faith. After which he summoned his riding eagle and flew north. He arrived at the Empire of the Burning Sun. He told his bird that they would make a short stop and then continue their journey. Suddenly, a huge dragon appeared next to him, which did not seem to want to put up with new guests. Bailey looked at him and recognized this monster as a burning sun dragon. Looks like this dragon wanted to use his bird as food. Bailey directed their attack energy at him, saying that he must be looking for destruction if he chose to attack them. And receiving a dose of destructive energy, he immediately fell to the ground. After some time, he was already enjoying the dragon's meat by having a small snack. Suddenly, he heard the sound of hooves, and many horsemen were approaching the place. Bailey decided that they might be dragon hunters, and they immediately met a giant eagle that also breathed fire. But they were more surprised that this eagle was sitting on the body of a dragon, where there was also a man who chewed his flesh. They immediately greeted Bailey respectfully and asked if the eagle belonged to him. He replied that it was true, then asked what they needed without distracting himself from his lunch. They said they wanted to apologize for their rudeness, but they came here to hunt a dragon. The hunters fell on their knees in front of him and said that he must be very strong. Therefore, they had one request. They hoped that he will be able to help them. He asked them what they were talking about and what help they needed. Their leader said as he was able to destroy the dragon, he must have been a talented warrior, so they ask for his help to destroy another evil sea dragon, and if he does, they will worship him as God. He said he would help them do it, but they had to follow his religion. They asked what religion it was. Bailey said it was called the Illuminati religion. The next day, they brought him to the place where the sea dragon lived. The hunter said that every 3 months, the dragon asked the inhabitants of the village within a radius of 100 miles to sacrifice to him, and if Bailey finished him, they would worship him as a god. He took out his jade sword and prepared to dive, saying that this creature has no right to ask for a sacrifice, but he will surely destroy it. Bailey dived into the sea and began to go deeper under the water. There he was immediately met by a huge monster with red eyes and sharp teeth. He immediately struck him with a powerful energy blow, saying that he should accept his execution. Hunters standing on the shore saw a huge column of water rising. Bailey jumped out of it in triumph, holding his sword. He said that this bastard was finished forever. They fell on their knees before him and said that God has delivered them from the evil dragon and now they will live in safety. They said that they also want to join his faith and build a statue of him. They asked for his blessing. He understood that it was in his hands because the book needed faith to gradually regain its power. He flew high into the sky and said since they joined him, he hoped they would spread his teachings. The next day, he visited some establishment. Bailey recalled that when 600 years ago he gave the recipe for the wine of the autumn season, Beilan could not even think that she would open her restaurant, which will now be known all over the world. He turned to the manager and asked if Beilan still works here. The girl at the counter immediately recognized his voice and looked closely at the man. She joyfully threw herself into his arms and said that she could not believe that it was really him because she thought that he had passed away. He smiled and said that he did not expect that she would recognize him immediately. Beilan said that she thought about him every day for 600 years, so she asked what really happened then. He said they would talk about it later, but he was just passing by and wanted to see her, and now that he knew she was fine, he could move on. She asked if he would leave right away. He said that he is currently searching. Beilan said that she will go with him then. She wants to be by his side wherever he goes, but she does not want to be separated from him anymore. He smiled and said how old she is and she still behaves like a little girl. Suddenly a man entered the institution. He turned to Beilan and said that he wanted to apologize for bothering her and asked if she had decided something about his proposal. This man's name was Mr. Allen. She replied disgruntled that she had already refused him. Besides, in the face of her loved one, he wanted too much from her. He approached Bailey and said that he looked like a little boy with low cultivation and an ugly face, and asked how she could choose him as her love. He told Bailey to keep him away from her, or he'll make it so that he won't even be able to walk. He smiled and thought that this man was quite self-confident in his statements. Bailey said he looked like he was from the House of 10 Swords, but he was pretty cool. He replied that Bailey would not be able to afford to contact the House of Ten Swords, so he once again warned him that if he did not leave now, he would make his life unbearable. Balan told Alan to shut up and added that he had no right to intimidate her guests and asked him to leave. Bailey smiled and said that it seems in the eyes of Balan he was a more important person than Alan. He started to get very angry because of Bailey's arrogance. He came today to fix the relationship with Balan. But because of this guy, they will only get worse. So he decided to calm down and said that he was just worried about her, but if she decided that way, then he wouldn't bother her anymore. Alan said that he actually came here today to tell Balan that he wants to marry her, and that out of the entire empire of the Burning Sun, only she is worthy to be a lover. He said that when they unite, no one will be able to compete with them, all the empires. She understood that he wanted to get her restaurant. She mentally turned to Bailey and told him to appreciate how she would play with him to vent her anger. He smiled and mentally answered that he would be happy to watch it. She told him that if he really wanted to marry her, he should first ask permission from the matchmakers, and then repeatedly invite her to the House of Ten Swords. After hearing this, he was happy, and said that it seems that he was really in a hurry, and if it is her will, he will return and ask the matchmaker to come. Balan said since he wants her to take the restaurant as a dowry, then he should bring the bride price. Hearing these conversations, Bailey laughed inside himself because he hadn't seen her in so many years. But she seems to have become even more cunning. She said that the property document of the House of Ten Swords and its divine weapon should be the ransom for the bride. Hearing this, he was shocked and asked if she was mocking him. She asked if he wanted to come here and take all her things for free. She called him stupid and said he didn't know how to play big. He disgruntledly said that he understood everything, and while leaving, threatened that this was not the end. Bailey warned her that this guy was pretty dumb, and most likely he harbored a grudge against her, so he could be dangerous in the future. He asked if she still had the spiritual treasure that he gave her. She replied that, of course she kept it, because she could not lose this white orchid, after which she asked what he wanted to do with it. Bailey replied that he would help to raise her cultivation. Balan said that she was very lucky with him, but regretted that he was not her lover. Meanwhile, Alan was already having fun with other girls. He said that Balan was very insensitive. He asked her to marry him, and instead she started teasing him about her lover. His girlfriend said that they could join forces to destroy Balan's cultivation, and then he could have as much fun with her as he wanted. And then they will bring her lover to see what Alan is doing with Balan. He said it's a great idea, and they will definitely do it. Meanwhile, Bailey was at a friend's house helping her clean an orchid. She looked at her admiringly and said that he managed to transform her precious treasure. He gave her an orchid and said that it would increase her spirit and attack power, and if she met an immortal of a higher rank than her, this artifact would help her protect herself. Balan said that his weapon crafting skills were truly incredible. Even the best weapon crafters couldn't do it. Unexpectedly, her servants knocked on them and said that the Emperor of the Burning Sun wanted to invite Balan to his palace. She told Bailey that the Emperor of the Burning Sun was the ruler of the empire, and if she wanted to keep her restaurant going, she couldn't refuse. He replied that she should be careful. He also understood that she had just held a concert with the House of Ten Swords, and the Emperor had sent someone to invite her, and they must be up to something. She arrived at the Emperor's palace and said that she came here to see the Emperor and asked why he invited her. He replied that he heard that she had a white orchid, which was made by Bailey Yun himself. She sternly asked him why he talked about it. He replied that he was interested in this treasure, but he would be grateful to her if she gave it to him. Balan replied that the white orchid is her favorite treasure and she can't do it. He sternly said if she would give this treasure, he would even let her go so that she could have time to save her petty lover. But if she did not agree, it would be the end of her. She worriedly asked us what he had done with him and where her friend was now. He replied after she entered the palace, he sent his men to her restaurant and maybe it was already destroyed. Meanwhile, Alan came to the restaurant with his girlfriend and surrounded by servants. He turned to Bailey and said that he probably did not expect this. Alan's mistress said that Bailey was really ugly and weak, so he wasn't worth his little finger. He asked, had Alan decided to team up with the Emperor to frame Balan? He replied that if Bailey hadn't shown up out of nowhere, he wouldn't have had to do this. Alan also said that now she was imprisoned in the palace, and she was done. His men immediately surrounded the young master, preparing to capture him. He smiled and said that they attacked the wrong person. Alan immediately tried to use his hand technique and said that a small immortal like Bailey couldn't do anything to him, but he would teach him for his insolence. His girlfriend scoffed at him and said that he must be scary, but her master was an 8th-level spiritual emperor from a powerful family. Immediately, a fierce flame ignited over Bailey. He was angry, and this couple had already got him. He attacked Alan with a large fire arrow that aimed straight at his forehead. He asked in horror how his spirit could be so strong. A large wall of fire appeared in front of him, which was approaching him. He covered himself with his mistress and said that she should give her life as an apology. The flame began to engulf her, and she shouted that she did not want you to be destroyed. In the end, it dissolved her. Alan fell to his knees, and Bailey warned him that if anything happened to Balan, he would destroy him and his entire family. After which he took off from the restaurant and flew to the imperial palace. Meanwhile, she asked the emperor if she gave him the white orchid. Would he really let her go and go with her against the Alan family? He said that he would definitely do it, because this orchid was very valuable because it was made by Master Bailey Yun himself. The emperor said that he wanted this white orchid to show itself to the world, and he did not want to make Balan an enemy. She got her orchid and almost agreed to his terms. Suddenly, she heard some rumbling behind the door, but realized that it could be Bailey who came to help her. The emperor also began to worry and asked what it was because he asked them not to disturb them. Meanwhile, Bailey arrived on the grounds of the palace and taunted the guards who tried to stop him. They demanded that he immediately leave this territory because he could be executed for it. They rushed to attack him. He smiled and said that this is quite brave of them. But he quickly got rid of them and said they were a bunch of idiots. The emperor began to suspect something and demanded from Balan that she immediately give him the orchid. But she understood that there was no need to do this because they would not be able to do anything to Bailey. Bailey went inside the palace and asked Balan why talk to such a worthless hypocrite as this emperor. She was very happy to see him and swam to him as if enchanted. The emperor turned to her displeased and said that it seems she does not value good intentions. He began to attack her and told her that she should immediately give him the spiritual treasure. But Bailey quickly got in front of her and was able to block this attack. He was holding a book in his hands and asking the emperor, "Is that all he is capable of?" He started yelling and asking him how he could be so arrogant and even block his attacks. He went up and said that today he would show him the difference between their Tao knowledge in the spirit emperor realm. He summoned a fire tiger and sent it to attack Bailey, saying that he had crossed his path for nothing. Balan wanted to stop him, but he said that he shouldn't because he was waiting for everything. He hugged her and raised the book above them, which created a barrier over them. There was a powerful explosion, but Bailey managed to create a protective dome over them. This force of the explosion was able to carry them out of the palace like a ball from a hit. He smiled and thanked the emperor for throwing them up. The emperor began to shout to the guards to seize them immediately, because they could not be allowed to escape. Alan was also there. He said that they should be surrounded and detained. The armed guards of the palace immediately prepared their weapons and began to attack them. Alan shouted that he wouldn't let him go after he insulted him in the House of 10 Swords. The emperor said that this city was under his control, so he would not be able to escape. Bailey shot him his disdainful look back. Balan, meanwhile, proposed a good idea to use the orchids he had created for her in action. Her body glowed with a bright light and petals blossomed around her, radiating strong energy. The emperor tried to deal them a devastating blow using the welding sword technique, but Bailey smiled and said that the young master of the House of 10 Swords was not even able to break the protective treasure. Saw that this failure, Alan began to get very angry because Bailey continued to humiliate his owner. But the emperor said that he cannot worry because he will gather 3 spiritual emperors, and the 5 of them will be able to capture Bailey alive. He also promised that he would take his treasure and leave the boy himself to Alan for entertainment. The emperor began to summon masters who had the level of a spiritual emperor to come to his aid to blow away the enemy and take away his artifact. Balan, displeased, said that Bailey made this architecture for her, and what the hell emperor thinks that she is his? He told her in her ear that he had a plan, and when the other 3 masters arrived, they would implement it. The emperor's masters appeared in a moment and began to attack them. Meanwhile, Alan used his energy sword to deliver a devastating blow to Bailey while he was supposed to be worrying about the other 3 masters. Balan saw this and began to worry and warned Bailey about the danger, but he reassured her and said that everything was fine. The spiritual emperor's masters were using various techniques in advance, preparing to deliver a couple of fatal blows. Then, turning to Balan, he gave the order to start. A great orchid spirit opened above them, meeting a fiery dragon that was aimed at them. Upon encountering the orchid, the dragon immediately exploded and flew away, scorching the emperor's people with its fire. The power of this reflection was extremely strong, and even the emperor, who was badly injured, wiping his face from the blood, asked them how they were able to do this. Bailey said that it was very simple, but because of his actions, the emperor could put the city of the burning sun in danger of destruction. Balan smiled, turning to the emperor, and said that this orchid was hers, and if he wants to take it, let him try. He was overcome with terrible rage because he was defeated and humiliated. But she said that she was still weak enough to use the full power of the 3-flowered orchid. Bailey said that they should retreat first, and then they would deal with it. They flew to the desert, a place where it would be difficult to find them. Balan said that the family to which Alan belonged, and the emperor decided to unite against her to deceive her, but they almost took away her spiritual treasure, so she can't just forgive them. Bailey said they weren't going to just leave it at that. She asked him if they were going back. He replied that in fact, they do not need to return anywhere because they are still in the possession of the emperor. He took a handful of sand, passing it through his fingers, said that the emperor had a powerful artifact, with the help of which he controlled everything around him. She asked if it was a sea of sand, and said that it's no wonder that the Blazing Sun clan has existed for 1,000 years. But then she asked why no one had tried to take him away from them for so many years. He explained that an innate spiritual treasure could not be stolen by force, not to mention a semi-sacred artifact with the power of the Holy Spirit. But Bailey said that this little bit of sand was still pretty insignificant to defeat him. They felt the wind howl and the sand around them began to vibrate. Suddenly, a creature similar to a sandman appeared from the sand. It said that it was a sacred artifact and would not tolerate such disparaging words about itself. Bailey just wanted to provoke this artifact to show itself in its true form. Then the sand turned into a child. He remembered that Bailey had once practiced in this desert hundreds of years ago, and even then there was a fierce battle between the Niles. Bailan asked him, does he know this sea of sand? He smiled and said that they had met several times. Little Sand began to shout that the Burning Sun Emperor was trying to take him by force, and explained that he made a contract with the Emperor's ancestors and must protect them for 10,000 years. Bailey said that he did not seem to recognize the Emperor as his master, and the Little Sand replied that this Emperor was not unworthy of him. Bailey invited him to follow him, but if he recognized him as his master, he would spare the Burning Sun clan, and thus the Little Sand would not violate their contract. He said it was a good deal, but he had some doubts. Meanwhile, Balin decided Bailey wanted to cheat him, especially since Little Sand wasn't sure he could protect the Blazing Sun clan if Bailey decided to destroy them. Little Sand asked, does this mean that this is the only chance to let the Burning Sun clan stay alive? He confirmed that there were no other options, and if he didn't want to follow him, he wouldn't force him, but he promised that sooner or later he would destroy this clan, and then he wouldn't be able to stop him. He shook his hand and said that he agreed because he did not want to break the contract. A magical agreement took place between them that cemented their contract, and now nothing could break it. Alan came to his ancestor and said that Bailan managed to escape, and now they can capture her restaurant in the city of the Burning Sun. After which they will slowly absorb all the other restaurants, but even without her wine recipe they will still get the revenue. Alan said it was a great idea and they could get their revenge that way. Suddenly a terrible desert storm started inside the palace. They started screaming out of fear and not understanding what was happening because these sands surrounded the city. They understood that it was the Sand Sea, and it was trying to swallow the city, but they did not understand why it was happening, because it made a pact with the ancestors to protect them. He said that according to the contract concluded by the ancestors, it had no right to do this. He turned to the sand and said that this was a breach of contract, and that it should stop immediately. The sand said that, on the contrary, it protects him because he does not understand whom he offended. He sternly asked whom he was talking about, suspecting that the sea of sand was not saying something. Pisak, avoiding a direct answer, said that it was about one person. Bailey warned the Little Sand that they would make a deal, and warned that he would be able to spare the empire of the Burning Sun only if the sand engulfed the city and made the Emperor go into outer space. He also said that the Little Sand cannot reveal his identity. So he replied to the Emperor that he could not name him, but he was doing it only to save his clan. The Emperor began to complain and say that this city was the base of their clan and they had nowhere to go. But the Sand said that he didn't have to worry about it because he had already prepared a place where they could go. Sand said if they enter this outer space, then he will be able to protect them. The Emperor did not want to do this, but he had no way out. And he replied that he was counting on him then. He entered the outer space, where Bailey was already waiting for him. Bailey turned to the Emperor and said that it was a wonderful coincidence. And they met again. Meanwhile, the Little Sand greeted him as his master. The Emperor was horrified when he heard his voice, and asked if he was that little lover of Balin. The Little Sand told the Emperor that Tom can't insult Bailey, because then he won't be able to give him protection. Bailey patted the Little Sand on the head, and told him not to worry, because he would let the Emperor live. The little one thanked him for that. He once again turned to the Emperor and told him to behave well. He bowed and said that then he wanted to ask something from this gentleman. Bailey smiled and said that if he accepted his 3 conditions, he would leave him alive, and said that first, from the face of his ancestors, the Emperor must release the Sand Sea from its contract with the Burning Sun clan and set him free. Little Sand was very happy when he heard this. Bailey's second language was that the Emperor should capture the House of 10 Swords. He dissatisfiedly asked what was the third condition. He said that the Emperor should abdicate the throne of the Burning Sun and hand it over to Bailan. Hearing the third condition, he was very surprised and frightened, but he could not refuse because otherwise only destruction awaited him. After some time, they returned to the main hall of the palace, where they met Bailan. Bailey told the Emperor that he should give her the imperial seal. He turned to Bailan and said that it was a spiritual treasure that controlled the entire Burning Sun city. It was an imperial jade seal, and she had to accept it. Bailey said that she should take power into her own hands because now she was the Empress of all the Burning Sun, and she deserved it, because the Emperor with the House of 10 Swords wanted to anger her. The Emperor was very depressed and did not want to do this, but his life was at stake. Balin was very happy and thanked Bailey for his generosity and kindness. He said that he would make one more beautiful gift and promised that he would raise this city to the sky. He will do this with the help of a sea of sand that will hold the city so that it is inaccessible to enemies. The emperor hearing this was shocked because only the goddess of the 9 heavens was capable of such a thing, and this ordinary guy was able to do it with just one wave of his hand, so he already regretted that he decided to attack him. He said that now it was the House of 10 Swords' turn to pay, and ordered the emperor to gather his men and follow him. The former emperor, standing before him on his knees, said that he would do anything. At that time, the head of the House of 10 Swords, Hiram Kui, arrived at the head of Yuxiao Palace for help. Molly asked him what happened and what made him come. He said that the immortal Bailan and her little lover had somehow used some trick to make the Sand Sea recognize them as their masters. He said that they used the Sand Sea to force the Burning Sun Emperor to abdicate, and now this little lover has attacked his house and wants to destroy everyone. Hearing this, she became very angry and asked what kind of delusion he was, asking why he didn't tell her that he had teamed up with the Burning Sun Emperor to trick Bailan and her disciple out of the palace to take their treasure. She threw a piece of paper in his face and said that now that his plan had failed, he decided to transfer all these problems to her. He read a letter in which the palace disciples Yuxiao and Bailan were chasing and trying to destroy because of their artifact, but luckily they came across the Sand Sea, which recognized them as their new masters. He began to beat his head on the floor and say that he understands his mistake, but begs her to spare the Kui family for the sake of loyalty to the Yuxiao Palace over the years. She told Hiram that he was begging the wrong person because Xiao Yun was a disciple of the demigoddess Qing Sheng, and she cannot interfere in their affairs, but he can turn to her on his own. After hearing this story, she realized that Xiao Yun had a warm relationship with Bailan, who was Bailey's confidant before his death, and it was another thing that she thought was his reincarnation. After that, Hiram arrived at Jiangju Mountain to talk to Qing Sheng, and she asked him what he was doing here. He told that he had insulted her disciple Xiao Yun and asked him to convince the boy to let his family out of the House of 10 Swords alive. She smiled and calmly said that she could not refuse him to do it. She grabbed him by the shoulder and rising to the sky said, "If he wants mercy, then he should go to him himself and ask for forgiveness." They arrived at the House of 10 Swords where they met Bailey, who was surprised. He asked Qing what she was doing here. She said she had brought one person for him, then told Hiram to get on his knees and admit his mistakes. He was in no hurry to get up on his knees, but she warned that if he does not want to admit his mistake, he should just wait for his destruction. Bailey said that she should not force him to do this, because if it were not for her, he would have been destroyed as soon as he appeared here. Hearing these words, he began to shout and beg him not to do this. He fell on his knees in front of Bailey and said that he admits his mistakes and is ready to give him all the property of the Kui family, but asks him for his family and people. He handed him a spatial ring and said that all the property was inside it. He took the ring in no hurry because he could take it anyway. Bailey said that the Kui family framed Bailan and wanted to destroy him as well, but they proved to be too much for them. In the end, he said if he admits his mistakes and his property, then he will forgive him, but warned that he would still be punished for his actions. Bailey directed a stream of energy into his chest and said that he was destroying his cultivation so that he could no longer harm anyone. Qing said that this was a worthy punishment, and after that she would destroy the cultivation of all the members of the Kui family. Hiram couldn't believe that Demi-Saint Qing had such a high opinion of Xiao Yun, and it looked like she was serving him. Bailey thought that the Kui family's gift was what he currently lacked to create a treasure to carry the Sand Sea. He folded his hands and began his creation of the treasure using the jewels that were inside the ring. Hiram saw this and understood that he was trying to use their family's treasures to practice in contactless blacksmithing. He was amazed by this and said that his family had been collecting these treasures for many years. But the artifact that appeared in Bailey's hands surprised them even more. It was a spiritual sand pumpkin. Bailey looked with pleasure at what he had created and said that everything was ready. The Emperor and Hiram, watching this, were extremely surprised and said that the quality of this spiritual treasure was excellent. The Emperor said that no person in their right mind would ever decide to go against this guy. Hiram was also glad that he at least managed to save his life. Balin suddenly appeared near Bailey. She said that she officially ascended the throne, and now the Empire of the Burning Sun has been renamed the Empire of White Orchids. He told her that the Kui family was also finished, but she can no longer worry about it. Suddenly, Bailey felt the demonic sword trying to connect with him. He told Bailan that they should say goodbye already, and thought that it was time to get the demon sword back, and by then, he would be able to raise his power to the next level. 3 days later, Bailey arrived in Tianyuan City. He thought that he did not expect that the demonic sword would be thrown to the edge of the continent, and in order to find it, he would have to go through a city full of demonic beasts. His old friend also lived in this place, to whom he decided to visit. Walking through the city, he overheard the conversations of the locals who discussed that the Empress had advanced in her cultivation, and thanks to her, they could live in peace. They also discussed that demonic beasts from all over the world came to worship the Empress of the city. Bailey didn't know if the Empress of this city was still the one he knew before, but he was glad that she was fine. Bailey approached the palace where the demonic beasts were waiting to meet their mistress. He asked one of them if the Empress still bore the name Tina. One of the people answered that he did not even dare to say her name. Bailey replied that if they were talking about the same person, then she would not object to ordinary people calling her by name. The local asked, "Does he think that he can attract the attention of the Empress by being an ordinary immortal?" They told him to disappear immediately because the Empress would not even look in his direction, and if he did not agree, they would eat him. He looked at them sternly and suggested that they try to do it. He came closer to the entrance of the palace and said that he wanted to meet the Empress Tina. The door opened and a girl appeared from there who said that according to the order of the Empress, all visitors should wait near the tower. The animals scoff at Bailey and say that the Empress doesn't seem to know him. He requested that this girl convey a message from him to Empress Tina and tell her that her old friend Xiao Yun has come to pay her respects. The girl heard this and immediately tried to slap him, but he managed to cover himself. She asked who gave him the right to call the Empress of the city by her name. He said that it looks like she won't take his words well, so he used his new artifact against her. She asked if he wanted to use a semi-sacred artifact to force her to pass on a message. He said that he did not want to harm her, but she left him no choice, after which the girl agreed to fulfill his request. She said that if he wanted so badly to disturb the Empress, she would grant his request. Bailey only smiled when he heard her threats and said that she would see everything for herself. Meanwhile, the Empress was talking to some guy. He reminded her that when she became the head of the demon school, he told her that the immortal golden demon Cicada would soon be preaching on Sunset Mountain. An assistant also came to her and said that a person was waiting for her who refused to obey her order that visitors should wait for her near the tower, and he introduced himself as her friend named Xiao Yun. Hearing his name, she was very surprised and thought it was him, and immediately ran to meet him, which greatly surprised her assistant. This guy was very surprised and wondered what kind of person could excite the Empress so much. Meanwhile, the demonic beasts continued to question Bail as to why the Empress would deal with such a man as him, and suggested that he get out of the city because the people were not welcome here. Bailey said he'll be anywhere he wants, but they won't be able to do anything to him. This demon said that if he dared to spoil the reputation of the Empress, they would flay him and tear his flesh to pieces. Suddenly, someone turned to the demon and asked whom he wanted to harm. It was the Empress. She was furious after hearing the words of this demon, after which she gave him a powerful blow, and he flew away and fell to the ground. He could not believe that the Empress had hit him for insulting this person. She called him a worthless animal and asked how dare he insult this person. He began to moan and say that he did not know that Bailey was really a friend of the Empress. She hugged her old friend and he said that if she didn't come, he would be taken for a liar. Tina said if someone dared to call him a liar, she would cut off his tongue. She looked sternly at the demonic beasts and said that this person was an honored guest of this city, and if anyone dared to show disrespect to him, he would become her enemy. They fell on their knees before them and began to say that they understood everything. She asked Bailey where he had been all these years, because she missed him very much and cried for him for a long time. He said that he would tell her everything. Bailey told her that he passed away, but he managed to come back reborn. She asked him what his future plans were. He said he wanted to go to the edge of the continent to find his demonic sword. She rejoiced and said that it was a beautiful coincidence because her friend named Iris had invited her to Cicada Mountain to listen to the sermon of the immortal golden demon Cicada, and this mountain was just at the edge of the continent. She took his hand and asked if he would go with her. He said it was a dangerous journey, so he couldn't refuse her. The next morning they met. Tina said that Iris was the Emperor's son, and he would go with them. They climbed aboard her ship and set off. Iris watched Bailey talk, couldn't believe that the Empress respected him so much. They arrived at some ruins. They were very mysterious, and it seems that some battles took place here. Tina said that when the aliens invaded the Juxiao continent, the elite of the human race destroyed them and brought peace to the continent. She said that after the Great War, this place was covered with poison all year round. Bailey said that he had already been here once, but he knew that one had to be careful here because foreigners could still stay here. Suddenly the ship wanted to be intercepted by some ghostly huge hand. He said that it was too late to run away and that we had to fight. This ghostly hand grasped the great ship like a toy. It was a huge ghostly skeleton monster, and after the destruction of the ship, it continued to haunt them. Iris said that this monster has great strength and a huge body, so they will not be able to deal with it. He said that he will return to his original form and help them escape. But Bailey smiled and said they shouldn't worry about it. He used his true fire technique to damage and destroy the monstrosity. Tina tried to stop him, but said that it was very dangerous and he could die. Iris told her that she shouldn't interfere with him if that's what he wanted. A fight broke out between him and Bailey. From the side, it seemed that he had no chance against this monster. Suddenly, they saw that the monster was engulfed in flames and began to burn. At this time, Bailey began to inflict brutal blows on him, breaking his bones. Eventually, the monster fell to the ground and Bailey said that everything was fine and not to worry. She was very impressed with his strength and courage, and Iris said that he underestimated him, but he was a real badass master. He explained that his fire was the sworn enemy of such an ice monster, and as soon as his fire touched it, it would immediately end. At this time, they were watched by a man in a dark hoodie. He asked, "Does Bailey want to just leave after destroying his monster?" He came closer to them and showed himself. Tina asked him if he belonged to the Ghost Yin sect, and asked if the attack of this monster was from his right hand. He replied that it doesn't matter, but he has been waiting for someone here for a long time. He said that the Order of the Clan ordered to wait here to invite everyone who will pass here to the Ghost sect. Bailey smiled and said that it didn't really feel like an invitation, but more like self-deprecation. The man began to wave his finger in front of his nose and tell him not to be so insolent, and then he would be kind to them. Bailey warned him that if he dares to attack, he will provoke Yu Xiao's palace. The man replied that he doesn't care, because besides the goddess of the nine heavens, no one else is capable of resisting the ghost sect. He also said that now Aiden couldn't even defend herself because she wasn't invincible, and told that in the future only their sect would dominate the entire continent. Bailey thought that if something really happened to Aiden, the continent would be in chaos right now, after which he said that after talking, he agreed to join the Yin Ghost sect. Meanwhile, Iris and Tina began to attack this man, saying that such a smelly mouse from the sewage Khan Ava as him does not even dare to talk about dominating the continent, and they do not want to join the sect. He spread his hands and said that it seems they do not understand what is good and what is bad for them. They saw that a demonic magic circle of a soul eater had appeared below them. Iris said it's a trap and this magic circle can absorb their souls. But Bailey was calm. He understood that not only this man was working on this magic circle, because his power was quite powerful. He touched his artifact and decided it was time to use the power of the Sea of Sand. In a moment, they were already covered by a wall of sand, which greatly surprised the attacker. He couldn't believe that Bailey had a consecrated artifact of the protection class. He said that it looked like he would have to wait until his magic circle slowly absorbed the Sea of Sand, but promised that when they were in his hands, he would do something worse to them than destruction. Iris and Tina were very impressed that Belle used such a protective artifact, and asked if he was ready for such an attack. He said that he immediately felt that this old man was stronger than them, so he decided to play it safe, and immediately decided to use protection. Iris realized that he is not as cool as Bailey, and now it is not surprising why Tina liked him so much. But Bailey warned that if his Sea of Sand could only protect them for a while, and if they wanted to escape, they would have to rely on Iris. Bailey said he has a sacred vessel called the Holy Book, and it makes him an uncrowned god. Opening the book, he said that if Iris believes in him, he will be able to get the power of the Holy Book and break through to the Master of Spirits. And with the help of this, they will be able to break out of the magic circle. He answered, if in this way they manage to get out, then he will believe in him. Besides, he already thought that Bailey was very noble, and it would be an honor for him to follow him. He immediately began to break through to a new level with the help of the Holy Book, after which he turned into a huge pig and said that now this old man from the ghost sect will feel his power. Bailey smiled and said he was counting on him, expressing his faith in his ability and commitment at the big time. Iris came out of the sand from under the protection of the sandy sea and said that he was now pouring on the old man. When he saw him, he was very scared, because he did not expect such a thing. The old man asked him in horror how he managed to break into the Spirit Lord's realm. He said he didn't need to know anything, then pounced on the old man and promised him that today was the last day of his life. Iris tried to give him a powerful blow, but the old man got scared and started to run away. Bailey said that he should not be pursued because the power of faith has a time limit. Tina said that the ghost sect was very strong, so they need to get to Sunset Mountain as soon as possible. They asked how they would get there. Since their ship was destroyed, Bailey said they could do it with his sword. The young master put Tina on his back, and Iris clung to the bottom with her rake. Exactly 3 days later, they arrived at the palace of the Golden Cicada. Tina said that the invitation said that there was a place to stay, so they could just enter. Suddenly, Bailey felt that there was a demonic sword somewhere nearby. He said that Iris and Tina can rest while looking for the sword. He walked up to the big door and knocked, hoping it would be opened and ready for whatever might lie behind it. 2 demonic monsters opened the door for them and asked what they needed. Bailey said that he feels that his demonic sword is here, and he is ready to embrace it on his treasures. The beast said he wanted to present this sword to the immortal golden demon, so Bailey better get out of here while he's safe. He said if they don't want to return it to him, he will take it himself. He held out his hand in front of him, and turning to the demonic sword, ordered it to return. It flew into the air and flew away. The demonic beast immediately rushed to attack him, saying that it would tear him to pieces. Tina said that this beast is very strong. Iris said that she will help Xiao Yun if it is attacked. But Bailey managed to grab his sword and prepare for battle. He put the blade of the sword to the neck of the beast, and it immediately became very friendly and offered to negotiate. Bailey asked him again if he could take his sword, and he replied in a frightened voice that he could take the sword, he just had to leave them alone. He sheathed his sword and told his friends that they must go elsewhere. Suddenly, Kelly asked for help through the master servant contact. She also ended up on the Juxiao continent, so he must find an action as soon as possible. Tina said that Yunxiao never ceases to amaze her. Iris said that he really is a miracle, but he did not choose to follow him for nothing. The bear's girlfriend said that this guy stole their sword, and would they let him go? He suggested that she take her 3 sisters and go rob him. They were already airborne. Bailey said that his girlfriend was 20,000 miles to the north. Tina warned him that Yingjiang City was in that place. It was not crowded, but there were mostly demonic cultivators there. He said that his friend from the underworld is in this city, and she is asking him for help. She started to get jealous and ask if he wants to save some beauty, but now it is not surprising that he is in such a hurry there. He said that he could not ignore it because they were bound by a contract of master and servant. He asked her if he was such an irresponsible person, would she wait for him for 600 years? Suddenly, a bear appeared in front of them, surrounded by demon beast girls. Tina was very surprised when she felt that the 5 of them had a spiritual connection. Bailey asked if he thought he could destroy him while preparing for the fight, but Tina told him not to be impulsive and start looking for Kelly, while she and Iris would take care of them. Iris said that he can rely on them, and since he believes in him, the spiritual power in his body will not run out. He left them, expressing confidence in their abilities and trusting them at this important moment. But the bear demon did not want to let him go and immediately rushed after them. He was stopped by Tina and her friends saying that they would be his opponents. Bailey flew over the forest, relying on their connection with Kelly and trying to sense her location. Suddenly, he saw small houses. 2 women were sitting at a table in the courtyard. One of them was the direct heiress of Jixiao Palace named Yunshan, but without even looking up, she turned to someone and told him to come out to meet her. The girl across the street said that he was kind of random, and that she should just destroy him and not pay any attention to it. She said if he was really passing by, then let him go on and they won't touch him. He went down to them, who said he was glad to say hello to the 2 older sisters. Bailey remembered that in his past life, Yunshan wanted to become his beloved woman, but then he refused her for Aiden, and now he hoped that she would not recognize him. She asked him who he was and what he was doing here. He bowed and said that he was a disciple of Yuxiao Ta Palace. He came here by mistake, trying to cover his face. She said that in that case, he should get out of here because they are not happy with the disciples of the palace. He was about to leave, but suddenly she stopped him and grabbed his hand. She said that this jade sword was a personal thing of her acquaintance and asked how he was able to get it. Bailey thought that this was not good at all, but it could betray him. She told him that he should confess who he is. He immediately applied a protective shield over himself, with the help of the furnace of 4 Slavans, so that she could not attack him. Her assistant said, if she wants, she will destroy him. Yunshan said that he has a jade sword and a furnace from Dangxiao Palace, but he even managed to escape from her grasp. She smiled and said that it would be a pity to destroy such a talented young man. Bailey understood that the divine of the 4 elephants was connected to the Dangxiao Palace, and it could mean that the intercontinental Juxiao was even more connected than he thought. We looked at him sternly and asked what his name was, and added that his shield would not be able to protect him for long, so he had better confess. He understood that she did not recognize him and said that his name is Xiao Yun. Hearing his name, she was very surprised and immediately asked who his mentor was. He sighed and thought that he would definitely not be able to keep this information a secret, and told him that his mentor was the demi-saint Qing Sheng. Yunshan was extremely surprised when she heard her name. She thought that this boy might be his reincarnation because he looked so much like him. Her assistant whispered in her ear that this guy had a lot of potential and that he was a student of Qing Sheng, and if they didn't finish him, he could become a big problem in the future. Yunshan has long harbored a grudge against Yuxiao Palace for Aiden killing Bailey, and it would be wrong if they let this guy go. Bailey turned to them and said that they were very nice girls and asked why they would kill him. He was also surprised that Yunshan's assistant really wanted him destroyed, because they did not know each other. Yunshan said that her friend Hansue thinks he is very talented, so she will give him a chance to survive, but he must accept her as his teacher and become her husband. But in a moment, it seems she changed her mind and started attacking him, trying to break through his defenses. Bailey said that he was a student of Yuxiao Palace and he cannot change the school until it is destroyed. Suddenly he let his blood flow, but decided that he had no more options and this was the only way out. She said that he had better not play these games with her, so he had to choose either worship and as a teacher or be destroyed. He hid his hand behind his back and said, if she thinks so highly of him, then he should agree. Suddenly there was a powerful flash. But Bailey flew away with lightning, leaving Yunshan with nothing. But she wasn't going to let him go just like that and attacked from a distance. She was even able to hit him in the back and knock him down with this monad attack, but it turned out to be just his illusion, and the real Bailey disappeared in another direction. She asked in surprise how he dared to condense the blood right under her nose. She also fell for such a trick, but Hansue said that he wouldn't be able to go far. Meanwhile, Bailey managed to pull away to a great distance, and he thought he could exhale. Suddenly, he felt the rapid approach of the enemy's energy. He couldn't believe that they managed to catch up with him, because he even used the power of the holy book to break away. Suddenly, he saw a familiar girl land next to him. Her name was Kansha. She was Bailey's third student. Immediately after her, Yunshan and Hansue appeared. The girls were surprised to see Kansha here because she was supposed to be at a meeting with the Golden Demon. Kansha looked at Bailey admiringly and asked if it was him. Looking into her eyes, he understood that he would not succeed in deceiving her. He sighed and almost said his name, but she put her finger to his lips, interrupting him, and said that now was not the time to talk. Kansha signaled Yunshan to create an impenetrable dome over them so that no one could overhear them. She immediately understood everything and immediately fulfilled her request. An impenetrable field appeared on them. Bailey realized that now there was no point in playing these games with them and hiding, after which he showed them his true form and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Tears welled up in the eyes of the girls, but they could not believe that their master was in front of them. Hansue asked, "Is he Bailey Yun?" and asked where he was all these years. She said that the girls suffered a lot all this time and went through a lot, and asked why he didn't come if he was alive. She continued to accuse him, but Bailey ignored it and asked why they were being so careful if no one was there. Kansha sighed and said that the era of gods among humans had arrived. His position on the continent was very high, and his revival was a matter of great importance, and warned him that if he is not careful, they could all get hurt. Yunshan explained that they were all saints now, but there were secrets that only saints knew and only saints noticed hidden things. He said that it seems that the continent has changed a lot during his absence, Kansha asked. Has he not been on Juxiao all this time? He explained that his rebirth was not reincarnation, but another way of transitioning into this world. Bailey explained that he first came to Juxiao's continent from Earth, and when it was destroyed, he ended up on Earth again, then appeared on the continent with the help of a space portal. The girls excitedly looked at each other and asked if the Earth was the legendary underworld. Yunshan excitedly asked if this is not the place where the dead are reincarnated. Bailey was extremely surprised when he heard this question, because he did not know that the Earth was considered an underworld for rebirth. She said that the place where the dead were reborn was secret. It was known to the saints as the holy planet of the 9 circles of hell, or Earth. She said that the people who were destroyed on the Juxiao continent will be reborn in the 9 circles of hell. Kansha said she heard this place was a low-level realm with unstable space and time. He said that it is not surprising because when he passed away, he was reborn as a teenager. But after returning to the Juxiao continent, 600 years have passed since his death. Bailey. Kansha said that all this time she was tormented by one question: what really happened then? He sighed and said that Aiden really destroyed him then. Yunshan began to shout that it was not surprising because she was a cursed woman, but he refused her love for Aiden's sake. Bailey tried to calm them down and said it didn't matter now. Meanwhile, Hansue reminded Kansha that she was supposed to have a meeting with the immortal Golden Demon today. Yunshan said it was true, and the girls started fighting over it. Bailey asked what happened and why they all have to meet this Golden Demon. Kansha explained that after he killed Bailey, she hated Aiden, but Aiden was getting stronger every day, so she had no way to avenge him and had to leave Yuxiao Palace alone. Kansha said that for the last 100 years, she had been training hard to become a saint and gain the power to take revenge. Yunshan said that Kansha traveled all over Juxiao continent to gather a group of people to join forces and oppose Aiden. Therefore, it was because of this that they had to meet the Golden Demon Cicada. Bailey said that he met with a man from the Primar sect, and he said that Aiden is in a very difficult situation right now. He asked if they were the people who spread these rumors. Kansha said that Aiden is guarding one of the space channels, but she heard that there were disturbances in space and soon this channel will be lost. Bailey said that in this case, Aiden will not be able to leave that space, and warned that if foreigners entered the Juxiao continent, real chaos would begin, and the safety of the people on this continent was a priority. He shamed them, and sternly asked did they forget what he taught them. He said that in general, they should cancel everything and stop harassing Aiden. Kansha asked him if he would go with her to meet the Golden Demon. He replied that he could not join her because he was now looking for his helper from Earth. Bailey arrived at the Inzian River, beyond which was the city of the same name to which he was heading, which is where Kelly's energy came from. Suddenly, he saw a huge funnel in the middle of the river. Then a huge monster came out of it and tried to swallow him. He recognized in it a dragon bond, and it was a troubled creature. Until suddenly the dragon was trapped in the middle of the furnace of 4 elephants. Bailey was very surprised because the stove of 4 elephants took the initiative to protect his master. And after the furnace destroyed his physical body and left only the spirit he had tamed. This spirit sped toward the city, pointing the way. Bailey. The spirit flew into the middle of the house. Kelly was tied up in one of the rooms. It seems that she was held here as a hostage. Bailey followed the spirit and saw her. He was shocked when he saw it. He began to shout and ask who did it, but she could not speak. Kelly couldn't answer because her mouth was gagged. Looks like it was some brothel where she was being used as a concubine. He immediately released her from the ropes, then picked her up and said that he was sorry because he was late. She said that he has nothing to apologize for because he already saved her. Kelly asked, "What happened to the other girls who came through the space channel? Because they were separated." He replied that he found her first. Besides, no one asked for help except her, so he thinks that everything is fine with them. But she should not worry. She finally calmed down, and once again gratefully looked into the eyes of her savior, after which she lost consciousness lying in his arms. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind the door. A woman said that the girl who was sent to her was here, but she was training her for something. The man whom the woman met said that he was sure that she would be taught everything in this place. The woman said that they tied her up and gagged her, but he will be satisfied with how she looks now. They were very surprised to see Bailey, and the man started shouting for him to put his beauty in her place. He asked him what his beauty meant, and sternly asked if he had done it to his servant. The man tried to attack Bailey, saying that he was a normal immortal and he would finish him now, but his attack missed after Bailey broke the ceiling and flew outside. He turned to this man and said that he must be the lord of the city of Yingjiang, and said that he would pay with his life for abusing his servant and trying to destroy him, after which he ascended high into the sky and addressed the townspeople, introducing himself and saying that he was a true disciple of the Yuxiao Palace, and his mentor was the demi-saint Qing Sheng. He said he was offering them a reward, and whoever could destroy the local Lord Inxian would receive 3 rings filled with heavenly treasures from Yuxiao Palace. When the Lord heard this, he was very scared and realized that now it was over. He asked the owner of the brothel if this guy was really a disciple of Yuxiao Palace, and asked how this ordinary girl could attract the attention of such a person. He said that he had to return to the Lord's palace immediately, otherwise people would come after him to destroy him. Bailey had to heal Kelly, and he invented the reward for the Lord specifically so that he would not be pursued and he could buy time. He touched her breasts and began the process of healing her body and soul. Suddenly she regained consciousness and stopped him, saying that he should not waste his true chi energy on her. He told her to stop carrying nonsense, because if she didn't survive she would become useless, and he didn't want a useless servant. Unexpectedly, Iris and Tina came to him. She said that they had traveled 1,000 miles in one night to distract the enemy for his sake, and at that time he was flirting with some girl. He explained that her internal organs were damaged, and if she was not cured, her cultivation would come to an end. Tina was immediately surprised when she heard this, and asked what kind of cruel person could hurt this girl like that. Bailey sternly replied that it was the Lord of Yingjiang's handiwork. He also said that he had announced a reward for his head, and if they had already come, he hoped for their help. It was Lord Inzian's palace, and Tina and Iris had already visited there. Meanwhile, the Lord inside the palace asked his parents to protect him, because people wanted to break in and destroy him for the reward. His father named Hume reassured his son and said that in his city, people from Yuxiao Palace have no right to do such actions. He told his men to convey his order that anyone from the city who could provide information about the true heir of Yuxiao Palace, Xiao Yun, would receive 10 million spirit stones from him. And whoever gets his head will even get an estate in the center of Inzian City and their family's secret cultivation method. After hearing this, the inhabitants of the city were very surprised, because their lord had the courage to go even against the palace of Yuxiao, but they considered it a dangerous occupation. But that boy Xiao Yun looked very dangerous. Many of the townspeople thought so, but some of them saw it as a great opportunity to make money. One of the petty crooks named Ekin used his family's search amulet and believed that Xiao Yun would not be able to hide from him, and he could easily get a reward for him. Iris said that it looks like things are bad, and that they should return immediately and tell the master about everything. While Kelly tried to regain his strength through cultivation, he pondered her words about the space channel. His friends had already returned to him and told him that the lord of the city had offered a reward for his head. And Yuxiao Palace had also made a lot of enemies because of the whole situation. Suddenly, Bailey felt an alien energy near him, while Tina said that they had better leave this city. But Bailey said it appeared to be too late to do so. Aiken was very pleased because he managed to find Bailey, but he understood that Yuxiao's true disciple had many tricks up his sleeve, and it was better for him to just pass this information on to the Lord. And he himself decided to try to rob it, because there must have been many treasures in it. Tina assessed this blood energy and said it must have been a tracer. Bailey said he would protect Kelly with the 4-elephant furnace so she could heal safely. And they have yet to change roles in this game of stalking, Bailey said with a smile. He told his friends to follow him because he wanted to set up an ambush. Meanwhile, Aiken brought the Lord to show him the location of Bailey, but he was not there. While they were looking for him, he himself came to them and said that there was no need to look for him. He said that he was really looking forward to them, but in his mind he was disappointed that the son of the eldest lord did not come, because he wanted to finish them all together. Hume returned to Bailey and asked if he would set up an ambush for him, and also clarified whether it was worth doing it for the sake of one woman. He came with his wife, and said that they were both at the peak of their spiritual connection, and that even if he created a magic circle, he would not be able to harm them immediately, and suggested that they leave. Bailey took out his holy book and told them to shut up immediately and stop carrying the delusion. The book flew into the air. Meanwhile, Bailey told them that the city lord had insulted his friend and almost destroyed her cultivation, and they would all pay for it today. Iris with his rake was already ready and said that for the sake of his master, he would destroy these bastards. His wife said not to worry and that she would destroy this pig. In the meantime, Icon realized that he smelled fried and he should get out while he was safe. But when he tried to go around, he bumped his face into the barrier and said that this guy had created a magic circle after all and there was no way for them to retreat. Hume began to attack Bailey and said that he would destroy him today for his arrogance. Ching warned him that they wanted to use a secret technique to strengthen their cultivation. She tried to attack the old man, but it was in vain because it was just an illusion. Realizing this, she told Bailey to be careful, but the old man was already at arm's length from him. He looked around and saw that he was behind him while around him, and the old man immediately received a powerful blow in return from the dragon spirit. He told old Hume that with the help of the sacred book, he would have enough power to finish them off. Bailey said if he couldn't wait to be destroyed, then he would gladly help him by putting his foot on his chest and pressing him hard to the earth. He immediately began begging him for mercy and asking him not to take his life, but in return he would give him the secrets of the 9 holy places. After hearing this, his wife was shocked. She didn't want her husband to share these secrets. Bailey said if it turned out to be a lie, they would both be destroyed. He assured him it was true and he wasn't lying. Hume said that there was a holy ancestor in their family, but he learned that the souls of all saints eventually return to the Holy Land for reincarnation until they awaken their memories, and then it is possible to get eternal life. Bailey told him that if that's all he can tell, it won't be enough, because Conshaw and the other girls actually told him about it. The old man said that there was something else in recent years. He had been trying to find a way to gain immortality, and he happened to find a map of the Juxiao ancient continent. He said that at that time the continent was divided by the sea into 9 parts, but the ancient continent was one, and the passage to the Holy Land was in the center of the continent, and one of these central parishes was the modern city of Yingjiang. Bailey realized that if they could find where this passage was, it would be easier to find Shen and the other girls, so he asked where these passages were. Hume said that only a spatial master can find where the passages are, and if he knew that he would not be in the city, Bailey began to think about his words and decided that it would not be difficult for him to find these passages. Meanwhile, the old man thought about how to escape. Icon couldn't wait for the protection of the magic circle to weaken so that he could break out. Bailey handed him a sacred book and said if he believes in him, he will lead him to where the passage is. Suddenly, the old man started shouting and asked the tracker what he was waiting for, and at that time he used his technique to break the dome to destroy the magic circle. When the passage was created, he turned to the woman and said that they should not run away immediately. Bailey turned to Iris and Tina, signaling for them to finish them all off. Iris immediately raked the Hume woman through the chest and destroyed her. Saw that it was he who was shocked and started screaming in terror, but Bailey had already soared above him and wanted to hit him with a fireball. But he managed to escape and disappeared into the high sky, hiding from view. Tina said that she would follow him, but the young master stopped her and said that it was not necessary. He proposed a better idea and said that they would destroy their city Vezishchent. Hume returned home, where his son met him and asked with horror what had happened because they had gone hunting for Xiao Yun and asked where the mother was. Hume said that Bailey finished her because he was very strong and they should go to the bottom, and promised that when he recovers, he will take someone to take revenge. But it seems they did not have time because the city began to be covered with sand. Bailey decided to trap the entire city in a sea of sand, then use the sea as a magic circle, and thus every soul in the city would be in his hands. But he will be able to gain complete control over their life and death. Bailey ordered his friends to place spirit stones around the perimeter of the city. After that, he turned to the townspeople and told them that their lord had insulted his servant and tried to destroy him, and now he had cast a destructive magic circle over the entire town to repay the debt for the damage done. Bailey said that anyone who did not obey would be destroyed immediately. His speech was also heard by the Hai family. Hume picked up his son and dragged him along, saying that now they have no way out, but he must pay for his sins. He brought his son to Bailey and ordered him to kneel. Hume held his son and said that he apologized and knew he was wrong and was now giving his son over to them. Bailey turned to Kelly and said that now she can take revenge for herself. She was very grateful to him for such an opportunity. Kelly sternly addressed Junior Lord Hai and said that she almost lost all her cultivation because of him, and asked if he thought about the consequences when he did this to her. He begged her for mercy and said he was wrong, but in the end, he got what he deserved. This was watched by a disgruntled Hume, who seemed to be up to something. After his son was punished, he turned to Bailey and asked to let his family go, The young master replied that he could let him go, but smilingly said that there was something else he wanted to do. He ordered Hume to acknowledge him as his master or face destruction. Hume took him by the hand and said that he would serve him as his master, but he only asked for his life. Bailey pointed 2 fingers at Hume's forehead and concluded a contract of master and servant with him. Hume, standing before him on his knees, said that he was glad to welcome his master. Bailey ordered him to return to the city and calm the locals. Then he turned to Kelly and asked if she remembers the broken temple in which she appeared after entering the space passage. She replied that she remembers this place and can take him there. They arrived at a small, ruined temple. Kelly said that she learned that this place was built even before the city of Yingjiang was built, but no one knows who it was dedicated to. She told that after she was thrown out of the space ward, she ended up right here. They got closer, and Bailey saw a blue glow emitting from the round stone, saying it was the power of faith. He ordered his friends to move away and directed a stream of his energy at him. This stone fell under the floor where there was another room. He immediately jumped into it and saw golden inscriptions on the floor below, and he understood everything. These were texts from the time of the 5 emperors, and this place was dedicated to them. His friends followed him into this secret room, and Tina said that it looked like this was an altar from the time of the 5 emperors. She said that according to legend, the ancient continent of Juxiao was ruled by the red, black, green, yellow, and white emperors, each of whom had their own technique that was later passed on to the world. Bailey directed his flames to destroy these inscriptions, saying that flames leave no marks. He came closer to the altar and said that these were fragments of the altar of the 9 secrets left by the sages during the reign of the emperors. He raised his hand to one of the fragments and said that he would take one of them with him. After that, they returned to Lord Hai's estate. He assumed that Bailey should have found the altar fragments by now. Suddenly, outside the window, he saw a powerful explosion that lit up the whole city. When this explosion happened, the friends were very scared, but they already thought that their end would come. It happened just when Bailey touched the shard lying on the altar, but he managed to cover everyone with a protective dome and they were not hurt. One of the shards increased considerably in size. He understood that usually spiritual power cannot affect the altar fragment, and only spiritual power that contained the power of space can provoke such a reaction. He did not know if it would be possible to make this thing smaller, because in this form it would be difficult to carry with him. But as soon as he thought that it should be reduced, it immediately decreased, and he thought that this fragment was behaving submissively to the point of pain. The girls were very pleased with this and asked if he could manage these altar fragments. He said that luckily everything works out. Tina curiously asked him where they will go next and what they will do. He patted Kelly and said he came here to find the demon sword and his assistant, and now that he did, it was time to go back. He said that in his current situation, he cannot return with Kelly back to Earth. Tina immediately said that she understood everything and took care of his friend. Folding her hands, she said that they should go because if he wants to return to the Yuxiao Palace, they will first have to pass through the city of Tianyun. Bailey was pleased that she would help him, while Kelly felt quite uncomfortable. They all flew through the sky together. Tina turned to Kelly and said that her city Tianyun was waiting for them ahead. She proudly said that she was the lord of this city, and she could live here in peace, and no one would dare to intimidate her, because under her leadership, this place was always safe. Suddenly she saw what excited her very much. Unconscious guards were lying in front of the entrance to the city. She ran up to one of them and picked him up and asked what had happened. He replied that she should not waste time because he could not be saved, and was immediately going to Holly. But he fainted and his life left him. Bailey immediately approached her and hugged her, comforted her, saying that he was very sorry. He said that now the most important thing is to find out what happened. She approached a boy named Holly and asked what was going on. He explained in a trembling voice that a practitioner from the Ghost Yin sect had released his ghost and taken control of the entire city, after which he also lost his life, finally saying that she should save the city. She said that these were the same bastards they met on the way to the mountain. Entering the middle, Bailey saw a man from the Primar sect in front of him. He said that he had been waiting for him for a long time, and said that such consequences await those who dare to betray his sect. The young master said that since the old psycho was using ghosts to destroy innocent people, he would destroy him for it. Tina asked Bailey to use her for this because she also wanted revenge on these bastards. So Bailey uses Tianxiang's body and turns her into a peachwood sword. He said that today they will work together like in the good old days and rid this world of evil. The representative of the sect saw this and began to laugh loudly. He asked Bailey if he thought he could do something to him with a wooden sword. He used dark magic and some otherworldly sphere appeared above him. He said that today he will show them the power of the evil spirits of his sect. Meanwhile, the sphere that the sectarian created over the city immediately began to drain the souls of the city's inhabitants. Using the power of their souls, he called for help from hellish creatures such as a huge 3-headed horse. Bailey asked how their sect dares to use such a sinister technique, and now he will do everything to destroy them all. The three-headed monster immediately rushed to attack him using its huge sword. But Bailey was too fast for him and he could not follow him. He decided to use the golden blessing against him and remove all limits to the use of his powers. After which, pouncing on the monster, he used the soul-splitting technique. After realizing this, the representative of the sect was very frightened, because it was too powerful a force. Thanks to this attack, the monster was destroyed, and the soul sphere returned to humans. The man of the sect was also injured and said he would take Bailey with him. He began to shout loudly, thrusting his own sword into his chest, and said that with his life he was causing heavenly thunder and lightning. Infernal lightning appeared in the sky, which seemed to seek to get everyone they could reach. Tina, seeing this, said that they couldn't handle it, and it was better to hide. But Bailey said that it was the opposite at the right time, because he was just thinking about improving his body, after which he asked if Tina trusted him. She answered that she believed him 100%. In a moment, a powerful bolt of lightning hit Bailey directly. There was a loud explosion, and after the smoke cleared, they saw a figure with a sword hovering near it. It was Bailey, and he was holding a new sword in front of him. He said it was pretty good, and with the power of thunder, Tina was upgraded to the purple cloud sword. She said that now she felt her power overflowing and it was simply incredible. Bailey said that now the cultivator of the Primarch Yin sect was dead, but all he needed was for her to remain the head of this city. He also said that Kelly should stay here and Tina would help her in her cultivation. She said she agreed and would be happy to stay in this city. After a while, Bailey returned to Yuxiao Palace, walking into his dormitory room. He said he was home. Seeing him, Qing rushed to him. She was somehow frightened and wounded. Qing said that he should go and save Banyan because she was captured by the third sister. Bailey grabbed her shoulders and asked what happened because Kansha couldn't do it. He decided that it looked like she didn't want to give up her revenge plans. Qing said that Banyan lived peacefully since childhood, but the three sisters had many complaints against her because she was the daughter of his murderer. He asked her to calm down and tell what exactly Kansha wanted to do. Qing said that she wanted to use Banyan to threaten the head of the palace and test Aiden. He asked where Kansha was now and asked Qing to take him to her, thinking that he could not allow the girl to be held captive and threatened by Aiden. Qing explained that Kansha became a saint, but she can't watch over her with her half-sacred power. He said he needs to think about it. Suddenly, a sacred book on his chest opened, emitting light and making a strange sound. Qing was surprised and asked what it was. He explained that it was a sacred book that received the power of faith from a holy star and was trying to pass that power to him. The Qing said that the sacred book was the sacred weapon of the 5 emperors that belonged to the White Emperor. He decided that when he trained in the world of 9 secrets, it seems that he received the inheritance of the White Emperor. She said that according to rumors, after the death of the saints, their magical and sacred weapons will go with their souls to the world of 9 mysteries. She said that it was not surprising that Aiden spoke about the fact that many foreign races were looking for a way to the world of 9 secrets, that is, to Earth, and assumed that it was for the sake of great treasures and inheritance. Bailey thought that after he became a saint, he would have to return to Earth to protect people. Qing said she heard how the Emperor became a saint through faith and asked if she could learn the method. He thought that with Qing's talent and the help of Yuxiao Palace, she could only reach the level of a demi-saint, and to reach the level of a saint, she must follow the path of faith. He said that now he is the new emperor, and if she believes in him, he will make her saint. He warned that in this way he and she would no longer be master and student, and her life might be in his hands. She immediately replied that she was ready for it. She fell on her knees in front of him and said that she wanted to follow the path of holiness. He opened the book in front of her and said that he would make her a holy woman in the name of the emperor. They were covered by a majestic golden sphere wrapped in magical fiery tongues of flame. All energy jets passed through her soul and filled her with new strength. She asked with surprise what it was. He explained that this is a space that arises with the help of the power of faith from the world of 9 secrets. They found themselves in some other place. It looked quite strange, and through its walls you could see the cities of the earth. Looking through the wall, he realized that it was true time. Between the Juxiao continent and the earth really flows differently. For the whole time he was here, only 6 months had passed on the earth. She said that she felt the power of faith that was devoted to the Holy Star, but that there was something else. Qing said that he could feel the believers of the Holy Star praying to the Emperor and the Holy Maiden, and they wanted to be protected. He said that by establishing a channel between Juxiao and Earth, they would be able to help Earth quickly. He stroked her, and said that he forgot to introduce her to his family after she received the power of faith and there was a short contact with the earth, but she said that she would definitely say hello to them next time. He said that now he has to go to the spirit realm and he would like her to pass on something from him. She said that the spirit realm was a very dangerous place and asked to take her with her. He said that she should not worry because he wants to go to find someone somewhere and she should stay here to gather the strength of faith and become a saint. She pointed a sword at him and told him not to speak. She insists on it and asks his forgiveness for it. He said that it had been a long time since they had an exchange of experience between master and student, and asked if she had forgotten about his power. She immediately felt his strength in response. Ching said that as a student she was offended. He quickly snatched the sword from her hands and pointed it at her. He disarmed her and took his prisoner, looking into her eyes and smiling. He said that there must be someone in Yu Xiao's palace who has such power as hers, because as long as she is here, the palace will be safe. He once again reminded her that all she needs now is to quickly become a saint so that he does not worry about her life. He stroked her, calling her a good girl, and told her to lead him to the exit. They approached the great portal. Bailey said that it is a spatial transition of the Jushao continent that allows you to quickly reach the entrance to the spirit realm. Ching said that he can't go back because of him and he should be careful. He warned if something happens, she should let him know through the bond of faith power. After which he jumped inside the portal and Ching asked him to return as soon as possible, safe and sound. He found himself at another passage guarded by a guard. Bailey understood that the person guarding the entrance to the spirit realm was a spirit lord, and this meant that this place was indeed quite dangerous. Fearfully said that Bailey must be a disciple of the Yu Xiao Palace, and asked him to return because it was very dangerous ahead. Terribly warned him if he takes a step forward, then he should not blame him for rudeness. He took out his token and said that he was the true heir of Yu Xiao Palace named Xiao Yun, and he had to enter the spirit world. He looked at his token and said that he was probably recently accepted by the disciples because he would have known him, after which he apologized and said that he did not want to offend him. He said that he was not offended because he was just doing his job. The guard said that he must have been here on a mission and added that he would not stop him, but warned that this place was very dangerous and he would not be able to go back through this door. Passing through the passage, he found himself in a meadow. He thought that this spiritual kingdom deserved to be called the land of exile, because of course the demonic aura here was in chaos, and even his spiritual power was suppressed. Instead, there were many precious materials for high-end pills that could not be found outside. There were also many dangerous monsters here. He decided to capture one and put it in the furnace of 4 elephants. Placing him inside, Bailey told the beast that his abilities are very expressive, so he should change his form so as not to attract attention. He immediately felt how a bunch of eyes appeared behind him, watching him. He told them that he would leave immediately, otherwise he would finish them all. It was a pack of ghost wolves that began to approach him, planning an attack. One of them, showing his claws in front of him and opening his mouth wide, pounced on the young master. Bailey easily deflected his attack by tossing him up. The spirit of the monster that he tamed with the help of 4 elephant stoves immediately came to his aid. The spirit immediately swallowed the wolf, letting the others understand that it is better not to contact him. Bailey said that the ghost wolf is also good material for alchemy, so he asked his pet not to eat them all, at which the dog began to bark merrily, while his spirit dealt with the pack of wolves. Another monster appeared in front of Bailey, and Suvaro asked who was insulting the Emperor's subordinates. He decided that he was really unlucky to meet the Wolf Emperor's patrol, but a wonderful pill would come out of his demonic core. The demon began to shout that Bailey broke into his territory and destroyed his subordinates, demanding that he give up his golden core and then he would spare him. He said that he also wanted to take his demonic core and offered him to see who would take it from whom first. The demon immediately furiously rushed to attack him, not intending to tolerate such insolence. He called him a high-minded person and promised that today he would put an end to it. Bailey pointed his sword at him and said that it depends on whether the demon has enough strength. He jumped off his flying monster when he was impaled by Bailey's sword, narrowly escaping. His bat clattered to the ground, and he couldn't believe that Bailey had finished it. He immediately attacked him and said that he would pay for it with his life. The young master quickly jumped back, parrying his attack. Several golden rings appeared near his finger, and he ordered his sword to return. He jumped out of the bat's body and flew towards the demon. The sword flew at an incredible speed, but the demons managed to dodge it, and it passed by. He saw a small dog in front of him who came to scold him. He angrily hit him, throwing him out of his way, saying that some yard dog would not be able to stop him. Bailey said that it was not just a yard dog, and told the demon that he should call him Ancestor, after which his dog showed the demon its true form. He screamed in terror and said it was a mythical animal named Titan. The dog snarled loudly and immediately charged at the demon and began to tear the demon to pieces as Bailey threw his arms. He tried to say something before his destruction. Bailey realized that he wanted to detonate his demonic core and ordered his dog to spit it out immediately. But it was too late, and the core began to release energy before exploding. Bailey tried to contain it, after which it exploded, albeit with not so much force. Young Master said if he hadn't teleported him thousands of miles away to neutral lands, they would most likely be gathering their bones all over the spirit realm. Wolves still surrounded him. Bailey asked, do they still want to attack him now that their Wolf Emperor was destroyed? He said that the loss of the demonic core had spoiled his mood and warned the wolves that since they did not understand what was best for them, they should not blame him for his cruelty. He took out his artifact that contained a sea of sand and ordered him to immediately destroy all these monsters. The wolves saw this and were very frightened and began to retreat, but it was quite late and the sand began to swallow them, taking their lives, while they whimpered piteously. After the process was completed, a Sandman appeared in front of him, who gave the young master all the demon cores from these wolves. Bailey told him to throw them into the furnace of the four elephants, to purify them. Bailey said that he wasted a lot of time here, and should rather find the altar shard in the spirit realm. His dog said that he could rely on him on this matter, and he would find it. He closed his eyes and focused on his majestic sense of smell. After a moment, he already understood where the fragment was and knew the way there. After which he told this information to Bailey. He said that it was wonderful and ordered to show the way. They arrived at an abandoned building and stopped in front of the entrance. Bailey said that it looked like a Buddhist temple. He knew that Juxiao continent only had Taoist heritage, but he did not understand why a Buddhist temple appeared here. Going inside, he saw a golden Buddha statue, which he was very impressed by. He decided that maybe he was looking in the wrong place. Suddenly, an old man appeared there and addressed the young master. He said that he sees a parishioner in front of him, but he does not know where he came from. Bailey decided that this man was strange because he could not even notice his presence here, but first he decided to find out what he was up to. The young master replied that he was simply carried here by the wind. The old monk said that it seems that Bailey was a joker because this temple was located in a remote area surrounded by wolves and a terrible nine-headed sea serpent. The monk assumed that Bailey probably wanted to hide here. The master replied that it was not important and asked what the old man had to do with it. He replied that you shouldn't be so careful. He's just trying to help, and added that this place can look calm and quiet. But in fact, the whole temple was surrounded by demons, said the old man, giving Bailey his strange look. He asked if there were demons here. Why didn't they stop him when he came in? The old man replied, because these demons lure people here and keep them captive for their food. He asked what he should do in that case, since he is already here. He offered him to come closer, but he will give him one thing that can protect him. Bailey started to walk towards him, but kept his hand ready, expecting an attack. The old psycho was pleased with such humility and naivety of the young guy, and in a moment, he turned into a demon who wanted to capture the young master. Bailey was immediately trapped by the dark magic, and the demon said he probably didn't even realize what had happened. The demon said that he was not so easily fooled, but Bailey was still only a small spirit emperor who was trapped by the black mist and would soon become his food. He replied that he considered him an evil Buddha, so he decided to play along with him, then used his attack technique, calling him a worthless demonic piece of shit. The true flame began to burn the demon. After receiving a portion of the fire, he fell to the ground without strength. It turned out to be some kind of demonic ghost monkey, and she got a good scare when she got rebuffed. Besides him, there was a whole pack of ghost monkeys in the temple, and the main one of them said that she did not expect him to be so strong. Bailey said that it is no wonder that they feel so comfortable here because they seem to have taken over this place a long time ago. The demon said that it was all the same, and then decided to attack him again. But a leader appeared in front of this mad monkey and stopped him, telling Bailey that he was disturbing their peaceful life and ordered him to leave the town. But if he agreed to do so, they would not pursue him, said the monkey leader. The young master said that this was a Buddhist temple, and why the monkeys decided that this was their territory, so he believed that they should leave this place. The leader of the demonic monkeys began to shout that he was too insolent for a human. It looks like he was going for a second round with Bailey. He said that he is in the late stage of spiritual connection, and all his clan members are on the same level, and he doesn't want to fight in vain. Bailey said that they were probably waiting for him to retreat to attack him from behind. The leader of the monkeys began to shout that he was insolent and just looking for his own destruction. He immediately launched a powerful attack at him, but Bailey managed to jump back, saying that why some vile demon decided that he could destroy him. But he understood that this monkey was really at the stage of spiritual connection, so it would be better for him to use his fiery sword. The young master said that only the demon would be destroyed today, and immediately cut off his hand with a strong swing of his sword. He was dissatisfied and began to shout at his subordinates and tell them to help him. In a moment, a huge pack of ghost monkeys pounced on him. He smiled and said if he thinks he can take his number, he is wrong. Bailey realized that here it was necessary to use the fire core for a massive fire attack. In a moment, everything inside the temple started to burn, and the monkeys burned like paper in a flame. Monkeys suffering in the fire shouted Bailey to be damned. He said that anyone, be it a demon or a human, who wishes him destruction will be destroyed himself. Having destroyed most of the monkeys in front of him, there were still a few that survived. They looked like some monkey family who still wanted to fight. Suddenly, something scared them very much, but they started to run away. He saw that a stone tablet appeared behind him. He approached it closer and realized that it had a spiritual aura. But most likely, it was this tablet that calmed all the anger and hatred in the hearts of these monkeys. So he decided not to pursue them. And he also noticed the ancient inscriptions on the tablet. Bailey turned to his dog and asked if his energy cultivation had increased. He replied that his strength had greatly increased with the help of Ghost Wolf cores. He said that was wonderful, and said that then he should now know where these inscriptions on the tablets came from. The dog replied that according to legend, there was an era of gods before the 5 emperors. And these gods ruled this world, and every word was the word of God. He said that what is written in this tablet must be records of the existence of ancient gods. Bailey said that the Buddhas were in the West, so they should not be related to the ancient gods. The dog said that such a text is not clear and difficult to understand. Without having the basics, it will be almost impossible to read it. He said that he does not understand the meaning of the words, but after looking at the text once, he can write down the general form. The dog said that this cannot be, because even true immortals could not penetrate these words into their consciousness, because it was a sacred scripture that cannot be read or rewritten. But Bailey said he was able to do it, and suggested that it might have had something to do with his reincarnation experience. He said he would try to destroy these texts with his holy book, until suddenly something surprised him very much. This divine tablet unexpectedly for him began to resist. Bailey was thrown a few meters away, and the dog worriedly asked if everything was okay with him. The young master got a good rub down and said that this tablet had been enhanced by a secret method, and it seemed to resist his power. He touched it and said that the material was hard, but he didn't know what it was. There were 10,000 symbols in front of it, but he didn't look at what was behind it. Behind him, he saw some drawings of saints. He asked what kind of power this person must have had to carve these small statues on this stone. He paid attention to the large Buddha statue behind him and decided that he had brought this stone tablet, but why there were records from the time of the ancient gods on it. He said that although they do not know this, they will be able to learn a little more. He approached the monkey and asked what they could say to that. He warned the monkeys that if they shared information with him, he would spare their lives. The monkey said that they lived here under the protection of their lord for generations until the day the great Buddha came to them. She said that he appeared from the sky and conquered the land of the Lord. She said that then their lord fought with him for 100 days, but in the end was defeated and fell into a deep sleep. But the statue was also damaged and lost its majesty. And before the lord fell asleep, he ordered him to carry the underworld Buddha. After they transferred it to Juxiao, the statue asked them to build this temple. The statue used all its strength to summon this stone and fell into a deep sleep. Bailey asked, "Does she mean that this stone tablet is a summoned stone?" The statue told them that the summoned stone is the foundation of this space, and if they own this stone, they will be able to control this spiritual space, explained the monkey. Bailey said that the spirit realm is the link between the underworld and Juxiao. Since the Buddha summoned this stone, he will not just sleep peacefully here. The young master told his dog that he wanted to check this stone, so he ordered it to be protected. He felt a strong echo of powerful energy that began to flow from the tablet. But at last the great Buddha awoke and stood before him in his majesty. Bailey realized that he was in another space and asked how he got here. The Buddha addressed him and said that he was a young, talented, and suitable candidate in his disciples, after which the Buddha ordered Bailey to kneel before him and worship his new teacher. He asked him who he was and why he lured him into his trap. The statue said that he is enlightened to the earth, then added that he is not going to harm him. He just wants to take Bailey as an apprentice because he likes Bailey's natural talent. The young master smiled and asked who gave him the courage to pretend to be a Buddhist when he used his powers to control monkeys, thereby destroying humans. The enlightened one became angry and told Bailey to follow his words, but he would never do anything wrong. But he just wants to promote Buddhism so that more beings can become Buddhas. The enlightened one said that Bailey had already received the Buddha's blessing, and if he refused his good offer, the enlightened one would deprive him of that privilege. After these words, he immediately rushed at him in a fit of rage. Bailey smiled and said that he finally showed his true colors. Enlightened was very surprised when he could not hit Bailey. The young master jumped on his hand and summoned his sword. The statue tried to fight back, but he managed to injure it. He asked if this was all the plan his Buddhist brain could come up with. He said that as a bodhisattva for Bailey's audacity, he would teach him a good lesson. Many hands immediately appeared behind him. It was the technique of 10,000 Buddhas. Bailey understood that he was in a world that was created by his mind, so his power did not work here. He decided that the only thing that could help him was a holy book. Thousands of fists immediately rushed to beat him, but with the help of a book, he was able to create a protective shield. In a moment, there was a powerful explosion that blinded him. It was performed from the space of the Buddha, Bailey said. If it were not for the book, he would not have coped with this psycho. He did not expect that this fake Buddha possessed the true Buddhist techniques and was so strong. He decided to use this Buddhist teaching to improve his own cultivation and conquer the evil spirit of the Buddha. After mastering this technique, he realized that this tablet could allow him to teleport to the spirit realm. Bailey understood that if he continued to improve this technique, he would be able to teleport into the spirit world from any point. Ching unexpectedly contacted him. He asked her what happened. She said that one person came back who wanted to see him. It was Gertie's sister. She warned Bailey that Gertie only knows that he is the head disciple of Yuxiao Palace, but she does not know his true identity. He said that there is no need to panic and he will be back now, and Qing should behave naturally. At this time, Gertie asked where Xiao Yun was and how long to wait for him. She said that he will be soon, because there was no way back between Yuxiao Palace and the spirit realm, but it will take some time to go back. Suddenly, he appeared near them and said that he was greeting his mentor, addressing Qing. Qing said she wants to introduce him to the current head of the palace, Tangun, and Gertie, and he can call her elder. Bailey smiled and thought that it was hard to even imagine that in this life, 4 of his disciples had become spiritual immortals. He bowed and said that it was very nice to meet him. She said that he can just call her aunt mentor. Qing tried to act casual, but she was not very successful. They decided to continue their conversation in the main hall of the palace. Gertie asked if Xiao Yun managed to get anything in the spirit realm. He smiled uncertainly and said that there was something. She asked if he could tell in more detail. He told a story about how he ended up in a temple with a demon who turned out to be monkeys controlling a false Buddha. Gertie asked if Bailey knew anything about the Golden Core tournament. He asked if it was a tournament to enter the divine world. She nodded her head. Bailey said that if he takes part in this tournament, there will be no one who can beat him. She said that if he is so confident and can win, then she will make him the caretaker of Tangun Palace with the right to see 2 worlds. Qing was very excited by this, and she asked, is Gertie talking about the Tangun Palace Watchers, who can explore the immortal world on the same level as the 9 great sect heads? She said that this would only happen if Xiao Yun really proved her strength, to which he bowed and thanked her, saying that he would not let her down. Suddenly, they heard some noise coming from outside. Some person was shouting and addressing the residents of the palace. Gertie came outside and asked the disgruntled man who was so loud. They saw the girls. One of them said that Aiden will not come back, so they better surrender the palace and leave this place. Otherwise, they will suffer if they refuse to do it, the girls warned. Gertie said she didn't expect to see them here, and asked if they wanted to destroy the Tangun Palace by teaming up with the Golden Cicada. Concha said that when the master was alive, there was no such palace as Tangun, and he did not deserve to exist and to have the right to rule people. Gertie said she couldn't mention the host's name, because if he found out they'd teamed up with the aliens against Aiden, he'd have a fever. And Bailey thought it wouldn't be a fever, but more of a headache. Concha said that Aiden destroyed their master, and she wants to take revenge for that. Meanwhile, her friend drew her attention to the guy who was standing behind Gertie and said that he looked a lot like their master. She wondered excitedly what he was doing here, but assumed that Gertie did not know his true identity. Meanwhile, Gertie said that Concha is not only interested in revenge, she wants to take Aiden's place. She said that everyone knows about her love for Bailey. The young master thought that she was just a stupid child if she fell in love with him. Concha angrily told Gertie to shut up, and warned her if she continued to carry this delusion, she would start talking about the past, too. Her friend said no more talking and suggested they just start a fight. The girls started to attack Gertie, but she created a protective shield and was able to repel the attack. She said that for using the Golden Cicada in Yuxiao Palace, she no longer has the right to even speak the master's name, after which the answer was answered with a powerful, fiery blow. Gertie told Qing to take care of Concha while she took care of her friend. Concha! They turned to Qing and said that she had better leave right now because she is not a rival for her. She said if Concha wanted to claim the Yuxiao Palace, she would first have to ask permission from her sword. Qing turned to Bailey and said he apologized for having to watch the sisters fight. He calmed her down and said it wasn't her fault. Suddenly, Yunshan appeared next to them in the company of others, and she immediately struck a fiery blow at the palace. Qing said that they are determined to start a war against Yuxiao Palace. Yunshan smiled and thought that this time they would not be able to escape from her. Suddenly, Molly appeared in front of him and asked if they should first ask her permission before visiting Yuxiao Palace. Yunshan said that Molly was just a servant of the master and did not deserve to hold the title of palace head. After hearing these words, Molly said no more talking and immediately attacked. She said that she also had a holy weapon and her cultivation was stronger. A real infernal battle began over the palace. Bailey said that at the moment the palace would not be able to concentrate on defense. He said that all girls do not have good intentions, so they better get out of here. Jasper and Carissa appeared in front of them, who did not seem to want to let them go. Bailey said that they need to reach the portal to the spirit world. Jasper chased after them, trying to stop them, but it seems it was too late because they had already jumped into the portal. They too followed. An angel sat in the middle of the portal and asked who dared to disturb his peace. Jasper asked him where the 2 who entered before them had gone. He replied that those saints went to the north, where foreigners ruled everything. Meanwhile, Bailey and Qing are in a very remote place. Qing excitedly asked him how he managed to transport them so far. Bailey replied that he had a stone called Khan, with which he can use the power of this world. He also asked her if she managed to find the slabs for the channel. She said that she found only 3 pieces, but it will be difficult to take them away. Bailey replied that they would pick them up after they got out of here. Suddenly, they saw something that alarmed them a lot. A gigantic monster appeared from the space channel Its size was even difficult to estimate. Chasing after Bailey, Jasper and Carissa also witnessed the appearance of this monstrous creature. Sensing his boundless power, they began to scream in fear. Bailey rushed to meet the monster and said that the invader of the underworld cannot be allowed to break through to the continent. A huge golden Buddha statue appeared behind the young master, but she was supposed to help him win this terrible battle with the Titan. A fiery beam of fiery energy shot out from the face of the statue. This beam immediately began to burn the huge Titan's limbs and was able to severely damage it and drive it back into the abyss. Get out, and Jasper and Carissa immediately flew up and started thanking for the rescue. The statue replied that if they want to thank him for this favor, they should stop harassing Bailey and Ching Sheng. They said that they would fulfill this request and leave the place immediately. Bailey thought that he hadn't expected these two to be so polite, but it was a good thing because it saved them from another battle. Bailey said that his concern now is that the underworld might enter here through the space channel. He said that he might be able to solve this problem with the help of his calling stone. Using a stone, he said that he summons spirits of phantom wolves so that they stand for protection in the space channel. He explained that if creatures from the underworld were able to invade, the wolves would be able to inform them of this. Meanwhile, Jasper and Carissa returned to the palace and were still very scared. And Bailey and Ching were already waiting for them there, who asked why they don't chase them anymore. And Bailey asked if they managed to get to know the monster from the underworld. Carissa said that it was time to prepare together to protect the continent from the creatures of the underworld instead of fighting each other. Meanwhile, the girls continued to fight fiercely and were not going to finish. They gathered together to discuss what was happening. Jasper said that together they were in the middle of the space channel and were able to repel the attack of the creature from the underworld. Yunshan approached them and asked if it was true. They said that it was true, but there was no point in them fighting among themselves because there was a serious threat in front of them. Yunshan said that Kansha and Gertie are still fighting and must be stopped. Suddenly, Ching took Bailey's hand and told him to follow her. At this time, the girls continued their battle not for life, but for destruction. Ching turned to them and said that they should stop this immediately because creatures from the underworld want to attack the spirit realm. Gertie excitedly asked them if it was true. Ching said that they managed to fend them off for now, but it looks like they are going to come back. Turning to the girls, she said that for now they should stop their arguments for the safety of their world. Bailey also turned to Kansha and said that she was his mentor's younger sister, so she was his mentor's aunt, so she should behave sensibly. Ching asked her to let go of her grudges and unite for the greater good. She turned to Gertie and said that if she wanted to solve all the conflicts, she should give Xiao Yun control over the entire continent. After hearing this, Bailey was extremely surprised because he did not expect such a thing. They understood that Kansha did all this for the sake of this boy Xiao Yun. Gertie was asked if she wants to put a person with the level of a spiritual emperor at the helm of the entire continent, and if she does it, people will not understand her. Ching said if they become his subjects, then he will become the emperor of gods and immortals. After that, Gertie began to guess that this guy was the reincarnation of their master Bailey. She looked at him and wondered why she couldn't understand it right away. Gertie said that in that case, Xiao Yun should follow her to Tangun Palace and participate in the Golden Core tournament. Kansha did not agree and said that he, on the contrary, should go with them because they had a Banyan. Gertie was told that he should go with her to the palace for the tournament because it would help him strengthen his cultivation, and then she could make him the lord of Tangun Palace. The girls could not decide for a long time with whom Bailey should go, and Gertie asked him if he knew that he was in the reincarnation of their master Bailey. Kansha said that she will not allow him to return to the palace because he was already killed once before, and she is worried that it might happen again. Bailey turned to the girls and asked them to let Banyan go. But Kansha did not answer anything and turned to her girls and said that it was time for them to go. His student Kathleen, looking at Xiao Yun, missed Master Bailey's look, and thought that it was really him. But he turned to Ching and said that they should leave. They arrived at the Luanxiao mainland in Yulong City. Ching said that this building was built on the site of the piece of slab they were looking for. Bailey said if they take this piece of slab for themselves, this place could collapse, causing a lot of trouble. She said that among the 9 heavenly clans, this palace was inferior to their Yuxiao palace, but they also had their own saint. He said that in this case, it is better to avoid war and conflicts. She said that the most difficult thing was to find the location of this plate, but Bailey replied that he could feel it. He said that a piece of this plate is in the central part of the city, and if they make a cut in the ground, they will be able to see it. Ching immediately threw out his request to break the ground in this place. Some people immediately appeared near them. They felt a strong aura and asked Ching if she was a saint. She said that she was a Chincheng saint, and that if they had any complaints, they should go to Tangun Palace and find Gertie there. These people started calling them hooligans and saying that even saints should not enter the Tangun Palace, but they had already taken what they wanted and were leaving the place. Bailey smiled and said that he didn't expect it to be so easy. Ching said that the third part would be more difficult because she was in the Yuntai sect, but she warned that if they can solve it without problems, they will have to fight. After a while, they arrived at the Yuntai sect's territory. There, they were met by a young man who asked if he could find out what they were doing here. Qing said that he should go back and say that Saint Qing had come to visit Lord Yuntai. The lord of the sect came to them and said that it was a great honor for them, but he asked why they had made such a long way to them and what they were interested in. Qing apologized for disturbing them and said that they were looking for an ancient slab piece. He said that they have what they are talking about, but unfortunately, he will not be able to give it to them. Bailey said that they expected such an answer and warned that he would get it anyway, even if he had to go over the heads of his enemies. Bailey showed him his small sacred Buddha. The sect lord said that Bailey was just a spirit emperor who had a saint-class artifact. Qing said that if they were to fight this artifact, a large number of innocent disciples of their sect would be harmed. The lord asked if they could limit the fight to soul level. Qing replied that it was possible. The sect lord also warned Bailey that if he got involved in the Battle of the Saints, he would either die or be seriously injured. He smiled and invited him to see if he could actually destroy him. The lord began to prepare for their battle, calling upon the power of the spirits of his ancestors. The Bailey artifact was also ready, and the Buddha prepared to protect its owner. He charged forward using his spiritual powers. But the fiery power immediately surrounded him and began to torment his soul. He felt a lot of pain and realized that he could not cope with such power. He said that he had been alone for many years and had not seen such strong people as them before, after which he gave them a piece of plate. Qing asked him what he was going to do next. He replied that they needed to go to the Shenzhang sect to find one person. They soon arrived at the Shenzhang sect, which was located on a high mountain. Qing said that this sect is the second most powerful in the entire continent, and it will not be easy to take something from them. He replied that he was going to take something here by force, because he felt that his student Daisy was here. Daisy felt the appearance of the master and appeared before them on flying swords. She joyfully hugged him and said that she was very happy to see her teacher. She asked him what kind of woman is next to him. He replied that her name is Qing Sheng, and now she is his mentor. She said that she became the younger generation of Lada's students, and felt that the teacher had come, so she was here to invite him to their palace. Qing mentally said that Daisy was now a disciple of a saint, and warned Bailey that Lotta had a cold temper and if he went alone she might even attack him. He replied that it was not important, but he would still go to meet her. He said that he still had a lot to do and asked the girl to take her to his teacher. Daisy said that he must have been through a lot during this time, but she regrets not being able to be with him yet. He replied that after leaving the channel it fell into the Shenzhang sect. She was very lucky. But she should make every effort and practice diligently. As they approached, Daisy said that it looked like her teacher wouldn't be too happy to see him, but Bailey insisted that they should go in and say hello. There they were met by Lotta and sternly called Daisy to come to her. She explained to her that this person is her earthly teacher, and she hopes that Lotta will show him respect. Lotta said that Daisy is very, very naive and can be fooled by such liars. She asked what right some little spiritual emperors have to be her teacher. Bailey smiled and asked if Lotta was such a cruel person that she wants to take away his student and break their contract. She told Bailey that he had to cancel the contract, and she would pretend it never happened, or it would be destroyed. He asked her if she was going to intimidate him with force, and if she wanted to fight him, he would give her that chance. Daisy tried to stop him and said that they were both her teachers and she didn't want either of them to get hurt. He made a cut on his palm and decided that now, with his current condition, he was inconvenient to bind himself with a contract of teacher and student, and he did not have the opportunity to teach her either. He said that the teacher-student contract between him and Daisy was terminated today. Lotta was surprised that when she insisted on terminating the contract, Bailey resisted, but when he saw that this conflict hurt Daisy, he immediately agreed. He said that he hoped that she would teach Daisy well in the future, and asked that now that the contract was over, he could borrow the precious place to make a spirit sword for Daisy. She didn't like his request, but she decided to let him do it for her student's sake. He wanted to make a sword for Daisy using the materials he had obtained, and in that case, he would be able to continue searching for the other students without worrying about her. Using the dragon bone as the body of the sword purified by true fire, and combining other rare treasures, he created the sword. Eventually, this weapon appeared in the world, and its name was Dragon Spirit Sword. Seeing the process of creating the sword, Lotta was extremely impressed by its skill and strength. Daisy was also in awe of her former teacher, and couldn't wait to get such a powerful weapon. He said that this sword was an innate spiritual treasure level. Bailey called Daisy and said if she would give him a drop of her blood, then he would recognize her as his master. He said that from this day on they become brother and sister. So this was his gift to his sister. Lotta even began to envy their true teacher-student bond. Bailey asked her what it was all for. She sighed and decided to be honest. She apologized and said that she didn't recognize him right away because he was Bailey Yun's great master. She asked if he could improve 2 more innate spirit swords for their clan. He said he would do it, but she had to promise him 3 things. Daisy came to Bailey and said that Lotta asked her to bring him elixirs because he made 2 swords for them, for which she was very grateful. He said that with the help of these elixirs, it will be possible to make high-quality pills. With the help of his 4-elephant stove, he was able to quickly cook them. Daisy said they smelled very nice and asked what kind of pills they were. He said that they can greatly increase the level of cultivation. And he immediately gave her 2 of them, which made her very happy. She also said that Lotta talked about the fact that some person wanted to visit him. He decided that it could be Ching, but was very surprised when he saw that she was not alone. There was a young man with her. He bowed and said that his name was Junior Noah Chingwu. Then he came to invite the Divine Master Bailey as a guest to the Tangun Palace. She said that she met this young man on the way and learned that he admired his skill in making weapons, so he came here today. Bailey said that he was a saint, so why does he call himself younger than him? Noah said that Bailey was a divine watcher, so he was his senior in blacksmithing, but he hopes that Bailey will visit their Shen Xiao Palace. He offered him to be friends on equal terms. And Noah said that for him, it is a great honor to be friends with such a person as Master Bailey. Bailey decided that when he needed to take part in the Golden Core tournament, he would have to go to the Tangun Palace through the Shen Xiao Palace, after which he replied to the boy that he agreed to visit them. Daisy asked him if he was leaving already, and Bailey patted her head and said that they would see each other later and that she should train hard in the meantime. Lotta also noticed that Bailey was already going to leave and said that she wanted to hear his request that he had mentioned earlier. He said that first he would like to ask her to help him find a girl and showed her a miniature copy made of energy. Noah saw her and said that it was the young Master Shen. He immediately asked the boy if he had seen her and where she is now. Noah replied that 10 months ago he saw her at their clan's talent contest, and now he is an ordinary holy spirit. She has reached the spiritual emperor. He also said that as of today, she was the personal disciple of the spiritual immortal Hai Yin and the next head of Shen Xiao's palace. Feng Shui was surprised to hear this. She said that the Hai family controls half of the clan, but she is not from the family. But she was still recognized as an equal, after which she asked Bailey who she was. He explained that she was his Taoist couple and beloved woman. Chen explained that the Hai family had a very high opinion of themselves, but they might even consider the Divine Watcher unworthy of their attention. He smiled and said that there is nothing wrong with that. Just help him meet them. After some time, they arrived at Shen Xiao Palace, where they were met and asked to wait a little while. Suddenly, he felt some long-lost sensation, but in a moment he saw her in front of him, and there were tears in her eyes. They ran up to each other, and she hugged happily, her eyes filled with tears. But she said that she missed him very much and thought that they would never meet again. Some guy saw them and thought with displeasure why his lady was so close to some unknown guy. Bailey decided it would be better not to draw too much attention to himself, and his identity should not be revealed yet. He introduced himself and said that his name was Xiao Yun, and he also introduced his mentor, Qing Sheng. Shen bowed to her and said that she was glad to welcome the elder. She smiled back and said that she shouldn't be so respectful, and Qing thought that she had a hard time believing that this young girl was actually her teacher's wife. Shen said that she had been telling her master about him, and she expressed her desire to meet him. Shen warned that her master was quite arrogant and could cause problems for him. They arrived at the main hall of Shen Xiao's palace, and together they strode confidently inside, preparing to meet the head of the palace. Arriving, the head of the palace asked if this was the same man who was the Taoist couple Shen about whom she had so often talked, and asked how some spiritual emperor could be worthy of her. Shen said that he was her match and she had already made up her mind with him and no one could change her mind. Hai Yin said irritably that she was still young and being in a relationship would only slow down her practice. Bailey turned to the head of the palace and said that although he is not from a big family, Shen will always be safe with him. Chen also said that he could confirm this and vouch for the young master. She turned to the young man and asked if he had left to find a mentor. He said that he was back. But before he could tell the news, Xian pointed to Bailey and said that it was the same mentor and divine watcher whom he invited to the palace. She burst from her throne and began to ask if this was the same beholder that appeared in this world, and said that in that case, he was worthy of Shen. She was very surprised, and asked Bailey if it was true. He only replied that everything will be fine now that he is here. Hai Yin changed her mind dramatically, and said that with his merits as a divine observer, he is indeed a good match for Shen. But if he wants to become her partner, then he should join Shen Xiao's palace. Hearing this, Qing was displeased and said that Xiao Yun was her disciple of Yuxiao Palace, and he cannot be under someone else's care. But she continued and said as soon as he joined her palace, she would immediately prepare a succession ceremony for this throne for him and Shen and provide all the resources for their energy cultivation. He didn't like it either, and Bailey thought that he was the kind of person who could be under someone's care. She looked at him annoyed and said if he doesn't want to accept her offer, then he won't get Shen either. He said that he cannot join the Shen Xiao Palace because his goal is to become the head of the Tangun Palace. Bailey explained that he came here to enter the Tangun Palace. It was Gertie's order to participate in the Golden Core tournament. After he takes first place, he will become the head of the Tangun Palace. She was very surprised when she heard this, and asked if it was true. Haiyin knew that Tangun had been controlling the two kingdoms for a long time, and if Xiao Yun became its new head, they would also be able to benefit themselves. Qing said that of course it's true, Xiao Yun was her half-disciple, and her sisters Kansha and Gertie also thought highly of him. Also, Bailey was the heir of Yuxiao Palace, so he can't be in another sect. She realized that Qing had a high status, and had a high opinion of this guy, so there was no reason not to trust them. She said that in that case, she suggested to forget all the arguments, but said that even if Xiao Yun didn't take first place in the Golden Core tournament, she still wouldn't be able to agree to their Taoist couple's account. Bailey said that she just had to wait until she saw for herself his talent and power. They went to Shen's room together. She said that she was very worried when they met Haiyin, and now that everything was fine, she wanted to ask him something. She sadly asked why he didn't want to leave Yuxiao Palace. He said that he put his heart and soul into this palace, and he can't just leave it like that. Shen also said that while she was on the continent, Zhu Xiao learned about his past with Aiden. She said that when they were together, they were the most beautiful couple on the continent. He sternly told her that what was in the past was in the past, and when her sword pierced his chest, all his feelings for her immediately cooled. He said that it is true that he wants to see Aiden again, but not because he loves her, but because he wants to ask why she did it. Bailey was about to leave and said that he didn't understand one more thing, why Shenxiao Palace paid so much attention to bloodline, and why they valued her so much if she wasn't from their family. She replied that she didn't understand that either, but she couldn't find an answer to this question. She assumed that perhaps Shenxiao's palace had some ulterior motives against her, but she felt no animosity towards her. Bailey looked out the window and said that in that case, they would just watch them, and he would come back for her after the Golden Core tournament. After 10 days, the contestants had already started to arrive for the tournament. The tournament leader said that they were all the most outstanding spirit emperors, and this time, they would be fighting young talents from all over the Juxiao continent. Bailey imagined what could be waiting for them at the tournament. He dreamed that when he passed through the portal, he found himself in another dimension. Bailey remembered telling Aiden about the Heavenly Palace entrance that was the southern heavenly gate of blue glass and glittering jade. She said that there was nothing difficult about it, and when she became a successful practitioner, she would build him such a heavenly palace. I immediately remembered Shen, who said that they would see each other again at the tournament. He pushed away thoughts about Aiden, because if she didn't do anything between them, everything would be over and he should prepare for the tournament. Bailey arrived at the Yuxiao Palace where Qing was already waiting for him. She said that he was already waited for. He asked who was waiting for him, but she said that he would find out when he entered. Inside was Yun Shan, who began to blame him for coming here so late, and she suggested that he return to Shenxiao's palace and make love with her Taoist couple. Molly asked Bailey how he could choose a young lady from the Shenxiao Palace as his mate, since he was a true disciple of the Yuxiao Palace. He said that he and Shen had been a couple for a long time, and it didn't matter to them what sex they were in. Yunshan said it was because of her, he refused her, and asked if she ever had a place in his heart. Kansha turned to her and told her not to forget about their plan. She said that they wanted to invite him to the Jixiao Palace, and added that with his status, the palace would treat him as a dear guest. Molly said that Gertie had promised them a meeting with him instead of luring him from sect to sect. Every girl wanted to lure him to her palace and her sect. Bailey thought that now all his students were fighting over him like crazy, and being so attractive was a real problem. Qing thought that it was not surprising because some of the girls knew that he was Bailey Yun, while others only guessed and knew that he had already reached the divine contemplation level. Suddenly, Gertie appeared there and said that she needed to talk to Xiao Yun, asking everyone else to leave them alone. The girls reluctantly listened to her and walked away to leave them. Bailey sighed and thought with a smile that these girls are really hard to deal with. Gertie said that now he is a divine observer. Bailey said that he was a free man by nature and did not like to be held back and that he was not interested in the position. She said that she would then make him the caretaker of the Tangun Palace when he became the winner of the Golden Core tournament, so he could travel between the two worlds freely. He thanked her sincerely for this by calling her elder, and Gertie thought that if he really was in the reincarnation of her master, then she would be ashamed to look him in the eye for allowing herself to be called elder. She also said that when Banyan learned that he had arrived at the palace, she wanted to see him so that he should go to meet her. As he headed towards his daughter, he thought that dealing with his female students was much more difficult than cultivating and fighting enemies. He also wondered why Banyan wanted to meet him after seeing him. She said that she finally waited for him, but she had a question for him. She asked if he was her father. He said it's a long story, and told the version that he was the reincarnation of Bailey Yun. She was surprised and asked if he managed to get his memory back, but realized that even if he did, he would hardly recognize her because she didn't exist at the time. She asked if Mother Toady really killed him and asked if they wanted to make up again. Tears appeared in her eyes. But she said that she did not want to embarrass him. Banyan said that she had not seen her mother since birth, and was raised by Aunt Ching Sheng. And she thought that if they were together again, then her mother would want to see her again. He reassured her and said that Aiden was trapped outside of this world. But it's not that she doesn't love her, it's that she just can't come back. It seems that she did not know this, but she asked how it happened, and added that she hoped he was not deceiving her, because it meant that her mother was not so cruel. He thought that he probably shouldn't have told her that because she was still a child. Suddenly someone appeared behind them and said that it was true. It was Kancha. She said that Aiden was the goddess of the 9 heavens, but she had her duties, and even if she died outside the kingdom, it would mean that she deserved it. Bainu started shouting that she's delusional and her mother was the strongest and nothing will happen to her. And Kancha says that because she wants to get Yuxiao Palace for herself. Bailey turned to Kancha and said that there were no insults about her against Aiden, and Banian was useless here because she is just a child. He said that Aiden was the goddess of the 9 heavens and 2 worlds. She is really very strong, and if she is trapped, she still has a chance to escape, and assured Banian that nothing will happen to her. She asked, why not save her in that case? He sighed and said that it was impossible. Kancha explained that currently there are not enough people in the Tangun Palace, so the Golden Core tournament is held to attract all available talents, and there are still foreigners outside the realm watching them. Bainu asked if the aliens were that strong. Bailey explained that as soon as they invaded the continent, their world would be in the chaos of war. Kancha said even if she didn't hold a grudge against Aiden, she couldn't split her troops and send them to save her right now. Besides, after the reincarnation of the Master, he means a lot to the Tangun Palace because the Kingdom of Immortals is already preparing for an attack, so there must be a person in the palace who will scare them away. She explained that in this tournament, if he manages to destroy all the opponents and take the first place, the reward will be the Holy Body Pill, and with its help, he will be able to break through to the level of a Spirit Lord as a divine creator. And when a divine creator at the level of a Spirit Lord appears in the palace, even the kingdom of the dead will not be able to dare to rebel, Kancha explained. She said that Bailey must win this tournament, and when the palace becomes calm, she will be able to take people to save Aiden. He realized that it looked like the Tangun Palace was really suffering from internal problems. Suddenly Yunshan, displeased as always, appeared behind them. She approached him and asked, did he accept his daughter so quickly? And maybe he plans to restore the relationship with Aiden just as quickly. It made him angry. But he pressed her against the wall and said that it was none of her business, and she better stop provoking him. Instead, Yunshan asked what he wanted to do to her for it. He warned her not to test his patience, because she should know what kind of person he is. She said that this is exactly why she wants to tell him that last time he fell in love with that woman, and warned him not to fall in love with his own daughter this time. He reassured her and said that she was thinking a lot. Bailey said that he paid attention to Aiden because he cares about Banian and doesn't want her to be sad. And he also doesn't want Jushao Continent to be destroyed. The next day, everything was ready before the start of the Gold Core tournament. After seeing the participants, Bailey realized that all the opponents were on the same level as him. Gertie said that 3,800 participants will take part in the tournament, and those who enter the top 100 will be awarded with magical weapons, and those who enter the top 10 will be able to become caretakers of the Tangun Palace. Bainu said that these contestants will then be asked to gather at the tournament venue to receive their license plates, and today he will be fighting on behalf of the 2 palaces of Yuxiao and Tangun. He understood that this time Gertie and the other girls are determined to show him to the world, and if he wins, he will be able to lead all the big people with him, and if he loses, he will be thrown off the cliff. But he immediately remembered that his lexicon does not have the word loss. Suddenly, someone called him and asked him to stop. Bailey was very surprised by this. This man's name was Gulen. He was with the Tai Immortal sect, and he wondered why Bailey, being behind the Yuxiao Palace, was wearing the Tangun Palace badge. The young master asked what I was doing to him. He asked in response why he answered him so sharply, and suggested that Xiao Yun was not his real name, and that he was actually someone raised by the Tangong Palace to strike fear into the immortal realm. People watching their dialogue began to wonder if it was true, and assumed that Tangun had already decided for himself who he would prefer in this tournament. He said that it was very interesting that he questioned his identity as a divine creator, and also interwoven the relationship between the Zhu Xiao continent and the immortal realm. Gulen asked if Bailey wanted to start a conflict between the 2 worlds, and started to say that he didn't say that. Witnesses of this conflict said that Xiao Yun is right and Gulen was the first to provoke. Gertie turned to him and said, if I don't want to get my license plate, I can leave. Gulen calmed down and said if the chairman had his word, then they would just get license plates and not detain everyone. Meanwhile, Gulen decided that he would not leave it that easily and get even with Bailey at the tournament. Gertie announced the rules and said that the next 10 license plates that she will name will stand in the arena in order, and the one who wins 10 matches in a row will go to the next round. She ordered number 1 to climb the arena. The first was Bailey, and he immediately went to the competition field. He said that he was number 1 and was waiting for a call to battle. A master appeared in front of him and said that he would be his opponent. He was very confident and said that if Xiao Yun wanted to maintain his reputation as a divine creator, then it was not too late to give up. He said he could not wait for his instructions. He immediately rushed into battle laughing loudly and said that Xiao Yun has no self-respect. Until suddenly, approaching him, he felt a cheesy fear and an aura that crushed him like two stone walls. Bailey hit him with a super powerful blow that sent his opponent crashing to the ground. He fell and his body was shaking in pain. The young master used a spatial distortion technique against him, which was extremely strong and dangerous. He didn't expect his opponent to be so strong, but he had a pill his master gave him before the tournament started. It was a pill called the Pearl of the Holy Spirit. The audience discussed that after rolling this pill, the master can use a saint-level attack in an instant. He swallowed it and immediately pounced on his opponent again, but Bailey continued to stand calmly where he was and didn't even move, just smiled back at him. Behind Bailey, a huge fiery head appeared that exactly duplicated his opponent's face. It was one of the Heavenly Fire Emperor's techniques. He was immediately seized by a terrible terror that paralyzed his brain and body. People who observed Bailey's undeniable superiority were extremely impressed by his strength, and some even wanted to invite him to become the head of their sect. Suddenly, he heard people start to scan in excitement that someone had used a Black Dragon technique. This technique was used by Shen, but in fact, a similar technique had long been lost on the Juxiao continent. He suggested that it might be a descendant of the Black Emperor. He had also heard that the Hai family were descendants of the Black Emperor's spirit beast and had served him for many generations. And now it's no wonder that the Hai family chose Shen as the young head of the Shen Xiao Palace. Thus, the people who ascended from the Shen Xiao Palace created the Qiangyi Mountain in the immortal realm and could see what she had just done. A man approached Shen and said that he was from Qiangui Mountain and he would like to ask her to become the young mistress of Qiangui Mountain. She did not know what to answer and looked at Bale mentally asking him what she should do. He said that Qiangui Mountain and Shen Xiao Palace have the same origin, so when the time comes, she will understand everything and for now, she has to do what her master says. She replied that she was grateful for this man's trust and kindness, but said that she had to discuss it with her master. Hai Yin was already there, and addressing the man called him brother and said that she was expecting his visit. She said that since Shen is a descendant of the Black Emperor, she is worthy to become the young head of Qiangui Mountain. The man said that her game was the dominant force in the realm of the gods. They had many true deities and immortals, so the young lady would rule them all. He understood that in this way Shen will be protected by many people, and he will feel relieved and will not worry about her. Suddenly this man said that an ordinary creator like Xiao Yun is not worthy of their lady Shen. After hearing this, a girl from the crowd came to his defense. Her name was Jin Yan, and she said that their Qiangui Mountain was nothing compared to the Huxiao Holy Palace. She said that Divine Master Xiao Yun was one of those who were approved by their Huxiao Palace. Jin said that he has the body of a fire emperor, so he can become the young head of their palace. This man immediately got angry and said that, judging by her words, she looked down on them. Suddenly, a disgruntled Gertie appeared in this dispute and said that the Golden Core tournament is a sacred tournament, and if they continue to delay it due to their personal disputes, she will consider it disrespectful to the Tangun Palace. It seems that a little more and a real fight broke out between these two. She said that if the conflict was resolved, she offered to continue the tournament. After the first round, only 200 people passed. Shen congratulated Bailey on the fact that he came further, even though she herself was eliminated from the tournament. He said that if she becomes the head of Mount Qiangui, then this tournament is no longer important for her. He said that she also should not be sad, because of the words said by the elder of Qiangui Mountain, because she will still be his love, no matter what. Before the next rounds, Kelly came to Bailey to give him his demonic sword. She will also be his guardian. The girls were glad to see each other, because it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Qiangui Mountain Elder was chatting with Hai Yin. Suddenly a purple haze filled the arena. Clouds appeared above the ceiling that emitted magical lightning. He had only seen this phenomenon once, and this time it was caused by creator Xiao Yun improving the inner spiritual treasure. Also, a universal divine text appeared above them when upgrading weapons. He couldn't believe that this guy was capable of this. The fact is that his sword was absorbing the lightning that appeared above the arena of the tournament. All the spectators were also delighted, but could not believe that Xiao Yun was capable of such a feat. Having finished improving his weapon, he did not catch the sword that flew towards him, after which he handed it to Kelly again. She said she felt the power of the sword transfer to her, and eventually her body absorbed it. She bowed to her master and thanked him for the blessing, saying that she felt her abilities increasing again. Meanwhile, Qing turned to him and asked if these were divine texts. She said that the divine text is a universal text that can only be studied by those who are in the realm of true immortals and true gods. Qing said that a race that studies divine texts lives at a higher level than humans, and they are called gods. He thought that he would never have guessed that his ordinary text for creation would be considered divine texts. Bailey asked if she knew these texts. She said that she could not learn them then. The only one of them who had mastered them a little was Gertie. Ching said that Gertie was the most talented of them, and she is actually able to survive the disaster, but she is afraid of being cheated, so she suppresses her cultivation. He said that Concha is also worried and says that you will wait for him before overcoming the disaster. Gertie said that before the start of the second round, she would like to vote for 100 prizes for the top 100. She said that all the winners would be awarded 1,000,000 spirit stones, 10 spirit pills, and 3 drops of holy beast blood and 1 reincarnation pill. Meanwhile, Bailey met a new opponent. It was Tun Fan from Changgui Mountain. He understood that he was specially sent by Changgui Mountain, and this meant that the elder would not calm down. He sent some letters at Bailey, ordering them to tie him up. When one of them landed on Bailey's face, Tun Fan laughed and said that his master was right. He was not good enough. He smiled back at him and asked if he really thought so. Everyone watched their battle with interest. The audience assumed that Tun Fan managed to hide Bailey and he couldn't move. Tun Fan asked him if he would accept his defeat. Bailey said that he won't be able to be stopped by a few tattered paperback mascots. He said if he looks closely, he will see that his talismans are not on him, but on his protective space shield. Tun Fan said that he still won't be able to get rid of them so easily. He began to cast a new spell and said he would try again. Bailey answered him that this time he would not even dodge his attack. He displeasedly began to growl that he was too insolent. Unexpectedly, the audience saw that this time he was able not only to move, but also to grab the talismans with his hands. Clenching their fists, he asked if that was all he was capable of. He began to shout that it was impossible because these were his best spirit talismans. Tun Fan tried to use the talisman on him again, and promised that if he failed this time, he would admit his defeat and accept him as his new mentor. A magic net appeared in front of Bailey, which this time I stopped his talisman. He understood that it was a matter of divine texts before which his talismans were useless. He fell to his knees and asked, was the path of talismans that he had studied for so long turned out to be in vain? After which he bowed and said that he would admit his defeat. Bailey told him not to take this fight to heart. Suddenly, he threw another talisman at his feet. Tun Fan shouted that it was impossible and the talismans of Changgui Mountain could not fail under any circumstances. Bailey smiled and said that he must have forgotten his divine text, before which his talismans were useless. This fight was watched by Elder Changgong and Haiyin. The grandmother asked him what he thought about it. He said if Xiao Yun had not recognized the way of Mount Changgui, then the hearts of thousands of her disciples would have been broken. Then in fact he would be extremely impressed by its strength and power. Shen ran into the arena and hugged and congratulated him on his arrival in the top 100. An elder also approached him and said that he was convinced of his talent and that he really deserves to be with Mrs. Shen. They said that from now on Changgui Mountain and Shenxiao Palace would support him. Banian suddenly appeared in front of them and said that she was against Shen and Xiao Yun being together. Hearing this, Changgong and Haiyin were shocked and asked if he had a child. Shen explained that it was his conditional daughter, but they would take care of it themselves. In the end, the old people realized that they didn't want to deal with it, so they told the young people to solve their own personal problems. Bailey was surprised by Shen's positive reaction to his daughter. He turned to Bailey Neon and said that he should talk to her stepmother Shen, and he would get back to her later. But Banian did not want to accept her in any way and was very upset about it. He revealed that after his destruction, Aiden used his blood to form a sacred embryo born from the sacred tree. Shen was asked if Aiden wanted to get rid of him. Why did she create his offspring? She became very worried and said if Aiden shows up again and Banian asks him to come back, what will he do? He said that he does not know what Aiden is up to, but he knows for sure that Shen is the only woman in his heart. She hugged him and said that she trusts him. He said that Banian has little experience in this world and does not understand many things, but Shen said that since she has his blood in her, she will treat her as her own daughter. Meanwhile, an angry Banian approached them again and asked if they had finished their conversation. Shen turned to her and said that today she will go to Changgui Mountain, but they don't have much time to get to know each other better and spend time together, so she doesn't have to accept her right away. Bailey thought that she didn't want to upset her father, so she decided not to fight with Shen. She became softer and said that she understood everything. Bailey said he's glad they got along and now he's relieved. It was time for the third round where the top 100 participants were to fight. Bailey's next opponent was Fengchen, a disciple of the Yuan Shen sect. He asked his opponent if he was a life created from an innate spirit stone. Fengchen replied that he was very perceptive, so he was going to defeat him to increase his god reputation. The next moment, he summoned a semi-sacred bone dragon artifact. Bailey decided that this time the Yuan Shen sect was determined to deal with the divine creator Bailey because even such a powerful artifact had been used. They calculated that in the best case, Bailey only had a spiritual treasure, but he would not be able to cope with a semi-sacred artifact. But they saw the holy puppet in front of them, and it was even more powerful than even the sacred artifact. Grandmaster Bailey only waved his hand. and was able to easily destroy the bone monster that was summoned by the artifact. Seeing this, Function fell to the floor and could not believe that it was a holy puppet of the Buddha realm. The audience discussed the fact that the kingdom of the Buddha was outside their world, and creatures from there tried to take over their world. Someone shouted that the fight should stop, and began to accuse that Bailey was a spy sent by the Buddha kingdom. Hearing this, he was surprised to say the least, but it already got to him. Everyone began to discuss whether he was really a spy of the Buddha's kingdom. Bailey turned to the man who accused him, and said that he was only accusing him of this because his student was losing to him. Hearing this, he became even more angry, but could not find anything to say in response because it was so. Another man said that he thought he was a spy, otherwise how could he use a puppet from the Buddha's outer realm? Bailey understood that they were specifically trying to make his life difficult, and the similar loss of their student at his hands greatly affected their sense of dignity. He said he got his big Buddha puppet in the spirit realm and even used it to save their people. People started shouting that it was not true, but Jasper and Carissa appeared and said that they could testify to it. Jasper said that the elder Bailey saved them in the spirit world, and he can thank God that he was not a spy. They apologized to Bailey for their blindness, but when they saw the Buddha puppet, they recognized him as the master. Ching turned to this man who accused Bailey. His name was Hua Ching, and she said that he did not have enough evidence to accuse her student. He realized that in reality he could not prove that Bailey was a spy. Other viewers also said that they are ready to testify that Master Bailey cannot be a spy, and they trust him. Gertie also came to his defense and said that doubting Xiao Yun is like doubting Shen Xiao and Tangun's palace. Bailey himself turned to Hua Qing and said that he was not a spy, and the result of the matches depends only on the abilities of each person, and the first place in this tournament will be his. Hua Qing was approached by his servant and asked what he should do now if Bailey cannot be destroyed now. The master said that they should proceed to the next plan. Suddenly, Bailey saw some mighty battle that took place in the judicial arena, but wondered who was fighting there. The audience shouted that Gulin Battleground was there, and he immediately used more than 10 Holy Spirit beads, and if it wasn't for the protection of the energy shield, even the audience could have been affected. And the person against whom he fought was Kelly, who also took part in the tournament. She used her oneness with the sword to face such a powerful enemy. She said as soon as he stepped into the arena, he immediately attacked her without warning. She asked, "Is this what the immortal Tai sect teaches?" Because it was very worthless. He looked at her with displeasure and growled angrily. He prepared his next attack and said that he cared that she regretted her words. This attack was beyond a sacred weapon. It was a great heavenly hammer. The audience discussed that no one could have guessed that the immortal Hua Qing would agree to give the great immortal hammer to his disciple. Bailey, seeing this powerful weapon in his hands, was very scared for Kelly. A big hammer flew straight at her, but she could not stop it because this weapon was stronger than her. But Kelly didn't seem to be backing down. In the end, a loud explosion rang out in the place where she had just stood. She managed to jump back and dodge this attack. The force of this hammer was so powerful that it left a huge crater in the arena. She understood that if she could not dodge, she would have already been destroyed. She understood that she would not be able to handle this heavenly hammer. Gulin also knew it and enjoyed his advantage. She could barely stand on her feet and already wanted to say that she would admit her defeat. Then suddenly there was another explosion, and this time the hammer hit her. Bailey was already running to Kelly trying to save her, but it was too late. He started yelling and accusing Gulin of premeditated murder because she had already admitted her defeat. He held the hammer above his head and said smugly that he had unfortunately not heard her screams. But when the smoke cleared, Kelly appeared on the spot. She looked sadly at her master. Her spirit hung over the sword, but she apologized to him, saying that she unfortunately lost. Bailey said that her physical body is severely damaged now. She can only recover with the help of the demonic sword, and added that in the future, she can only live in unity with the sword. She said that he should not worry because she has always been his faithful blade and will continue to be so. But he understood that the life of the sword was not as interesting as the life of a man, after which he cast his fierce gaze at Gulin and said that he would take his life today. He asked Bailey if he was so angry because of some kind of sword, and added that he would be interested to see how he could destroy it with his new divine weapon. He said if Gulin is so confident, then he probably won't refuse him to meet in the next match. Gulin said they could start now. Gertie announced the start of the next battle between Bailey and Gulin. He said that Bailey can feel free to take out his Saint-grade Buddha puppet immediately because he wants to destroy it with his hammer. He disdainfully looked at him and said, "Does he understand that his youth does not recognize him as their master? And this hammer obeys only the orders of the immortal Hua Qing." Gulin said he didn't want to listen, and the hammer already flew towards Bailey, trying to destroy him immediately. The heavenly hammer was almost at his face, and it seems nothing could stop him. The audience froze in delight. They said that the pressure from the heavenly language was so strong that even Master Bailey could not resist it. Unexpectedly, Bailey folded his fingers and summoned an artifact similar to a mirror. but he began to absorb the heavenly hammer as if he had been transported to another dimension. Gulen was shocked and couldn't believe it. He shouted that it was impossible. Bailey said that in front of his big sky mirror, the big sky hammer is nothing, and now he can ask the sky hammer to recognize him as its new master. He said that now Gulen will pay for what he did with his life. Sitting on the ground, he screamed and demanded that Bailey return their immortal weapons to them immediately, or their sect would not let him go. He said whether or not Gulen can return the weapon depends only on him because they were in the arena. The celestial hammer was already under Bailey's control, after which it flew to attack its former owner at his command. The young master smiled and said that Gulen could try to catch him. There was a powerful explosion, but he managed to jump away, saving his life. He was extremely impressed and shocked by what began to happen because they did not expect this. Another crater appeared in the arena again, but this time it was from the hands of Bailey. Gulen understood that in order to continue the battle, he needed to use the Holy Spirit pills, but using such a large amount could destroy him and Bailey together. He said he was able to survive this hammer attack with the help of his armor given to him by his ancestor. Bailey looked at him with hatred and said that he had come to destroy him. The marionette will fire its death laser at him, kissing him directly on the forehead, leaving a gaping hole in Gulen's forehead. Bailey then quietly said that he had revenge for Kelly. Hu Qing jumped out of his seat and started yelling hatefully at Bailey as a son of a bitch. He flew in to attack him, saying that he had destroyed his apprentice and even dared to take his immortal weapon. But Gertie stopped him and said that the arena had its own rules and regardless of what was happening, everyone had to accept them. How he could not know the rules, and it was a great shame for him. Her words stopped him, but he said that he simply succumbed to his emotions because he loved his student very much. But he actually understood that the Tangun and Yuxiao palaces were covering this Xiao Yun's back, and this situation was not in his favor, but he vowed that sooner or later he would find a way to destroy their palaces. After that, Gertie declared Xiao Yun the winner of this match and said that the next matches will be held soon after a short break. They went to the palace where Gertie lived. Bailey talked to Kansha. He said that there is a whole world in this great heavenly mirror, and even he is not sure how strong it can be. Kansha asked if she could borrow this mirror for a few days. Gertie appeared in front of him and said that under no circumstances should this be done, because Xiao Yun should lend her this mirror. Bailey asked the girls why they always fight about something. She said that she wanted to use the big sky mirror to defeat the disaster, and asked why it was Gertie, because she was the head of the palace, and she had a lot of treasures. She lowered her eyes and sadly said that she also needed a mirror to overcome the disaster. Suddenly, Yunshan appeared near them and said that if they needed a mirror so badly, she would take Xiao Yun. The girls started to fight again, and this time because of Bailey. Bailey turned to Kansha and asked if this great sky mirror could help with disaster. She said that it was simply an immortal weapon, and using it to overcome a disaster was like a mortal sailing across the sea in a boat. Kansha turned to Gertie and said that if she gave her this mirror, she would discard her past grudges and even begin to cooperate with her, but the gods and immortals, and after everything is resolved, she will return to her mountain. She agreed and said that then to prevent these disagreeing true immortals from breaking in, she has a plan to protect her. Meanwhile, the competition continued and fierce battles took place in the arenas. Bailey was overcome by a strange feeling, and he decided that it looked like Kansha had begun to overcome the disaster. People started pointing their finger up and saying that something is happening there. They said that it was an immortal catastrophe and that someone at that time decided to make a breakthrough. They understood that it was happening in the Tangun Palace. The head of the tournament was Hai Yin, and the audience understood why Gertie did not appear in person today for the tournament. Bailey understood that Gertie knew that it would be impossible to hide the disaster from anyone, so she cast a spell of confinement so that no one could leave the tournament. Hua Qing asked how an ordinary spatial spell could trap immortals like them. He said no matter where they go, no one can stop them. Bailey appeared on their way and told them not to hurry. He said that Bailey is in an advantageous position, but after the battles, he still wants to try to stand up for Gertie. From the cathedral asked him how he dares to threaten the head of the Tangun Palace. A day was about to break out between them, and an old woman appeared in front of them and said that they should not worry about the safety of the wax. Hua Qing looked at her unsatisfied and asked who she was. He tried to attack her, but Bailey blocked them in time with his shield. He said that he had no right to attack the servants of the head of the palace, Gertie, and that he was breaking the rules. Assistant Hua Qing said if Bailey gets in their way, then he shouldn't blame her for being rude. They gave him another powerful blow, and this time he could not defend himself. An excited Banyan ran up to him and asked if everything was all right with him. His girls were already near Bailey. Hua Qing was sternly asked how he dares to challenge the Tangun Palace. He said that their threats were very loud and invited them to see if they had enough strength. Hua Qing and his disciples were immediately accused of being conspirators against the Tangun Palace. Immediately a clash arose between the representatives of the sect and a mass battle began. Bailey turned to the daughter and said that there were too many rivals and she should call Qing Sheng and the Ings for help. He understood that if they could buy a little more time, Kansha would be able to succeed. He saw Hua Qing flying through the air and understood that he wanted to take advantage of the situation to attack the palace. Meanwhile, he smugly said that there was only one stroke of thunder left. He already wanted to launch an attack to destroy the protective dome that would open the way to the palace. Thundered a very powerful explosion that shook the entire arena. But Bailey had already appeared in front of him and pushed him away. Suddenly, he saw that the true Saint Fansui from the immortal Tai sect was flying towards him. It seems that Hua Qing called him for help, and this could create problems for them. He was approaching them on his gigantic bald eagle. Hua Qing had already knelt down to greet his ancestor. Bailey understood that only one person could restrain him and pass judgment. He also greeted the saint and said that the Master of God's palace is busy with several things, and if the Elder Fan wants to see him, he should wait. He gave Bailey a stern look and said he was overstepping his authority, then immediately tried to attack him using his suppression energy. But Bailey put his hands in front of him to protect himself. He understood that even if he resisted, his shield would not be enough for a long time. A powerful lightning struck from the sky and hit the Tangun Palace. Suddenly, Gertie appeared behind Bailey. She turned to Fan and asked if he thinks that there is no one stronger than him in the whole world. She told him that she had already reached her peak and could fight him on an equal footing. It excited him, but he immediately understood that it could be dangerous. Hua Qing asked his ancestor why he decided to retreat. Suddenly, Kansha appeared in front of them and said that she would be able to explain everything to them. Fan accused them of the fact that they can only list disasters, but do not deal with them themselves. Kansha was told that if she unites with her sisters, the Tai sect will have no chance of victory. They began to accuse the Tai sect and Saint Fan that they wanted to destroy the Tangun Palace. He apologized and said that he simply lost his self-control and offered to forget everything and continue the competition, then turned to Hua Qing and ordered him to end it all immediately. But he himself said that he has plans and they will meet him later. Kansha thanked Bailey, calling him her master for trusting her and giving her time. He said it was the least he could do because he couldn't help the disaster himself. Gertie looked at him excitedly and asked why she called him her master. She said that it was time to find out because Xiao Yun was actually their great master Bailey Yun. She covered her mouth with her hand in surprise and asked if he was really their master. Bailey replied that it was true. She said that when she looked at him, she remembered how handsome he was, but did not think that he would really turn out to be Bailey. She immediately threw herself into his arms. Bailey said that their master had returned. But Kansha said that they need to leave it for later, because last time the disaster happened due to the use of fire element, and they could not overcome it. But now the master was with them, and the help of the mirror, so she believed that this should not be a problem. Gertie and Bailey were in their palace when one of the guards came to them and said that he had started to act, and it was necessary to take measures immediately. She said that she needed to complete the transformation, and then she would be stronger than the attacker. Bailey thought about it and said that even considering that he was very strong, and said that she could finish just like his first student. He turned to Gertie and asked if she would really be able to protect her sister's body. She said that he would attack others, but her soul would not be harmed. He thought about the fact that the soul cannot be resurrected. Suddenly, a mirror turned to him and said that if he wants to resurrect that woman, he has a way. The mirror said that he should use his power, and at the moment of the resurrection of the female soul, simply accept it. When he reaches the level of Divine Emperor, he will be able to stop time and do this. Kansha. It was an insurmountable level where dragons live, all animals of this level. He said that everything is true, but now he will not be able to reach this level, but promised that later he would definitely become a Divine Emperor to protect them. Gertie said that the apprentice can help his master reach the required level. She said that now his body cannot accept her, but he can keep her in the gong, but when he needs to use her. He was very surprised and asked if it was immortal energy. He felt it and said that it was simply incredibly powerful. The girls were extremely surprised when they realized that he absorbs immortal energy. He said he practiced 9 types of absorption arts. It can absorb any energy. And with their help, he will be able to make a good breakthrough in practice. The next day, Bailey successfully made it to the finals of the championship, and Fen was also present at the championship. Everyone was extremely surprised that during the night his les rose to the 9th spiritual level. Fan realized that they are in serious trouble, and they tried everything to win this tournament, but they still need to destroy Bailey to achieve the defeat of Tangun Palace. Fan expected Bailey to still lose in the final round. After all, his personal student Naomi, who was famous for her strength and invincible technique, had to fight him. She appeared before him in the arena and asked him to impart his wisdom to her. He said that it was great, and offered to hold a duel to subdue the failure of the opponent and the conquered weapon to be sewn to the new owner. Hearing this, she was very surprised and asked if he wanted her to put the weapon of Elder Fang. Fan was very excited, and he hoped that she would not risk putting his weapon. It seems she thought before making this decision. Bailey understood that he must win this battle to get the Fen weapon. It was a divine yin-yang, and Naomi finally accepted that bet before the fight. Fan hit his forehead with his hand and said that it was his own fault, because if she loses, he can say goodbye to his spear. Bailey said that instead his weapon is an infinity stone. Hearing this, she said that he would not be able to defeat her spear. He replied that she was too happy. Suddenly her spear flew into Bailey's hands and Naomi asked how he did it. She started accusing him of cheating and saying that he used her illusion that begged for mercy and she automatically lost the fight. Bailey decided to calm her down and said that her spear was not quite what he was counting on, but said that she herself took the initiative to challenge him to a duel. He was very pleased that his plan worked. Naomi said she didn't know what he was up to, but the weapon couldn't come under his control so easily and tried to get it back. Suddenly the spear grabs Bailey and shackles him, but he doesn't seem to worry about it. On his side was a mirror that was supposed to help him subdue weapons. In the end, it happened and the spear ended up in his hands. He turned to his opponent and said that now it was his turn. She tried to subjugate his stone, but she couldn't do anything. She said that she used all her strength for this, and she needs at least a few minutes to recover before the next fight. In the end, the winner of this match was recognized as Bailey. Fan realized that people were excited about Bailey and supported his palaces, so now they had absolutely no chance of winning. Gertie offered to enter the Divine Emperor's new realm, where they would develop cultivation and be safe. She said that those who entered the top 100 participants will be helped to develop and will also be responsible for them, and thus in the future they will be able to compete with other races and their world will prosper. The audience enthusiastically accepted such an initiative and were happy. He was happy because now the reputation of the palace was preserved. After the tournament, he spent time meditating to regain his strength and break through to a new level. He felt that after the last disaster, he was better able to advance to the imperial level. While he spent his days in meditation, the girls were watching him. They said that being in the top 100 participants of the tournament, he would be able to easily reach the level of the spiritual emperor. Suddenly, the head of the palace, Jin Yan, from the Huxiao Palace, entered them. She said that on behalf of the palace, she wanted to invite Master Bailey to them. He thanked her for the invitation and said that he wanted to visit this place for a long time. She said that the first day of their journey would be great, and she would show the way. Suddenly, he felt someone grab his arm. It was Banyan. She said she wouldn't let her father go there alone unless they invited her too. He said that he would not mind if his daughter went with him, and added that he had once been to their continent and was looking for one person there. Jin Yan said that if he is looking for someone, she will definitely help him in this. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao was living his life in the palace. In one of the courtyards of the palace, there was a celebration for the younger sister Cecile, and her master was congratulated for being promoted to the level of spiritual emperor. Cecile sincerely thanked everyone for the warm greetings, and they began the celebration. Another guy also arrived who called himself her brother. His name was Dale. He also wanted to congratulate her. He said that it looks like she is not very happy about his arrival, despite the fact that he brought her a ring as a gift. He said that he was among the top 500 cultivators and came here specifically to give her a 9 million ring, and he wanted her to accept his hand and heart. She refused him and said that she could not accept such a gift. And when she was about to leave, he grabbed her by the shoulder and said that there could be no other solution. She replied that her answer would never be positive. Suddenly, Bailey appeared next to her and she threw herself into his arms. He said he came here to pick her up. He dissatisfiedly asked who he was and why he was bothering his wife. She said that she was actually a little fox at first, and the master gave her a body and she got a human form, but then they separated and now they will be together again. Suddenly, he snatched Cecile from Bailey's hands and said that he likes her in any way, and he can give much more than this guy. She got out of his hands and hid behind Bailey. The master understood that this guy was scaring Cecile, and asked him if Dale knew who he was. He said that, according to Cecile's stories, he is some kind of friend of hers, but he is more like a monster. Dale was immediately slapped hard. He was hit by Banyan. She told him to get on his knees and apologize to her father. He turned to Jin Yan for help, and said that she had done the right thing because these students had completely gone their separate ways. Jin Yan bowed before Bailey, then apologized for her student Dale, asking if he had managed to find the one he was looking for. He thanked her for her help and said that everything was fine, but he found Cecile. Dale understood who he was dealing with and was frightened by the fact that he could not show him respect because he did not recognize him. He said that only now his eyes have opened and he apologizes for his behavior. He said that until Dale apologizes to Cecile, he will not take responsibility for his actions. He started banging his head on the floor and apologizing, saying that he was wrong. Eventually, they went out onto the terrace and left Dale alone to beat his head on the floor. Bainu suggested that Cecile go for a walk because her father had important matters to discuss with Jin Yan. She was very surprised when she realized that this girl was his daughter. Jin Yan turned to Bailey and said that she would like to know about his secret indie art. He said that she could not worry, but that he would leave them with instructions, because he was very grateful that they had found Cecile. She asked if he could accept the status of an ancient spirit, since thousands of people from the Huxiao continent admire the sleigh. He said that it would be an honor for him. She said that she would spread the special information hundreds of miles so that all the students would remember him. They were released into the sky, and Jin Yan turned to the disciples of the Huxiao Palace and said that from now on they worship the great Master Bailey, but they should show him the same respect as they do her. After they finished presenting Bailey as the new deity, they returned to the palace, and Jin Yan said she would prepare a room for them to rest. He thanked her for her hospitality, but said he should go back. She said that she would like to send him a gift, and now would be the best opportunity for it. He said that later this opportunity would also be available. Meanwhile, Banian summoned a large bird to carry them home. While they were flying on the back of a bird, Bailey asked if this animal could live for 9,000 years. Banian said that it was true even if he did not practice cultivation. Suddenly, Cecile was frightened by something, and she pointed her finger downwards. A huge monster appeared from below and wanted to attack them. Bainu said that they were just low-level sea monsters and they wouldn't be able to harm them, but the bird seems to have been frightened and began to pick up speed sharply. Cecile turned to Bailey and said, "What feels dangerous?" A huge eagle was flying in their direction, which wanted to attack them, and its level was very high. Bainu said that maybe he wants to absorb other beasts to raise his level. Cecile said that he is approaching them with great speed, but they will not have time to escape. Bailey said that he should not worry about where he will take this eagle because he will be able to gain good experience from this fight. He flew into the air emitting powerful energy, and behind him appeared a sand monster that wanted to swallow the eagle. Oral saw that this sand was ruled by an ordinary man and believed in his strength that he would be able to handle him. But when he got closer, he realized that it was better for him to retreat because the sticky sand could seriously injure him. And it seems it was quite late because Bailey charged at him with his heavenly hammer in hand. He jumped on the eagle and asked if it is going to run away. He pointed the hammer at his head and warned that in his hands was a sacred thing that he would not be able to handle. He warned the eagle, if he wanted to save his life, he must acknowledge him as his master. The eagle replied that he must know a low level to make him obey. Bailey showed him his tablet and asked him about his personality. He said he was a very powerful person in this world. Hearing this, Oral asked if he was a great master of Bailey Yun. He asked if the eagle had changed his mind and decided to agree to make a deal with him. Bailey eventually agreed and became his master, after which he ordered the moat to go to the Huxiao continent. They were brought to the city of Tangun, and the eagle kindly dropped them off at the nearest port. After landing on the ground, Bailey felt a strange sensation. He said that he began to feel a strong outpouring of strength from believers, because he did not expect that they would spread his religion so quickly. Tina appeared in front of them. She said that as soon as they found out that Bailey was coming to them, she immediately decided to meet him. Bainu hugged her father and jealously asked her who she was. Tina smiled and said that she knew many of his secrets. They were old friends. She hugged Bailey while Banian tried to wrestle her father from her and asked why she was attached to him. Eventually, she asked if he really had a daughter. Bainu asked, did she still not guess? Tina replied that she should have guessed because her brother had about 10 women. Bailey turned to Tina and said she was putting herself on the line. She said that it was true because the Yuxiao Palace had set its sights on the Bailan Empire and his. She told that the Yuxiao Palace sent people to destroy the walls of temples that preached the Bailey faith. Tina said that Empress Bailan was also prosecuted. Bailey thought that even if he used all his strength and the strength of his followers to help the palace, it still wouldn't be enough. She said that he had made a huge contribution to this world with his power, and said that her elder felt that her people and herself should also join his palace and faith. He said that his followers could be a point of reference and asked if she could help contact them. She said that they were just passing by them and pointed with her finger at a group of people led by a respectable man. They approached them. The man bowed and said that his name is Yutian from Langxiao Palace, and he's looking for a girl named Tina. She hid behind Bailey. You said, no matter how much they offered, no one would want to join them anyway. Bailey asked why they came here because there were people from the Yuxiao Palace here. Did they come to preach their faith? He said that their palace is owned by one of the 5 heavenly emperors who believes that the light of faith should reign everywhere, and the old man did not guess that the founder of their faith in God was Bailey himself. He thought that it would be nice if his palace, Langxiao and Yuxiao, were united by one faith in the heavenly emperor. He suggested that they talk privately during the Yuxiao Palace tour, and the old man asked to be taken to Master Molly first. Bailey and Yutian arrived at Yuxiao, where Palace Head Molly was waiting for them. She asked, why did Elder Yuchen come to them? He asked her if she had heard of the Illuminati. She replied that of course she heard and blamed him, because the arms of their palace were very long, and they decided to manage on the continent, and asked whether the people of Yuxiao needed their faith. He said that it was the heavenly emperor's decision and they were simply following his will. She asked if their faith is so wonderful why their residents do not want to join them, after which she sternly said that she was giving them 3 months to get out of the continent. Bailey didn't expect Molly Sue to be so aggressive towards the heavenly emperor. He explained that they did not interfere in the internal affairs of believers, and they only preached their vision. She began to get angry and said that if they don't leave now, they will see her power. And she also promised that she would destroy their temple in 3 months. Bailey asked her not to do this and save the temple. He explained that the Yuxiao continent would be threatened with invasion, and their native gods would be able to calm the agitated hearts of the continent's inhabitants, and the heavenly temple would play an important role. She asked why he supported the preaching of these people, and asked whether he had forgotten about their ancestors. Bailey said that he remembers the ancestors, but reminded that they did not use any methods of energy cultivation. Therefore, they cannot be considered gods, and this temple was the first creation of the gods. She said that he seemed to know more about them than she did, then reminded him that despite his views, he was still a disciple of Yu Xiao Palace. She said that she knows about his support for Empress Bailan, who is suspected of treason, so it turns out that he still secretly helps these Illuminati believers. She said that she would do anything to keep Bailan from the status of Empress. He sternly asked her, is she ready to go to any lengths for her goals? She replied that he had no right to speak to her in such a tone. Meanwhile, Yutian felt that it smelled like oil and decided to get away from here. Leaving, he warned the girls not to come in while the master was talking, but Banyan did not listen, and entering, told her father and aunt to stop fighting. They were very surprised to see her here. They stopped their argument. Molly asked excitedly why she was calling him father. She hugged her and said that he was the reincarnation of her father, Bailey Yun, and he was able to recover many memories, so he can talk to her in this tone. He said that the situation in the city is not related to the Illuminati, but to one angel, and this belief should not leave the continent. Molly is surprised to ask if Qing Sheng also joined this faith. Bailey said that she did not join just counting on her strength. She replied that she could not allow this faith and their palace to flourish, or they would become saints and rule over everyone on the continent. Molly said that she will send someone to replace Balin because she does not deserve to be queen. Bailey disagreed with this decision and tried to talk her down. She looked at him and asked what he was going to do about it. He said that Balon always supported him and he can't let that happen. She said that then he should go to the Balon Empire and familiarize himself with the ancient battlefields, and if you believe his failures there, then he will no longer be considered a true disciple of the Yuxiao Palace. He asked, can she really drive him out of the palace? He realized that Molly had changed a lot, but he could no longer rely on her. He decided that his teaching should still flourish and spread. But he decided that if he agreed with her, he would do everything as she said. After that, he called his daughter and said that they were already leaving. They mounted their eagle and flew away. They arrived at the Bailan Empire where they were already waiting. When Balin saw Bailey, she was very happy and rushed to meet him. He too greeted her happily, while his Banian was not too happy about the appearance of yet another woman of her father's acquaintance. Bailey hugged her and asked if she was offended by him. Bailan said she was not, even though Yuxiao Palace suspected her of conspiracy. He said that she cannot worry, but he will take her away from here so that they cannot follow her. Bailey said that Bailan can also not worry about Molly because she will not be able to interfere in the affairs of the ancient battlefields, and added that now they should go to Tianyun City. The top 100 participants in the Golden Core tournament were to gather in Tianyun City. The reception room of the local lord was very crowded, and everyone was actively discussing something. They discussed that they should go to the ancient battlefields, but it was very dangerous there even for such martial arts masters as them. Bailey arrived there, so he was met by Daisy, who was extremely happy to meet him. He addressed the audience and said that regarding this operation, he would like the 10 best participants of the tournament to become captains and choose 9 men for their squad. He liked his plan and they agreed to his proposal. Daisy threw herself into his arms and said that she wanted to be on his team to protect her master. He said as soon as the detachments are formed, they will immediately go to the fields. When everything was decided, they went to the ancient battlefields. Approaching the fields, Bailey warned that there was a lot of poison mist, so they should use their energy shields for protection and follow him through less toxic terrain. He ordered the squad commanders to check on their men and make sure they were all right. One of the fighters noticed something and showed it to his captain. In front of them was a large meadow, which was all filled with human bones. Daisy immediately ran over to Bailey and asked what it was, saying that these bones were not like normal bones. Suddenly, these skeletons began to move and eventually rose and stood on their feet when they saw the uninvited guests. Bailey ordered everyone to immediately prepare for battle. He summoned his sword, and it began to charge across the battlefield, destroying the skeletal monsters and shattering their bones to pieces. Martial arts masters also rushed into battle and actively destroyed the skeletons. Bailey said they needed to cut their way deep into the valley while they still had the chance. He immediately rushed forward with his squad and warned that there were many poisoned mists. Suddenly, he was overcome by strange sensations and he stopped. He saw in front of him an anomalous space passage. Bailey recalled that when he first created the spiritual array in the spiritual realm, as soon as the channel of the spiritual realm was opened, he felt the same sensation. Suddenly, monsters began to break out of this entrance. He did not expect that the third passage would be so quickly opened by creatures of the underworld. He asked if the creatures of the underworld wanted to invade their world again. Together with these creatures, the rocks began to come to life. turning into a stone monster that shot blocks of stones at them. Bailey covered his squad with himself and said that it was a monster, the patron spirit of the mountain. He approached them, emitting a strange energy. Bailey saw that the girls from his unit began to experience severe headaches. It seems that it was the influence of the spirit of the mountain. He also felt sick. He realized that the monster's voice consists of many spiritual thoughts, but it is similar to a spiritual shockwave for them. He realized that he needed to use this spiritual book, but only she could help him face this powerful force. The power of the stone monster's shockwaves only increased, but Bailey tried to use the power of faith of the holy book. It should help, because this power of faith had the effect of purifying the soul, and eventually the monster stopped and its spirit waves disappeared. He turned to his troops and said that he managed to neutralize the monster's spirit attack, but the monster suddenly seemed to get a second wind and began to menacingly approach the master's squads again. Bailey said that there were too many higher spirits in him, and when they collided with the power of faith, it caused the monster to rage. He realized that they could be destroyed now, and called the Sea of Sand to help. The Sea of Sand turned into a sand dragon and started attacking the monster, and he managed to destroy the monster by crushing it into a pile of stones. Bailey turned to Daisy and the others asking if they were all right. They said that everything was fine with them, but warned that they already saw other mountain monsters that had also come to life and were advancing on them. He realized that these monsters had formed a pack, and while he didn't know who was trying to trap them, Bailey was sure there was a way for her to break the cycle. He was to be helped by his Buddha statue of saintly rank. The Buddha light had the power of a saint, and it could completely destroy the bone monsters that were also attacking them in a new wave. Buddha's light was supposed to help them destroy the circle of monsters and escape from the trap. Bailey said that the more they kill bone monsters, the stronger the aura of this place will become. Naomi asked what they should do in that case because they came here to cleanse this place of these creatures. He said he had a brilliant idea and they needed to be appeased. He rose into the air to fly to his statue. Sitting in her arms, he began to meditate. Among the 100 Buddhas that he practiced was the mantra of the great compassion of calming the souls of the dead. Thanks to the Buddha statue, the sound of the mantra of great compassion can permeate everything around. The energy of this mantra began to spread and permeate the souls of the monsters. The fighters of the squads began to rejoice, because they were calmed down a lot, and now the patron monsters have quieted down. Suddenly, Naomi was also excited. Then she noticed a strange sound, the power of which was increasing. It was like an earthquake, and the crack was heading straight for them. Bailey, with the help of his statue, managed to catch them and save them from falling into the abyss of the crack. He told all the other fighters to immediately climb the statue as well. They asked, "What kind of crack is this and what is going on?" These monsters began to be sucked into this crack and fell into the middle of it. Bailey said that it was a spatial passage to another realm, after which he used sea sand to temporarily seal the spatial transition. Immediately after that, a real sand desert appeared on the battlefields. His statue raised the heavenly hammer above him. Bailey said that taking advantage of the fact that the spatial transition dragged the patron monsters, now the spatial blockade here is weakened, and at that moment the spatial barrier will become insurmountable, and space is now normal again. One of the soldiers pointed down and said that something seemed to be coming out of the space passage. It looked like some gigantic creature, but they watched it in silence with horror. He was the god of the underworld. He was called the god of the king of 1,000 bones, because he wanted to break into their world with all his might. Bailey looked at him and said that it was his summoner double from the sect of souls of the dead. The king of bones saw people trying to interfere with him and said that he did not expect to meet representatives of the Buddha temple here, and turned to Bailey and asked if it was he who blocked him in the spiritual realm. Bailey thought that he was the same one he fought in the underworld in the spirit realm. He said that he was from the Ju Xiao continent and would definitely resist the enemy invasion of his creatures. The king of bones directed his dark energy at them and said that he had too much courage for a child. He said that he wasn't going to do anything yet. He just wanted to invite him to join the underworld, and if he agreed, he would keep his bones in his soul, and after he died, he would live as an undead and rule the continent. For Bailey, such a proposal was simply an insult, but he held back his anger. He smiled and said he was glad to hear his words, and it seems his doppelganger was unstable. After which he said that you are already on it from the continent right now with the help of your Buddha. The king of bones immediately began to attack him and said that he did not have enough strength for this. The hands of the Buddha and the Bone King collided in a mighty confrontation, causing a powerful shockwave. The king said that even though his doppelganger was only at the saint level of his Buddha statue, the moment he grabbed his space was also locked. Bailey controlled his statue and replied that he was right, and it was right for him to move. The king said that Bailey would still not be able to defeat him and that he had better give up, but he replied that it was too early for that, after which he used the Thousand Hands Buddha technique. His multitude of palms began to attack the Bone King with powerful blows, and eventually his bone arm was destroyed, and the Bone King himself began to fall to pieces. But before he had time to completely collapse, his body began to regenerate. Bailey replied that he expected it so prepared some imperial fire for him. He smiled and said that this time the King of Bones lost. His bone body was destroyed again and began to burn. But his spirit seemed to turn into a flame, and he promised Bailey that he would soon be destroyed. He and his squad jumped off the statue. They landed and saw that not a trace remained of the king's bones. Bailey understood that his fire was the strongest and most terrible enemy for the underworld. He said that in that case he would burn everything in his path. Using the Emperor's flame and the Sea of Sand, he was invincible to these monsters. He used these two forces as two elements that were supposed to end the enemy's dark force. He turned the flames and sand into fireballs that were supposed to rain down on the monsters, destroying them. These projectiles of fire fell on the skeletons and they immediately began to cry. People from his squad picked up these spheres of fire and said that they were not hot at all. Bailey said it was a new technique he researched inspired by King of Dice. He said that this rain does not harm people, but it can burn all the evil spirits within a radius of 100 miles. They were in awe of him and his strength, congratulating the master on his victory. They said that they would be able to clear their way with the help of this rain to the Temple of Evil. Naomi said that they do not know where this Temple of Evil is, and even the Lord of the Heavenly Palace cannot be sure where to look for this temple. Bailey said they shouldn't worry about it, but he would find a way. He said that the Temple of the Heretics is the place where other races worship the God of Bones. He explained that where there is faith, there is a Temple of Heretics, and it so happened that he has a magical tool to find the power of faith. A multi-flowered orchid appeared above his head. Daisy asked him if he owned such an artifact. He said that his student lent it to him. He said if they follow her, they can find the Temple of Evil. They came to a great chasm. His soldiers were filled with doubts because it did not look like a temple. One of his masters began to shout that his body was out of control and he did not understand what was happening, after which he began to fall towards the abyss. But Bailey managed to grab his arm and get him on top. He said it was because the space above the Khan ion was unstable. He used his fiery sea of sand and sent it to the bottom of the chasm. There was a bunch of skeletons and evil spirits down there, which immediately started burning. Looking down, Daisy said that the path goes through bone demons, of which there were many. He said that there was no need to worry because they had already been destroyed. She also remarked that she felt a strong cold coming from there. Bailey explained that according to legend, after the death of bone demons, a cold flame remains in their bones, which is called the ice flame of a bone demon. He said that he seems to have destroyed enough bone demons to cause an ice flame to appear that he can use in the next fight. They continued their way to the Temple of Evil. Crossing the chasm and flying a little to the north, they saw a large dark building in front of them. Bailey said that ahead of them was the Temple of Heretics. This place was full of bone demons and evil spirits. They slowly and cautiously approached the temple. Naomi said that the monsters in the heretic temple seemed more organized than the creatures in other parts of the ancient battlefield and would be more difficult to fight. Bailey heard someone in the temple give an order that those who tried to escape should be destroyed immediately. Evil spirits and skeletons immediately pounced on them, seeking to destroy something. But they fought back and crushed their enemies one by one. Their leader was waiting behind the ranks of the bone demons, waiting for them to get exhausted to attack on their own. Bailey said that it looks like it was a trap, and they wanted to use them as sacrifices. He summoned his heavenly youth and rising into the air said that now they will see if he can destroy this king or not. A large skeleton tried to stop him, and a hammer exploded in his hand. Seeing this, Bailey was extremely surprised. Because it could not cause any damage to the skeleton, he realized that the soul of the King of Bones was already attached to the statue of this skeleton. The King of Bones announced that he had already arrived, and the other skeletons knelt before him and greeted their master. Bailey didn't wait long and used his flame against him in hopes of burning the monstrosity. Fiery sand began to spread throughout the temple in a powerful wave. He immediately tried to embrace the huge skeleton's body to destroy it. The King of Bones said that it was unexpected, but Bailey managed to absorb his power with this trick because this fire was his sworn enemy. But he said that they still have no chance against him, after which he struck a powerful blow in return, knocking his soldiers off their feet. He was closing in on them with the goal of destroying Bailey and his men. He understood that the space was sealed and it would be impossible to avoid this battle. The villager's long arm reached down Bailey's throat and began to choke him. Daisy watched in horror as her master was destroyed, but they did not have the strength to fight the King of Bones. The king was almost finished with the great master, but said that soon everything would be over, because his soul had already begun to leave his body. Suddenly he looked up at him and smiled. A magic mirror appeared in his hands, which began to emit light, destroying the body of the King of Bones. Bailey said as soon as a human soul enters the heavenly mirror, it radiates a power similar to the burning sun. Eventually his body was destroyed, and his greatsword fell to the floor with a thud. The shadow of the king appeared in front of him, and he told him not to be so narcissistic, and promised that when he gets to the Ju Xiao continent, they will meet again. Bailey said that he would not let that day come. Then the shadow of the King of Bones dissolved into the air. He immediately ran to Daisy and asked if everything was okay with her. She said that everything was fine. One of the fighters turned to Bailey and said that several skeletons managed to escape, and he wanted to go with the squad to catch them. But he said that there is no need to do this, because soon his name will spread throughout the ancient battlefield, scaring other races.